us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us. Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now. Through dirt us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually I'll try, actually I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground. Still we're so proud, just look at the crowd. Making some noise, making some sound. We ain't got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Through dirt
ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground, but still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We had a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in
still we're so proud. Just look at the crowd, making some noise, making some sound. We got a choice, they're hearing us now.
Paradise through dirt in our eyes for us. Oh, actually, I'll try, actually, I'll fight for us.
Dragging us down, face on the ground.
It means a lot to me to compete here.
It's going to be a very exciting experience for me.
I'm waiting for amazing games here.
That's gonna give him the rampage! Overhead. God, collapse! Welcome to the Riyadh Masters.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another day of the Riyadh Masters 2023 play-in stage, and it is of course MLP Dota and John Fire joining you on the B stream once again. Jonathan, welcome back, sir. Another brand new day of play-ins for the Riyadh Masters, sir. How the hell are you doing?
Feeling great. You know, it's our last day of play-ins here as well. So this is when we figure out who our top two are going to the groups. This is when we figure out who are playing those decider matches, how that's seeded, and then who else is going to get in, because we only get the eliminations once we get into those decider matches. So a lot in the line. I do believe Group A is a little bit more locked in, so this first series is mainly just for seeding. But Group B, there's a chance for some really quirky, I don't know if ties are possible, but very quirky setups and who does go through into those guaranteed group stage slots. So it should be a good day here.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, we've got the format on hand right now as well that we can bring up to have a bit of a refresher as to what's going on, and here we go. What is the format, Jonathan? Of course, play-ins is where we're at right now. This will be the final day of play-ins, where 4 teams will proceed straight through to the group stage, and I believe the other teams are obviously going to have to play some deciders, Jonathan, but those 4 teams obviously going to go to the group stage, and, well, then you're going to have those teams winning through the group stage going to the upper bracket and lower bracket of the playoffs, of course, and that's going to be a total of 12 teams. And then, obviously, a grand final, Jonathan, is on our hands after those playoffs. You know the drill, but it's going to be a long, long tournament with this kind of format. Very exciting stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine how long it is, considering that, again, the play-ins are 2 days. It's been a whirlwind of a day yesterday for the play-ins, of course, so keen to see what happens coming out here as we build into those groups. Of course, we can take a look at our prize pool distribution coming out here as well for those teams that do rank up, get into the group stage, or even just go home early. They still get a little bit of a cut of that prize pool down the line.
Prize pool? Well, what is the prize? No, never mind that, Jonathan. We'll look at the teams first. My goodness, you're getting ahead of yourself. These are the teams right now playing in the play-ins to try and get through to the group stage of the actual tournament. And well, as you can see, a lot of big names here. A lot of teams trying to fight their way through to the next stage of the tournament. And it's getting rather spicy. Like, I believe Team Astra and Liquid have already qualified to the next stage, but we still have 2 teams that we have to figure out who is going to make it. And of course, this is the next stage of the actual tournament. This is the group stage where the teams that have already qualified are just sitting there waiting right now. Of course, you have Game and Team Spirit, LGD, Evil Geniuses, Tundra, BetBoom, Talon, and Shopify Rebellion currently waiting in the group stages for the next 4 teams to make their way through, and obviously the 4 after that who are going to be playing through the deciders. Of course, I think we can have a look at the prize pool as well, perhaps, and see how much money is on the line. And there you go, Jonathan. First place is $5 million. Then 2.5, 1.7, 1.2. I mean, all these numbers are relevant. I'm not going to go ahead and read all of them, John, but these are some very big numbers.
They are absolutely massive. Like 7 to 8, you're basically taking home the entire prize pool for a DPC major, of course. Yeah. Anyone even at 17 to 20, you've earned more than a single tour in the DPC. Yeah. So it's a huge amount for all of these teams to be in. Of course, you'd want to take the lion's share at number 1. But anywhere in the top 8, I'd say, or anywhere in the top 14, you're actually pretty happy. So, I mean, you want to drag yourself up, but that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Just make it to the tournament. You'll probably be happy with the money they're offering, John, I'll be frank, because we can have a look at the schedule as well for today, see exactly what's going to be happening on this stream, and what kind of games we're in for, because that's what I'm excited about, John. I need to see what games we've got coming up. What is our schedule? Because TSM's going to be up against Virtus Pro, and then you've got Team Secret up against 9 Pandas. Then we've got some... I suppose they are considered decider matches later on. Once we have the other teams that haven't directly qualified over, they are going to have to play some decider matches later on, which is going to be very, very exciting. And I believe those decider matches are best of 3s. We'll get into that a little bit later on, because I believe we also have a draft on hand for our first series between TSM and Virtus Pro. So enough talking from us, Jonathan, or more talking, because we have a draft going on.
Yeah, should be interesting to see how these two teams adapt. VP and TSM not having the best of times so far at the start here for the play-ins. Of course, both of them locked in to have to play those decider matches. Again, Group A, not much flexibility here. This just determines seeding. If VP manages to find a win somehow, they can drag themselves up, maybe look for an easier matchup up against who ends up in the bottom 2 for the side of Group B. So even in that factor, if you still want to keep your hopes alive to group stage, you've got to find a good 2-0 win here for either side. Still opening up with those bans. TSM taking care of that Timbersaw and the Snap, which we have seen rise in popularity as a core. VP, of course, taking care of the Undying, leaving a few options here. Stuff like Beastmaster, still available. Doom, maybe Techies is a priority. But the initial bans have shifted. We're not seeing stuff like Morphling anymore with post E-patch nerf, not much Medusa. So we've kind of stabilized into a different set of heroes here, Mike.
We certainly have. Virtus Pro, have a bit of a think about this the second ban now before we can get into the picks. So we're going to get rid of the Enigma, which has been quite popular as of late, and they're going to go right into a Broodmother for TSM. And, well, we know how much they love running this in the offlane. TSM, obviously, Kasana is a great Brood player. And mind you, I think even Tomato, I'm not sure if he wants to try and run it in the POS 1, but I'm sure he could if he really wanted to. But generally speaking with TSM, you usually will see Kasane take that for the offlane. And he's one of those disgusting kind of Brood micro players, right? Like, you're going to have the spiders just flying all across the map. He's going to get so much information for his team with this hero, and this could be a big problem for Virtus Pro already.
Yeah, it's really annoying here to have to deal with. I love the solution from VP, just going into the Keeper of the Light and the Ember Spirit. So you have a very stable combination, the Chakra spam with Sleight of Fist. It's a little bit funky with Ember into Brood now, just because, again, the increased attack interval for Sleight of Fist means it's weird. You get more invulnerability time for a Sleight of Fist. At the same time, you're wasting a lot of time every time you spam one of those Sleight of Fists out. It's a little bit strange. I'm keen to see how much that affects like how the Ember plays here. As TSM pick up the Chen, going all in on a little bit of a Zeus strat coming out here. We've seen the Chen before. We've seen Secret in particular pick it up. Of course, Puppy loving that hero. Not sure how to feel about it overall. I mean, this should be our Whitemon Chen coming out. TSM as well has ran this a couple of times. It can provide a lot of aggression early. I do feel like you want to have a good lane when you start with Chen, right? Like, you got to find a nice influential creep. You got to try to dominate that lane for your safe lane. Get your farm going, as you are a relatively fast farmer now on the Chen, and start to scale up with a lot of sustain for your team here.
Yeah, certainly so. Very interesting how much Chen's been popping up as of late, but you love to see it, and it's a very scary kind of opening from TSM's end. Mind you, they have chosen Brood Chen into a Coddle, and an Ember Spirit for that matter, so like the D push is certainly there, but it kind of goes back to what you just mentioned, right? Like, you're not necessarily looking to go for this kind of crazy push strat by any stretch, but it's the items Chen can farm up to sustain his team throughout team fights is pretty annoying for sure for Virtus.pro to try and deal with. At least they have the answers towards any kind of push potential, right? Like, you've got this crazy high ground defense on Virtus.pro already, so you've got that kind of going for you, but I don't think TSM is necessarily going to be focusing on just pushing towers down that early. It might just be more about getting those big sustain items first and kind of making those get to work, as we are going to have one ban to come out before we can see some more draft peaks happening. Can I just say as well, John, I mean, in this kind of meta where you're seeing Brood and Chen and all these heroes popping up, could you imagine if Necrobook was still in the game? Like, if we could just buy Necrobook and all these heroes, how great would that be?
It's absolutely terrible, Mike. It is not. It's not good. It's not good. Why do you want to make the game even more predictable?
Because
these heroes come out. Oh, let's just get Necrobook. Oh, look at us push these towers. How fun!
See, back in my day, John, back in my day, when I used to play Chen and Broodmother, when I actually had the skill to micro these kind of heroes, Jonathan, I used to always build Necrobook. That's how I used to win the game.
You know what the sad reality, Mike, is that anyone who taught themselves as micro god in Dota 1 were just really bad Warcraft players. Keep that in mind. That's why everyone play Dota. As the next picks come out, Virtus.pro, they do pick up the Batrider, which is one of the more broken heroes left behind here as well. Good control to come out. Pretty decent in lane. I love the solution from TSM with the Terrorblade and Rubik. You have a lot of good spells to steal. You don't really have a big save for the lasso coming out, although the lift back, I suppose, can maybe help you. A Terrorblade into a Batrider lane, maybe not the worst thing in the world for TB, but also not the best once the Napalm spam is there, or even just going for Flame Break always hurts the Terrorblade. So I do still like what's coming out here from VP, just a tad bit more. My concern with TSM here is that with a Rubik pick, you don't have the best lockdown for an Ember, right? Maybe you gun for an Orchid build up here for Kasane to get a silence off onto the Ember, but beyond that, you don't really have hard stuns. Perhaps a creep army from Chen can get the job done, but that's also not the most reliable. So it does feel like you're going to be getting a lot more out from VP and trying to just be mobile in mid for Squad 1X. Like, he's just going to be free to dance around. And it's awkward when you think about Sleight of Fist, because suddenly you go in and you Sleight of Fist this creep army, and then your attack interval is so damn slow that you're kind of stuck there. You're not doing as much DPS because it's taking way too much time. I don't know. I like that VP go into the Primal Beast, but that does leave a question as to where they're laning these heroes. Is it going to be a Batrider support? Are we going Ember safe lane, perhaps?
Well, I don't know. You made an interesting point, right? Because if he does Sleight of Fist like the Spiderlings from the Broodmother, that might last a very long time, that Sleight of Fist, if it's a bunch of Spiderlings just grouped up together. It could be very interesting. Like, he could really mess himself up if he gets the wrong slide off. We'll have to see if it does happen. It's TSM, they will focus on some more position 1 banouts. So see the PL and the Brood, rather the Bloodseeker being removed. VP focus on the mid pickups here for Bryle. Puck being removed already.
10 seconds.
It's focusing on the specialties of Bryle.
5 seconds remaining.
It's a weird draft as well. Like, it feels like you want some kind of mid that can set a tempo for your team at the moment. So someone that can fight, right, with this Rubik Chen. Though you might be playing a slower game as well for TSM. Like, you might just drag this out to the mid game at the very least before you start to group up and get active. It's one of those styles of draft, whereas Virtus.pro, on the other hand, they have that kind of draft where you get past the 10-minute mark and they just want to run at you.
Yeah, they are looking for a lot of fighting here on VP. Like, it's not just Chakra Ember, it's Chakra double Flame Break coming out from Batrider, which can feel crazy. Chakra onto a Primal Beast with a Trample. There's a lot of uptime here for VP to run around. And that pacing could throw a wrench in TSM. They still have this really good push by, I want to say, 7 to 10 minutes if your Terrorblade's feeling frisky. And if Tomato wants to join in with an early Metamorphosis and say Dragonlance or Yasha, you can just shove in mid with the Chen army, with the creeps, with the summons from Broodmother as well. But You have a lot of solutions from VP.
5 seconds.
Let's see if they're really
certainly
going
do.
to go all in on that. And the mid matchup for Brawl is maybe the harder one to read. Again, you're still probably expecting Batrider support with a Coddle 5 here, and more than likely a Primal Beast offlane, but you do have some flex. If the situation does call, you can still run the Primal Beast mid, Ember safe, and then you run a Coddle Ember lane very early on. That's pretty hard to shove away, even as a Broodmother. So you can kind of cause issues here for Brawl's last pick.
Oh, Brawl's having a bit of a think about this one. I mean, against the Ember, do you just want to choose another spirit hero? Like, I suppose you don't, because Chains is just such a nuisance towards heroes like Void Spirit, for example. Obviously, Storm was already banned out. Well, not going to bring up Earth Spirit here, because there's no point. What other heroes have we got? Against the Ember. You don't have Snapfire either, which is a little bit annoying for TSM.
You have something like a Lush, but it doesn't feel like the most amazing Lush game. Although if you are expecting Ember mid, Ember versus Lush is a pretty good lane for Bryle. Wanted to get that done. I don't know, maybe a Void Spirit could be decent in terms of setting pace, but does provide you backline jump for the Coddle as well if you're worried about that. I don't see anything that directly fixes. I feel like if you're just going all in with your tempo here for TSM, the Lush rack probably fits in best, as you just get more push tempo from mid. Run around, they'll go with the DK instead, which still provides you with push tempo on mid. Stable matchup against Ember Spirit. Pretty alright if it's a Primal Beast, but ideally you just go with the Ember. So you just Dragon Tail, stun, deny, win out your lane. You can scale up pretty nicely as well with DK with, what is it, the Manta Octarine Ags build. So almost 100% uptime on your Dragon form. You just kind of scale up and run down. Really good front line to play with the healing coming out here as well from TSM.
What the hell? Wow. We have a Troll Warlord position 1 coming out from VP. Now, this is something I can't say I was expecting to see today. This hero has not felt good for a very, very long time. And I can confidently say, Jonathan, I don't think it feels very good right now. VP, they may feel like they've got a, I don't know, maybe they've just got this troll in the bag, they understand what they're doing with it, but I haven't seen a good troll game in a very long time, I'll be frank, John.
I haven't either, Mikey. I don't know, it's not a hero that I think works out. I think the rest of the draft here from VP is actually pretty damn solid, but not the biggest fan of this troll. I don't know, like, we've seen this troll multiple times as well from many different players trying to make it work, and it just feels like his kit is weird. You know, it's like your ultimate is kind of griefy. Your core-to-core matchup against Terrorblade's not particularly amazing. I suppose in lane up against a Broodmother, it does alright. It's got wave clear down the line. You can get a self-dispel on hand as well once you get your Ags up, so you can kind of manage all of those mischances coming out from Kasane with a Silken Bola. I think the one thing with Troll that we need to see VP utilize is threat onto towers. You can push pretty fast and threat onto Roshan. With a couple of items up, you want to probably take a team fight, try to secure Rosh, run down. Most of the momentum from VP, though, will come from the rest of your heroes. Like this combination of Primal Beast and Ember, I feel, is pretty damn potent, and that's where TSM has to watch out. If you get a runaway start on squad and unnoticed, then this game can feel hard to contain very early on.
Oh, well, with that, John, I believe Game 1 is officially underway, so let's head over to that. TSM versus VP, Game 1. We're into it, Jonathan. Very, very interested to see exactly how this game pans out. Virtus.pro, they do not want to play a long game, which is exactly what TSM wants to do this game around, is they might run right into each other, and it seems like they will. Kiritich already kind of getting caught out. Is he going to go down, though? He's been slowed up quite a lot, but there's going to be a big onslaught through from Noticed. Oh, it might not be enough, though. Kiritich still running, still trying. Oh no, the Flame Break helps him. It won't matter, though. Brawl can't reach for the Dragon Tail. He's somehow going to survive that.
30 seconds.
Lives through, wastes a couple of resources. That was a blood grenade being thrown out as well. There's not enough output, not enough chase. Man should disengage early enough while trying to take the Watcher. Should still get a 2-for-2 in the bounties here. So not too bad for VP, and you have enough time for Kiritich to actually reset. Like, he can just walk back to Fountain. He's not going to lose time into the creep wave.
No, he certainly isn't. FNG still on the high ground of that Radiant Triangle, seeing if maybe he can sneak in to get that bounty. Meanwhile, bottom, Tomato and Whitemon going to show up going after Seiyu. Seiyu seems like he's going to be just fine to walk out of this, but does take a fair bit of harassment. This little D ward from FNG in the mid lane as well, getting rid of the ward there for Bryle. While we're here, we'll start with the bottom lane, of course. Whitemon and Tomato against Noticed and Seiyu. Should be a pretty interesting lane, I think, for VP. Like, this Coddle Primal Beast off lane can be very challenging to play against, especially once you've got a few points in the Chakra Magic. See how it does go. For now, it seems like Whitemon and Tomato are going to try and get aggressive early on, while they can still press an advantage. But I think as the levels go up on the VP end of things, this is going to become a very scary lane, as Whitemon already getting jumped by the onslaught and the blinding light of Seiyu. He's going to be fine, but he does take a lot of harass.
The funny thing here for TSM, I think this Penitence plus Reflection combination is pretty funny. Does Penitence affect the Reflection illusions? Did it get the bonus attack speed?
I think it may. That's actually pretty clever. I didn't think about that.
I think it is. That's pretty funny. They've managed to keep Notice down. Less than half HP, already down to just the 1 Tango as well. Whitemon still has to watch himself.
He's gonna be alright.
That is so funny.
It's a cheeky little tactic. I mean, I've got to see a few more points in the Penitence to really be able to tell if his attack speed is going up on the Reflection, but we'll see. I'll look back later on. As Brawl going up against, of course, Squad 1X. The squad, for now, gonna have a pretty boring lane. It's DK versus Ember. There's not really much you can do. You're gonna trade harass, you're gonna trade a bit of farm, and that's probably about it until the supports are happy to rotate, I think.
Yeah, it ends up being a better lane for the DK. Just Dragon Tail, clear out the creeps, deny, but shouldn't be too bad for Squad 1X. I'm not sure which it is. It should be just perfectly manageable. Keep farming up, keep playing with your Sleight of Fist.
Whitemon ends up already finding first blood on the Chen. He actually had the Kobold Foreman to chase down the Keeper of the Light with the bonus movement speed. And that's how they actually got the kill. And that bonus movement speed gave him just enough to be able to get the harassment off on Seiyu.
And look at that micro going for the small camp pull as well. Little Foreman getting a lot of efficiency out for Whitemon. Already a decent enough start here coming out from TSM. That bot lane for Tomatoes lined up pretty well. It takes a few levels for VP to kind of get going with a Chakra and the Trample. Level 3 starts to feel better with maybe a level 2 Trample or a 1-1-1 build on Noticed, but it's a little bit tough. You know, you're going to start jumping into Metamorphosis TV. That starts to get a little bit scary.
Jump in again. They've got the Trample this time. Reflection will fly out. And Seiyu is dropping very quickly. Tomato going to finish off the job, and now Noticed. Oh, he's on Notice, John. He's going to run. Not safe right now against the Metamorphosis TB. He's going to be fine, it seems like, but it's just going to be a lot of harassment his way. And you know what, John? I said the offlane of VP might be able to pull off some great stuff, but they've hit this level 3 mark on Notice. They're not finding the openings they're looking for. Like, they'll continue trying for Whitemon on the Chen, but he continues to just kind of bait them into feeding more kills their way.
And Whitemon's positioning is just really good. He's staying very far away from the Terrorblade, dragging the attention to him, forcing the onslaught onto him in the Trample. If you're not running down the Terrorblade, you know, not abusing the fact that he doesn't have too much HP early on and trying to magic him down, and Tomato is perfectly happy. Top of the CS board right now, having the best time of his life. Up top, not quite the same story for Kiritich. You're a Troll Warlord up against a Broodmother lane. Sure, you can still somewhat handle this lane, but it's not the best.
Blood Grenade is going to land from Ari, but they won't be able to get in range to get some more harassment off, as FNG was there to save with the Flame Break. Even the safe lane, it's pretty rough. Like, Troll Warlord, the one kind of saving grace for this hero is it's very dominant during the lane. But Kasane and Ari have just had such a fantastic time in the off lane. It's sure, like, the CS is quite even between Kasane and Kiritich, but that's not good news for VP. It seems like Kasane is slowly starting to take over the... Kiritich does get close. Kasane immediately realizes he can get so much harassment off, but now he could be in a bit of danger. Ari is still there though to help out, so they aren't going to make the big jump in. VP just trading harass. Problem is, though, against the Broodmother, who's just getting constant regen from these spin webs, it doesn't really feel that good.
No, it certainly doesn't. You don't even have the insatiable hunger yet for Kasane to really dish some damage in.
Oh
no.
Rocambole does land. Kiritic going to get chased down by Kasane, and he's just gone. This is a lane that Ari and Kasane have played so many times, this Rubik Broodmother. They just know exactly how to run it. It's very hard to beat a team like this when this is like their bread and butter in the offlane, it feels like.
Yeah, something they've found a lot of success on. They know how to maximize its early spikes. Bot lane, a lot more pressure coming out onto Gnosis once again.
FNG. Yeah, I mean, bottom lane there's action, but FNG top lane just being chased down by Kasane. He's gonna buy a little bit of time. Kasane, he has more webs. He should be fine to chase this one down. And Ari will take it himself. Why the hell not? Easy.
Nice little kill coming out. A lot of pressure on Kiritic. The troll is not going to feel amazing into this Battle Fury timing. Kiritic's lane is just so slow. I mean, just look at Tomato in comparison. Already pushing that bot tier 1, already forcing Notice and Sayo all the way back. They need some relief. FNG comes in.
Bottom lane, they're going to make the jump in on the Tomato. Tomato in pretty dire straits right now, just level 4. Trying to find a way out of this is actually proving to be quite tanky, but not tanky enough, surely. They will secure the kill in the end. It did take them quite a bit of time to make that happen, but they'll get it. It's a big one for VP.
It's the kill they needed to find. They need to find some way to pressure out Tomato and start to deal that magic damage in. Noticed hits level 5, has the Vanguard up, so he should be able to sustain through his own lane a lot better. Meanwhile, while that was happening, they couldn't get the response out with Ari. He goes mid, he shoves in with Brawl with that level 6 up.
In mid lane, Brawl. I mean, he's a tanky boy in the DK. It's not going to be that much of a simple kill to try and take him down. Brawl's still running. FNG going for the chase. Remnants forward from Squadix, but it doesn't seem like, in fact, he can get the kill. Brawl does end up going down. December, understanding how far he can take his hero. Is FNG going to go for a run? He will be traded off, but it's still a great kill for VP. Good trade.
More than happy, again, finding these core kills for VP, getting some space for themselves out after the laning pressure coming out from TSM. Not going to get too much stolen away as well, with each side getting their own Wisdom Runes out, so no early EXP advantage for the supports. I think your issues still stand for VP though. You need a lot of space out for Kiritic. He's going to need to AFK farm for quite some time, and the one thing about that strategy up against Broodmother, eventually Kasane takes over top. You're gonna have to look for space elsewhere here for the troll, and this farming pace for Kiritic, it's just not there. You know, 2.8k net worth, still above Kasane, but the fact that you're at the bottom with the Broodmother is not good tidings here for the side of VP.
5-2 for now, 1k advantage the way of TSM. All the CS is just going TSM's way as well. They just had such a good laning stage. Still feels like TSM are well and truly in control as they start pushing in the mid-tier 1 tower now. Brawl with that dragon form just slowly chipping away. It's kind of one of the things when you have a DK mid, you can just force so many rotations into the mid lane to defend, and it just opens up the side lanes. You see Kasane, he'll just take over that top side of the map. Tomato's getting complete free farm down at bottom. That's really the strength of this DK pick, I think. It's just the pressure you can apply and the rotations you can force. VP, they are going to try and head down towards the bottom lane and maybe try to do a Tomato. The thing is, though, as soon as you show 2 or 3 heroes down at that bottom lane, your mid-tier 1 tower is just gone. Like, there's no protecting it if you show that many heroes. They are going to see Whitemon, but they'll miss the chains. It'll only land on the creep, so Whitemon's going to be just fine. In fact, he'll send the army after them. Look at this, the Wandering Ripper's just still chasing down Seiyu. There goes your mid-tier 1 tower. They'll go after Whitemon again. He's got the Hurricanes though. He'll push himself out of there, but they've got the onslaught. Noticed will jump in. They'll clear out some creeps while they're at it. But this is all at the cost of your mid-tier 1 tower. So it's not really a good trade for VP.
No, certainly not. It's a lot of time wasted by the Pawn Survive. Whitemon getting that space out for his team. Like, the pressure is still coming out here for VP. Sure, you're trying to run down bot, you're not fighting Tomato. Kiritic is still trying to manage this Broodmother lane by himself. No relief from him, just hoping to find some farm. Bottom net worth very clearly now, way behind Sane. And Battle Fury is still a pipe dream at this point. Like, this timing that we're looking for from VP, We've got to see that pressure come out from Noticed and from Squadix. And they are certainly ramping up to that point. Maelstrom slowly coming out here for Squadix.
MG will get caught. Ari is actually backing off, allowing the lasso onto Bryle. More help incoming. The Ember does get the chains off onto Bryle, though again he is quite tanky, but he's going to try for a TP play out, and he's going to be fine. Sane, he'll move in.
Jeez,
oh, look at that slide assist. My god, it's so slow. But I was saying earlier, John, if you slide a fist on the Spiderlings, you're just there forever.
Yeah, that's why I don't think the Ember is maybe the clear shot. It's weird, because at the same time, the slower sleight of fist attack interval means it's easier for you to watch where your character's at, so you can look for better steering chains, but it also means your follow-up in terms of trying to get more damage out is a lot slower. It's a little bit awkward. I think Ember players have to really adapt to that change. Going out for a smoke play, though.
Change. I just don't know if I like it. Here we go, White One. He's going to break the smoke. He's got a Hurricane again, but eventually he should be dead. Trying to do some cheeky shenanigans with the Centaur. He'll pig out, but it's not going to be enough. He's gone. Thing is, again, this is a position 5 Chen. I don't think White One minds dying. In fact, look at this. Top lane. Heritage is currently being watched by Kasane. And he's just constantly at this low HP pool. Trying to farm up that Battle Fury, but Kasane is just not leaving him alone. Mind you, he is feeding a few Spiderlings away to Kiritich, but he's just waiting for that right moment to pounce. And this Troll, he has no choice but to back off. He can't stay at this top lane.
Just can't. They've got good forward wards here from TSM as well, watching by the Grave area. They're trying to shove in bot here from VP to open up some space, but they're not really finding Tomato. His map sense is perfect. He has good wards to defend. White One's been caught from the short end of the stick in that jungle, and still free farming in the Terrorblade. Every single thing on the map right now is shaping up for TSM. VP off to a much slower start than you'd want this line to go through. They are starting to clump up top, though.
Yeah, they're going to try and defend. I mean, it's almost 12 minutes in, John. You don't want to lose the tier 2 tower this early. You're going to lose your whole jungle if you do. Oh, the Bat Rider already caught, and the Onslaught. That's very aggressive. VP, they're going to TP in. They're going to try and force the fight anyway. Ryle dropping low will go down. A nice pickup for VP. And TSM, they will not go for the fight. I thought they would think about just forcing the fight by the tier 2 tower, but I've got to remember how early in the game it is, John. It's still 12 minutes.
Yeah, the funny thing is, you know, I've been playing so much Turbo, this is pretty much your average Turbo game right now. Like, you're at tier 2s at this point, so it's not too strange for me, but this is a normal game. Yeah. And TSM's playing it like it's Turbo. Granted, they don't have the biggest net worth lead, 3k above, mainly down to how behind Kiritich is. So, all things considered, outside of that troll, VP does have play. Now, we're reaching those initial timings for Squadix. It's starting to chase down Kasane a bit, but pinning down the Broodmother is a taller order.
It's so funny, though. Like, you see him using the Sleight of Fist, and he tries to actively avoid the Spiderlings now. They are jumping Kasane as we speak. Kasane might be forced to fight this one out, but no, he just walks down to the low ground. Tomato rotates anyway on the TB just in case he needed it. And eventually, they'll just back off as Seiyu may get caught. The chase is on from Whitemon. Seiyu, while he is on a horse, and he is fast, eventually they might just have their way with him. Though he is still running. No TP available on Seiyu, so it's going to be a very slow run back towards the fountain. He's going, John, but the Foreman's after him. Never mind, Seiyu's fine. They'll jump back in with the chains, make sure he does remain protected, and it does turn out that Coddle is fast enough to just outrun them.
That he is barely fast enough to bail out. Yes, I'm not going to find that freebie they'd want. But again, they're buying space for Tomato. He just heads back pod, keeps this farm up in the Terrorblade. He needs a lot more to be active. But he is reaching that point where you'll have the full Manta up and start to consider probably Scotty, maybe a Butterfly this game, but not too much threat for an early MKB. That Sleight of Fist is just so funny.
It's so funny to watch, honestly.
It's so sad.
Do it again.
Again, it's weird because it helps you somewhat with Searing Chains, but good God, like, Ember does not look like a Spirit Brother. He's just slow.
Just press Sleight of Fist and AFK. Just have a coffee. You'll be right. These kind of changes I don't like. Like, if I'm not an Ember player, so I don't really care that much, John, but if I was an Ember player, I'd be so mad with this change. Because
we've seen Squadix miss chains because of that. Right? Like, he goes on to White One, he chains up the creeps because he expects his attack to already be on the Chen. But it's not. The tempo is so weird.
I remember that when they changed Earth Spirit's Boulder Smash, so it goes slower, like the projectile speed of the rock, and I was so mad. It just ruined everything. VP, they're looking to jump in. Kasane literally not flinching to the sleight of fist, but now may need to force a fight as the lasso is there, but no, never mind. Whitemon, he's around, and the lasso was stolen by Ari. It won't really make the big difference, but it won't matter either, because FNG is still just trying to get out of there, because Kasane was not done. They won't find a kill on either side. Onslaught is out. Tomato going to be targeted here by Notice. They do have the Pulverize available, but he never commits it. In fact, the Sunder comes out. Notice is now the one in danger. He's going to drop. Not a good fight for VP. They are still trying. Even Ari won't go down to the Ember. Like this, the damage isn't there.
It's not quite enough. The one thing now for VP is that they're forcing so much attention that Kirtich does have reasonable space down bot. As the battle fears, so is farming up, but Roshan is being taken now by TSM and VP. We've got to find a response here. No Primal Beast for 9 seconds. Don't want to buy back so close, but Roche falls so fast.
Oh, they're getting there. They're almost there in time. They'll scout him out. They'll break their smoke. Roshan's still dropping FNG. He's going to try and run in, but the Aegis is picked up by Tomato as this is the sleight of fist in slow motion. A big onslaught from Notice, but he's in the middle of everyone. Everyone just ignoring him completely as they are trying to chase down Kasane, but there's just so many ways of keeping him alive. He's just not dying. Waimon wasn't even around to save him that time. Kasane's just too tanky with the pipe.
Just too durable. And, you know, the old ore build on the Brood still works fine. You still do a ton of damage out for the Insatiable. You've got a great way to just sustain your team. That was a really sick Dragon Tail coming out as well from Brawl, right as FNG came up. So instantly stunned as he tried to approach Roach, and just gets melted away. And the one big positive for VP is this is space for your win condition on Kirtich. And the Troll is trying to build into BKB, but quite frankly, I don't know if the Troll's worth the investment here, Mike. It's just such a weird hero. It's so dead.
Yeah, I was surprised they didn't change this to a universal hero, I'll be frank, John. Tomato. Oh, Lasso's going to be there. This will be a big one if they can get it. Keep in mind, Tomato does have Aegis. So they've got the Aegis down. Ari's unable to reach to get any kind of telekinesis off. So it seems like Tomato just going to lose the Aegis. I don't know how much he cares, to be quite frank with you, John, because I don't think he's at a point yet where he really wants to man up 5v5 with his team. I think he's more than happy to farm for next Roshan. It's top lane. Say you. Just gonna get dived here by the army of Kasane and Whitemon, and the sleight of fist, it kills me every time. Look how long it's taking.
Look how...
Overrise, they've got Whitemon at least, but Kasane's gonna move back now in with Brawl as they found the Primal Beast. Noticed, gonna TP out, should be okay to do so, and he will make it.
Man, it's so weird. I don't know. It's a weird change for Ember. It's so weird. Like, out of all things, the sleight of fist attack.
Okay, but we've only got so much time here, you know? I'm sitting there looking at my watch, just waiting for the sleight of fist to end.
They find a nice freebie, but the tier 2, under full pressure with Tomato Run, has the Manta for protection now as well.
Oh, here we go, jump in. Onslaught going to connect on one. They've actually found Tomato with that, but he's got the Sunder, and we'll find Kirtich with it. Kirtich forced to back his way out immediately. It's TSM, they are more than happy to try and force this fight. Ryle, though, taking a fair bit of damage on his way out, but is going to be okay. Escape for now. The FNG jumped in again. We'll go down immediately, though. Getting caught on the Batrider. Ryle, in the meantime, trying to find another stun, but he will run out of Dragon Form. They won't be able to range get there, really, with TSM. They're trying to go for the high ground. They'll try for a T3 tower. Virtus Pro, they do have the Caudal Ember, so it's kind of... It's a nice high ground defense they have with all this this damage from the Illuminate and the Sleight of Fist. With the Chakra Magic, it will force TSM back. Without the Dragon Form, they just can't get it done.
Yeah. It's a little bit awkward for VP to even play their single target control. We haven't seen Notice use Pulverize at all. He knows Ari's just looking to steal it. And, you know, we've seen Rubik stealing Pulverize. That's perfect balance in the game. Just that extra reach. Such a tiny person flinging something as big as a Primal Beast is always a joy to see.
Just look at Kasane now. He's just doing their heads in right now. They'll chain him up finally. FNG's got lasso. They should have him. He pops the pipe though. Where's the damage? Now with the Solar Bind they'll have it. Kasane will finally go down. But he's been up there for 20 minutes, John. He did not die once up until this stage. He's just been terrorizing them for this 20 minutes straight on this Broodmother.
And he's done his job. The tier 2 already gone. Constant pressure onto the tier 3. Just naturally come in.
Whitemon's just going to try and solo the offlane of the enemy team. He's not going to have the damage, to say the least. Notice will jump in for the creeps. Thank you very much. Whitemon will sacrifice his army for nothing.
He sends a message. You know, he doesn't need the army. And that's the Whitemon we know, Mike. That's what he does.
What kind of war tactic is that? Send my troops in, let them die. Send a message.
Send a message. I don't need these troops. There are always more troops, according to Whitemon. It's a sacrifice he's willing to make, Mike.
That's fair. There is indeed always more troops when it comes to Dota 2, that's for sure. Tormentor, gonna be started by TSM. The Whitemon and then Tomato will take care of that one for their team. Meanwhile, mid lane looks like Notice was being paced a little bit, but he's gonna be okay. So Whitemon now gets a free shards up, so you've got the whole, you can take Ancients with the Holy Persuasion now. And of course you can heal people up by sacrificing those,
Not yet. I mean, he'll need the Ags for that.
Oh,
Mike,
the Ags, right.
That's the
It's been a
fun
long
one.
time since I've played
That we'll
Kingdom.
never see.
Yeah.
I mean, it was, like last year TI regional qualifiers. Astra Ares, a certain player named Ponlo, built the Yags, sold the Yags, got a Desolator, ended the game.
Yeah.
Wouldn't want that kind of gameplay for TSM, of course, but I suppose Whitemon's the kind of player who could get that done.
Don't buy Chen Deso, ladies and gentlemen. You know? Look what happened to Ponlo. He's back in SCA
They won
now
that
for a
game, at
reason.
least.
He's back in SCA, John.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Shout out to Ponlo. We miss you, buddy.
What a funny kid. I call him kid, but he's not that young. Just looks at Mike.
He's like
Yeah,
35
he
or
never
something.
corrects anyone. He never corrects anyone, though. Loves acting up the kid. They're acting up in those tier 2s now. TSM clearing that out. Only the bot lane left here for VP to play with. Mind you, again, VP has done a great job of stalling. Full BKB up in Kiritic. Going for the Basher next. No clear answer from TSM. No Halberd build-up. So it's going to be a bit hard to manage that, bro.
This is not a good smoke. I don't think VP can force a fight. They're thinking about it. Or maybe now they can. Tomato has left the building. Tomato shows top lane, so now they know they can try to fight. They got a lasso off onto Kasane. A lot of control so far onto the Broodmother and Kasane. He's gonna go down. Like they'll even find another. Ari getting caught on the Rubik. Will be the second to drop. Bit of a... I don't want to say error by Tomato, John, but just showing on the creep wave top lane like that, he kind of just sacrificed his team.
Maybe they expected to retreat a little bit faster on TSM. They do get caught off. The smoke does pay off. Or the side of VP. And now they can start to apply some pressure onto mid. Notice, really durable. Has the whole heart up on that final piece with the blade mail. Not an easy target to kind of pin down any longer. And again, with how much space Kiritic has gotten, I'm just surprised there's nothing like a simple halberd coming out. Maybe Kasane could try to fit it in. He's trying to work onto the Hex. With the BKB up on Kiritic, he's not going to care about that too much.
Bottom. The Dragon Knight, Ryle, has the BKB available, does pop it in time. The Onslaught will be cancelled by the Dragon Tail as now Ari moves in. Will take the Onslaught for himself on the Rubik, and that's actually one of the better abilities he can take. Like that Rubik Onslaught, it is really, really terrifying to have to play against. Especially when you've got a good Rubik player like Ari. That could be game-changing in the next fight. But VP, they're going to start on the tier 2 bottom tower. They want to get going right here, right now.
VP's managed this game really well. Kiritic is number 2 in net worth after being bottom for most of the game. Going for the MKB. And have a way of not caring about the Silken Bola, not caring about the potential butterfly pickup from Tomato. And they're taking forward control. Great forward wards down bot to spot out any forward farming here inside of TSM. TSM focusing all their wards across the river, where VP isn't really playing anymore. They've lost control of that area since losing those tier 2, so they're not even bothering. I think for TSM, and they did go with a slower build-up, you know, Brawl going for the Midas into the Blink BKB, wanting to scale up more in that DK. We just need a halberd somewhere. You know, once you get the halberd for the troll, that's where That's where the hero really falls flat on its face, but with no solution in sight. I mean, Heritage is just free to do what he wants.
I just question whether the troll's going to pay off. That's kind of my thing. Like, yeah, he's got the freest farm of his life right now. But is Troll Warlord good enough to actually carry him against the TB? You know, I realize it's not just about the 1v1 matchup, but it's still Terrorblade, you know?
I think the issue for TSM is you haven't gotten anything to make this game harder for Heritage.
Right.
Like, no disarms, no hard control, BKB ready. The Troll doesn't care too much now.
Here we go, top lane. Lasso already out on Brawl, but he got the BKB off in time. Notice, still going to pick him up, but no. It is taken down by Ari. He's got the Pulverize available. They're still moving forward, VP, but Tomato is going to show his face on the Terrorblade. With that Metamorphosis, it's going to be a lot of damage. It's VP, they are trying to retreat, but never mind. They want to go back in. They've got the Onslaught up again. Ari, still alive somehow, but eventually will die as it's complete chaos at the top lane. Ari is brought back, but Brawl is gone. They've lost the Dragon Knight. TSM still trying to escape this situation, but VP are not letting up. They'll just keep going for more. Wymont's gone. Even more they want. Tomato's trying to get out of this one, but Notice has got the Pulverize once again, picking him up. Tomato still running, gets the Sunder off, but where's the damage? Where's the follow-up? It's not there. Tomato's down. They've even got another. Ari, he'll get the Pulverize on Notice, but it's not gonna matter because he's chained up and he's down. That's gonna be a dieback for Ari. VP, what a fight coming up from the Dire Boys. They made it look easy.
It's just down to the fact that TSM, the way they start these fights is not really straightforward. Like right now, they're just running up, trying to hope that the control isn't enough for one. They lack damage right now on TSM. Your output coming out on Tomato isn't quite high enough. No self-steroid, nothing like the butterfly for bigger hits. So he's really just trying to find some space for himself, and he is going into the Satanic, sustain through these slower fights to try to eat through that blade nail that Noticed has, but isn't quite there. Whereas for VP, once they jump in with a lasso, even if it doesn't land for too long or catches a tanky hero, that's more than enough space to cause havoc in these fights. Kiritich just comes in, BKBs, uses the ult. Nothing to kite him around this game once the BKB is active. Like, there's just no clear solution to that troll. No clear solution for any of these single target controls. Like, FNG is just free to come in, blink lasso, and there's no real saves on TSM. Just nothing to stop that. So VP are able to be in the driver's seat. They take control of the game with the Aegis up. She's up and running in Squadix. And for TSM, they're playing on the back foot. Now your Chen, Whitemon, he had a fantastic start, but Chen, it doesn't scale linearly. You start to drop off in your utility here for the Chen.
Yeah.
Whereas for VP, it's a Bat Rider, it's a Kotl. You have straightforward combinations here. You've always got a good stun coming out from FNG. And Kiritich is just ready to take control. Like, we talked about this in the draft as well, but what's there to keep down Squadix? On top of trying to kite around the troll, how do you pin down the Ember? You just don't have enough.
Mid lane, Tomato, Squadix gonna find each other. They're gonna find the Arcane Rune here for the Ember. Top lane, T3 tower now under siege. VP looking to really press the advantage, and a Troll Warlord, one thing he's really good at is pushing these towers. It's a lot of damage that ramps up very quickly with the Fever. Or the Fever. I don't know how you pronounce that word, Jonathan, but it's, you know, you get my point, the attack speed. Fervor, is that it?
Yes.
Lasso is out there. Oh, they've got Tomato. They've got the TB. Ooh. Tomato, he'll barely escape. Did he just mantra off the Pulverize? Is that what happened?
I think he got Force Staffed. Force Staff came and disrupted.
VP? They're not backing off. They want to keep going. They're still basically full HP. They've made the jump in on the Ember, but Squadix is just fine. TSM just trying desperately to hold on to this high ground. See, they've already lost the T3 tower. And it seems like that's going to be enough for VP. They won't see the opening. They'll leave him be for now. Maybe try to find a pick-off. And TSM, they are showing in the mid lane at the moment. It's got to be the opportunities. They do scan out successfully. So they know TSM is around this area in the mid lane. Oh, top lane Tomato. He's by himself. Oh, say you, he's baiting perfectly. Tomato, you've got to run. VP, they'll go for the chase. Noticed, he gets a trample off. Tomato has no health. They're trying to get there in time. Where's the pulverize? It never came out. There it is. They've got the Dragon Knight now, but this might be a bad team fight for VP if they're not too careful, because they've already taken so much damage. Kiritich taking way too much here. Flamon just controlling him up, though he's somehow still alive. And eventually, once the battle trance wears off, he will lose his first life. So they will jump Brile. They'll try for the Dragon Knight. They've got him down, but he's got buyback available if he wants to. Zwymon will drop. There's the buyback from Brile, but it's pretty late. They've already lost both supports. They are still trying to fight with Tomato. Squadix is the target, but he'll get the cheese off in time. Tomato still trying his absolute best to man up here against F&G, but it's not enough. He is down. Brile's brought back and died back, and that's GG. The game is over. VP, I'll tell you, John, laning stage-wise, they look pretty rough, but past that 20-minute mark, they made the draft work. Fantastic work from Virtus Pro.
TSM just maybe resting on their laurels a little bit too much there. You know, that movement out from Tomato in the bot area when they pulled back after that smoke from VP, that's where it kind of started tumbling down. But even then, before that, like the fact that they managed to give space out for Kiritich, the fact that they didn't pressure that Troll Warlord once he left the top lane was really the key issue. Like, you have to keep that troll down. And when it came down to the draft, sure, you were having a great start, but there were always issues in trying to control out the Ember. Squadix is just way too mobile, and if you're trying to control the Ember, you've got nothing left to kite around the troll. No, it just doesn't line up for the tempo that you were looking for from TSM. Despite the really early starts onto those tier 2s, they just let go of that tempo.
Yeah, that they certainly did, and I thought TSM with their own draft will just be able to go into the late game, just be better than VP with their own draft, but I was completely wrong here, John. VP, they get to this 30-minute mark and they just seem so potent suddenly. I mean, it does really go off the back of the Primal Beast, I think, because like you kind of pointed out the Heart Blade Mail build-up on this Primal, and it just felt like there was so much attention being placed onto trying to deal with this Primal Beast throughout the team fights. Just the amount of times that Notice would casually walk out and just reset with the Heart. Just in that scenario there, for example, Zari just unable to finish the job off. I feel like I want to just give mad props to the Primal, John, because there's a lot of work being done here from Noticed, and just TSM could not deal with it.
Yeah, and like he identified the right build. He knew that something like the Blade Mail Heart would just instantly stop Kasane from jumping him and trying to sustain True the insatiable hunger. And from that point onward, you know, the Broodmother just stops being an issue. It can't really jump to the back line when the Primal Beast is just waiting there on standby. And again, with all these high mobility heroes, with the Primal Beast, Ember, and the Troll, like, there was just not enough to kite here. Kasane fell off a cliff in terms of his build-up. At the end of the game, bottom net worth on the Brood. Never managed to finish up that Hex, never managed to get that additional control, only had the Aura play. And that's simply not enough. With the output coming out from VP, again, very good discipline from VP. Great space coming out here for Kiritich. And just all the tools lining up. They make the Troll work. Mainly because TSM had no counters in the end. Like, just without that Hex, or even in Halberd. Like, when it came down to it, you had Brile go for a Midas, then blink BKB into a Manta for your DK, not something like the Halberd. So it just meant, again, a very free time for you to run in and battle trance as a Troll here.
It certainly did. Props to VP. You know, I didn't believe in their draft whatsoever, especially that last big Troll, but they made it look really damn good, so props to them. Of course, with that, John, that is game 1. That's it. It's done. Game 2 coming up very, very soon after a short break, of course, and we'll see if the side of TSM can try to maybe draw this one out. Obviously, they aren't really playing for much in the sense of being able to directly qualify, I don't think, to the playoffs, but still, you know, important to get some wins, get some practice on the board, and, you know, deciders later on. So we'll see how it all pans out. We're going to head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2 between VP and, of course, TSM. We'll see you then.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our second game of this best of 2 series between VP and, of course, TSM. And it's MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, how the hell are you feeling, sir?
Doing great. That game one was a little bit of a roller coaster ride there for TSM, having a really strong start, just failing to really stop the timings of VP coming true, facing issues with the drafts and trying to control out Squadix and trying to stop Kiritich from farming up, and eventually the Troll does win a game. You give it enough space, you ensure that it's not kited around, no hard control coming out, not enough hard control coming out there from TSM, and Kiritich is just free to actually use Battle Trance and not die. What an amazing hero when he's not kited.
As much as I want to say that the Troll Warlord pick worked out, I feel like I feel like Kiritich didn't really do much that game, honestly. He just kind of, oh, come on now, Jonathan, he showed up at the last second, he hit a few people, but I still think a lot of the work was from Noticed on the Primal Beast, just creating so much havoc. And when you've got that much chaos going on and your Ember can do his Matrix Sleight of Fist twice in a row because you've got Chakra Magic, the damage adds up, Jonathan. It adds up.
Yeah, it does.
I can't give favor to the Troll yet, Jonathan. You know how I am. I'm very stubborn. I've got to see him carrying a game 1v9 before the Troll's good enough for me.
I see. Fair enough. I suppose that's one metric to measure your own success by, Mike. And I don't know if that's a fair metric, but it's a metric nonetheless.
It's a metric.
I think still, the fact that, I don't know, okay, maybe you could argue any other core hero would have probably done the job in that kind of game. I think the issue for TSM still stands in control. Just not being able to stop Notice, not being able to stop Squadix. It's pretty big, which means Kiritich can just play a trash hero and be on top. That's very concerning for TSM after a strong start. So we'll have to see if they can shape things up, because I'm not sure if VP will just pick the Troll once more. Again, Kiritich probably didn't need to do too much at all. He was the main building hitter. Beyond that, he maybe copped a few spells and just stood forward, acted as another piece of bait with his Battle Trance and BKB, and no solutions came out. Still, we're into the Game 2 draft on hand here for VP up against TSM. See if anything changes in the bans. VP could be considering that Broodmother ban from Kasane. It'd slow down the game quite a fair bit, considering that slower start up top there.
They may just do it. I mean, the thing is, Kasane does play so many micro heroes, right? Like you see the Lycan, the Beastmasters come out for the man, so... Well, you are correct, though. They do respect ban out the Broodmother. They don't want to have to deal with that again, and I can't quite blame them. VP, they might have been able to finish that game way earlier if the safe lane didn't go so badly for themselves against that Brood Ruby. I guess that was the impressive part about VP that game as well, because both side lanes were really bad. Like the off lane of VP did not work out the way they intended either, as they do go for the Timbersaw pickup here for VP. So see, Timber's still proving to be a very, very strong pickup for any team. TSM on the other hand, they're going to go IO into Leshrac. Surprise, surprise. The NA special opening duo of the IO Leshes here.
Yep. It's coming out. That's the combination you want to dip into. Should lead to some good pacing coming up from TSM. Fairly straightforward for Brawl to run that mid. I'm wondering if they were expecting the Timbersaw to go mid here for Squadix. It is something that can pop out. We've seen a lot of Timbersaw mids, and I do believe for Squadix that's mainly him playing that hero on the mid. We shall see. TA immediate response out from VP, so looking for their own tempo. They've got a good hero to melt through the IO in the back line. Once you can find that target, just a couple of meld strikes coming in, and the IO can't really do too much. So maybe a little bit awkward in that you have some consistent burn damage to take care of the refraction, but again, if the TA is just looking to pick off these squishier supports, you're still going to have a great time here. I'm wondering how hard the flex goes for VP. Because there's maybe a little bit of an argument for TA mid and the Timbersaw offlane. So Squadix can just take TA instead. Notice can go on the tanky Timbersaw. I don't think that lane goes any better for the TA, but it could be one route to go if you really dislike the Timbersaw versus Lush lane.
It certainly could be. I'll wait out some more bans before we can see some more picks. Both sides are going relatively quickly, which is very, very good to see. I do wonder how much VP are concerned about this IO Leshrac. Like it does feel like every time you see this combo, when it is in meta, it is very, very potent. They'll get rid of the Bloodseeker as well. VP Just focusing on all the position 1 pickups here that TSM could think about for Tomato as they do ban out the Ember as well. TSM right into the Batrider. So not allowing FNG that hero a second game. Hand that over to Ari this time around, and this is another kind of specialty of Ari. You know, when I think of Ari, I think of heroes like Rubik and Batrider.
Yeah, that's mainly what we've seen him have a lot of success with in their time at DPC. So, keen to see that coming out. Your support hero of Io Bat, though.
Yeah.
It's lacking control for sure. Like, you can maybe flex this for Kasane, but for the most part, it has been Ari. Although, to be fair, if you are expecting TA safe into Batrider lane, it can feel pretty good for Kasane. And you could more than likely lane with Ari on the IO. So you could run a Batrider IO lane, quite fine, get lots of value from your IO early on, especially with the overcharge and tether, with the magic damage coming out from your Bat. Wouldn't mind that. I think that sounds like a better way to run this rather than a Batrider IO support duo. It just sounds like it lacks as much control as they lacked in the last game with the Chen. Like, there just wasn't enough coming out to dictate these fights. VP back taking the Rubik away, so a little bit of a hero swap here. Don't mind that too much. We've seen FNG style on the Rubik before. So, lots of good spells to steal here from the Lush, from the Batrider. Can feel pretty damn good. And it just feels a lot more straightforward for VP to play this draft right now. Sure, you have Io Leshrac on TSM. It's really just the lanes I'm worried about. With Io and Batriders, your support, or potentially your support duo, it's just not comfy.
It certainly isn't. And the Rubik pick for FNG, like, against the Batrider, it's always going to feel really nice. You're just waiting for that lasso every time, and it's not too hard to steal a spell like lasso. It's pretty projected, to say the least. VP. 1 minute reserve time left. Could just go for a position 5 pickup. Or a position 4, depending on where they want their Rubik. I'll have a bit of a think about it. These games, again, the importance of these games is questionable at this point because chances are both these teams are probably going to have to just go through the deciders. But again, yeah. I think getting the day off to a good start, like just finding a 2-way victory here, for example, for VP, it just gives you that momentum, I'd argue, as now Void comes out from Virtus Pro. So I tell you, this is one of the teams that it feels like they're running some very experimental stuff in the safe lane.
I don't think the Void is too experimental. It looks like that hero has always kind of popped in and out, right?
I'm not saying it's... I mean, I guess it's not. I'm saying it's entertaining, John. It's a nice pick to watch.
There you go. Okay. Not quite the same as experimental might. You know, something experimental on safe lane would be like an AA super carry.
Yes.
That would be a very great experiment. Dark Willow safe lane, Snapfire safe lane, those are all very experimental. Faceless Void, more run-of-the-mill, but entertaining. I would agree upon that word, Mike. Very entertaining hero. And that does mean that you're more than likely running a Void safe lane, which leaves, well, TA mid for sure. You are going to run the TA into the Leshrac lane, the Turmosaw down bot against whatever Tomato wants to bring out. You don't have the best control for the Faceless Void here either. Mind you, this is almost the same kind of game for Kritic where you're looking to farm up. More than likely aiming for your Maelstrom timing here for the Faceless Void. Just kind of farming up in the jungle. I'm wondering how TSM does manage that. They go with Lycan, which was left for Kasane, so he does get his other Zoo hero coming out. And that is a very solid lane coming out. Just
that's a scary boy, John.
I mean, Lycan IO is so much regen. You can't stop that. Once he has Feral Impulse up, like level 2 with Tether up, you don't stop Lycan. Gets the Howl off, runs you down, has bonus damage, bonus attack speed. It gets pretty scary to lane in. Granted, killing off a Faceless Void is hard, but you could probably pick off this Rubik if he's not careful with positioning here.
No, I love Kasane and Lycan as well. You know, it's one of those heroes that I appreciate his Broodmother, but Lycan, it just tickles me in a different spot, Jonathan. You know, I love myself a good Lycan player, and well, this gets me a little bit excited to watch. Though I do wonder exactly how he does perform. You know, the one thing I like about Lycan a lot, and I hope we get to see it, is the classic wolf bite. You know, I'd love the game to get to a stage where we have the wolf bite up. I hope TSM's playing for it. You know, just pick a position 1 that wants that wolf bite.
Yeah. I mean, I love me a good Morb, Mike. You know me, I'm a Morb enthusiast. I would love
What if
some
we-
morbing here.
If they chose Morphling, that would be like the ultimate morb, right?
Yeah, but the Morphling's dead in the water, Mike. No, I don't know
I
why you're
understand.
suggesting that.
Well,
Literally dead in the water he was made of.
a very good pun, Jonathan. You know what I'm saying, though? I mean, it's all about Morbius, Jonathan.
That's
Right?
true.
Yeah,
But
sure
wouldn't-
he's dead, but if he morbs...
But wouldn't Night Stalker be the ultimate morber as a Morbius character himself?
Theoretically, but then it feels like Twilight after that. We always go over this. It feels like Twilight. Is it really Morbius if it's, wolves versus vampires?
All roads lead back to Morbius, Mike. Including
That's
Twilight.
fair. That's fair.
The Lich coming out for VP, nothing too exciting. But that does make for a very stable lane now for Kiritich. Like, it's a Lich faces Void, Frost Armor, Leap Forward, Frost Blast is pretty fun to play with. You can force the clump up from TSM. Like, having Chain Frost up against an IO is always nice, because you see that tether target, you're like, alright, it's gonna bounce. There's no way you miss a bounce there. So you're always gonna get some value out from your Lich in team fights. And you just have a really stable lineup from VP. Very good tempo coming out from a TA with potentially early push depending on the build here for Squadix. You've got the front line once more for Notice on the Timbersaw. For TSM, it's a shift out, right? And again, they open with IO Lesh, they've got the Batrider to support. What Timato here is really left for them though, like, they're losing out on all the big cores. It's almost like they're being baited into picking the Terrorblade once more, as that was left in the pool. Laning into the Timbersaw is not the worst, also not the best. But you can kind of manage. Timato's played that matchup multiple times before. It just doesn't feel comfy. As a Terrorblade interfaces Void, like the matchup, as it scales towards late game, it doesn't lean towards the Terrorblade's way.
20 seconds left. I guess I'm still having to think about it. The position 1 is what's lacking right now. Something to deal with the Void TA. 5 seconds. TSM are really going all the way with this one. Oh, here we go. They're going down the Luna route.
Okay.
This, I don't know how I feel about this. I realize it's IO Luna. And I think, if I remember correctly, there was a series that did have this IO Luna that I believe went well for whatever team it was. I really can't remember exactly which series, because again, we had like 24 series yesterday. I still don't believe in this hero, John. I'm going to say it right here and now. I don't believe in the Luna.
Well, I guess that sends a signal to chat. TSM is going to be winning this one, guys. Mike doesn't believe in the Luna. He didn't believe in the Troll. And TSM's going to turn it around. Look, the Luna is a really good tempo core for the side of TSM with this kind of draft, right? With the Lycan, you have a lot of push coming out. You've got a reasonable argument for the Ags build up here on Luna, considering you have overcharge for Spell Amp, so you can just try to burn them down. And your tempo on the Luna here is much faster than Faces Void. So you are going to be online a lot quicker. You're going to be grouping up with your team, looking for these team fights a lot faster. Whereas for Virtus Pro, arguably it's a pretty greedy draft. You're running a TA mid for Squadix up against a Lesh. You know, that matchup is not any easier in comparison to having to run the Timbersaw mid against Lesh. It's just not straightforward for either one of those options for VP. And TA, I don't expect it to have the best of times up against Bryle, unless Bryle somehow cops like double meld very early on and just cops way too much right-click harass. You should expect the Lesh to have that impact. And I think for TSM, what we have to see is sustained aggression. Now, last time around, they had really good early aggression. Then they sat back. They gave openings to VP. They cannot afford to do that here. They have to crush this early, probably take some tier 2s by 15 minutes, and choke out one part of the map so that VP don't get to play the stall game. Because now they have to stall for Kiritich and for Squadix. And those two heroes just... The TA may be less so in terms of needing farm, but it does still need an injection to really feel impactful here.
Something about you in describing buffs, like you always say steroid and injection. Something you want to tell us, Jonathan? Something you want to... My goodness.
You know, it's just... Yeah, you play a lot of old games, you know, and stuff like StarCraft. Yeah, the stim packs for your Marines, stuff like that, you know.
I was going to say, you've been looking a little bit more buff recently, John? My goodness.
Well, you know, I do play a certain game, Mike, on my Nintendo Switch. It's been fun.
What's that, Jonathan? I don't know what you're talking about.
Adventure. Ring Fit Adventure, Mike.
God.
It's a fun game.
How embarrassing.
Hey, I'm moving around, Mike. You know, I'm old. I need to move my body around. It's more fun than just doing body weights. You know, it's entertaining.
Is it on Steam, Jonathan?
No, it's on. I just said it's on the Switch. It
then
says Nintendo Ring
why are we
Fit
talking about
Adventure.
it? Why are we talking about it, John? If I can't buy it during the summer sale, I don't want it. Simple as
Summer
that.
sale's over, old man. It's done.
Is it though, Jonathan? Is it?
It is. Verifiably so. Ask Valve themselves. Is the summer sale still going? No, sir. It ended on July 13. What's wrong with you?
It's
Do you
always a summer
actually
sale
use
on Steam,
Steam?
John. It's always a summer sale on Steam, right? TI's in a couple months, Jonathan. You shut your damn mouth, right? Everyone go on Steam, buy a game right now. You're welcome, Gaben. I'll expect
It's a
my
Halloween sale.
Well, there you go, Jonathan. Another sale. This is why I hang out on Steam a lot, Jonathan. I'd never go to the... Can you even call them competitors? What is that company?
I don't think there are any competitors, to be fair with you, Mike.
there
There's a
isn't.
lot of things people hate.
Yeah, copycats. FNG, bottom lane, popping a fair bit of harassment here from Ari and Kasane. You're just fine. It's going to be an interesting bot lane. Like, we talked about it last game around, but this Void Lich does seem like it's going to be quite potent. The amount of damage you can kind of pump out here against Kasane. Mind you, obviously, Kasane, once he has a couple points in the Feral Impulse, he should be just fine to sustain himself. What are you thinking about this bot lane?
It should be fairly stable. Like, I don't see a major kill threat coming out unless someone severely missteps up against Ari. You shouldn't be zoned out here as well on Kasane. Once he has some value points in the Feral Impulse. Should be self-sustaining. Maybe a little bit more challenging for Kyrtych and having to watch around for the Batrider, but you've always got Time Walk. So this boils down to farm. Kasane's timings are going to be a lot better in an equal farming game, though. Dominator timing into Overlord. Lycan starts to really get into gear at that point. So overall, this will favor TSM if it does just stay slow and steady. Your Lycan will just have its power spikes earlier by nature of the hero.
Absolutely. We'll see how it does pan out. Of course, mid lane, you're going to see Brawl against Squad X here in the TA versus Leshrac matchup. Now, it seems to be favoring Brawl just a bit, and of course, once you do have some points in the Diabolic Edict and Pulse Nova, you do have a much easier time against the TA. But now the Brawl having a pretty damn good time anyway. It doesn't really seem to be threatened whatsoever by this Templar Assassin.
Yeah. As long as you're not popping too many side blades, it's pretty manageable for the Lesh. You've got good burn damage. And TA early refraction levels fairly easy to deal with, so you can kind of rely on the creeps being pulled back, getting a few hits off, feeling free. Would want some movement out by the 6-minute mark, just to ensure no power runes come out for Brawl. More pertinent for Brawl to find something good like a haste or a regen to start really kicking things into gear. And that's where we've got to see VP kind of move around at that point. Still taking a look up top, Tomato and Whitemon on that good old Io Luna that you don't see too often. Already having a pretty stable time coming out here for Tomato, but not too bad as well for Notice. And this is a very good sustain lane for Notice. Luna as a range core doesn't have the best range. Fairly easy for Notice to walk up and whirling death away. So not going to be under too much pressure. He hits that early timing with, say, a Soul Ring, maybe a little bit more stat resist on hand, a little bit more HP. He's not going to be under too much threat. As long as Tomato farms stably, though, depending on his build, he can go for a lot of aggression with Lucent Beam or just farm with the Glaives. Right now, it is a 1-0-1. Looking for some laning pressure at the very least.
Yeah, I think he will just go down the farm round on the Luna anyway. Like, you've got Io Luna. You just want to... You want to get past this laning stage and just go hit creeps in the jungle. That's all he wants to do. You know, no need to go down the fighting build, I don't think, but we'll see what he does exactly. Still, 0-0, no first blood being drawn quite yet. The lanes seem to be slightly favoring TSM, but they do look fairly even anyway. It's only by a couple CS. Nothing to write home about. It's a bit of a slower start here for either side. Something tells me we may not see a kill anytime soon either. All the lanes do look rather passive. Generally, as I say that, we usually see a kill coming out, but not this time, sadly. Nobody's going for a fight.
No. I think the big issue right now is for VP, in that Kyrtych, it's a Faceless Void. You're never going to outfarm the Luna early on. You're going to need items to help you catch up. The Kyrtych solution is the Mask of Madness into the Maelstrom, which means, again, it's going to be a little bit slower for him.
Here we go. There's the Caster's Curse I was looking for. Kasane's in trouble. Oh, never mind. Kasane's fine. Kyrtych does back his way out as Ari does reveal himself, so I've cursed myself this time. Very unfortunate. Top lane, Notice, dropping a little bit low, but does have the level 2 reactive armor, so he's going to be just fine to reset.
I'm really enjoying the Michael Phoenix curse across every single thing we point out. Haven't had you curse yourself before. That's a first. Always nice to see.
Oh, trust me, Jonathan, I'm cursed. You know I'm cursed.
Oh, well, I know that. Clearly, I've been with you for 7 years now, Mike. It's
I apologize.
It's an infallible fact. You are cursed. And it is what it is, Mike. 5 minutes in, no first blood, no action, just farming up, which you would expect with these lanes, to be fair. And I would expect action by the 6-minute mark just for runes. You do not want Brawl getting a regen or haste, but beyond that, it's a farm fiesta. So just get what you need and get that building up. Any stacks? A few stacks being made here by Sayu, which is great. Into the triangle, just a couple of double stacks so far. That's going to feel great for Squadix if they go uncontested. No little scouting moves from TSM, as the IU can't really abandon the Luna in lane either, so you do have that steady build-up for VP. Considering a more passive 5 here, you're not going to be able to intercept any of those stacks.
It would be very nice though, like if you did scout them out for TSM, like you do have a Luna IO, so you could certainly look to try and steal those. Mind you, you may not have the best, say, kind of fight early on if VP realize that is happening, but no, even with your Leshrac, like if Brawl gets to a point where he rotates into that Radiant Triangle and sees all these stacks, you might just be able to swipe all them away from VP, which would be very detrimental for their end of things. Bottom lane, Kasane. Oh, he was being jumped again by Kiritich, but it seems like they're just going to leave him alone again. Now, Kiritich was getting rather lucky with some time locks, but doesn't seem to want to bother. In fact, never mind. He'll go now. Kasane, slowed up, trying to walk his way out, is tankier with the Helm of the Iron Will, but it's not going to be enough. Kiritich gets first blood on the Void. And yeah, that's one of the best starts you could have asked for Kiritich, because he didn't have the best laning stage in terms of farm. That bonus gold's going to feel very nice for him.
It helps him catch up a bit. Still bottom netward core, but should start ramping up. Starts to hit a lot harder now. Good amount of agi and some attack speed to help him play aggressively with a slow if you do have. Put a frost shield up.
Tomato.
Starting to clear some stacks out.
Tomato's going to be pretty careful here. Jive is there from Notice, just going underneath the top tier 1 tower. I think he might just be dead. Another chains are available for Notice, but he's got some help on the way. Tomato just kind of baiting him forward as now Notice needs a way up, and Hell misses the chains. He misses the chains. It was just a little bit too short in length, which is what she said. But you get my point, John.
I was waiting for that. I want to see how low of a hanging fruit you take.
I was setting you up, Jonathan, but you didn't take it.
No, I wanted to see what you do. I wanted to see what you do, because, you know, it's like, is he going to take it?
You know I can't help myself, John.
Yeah, and they can't help themselves in TSM either, finding a freebie for themselves. So, 2 kills in 7.5 minutes. The peak perfection of Dota right now, Mike. It's like we're watching a National Geographic documentary. It's an animal documentary right now. In the fields, watching the lichen in its natural habitat, farming up.
We're here with Jonathan Attenborough. Jonathan?
Now we're here in the wilds of the bottom lane. Look at the lichen, look at its form. The beast in its natural position, hunting down its prey. Needing this build up for its cubs, but at some point these cubs grow up, Mike. They start to bite hard.
You have to work on the accent a little bit, John, but you're getting there.
I cannot do accents, you know I can't. It just sounds very wrong.
Oh, I like your American accent. Pretty good. You never turn it off, son. Bottom lane, in trouble. Kasane is probably just dead. A lot of damage being done to Kiritich. And you know what? Every time I say something about this bottom lane, it goes the opposite way. He's not just dead. He's fine.
Bless your heart, Mike. You've saved them. You've saved both of them. You have managed to influence. You should stop doing this, Mike. You're influencing the results of the game. You're destroying the integrity of the sport by having these players back off. Stop it.
Oh, what have I done? On top lane, you're going to see Brawl show himself here. Of course, the TA's taken all those stacks we talked about earlier. Squadix will just take care of it. Doesn't leave the option for TSM to move in to try and take those away. The cores of TSM are having a very good time. Like, you kind of already mentioned this, but Brawl and of course Tomato are top of the net worth board right now with no real struggle. The thing is, though, the exact same thing happened last game around. To be absolutely fair to VP. Like, they had a terrible laning stage, but they just still won out the game in 30 minutes. So they may just not be concerned about this laning stage at all.
No? I don't think the slower pace harms VP at all. And you're running a slightly greedier draft with mid-TA and safe lane Void. Kind of want farm on both those heroes, and they are finding farm. Not that fast, but they're not being stopped from that build-up. You've got the Chrono ready and Giritich as well if he sees the opportunity. You're almost at the point where you have Chain Frost here as well. Or F and G. So, starting to line up. Plump up from TSM down bot though.
Giritich, he's got the Time Walk. Oh, Bra's coming in from the side though. It's only a level 1 Time Walk. He'll use it. He'll pop the Chrono. He found the Lesh, but he's going to try and TP with this. And he's going to be just fine. The Lasso at least catching FNG. But Chrono committed to allow him to escape. Probably not the worst usage we've ever seen. Like he knows how far behind he is right now. There's no point holding Chrono for a fight, because he's never going to use it. Not within the next couple minutes.
No, you don't really have anything to tie into your Chrono outside of maybe some Psyblades hits, maybe a couple of Chakrams. It's not the most straightforward for you to look for those kills. And you just, save your life, go back farming. You don't give a big kill out to TSM. TSM is starting to ramp up though. Bryle just about has his full Bloodstone flying out now. So has that sustain in the front line with the IO being tethered up, and it'll be very hard to burst down Bryle. And you don't have the damage output yet. Squadix still looking for that blink into the Deso. There's no way to rip apart that IO chest yet. Your Timbersaw, noticed, is still trying to get to the point where he's a lot more durable, with some Spell Amp on the Kaya Sanj. So the early timing for TSM is lining up. You've got a lot of space out for Tomato, has the Mask of Madness into the Dragonlance, a lot of stacks here for Bryle. Again, this passive pace doesn't hurt VP, but you will reach your spikes a lot earlier on TSM, and once those spikes are achieved, that's when you should start seeing more towers melt. And in the mid, the top tier ones should start to go, some pressure onto the tier 2 start to come out, and the creep armory starts to get formed by Kasane. He has the Dominator up, working onto that Overlord, and once you've got the Ancient running around here with the Shapeshift up, it can be pretty hard to manage. Again, just a lack of damage overall early on for VP.
I mean, 12 minutes in, only 1-2 so far. 4k advantage for TSM. They are just still holding on to this nice net worth gap, as now you've got the mech up on Whitemon. Nice little spike for the IO. Mind you, Squadix has a blink up now, so he might want to make a jump in for this power rune. 12 minutes in, Ryle, nobody's gonna get lucky, it's up at the top side. But Brown now with the Chain Frost, he's copying a fair bit of damage as Whitemon going down almost, but not quite. The bouncers, they were so unlucky. Squadix is gonna drop. Seiyu's gonna go for a run, but Kasane will chase him down. That is such an unfortunate bounce. It went the other way, so Whitemon survives. And he keeps everyone else alive with him.
And again, the Lich tends to be a pretty favorable counter into an IO +1, but Ari's around to cop some damage, not quite enough coming out, and just not enough follow-through coming out from Squadix. It's a TA with Lightstone, Power Treads, and Blink. There's no real output right now to really rip apart Whitemon. They get to sustain true, that mid-pressure comes out, start to look up top. Good scan to spot out the triangle invasion here from TSM. A 5k lead coming out of 1-5 here. And, TSM starting to play to their strengths. It's the moment where they should start taking that early map pressure, start to shut down the side of VP, and start to prevent this arguably greedier lineup in VP from really taking off here.
That should help.
Smoke up down towards the bottom lane, Seiyu and FNG. Maybe looking to try and set up onto Kasane, who does not have the wolf form at the moment. Kasane, though, he seems to realize something is wrong. He backs off at the right time. Seiyu's going to see him for a moment. They're not going to have the... Maybe they will have their chance. Kasane moving back in now, feeling like he might just be safe. But no, answer is he is not. Kasane, though, he's got TPs coming in to try and help him out, but Giritich does have Chrono if he needs to pop it. They'll gaze up Kasane, but they just don't have the damage. In fact, FNG, he just melts to Bryle and Kasane. The Wolves get the job done. And Seiyu, he's going to try to run. Eventually, they'll slow him up. Whitemon will leave on his own. And Bryle will stick around for another kill on the Lesh. That's the IO Lesh, man. Like, you try to go after a kill like Kasane, but it just takes such a long time that the relocate was there.
Invisibility.
Managed to get in, get the damage, dip out, find a couple of freebies, and applying pressure onto Giritich, ensuring that, again, he's not the comfiest in just farming in this lane. They get control of the power rune as well. You run up on Tomato, you deny it away from Squadix. So no bottle top-ups, no sneaky plays he can try to get done here. All he can do is farm. It's basically what all the cores in VP are just doing. There's no one for these supports to play with. until perhaps that Deso is up in Squadix. Just sitting back and farming. You do have space for Notice up top, so your Timbersaw is going to reach into that blade mail point very soon. You have some good ways of dishing some damage back towards Bryle, but you're not really stopping this map pressure. You're just grouping up onto the tier 2's full Overlord up now for Kasane as well.
You're just going to be very careful with this bottom lane. It'll be okay. We'll be able to back off as they never bother going for a split earth. Just too easy to dodge out for the Void. They know the Void's still hanging around this area. Problem is, you're quite reliant on Ari kind of making that initiation, and there's nothing like a blink up yet. So instead, TSM, they're going to try and focus on this bottom tier 2 tower. Kiritich is still there to hold the tier 2, though. Just go ahead and clear out the creep wave on his own. Virtus Pro not interested in making any kind of move right now, understanding TSM is definitely the stronger team at the moment. Especially with this Helm of the Overlord up on Kasane, he just wants to run everyone down. TSM now looking towards the mid tier 2 tower instead, perhaps. Squad X. He's okay on the TA, he'll blink out of it.
Yeah. Just need to avoid on the side of VP. On the side of TSM, grouping up so hard means that they're not farming as efficiently some of these cores, but they are still maintaining that lead, so it's not hurting them in the biggest of ways. Still need that map pressure though, they're still sticking around at mid.
They are. This could be very dangerous. Brawl, Whitemon, they are being watched right now by Squadix as they do come in. Brawl, he may have gone a bit too far. Whitemon, he does pop the relocate, but he can get into the tether. Oh, he can. He will barely save the life of Brawl. Even through the chrono, as now they'll chase him down. VP, they've got to get out of there. FNG, he gets torn to shreds by the Lycan. And Seiyu, while he's trying to hold them back, it's not going to be enough. Noticed, he is down. 3 down for VP. TSM will drop nothing. Great save from Whitemon. In fact, we might see that later on in the save of the day, John.
Yeah.
The doc may have seen that one.
I certainly hope he has. That's quite the saving play from Whitemon. Very precise movement. The needle's in and the needle's out. Manages to take Brawl along. Going to start pressuring onto the high ground. I mean, this is still a Luna draft. Just kind of spam in. They'll aim for the top tier 2 instead. And this is the point where the map starts to feel really choked out for VP. Like, you're just not ready to fight on Kiritich. He's having to show up, but it's Mask of Madness Maelstrom. It's not enough.
FNG's in the middle of nowhere. He gets his frost shield on the tier 2 tower, but I don't think TSM really give a crap. They'll just take his life away, take the tier 2 anyway, and I think they're more than happy to just try for high ground. But they know VP can't really deal with them at the moment. Unless it's the perfect team fight, it's going to be very hard to force a defense here. You don't have an Ember Keeper of the Line either, like you did in Game 1 to try and defend high ground. You just don't have the high ground defense. Not yet anyway. But it seems like TSM will play it safe. Seeing how low Brawl was getting, they'll just retreat for now.
Back off. And just choking out the map, taking these tier 2s away. One last outer tower left down bot here for VP. Kiritich playing tag.
Yeah, they've got a reload as well. Kiritich going to be pretty cautious with the way he's going to try and get out of this. He'll try for the TP play on the low ground, and he's going to be fine. Brawl could not make it. Unfortunate for TSM, but they are still going for a fight towards the left of the map. Tomato playing quite aggressively, though. He's under vision right now, but they've got their own vision on that high ground. They're happy to fight around this area. TSM, they'll see Bryle, but without taking down Whitemon, Bryle is probably just not going to die.
No. You have to be able to rip apart the back line. And that has to come out from Squadix. Like this TA, with the early blink Deso, it's got to rip apart these supports, or at the very least rip apart Whitemon somehow. You can find the angle in with a jump forward from Notice, but they're not finding the opportunities on the side of VP. Stuck at 1 kill, 1-11, 1-1-1. Into the Roche they go for TSM. Smoke out from VP. They have the Chrono. They've got the Chain Frost. But the Roche does fall pretty damn fast.
That it does. Roshan is basically just gone. They could still force a fight, but it doesn't seem like the best idea with the Aegis now up on TSM. Of course, they will hand that over to Bryle, so now he's basically got double lives if Whitemon wants to save him the first time. When I say double lives, I meant triple lives, obviously, as The Aegis is the double life. And TSM, they might try for that high ground again. In fact, Bryle looking to maybe cut off Squadix and Noticed here. Bryle will see them. The TA barely going to avoid the stun, but Bryle's still going to rush in on his own with the Bloodstone charges, trying to just get the damage off, but he gets rather low in terms of the HP pool. We'll make the jump in on Ari instead. The Batrider now being caught out, does get destroyed by the side of Virtus Pro. They'll hold the high ground, not allowing TSM to continue this fight. So VP actually find their second kill of the game 20 minutes in.
Managed to get it working. 2-11. TSM maybe playing a little bit too far forward, getting a little bit overconfident on Bryle providing that opening as Ari overextends to back that up. And VP just go back into the farm game. Still severely behind, 10k net worth. Needs so much more onto Kiritich, needs so much more onto Squadix. But they're hanging on. I mean, if this does boil down to a war of attrition, it does feel like if TSM don't start knocking on to the high ground in 10 minutes, then the game can start to feel a little bit awkward. You're trying to siege high ground up against a Lich, up against a Faceless Void, up against a Timbersaw who can keep clearing out creeps. It's not straightforward as the game scales on, even with its lead for TSM. They've got to play around their power spike.
He's going to go for a Chrono. 3-man Chrono's out. Kiritich will go right after Whitemon on the IO. Whitemon, he survives through it. Whitemon is alive. Kiritich, he is just dropping so darn quick. They've got him. Kiritich is down. He can't survive the onslaught. TSM, they'll find a 2-for-1. They do lose Kasane in the end, but it's still a pretty damn great fight for them. They'll go for a bit more now. Tomato, after the top racks he goes. Lasso out onto Notice. They've got the Timber controlled up, and Notice he is just melting. Even with the reactive into the Frost Shield, it's just not enough sustain anymore.
No, just not enough. A little bit unfortunate for Kiritich. That was a big chrono, but his team wasn't ready to back him up fully. Doesn't manage to get the damage in. And the positioning of TSM, having Whitemon all the way at the back, just means it's hard to lay that follow-up damage. Rax falls, Aegis still stands for Bryle. Still 2.5 minutes left in that Aegis as well. And, well, the Luna just gets to town. Tomato just gets to work up top. Not going to be able to fully commit just yet for mid. Respawns are fairly short. Well, they'll take their time, but they've gotten what they want. And
yeah,
being on the scoreboard.
2 minutes on the Aegis anyway. You know, like, Brawl's still got plenty of time to think about the secondary racks.
Just so much time. No need to rush in with all of this time left. After that, top rack was still 2.5. So you can just take control. Keep farming up for the side of VP. And the issue now is you don't have Chrono for this fight. At least for a minute. You'll have a window where it's going to be back up, but Aegis will still be running. You really need to find Whitemon. There has got to be damage flying out there.
Oh, Notice. I don't know about that. He tries to make a jump on Bryle, but what was the idea? What were you going to do to get this kill? Because now you're the one being hunted. Oh. It's kind of the thing as a Timbersaw. Like, he might still feel invincible, but he's certainly not. He's 0-4-0, in fact. This has not been the greatest Timbersaw game we've ever seen. And TSM, they have dealt with it very effectively.
There's nothing early to deal with magic damage. Nothing like a pipe coming out. So Bryle's output's always relevant. And just high ground again.
Easy peasy. Frost Shield only going to do so much to slow this down. Well, Kasane even has the AC up now. Things are going to go even faster for TSM. But they are hesitating. The Timbersaw is back up in 5. So they have all 5 heroes very, very soon for VP. 45 seconds still left standing on the Aegis timer of Bryle. But it seems like they might just let this one run out.
Yeah, not the biggest deal in the world still for TSM. And they can just keep playing it safe. They'll go back for their Tormentor with Tomato and Whitemon. They've got the Sustain. They've got the Wisdom Rune to pick up as well, which they hand onto Tomato for a level 18 Spike Rush. And just go back in. Smoke out from VP. Everything's ready here.
They've got to find Whitemon. Like, in this chrono, they've got to kill off this IO. Kiritich is going to jump in on Tomato. Kiritich, though, immediately just needs to leave as Tomato just pops the BKB and Eclipse. They could still try to go back in now. 9 Eclipse and BKB are gone. Even the Wolf form was popped by Kasane. The VP drawing the lines out through the bottom lane. They run all the way down. They'll find Kasane on the Lycan. It's just not going to be that easy to catch him, though. Kasane is practically already out of there. He's left the building.
You need to find a good flank. There has got to be coordination with Squadix and Kiritic. Chrono onto the IO. Good angle for TA to lay the hits in. The IO's gone, but nothing's coming. And Squadix, he's had that Desolator for a long time here, Mike. Only the 4 stacks of damage coming out. Just been a very inactive game for the side of VP. And TSM, well, they're still in control. They've just got the map. They've got the map control. They've got the information coming out with the creep army. And they're just choking in VP. You're still at the bottom in terms of net worth, Kiritic, and Noticed. This is not where the Faces Void wants to be. It needs so much more.
We're only 7 kills away from 3-2-2, by the way.
Yep.
In case you hadn't noticed. Very good.
Very close. We had 3.14 a while ago. 14. Very nice.
Very good. That's the old pie.
If only we had Pie Light-Eye.
Well. VP. Still looking at trying to push in this bottom lane, it seems. TSM. Just let Kasane go himself. VP are here as a squad. Kasane's just being annoying. He's just sitting wolves in. Which is, you know, classic Lycan play. Just force the rotations. Smoke out now from TSM as 3. Where are they heading? Into the mid lane they go, hoping somebody shows apart from Noticed. You want Kasane, he's going to be jumped immediately. This is a big pickup. They'll get the chrono off. They've already found the Lycan, and now they're onto Bryle. The left track in huge trouble, but Wymon saves the day. Wymon, he will Bryle alive. Tomato, he's even going to find Kiritic. Oh boy. Bryle, he'll go in for more now. The flame break does knock them back and kind of save the life of the supports. TSM still hesitating for the racks, but Notice jumps in, handing over another free kill by the looks of it. Though no, he'll be able to get away for now. Going back on Bryle, but Bryle looking to turn, does not get the lightning storm off. So Noticed will survive, and Tomato goes down. What? Oh no! Oh no! Bryle jumped back in.
What's happening, man?
Oh, it's. I can feel Moon Meander shaking his head somewhere in Riyadh right now. I can feel it.
Sure, it's just a head shake right now.
He might have punched the screen. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, there you go. That's more of it. Maybe punch the desk. You know, I think that's a desk slam moment right there.
Right.
They get baited in by Notice. The blade mail really starting to dish it in. With the output, no sustain coming out from Whitemon that time around, and that his mech was still on cooldown, so no flash heal coming through. They get punished on TSM for overstaying their welcome. Like, it started off really bad for VP too. Not getting that initial kill in Lesh, not finding Whitemon, but they split apart TSM and forced them to run in. So they don't find too much progress on the high ground. And that's the kind of fight that leads VP into clawing their way back into the game. And this Faces Void. If it's activity like that, builds into the BKD, into the MKB, hits its level 20 spike with the attack speed and chrono, you're gonna have issues. TSM, again, we said this at the 20-minute mark. If they don't find anything more by 30 minutes, then this game is not any easier. It gets a lot easier for VP. They can't afford mistakes like that coming forward in the next few engagements here.
Ryle's looking at Kiritic top lane again. Kiritic very far forward, does have Seiyu behind him, though he has no shards up for the lift back save. Kiritic still being chased down. He's gone too far. Ouch. He has no buyback. Neither did Seiyu. I thought maybe with the Rubik there, like, you could go for the lift back play, but he doesn't have the shards up. Very unfortunate for VP now. That should be at least a secondary lane of barracks. In fact, Lasso out. They've even caught the TA. Ari's found Squadix. They rush in with a relocate. It might just be another. No buyback available. Is that just it?
That should be it. It's gonna be the tier 4s being sieged. It's a Luna. Doesn't take too long. They've got the Fortify to stall out. Respawn not too far off here at the very least for Kiritic, so you can try for one last Chrono and Chain Frost play.
Here we go. T4 Tower's going down very, very fast thanks to Tomato's glaive bounces. Ancient now exposed. VP, they are trying to rush in and defend. There's still 45 seconds without their TA, but now they've got Kiritic with the chrono up. He'll buy out the Maelstrom to boot. Excuse me, rather than Mjolnir. It looks like he something. Meanwhile, noticed, getting quite low. Heritage will go after Ari on the Batrider. The Ari's still walking, but there's the Chrono. He found both supports with that, trying to go after Whitemon, but Whitemon's just going to survive through the initial onslaught as Tomato just continues after the Ancient. He could not give a crap. He'll just pop the BKB and keep going. In fact, he even found Heritage. Heritage just drops right in front of his Ancient. And that's it. DSM at least draw out the series 1-1 here against VP. I believe both teams, I mean, again, they're not necessarily going to make it through to the playoffs, or rather the group stage guaranteed, but they do at least have their chance in the deciders.
Yeah, that does determine seeding. It was pretty important for VP to find a win, just to maybe climb up over Execration and face off against the lower seed in the side of Group B, but DSM gets to stay in their position up there. A really slow match between both teams. Honestly, it felt like both series were kind of on the slower end. This time around, TSM, it takes them a lot longer to play on the edge of their spike. They give out one engagement to the side of VP, but they clean up afterwards. They find the pickoffs they want. It's VP that starts to rest on their laurels after a win and farm too far forward in Heritage. Again, with this draft, you were just aiming for such a slower game. It also felt like VP weren't able to coordinate too well with these chronos. Like, Heritage would be so far forward, but then the damage just wasn't there. Squadix wouldn't be able to jump in on the back line, find an angle into the chrono. And it just felt like they couldn't play with that control at all. Like, their draft was not the best Faceless Void draft in terms of trying to play around that big teamfight spell. You needed a lot of precision in getting that control off.
Absolutely. Props to TSM, though, at least making this game to look a lot easier than Game 1 was, that's for sure. We're seeing that bad team fight they had, just trying to go for the high ground, or the team fight here, is TSM just all over the place in this second last team fight that we saw. This was kind of the saving grace for VP. It looked like this is when things were about to change, but just wasn't the case as they get picked off one by one, and or even the TA just trying to split push the mid lane, just trying to force the creep wave out, but it wasn't good enough. And eventually, you just go right after the head. You just go for the Ancient. Tomato had the BKB the whole time, with the IO right behind him tethered up. There was no way to deal with it. In fact, you see the Void, he just dies to the Glaive Pouncers. I don't think Tomato even turned towards it.
No, and that chrono pop in the last fight, like, he came in with Mjolnir over finishing up the BKB, so one loosened beam, and Heritage was forced to just run away. Couldn't finish that kill off onto Whitemon, and without the IO being taken out, like, that's just all your sustain still on hand there for the side of TSM. So really good rally into the game 2 here. Again, they do, I believe they do secure their position for a better seeding here. Placing, according to the scoreline right now, number 3, but I believe Entity can maybe sway that result a little bit more as they play their series out. Yeah. So they have the better seed for these decider matches. That can determine the fate of some teams, you know, who you match up against in some of these pivotal best of 3s. It's a big one to toss up the fate, but VP will have to play from the 5th position, second to the bottom of their groups for seeding. So maybe a little bit tougher for them going into the deciders due to these results here, Mike.
It could be. We'll have to wait and see what Entity does do. But we do have another series here, Jonathan, coming right up. I believe it's Team Secret up against 9 Pandas, which is going to be hopefully a very fun series to watch, because both teams are still playing for a chance to make it straight through to the group stages of the Riyadh Masters 2023. 9 Pandas in a much better position, though, sitting in second place, tied with Extreme Gaming at the moment. So if they can secure a 2-0 victory over Team Secret, they basically guarantee themselves a spot directly through to the group stages. If they lose, however, things could get rather spicy, because then Secret might still be in contention, I believe, to make it through. So everything's still very open. It's all about securing 2-0s in this next series. I do believe they definitely do not want to draw on either side.
Yeah.
So what we'll do is...
This is the results they need. Secret needs a 2-0, and OG needs a 2-0. If you end up with that, you have some really strange ties going on. I'm not sure if we have tiebreakers for these, because again, we're going straight into the decider matches. I don't know how that's determined, but it leads to some really funky results here to close out the group stage.
We'll figure it out on the fly. We'll figure out how they're going to decide as a... You know what? Just bring back the 1v1 mids. That's what I say. Screw the decider matches, just 1v1 mid. You know, that's the old school way of doing it. Both SF, no messing around. Still, with that, Jonathan, maybe we'll have time to have a 1v1 mid, because we're going to head off to a short break, and of course, right after that break, we're going to be back with Team Secret up against Nine Pandas game number 1. We'll see you all again very, very soon.
حتاكل انت تشبع وانت مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبه جايه على الاصول. واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الاوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it. وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمه وانت تبغى راب خفيفه جيب تويستر. انا تجيب لي وجبه الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر. حطلب باكيت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر. جيب له باكيت جيب له زنجر جيب له الاصلي جيب له تويستر. delicious yeah
to stand still. If I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to be heading into our next series rather soon between Team Secret and, of course, Nine Pandas. And it is MLP Dota and John X5. Jonathan, I've lied through my teeth again. I did say we would be back very, very soon before I threw to a break, but alas, we did have a 1 hour break, which I never came back to correct, Jonathan, because I'm a coward, but here we are. Game number 1 of Secret vs. Nine Pandas is on the cards now, because we are finished with the break and all the players are sitting in lobby. How the hell are you doing, John?
Doing great, Mike. You know, a nice long break. Had time to have some dinner. A little bit of some of the Colonel's Choice coming out. Well, I wish I had some of the Colonel's Choice. Didn't manage to get any, but had some food. I'm all energized up for this next series, and this is a fun one, of course. Team Secret up against Nine Pandas. You already got some lobby chatter going on. I was talking to Armel. Solo said something. I'm not sure what he was saying, but then I asked him if he used his hot tub, because there was lobby chat about the hot tub yesterday. And Solo said, always. And like, that's the attitude. So this should be a fun one. This is a pretty big one for Team Secret to have to look for the 2-0. If they want to force out the tiebreaker rubric to come out, right? There's that new Staddle score and head-to-head. I don't understand any of it, but at some point it could end up to 1v1 mids if, you know, the results kind of line up in the rubric. I don't know. Yes, apparently it can. I saw it in the admin chat. So apparently there is a chance for 1v1 tiebreakers, but it's, you know, it's new Staddle scored and head-to-head record between the tied participants, yada yada. It's stuff I don't understand, Mike. Way over my pay grade. So yeah, 2-0 for Team Secrets is what we need to look for. If they don't get the 2-0, then that's it. A draw here is not enough, and that should pretty much give Nine Pandas a big boost. There's still a chance for Nine Pandas to tie elsewhere if, say, Extreme gets a draw up against OG. So those are really 2 matches that determine, like, a draw can still lead a tie for Nine Pandas, but for Team Secret's chance, it has to be a 2-0 or nothing, Mike.
It certainly does, Jonathan, and well, we haven't gotten the draft started yet, but again, it'll be quote-unquote soon. You know, I don't know how soon we're going to have it, but it'll be soon enough. Like you said, there's a lot of pressure on both these sides to perform here today. Maybe more so for Nine Pandas to just guarantee themselves a place in the group stage, but I dare say Secret are going to be coming into this, you know, quite... I'm looking for the word here, John. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of pressure here for the boys to try and pull off that kind of miraculous 2-0 victory, but the Nine Pandas, based off their standing, are not planning to make it very easy, that's for sure. And Nine Pandas, you know, arguably one of the better teams here in the play-in stage of the Riyadh Masters 2023. You mentioned you were having a chat, by the way, Jonathan. I couldn't help but notice you were having a chat with Armel. Would you mind explaining to us what Armel had to say to you and what questions you ended up asking the chief?
All right, so if there are any Filipinos in here, I'll be free to say this. No one understands me, Mike. I say, hello, Armel. He immediately says, Yawa John, which was very nice of him to say. And
what does that mean?
Moved on. Well, I don't need to translate, Mike. You can guess the context yourself. He just instantly told me, Yawa John. Then I asked him what merienda was. And Armel said that he hasn't eaten because he will eat the players. So he's hungry. He's that hungry, Mikey. Armel is very hungry for these games.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. I always appreciate your little sideline interview before we get into the game, which is something you do way too often. Let me tell you, these poor players. Every time they see your name come up in the lobby, they're like, "Oh, here we go. I've got to do a quick interview before the game even starts. I can't even think about the draft we're going to be able to get into." There we go. Armel planning to eat the players for merienda today. Very, very good to hear. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Again, the draft has not begun quite yet. We'll be getting into it rather soon here between these two teams, but we are waiting on something. Not 100% sure what it is, Jonathan, but you know how these players are. You know, you give these guys a 1 hour break, they're allowed to set up for an hour, and even then, they've still got to buy themselves more time. You know, it's not for us casters, though. You know, we're right on time every time, but these players, they can sure take their time.
Oh, you say that, Mike. Yesterday, I remember a couple of moments where you weren't in slot, so be careful about what you say here, Mike. You know?
Was I late, or was everyone else early? That's the real question.
Yeah, well, that's a good one, Mike. The kind way would be saying everyone's just early. The reality is, Mike, you are. Let's get that in line. Every time we're on location, I am your alarm clock, Mike.
You are. Quite literally.
I literally am. I'm like,
it's
God.
It's either you or my wife. That's the funniest thing, is I tell you to come wake me up, and then I call my wife and tell her, at this time in Australia, call my phone and wake me up. And then I have my alarms on top of that, and sometimes none of it works anyway. So there you go, Jonathan. I believe the draft is going to be underway in about 20 seconds. So happy days. We don't have to talk about my waking up issues anymore. What's that,
You're
John?
lying. It's not 20 seconds. It's going to be up rather soon. There you go, you big liar.
Well, how long do you think 20 seconds is, John?
That wasn't 20 seconds.
Oh.
You're not played Dota 2. Do you know how much can happen in 20 seconds? 20 seconds in a game is 20 seconds where you could either win or lose, as we've seen in quite a few series today, Mike.
Not last game it wasn't, John, I'll tell you.
Oh, the last game it was like 20 minutes for sure, but you know, it is what it is.
Moving on. We do have some bans coming out of this draft. Of course, Enigma going to be first banned out by 9 Pandas, and Team Secret going to go straight for the Broodmother banner, which, you know, no matter how many times they try to nerf the spider, she just makes a reappearance no matter what. I'm quite intrigued by the fact that Enigma gets banned out practically every series now, but the hero has proven to be back almost. You know, it is TI season after Riyadh Masters, and you know, Enigma makes its reappearance just in the nick of time. I do wonder whether it's going to stay in the meta, considering we do have 7.34 coming out before TI, but who the hell knows? We'll see.
Yeah, we'll find out. I'm keen to see if Shaker comes back.
Oh, he's coming back.
I mean, he has to, right? Like, Enigma can come and go, but Shaker will always be there every TI, so I'm looking forward to that next patch. Batrider being banned out, again, no big surprises. The big universal type support Flux is gone. Wondering if 9 Pandas will ban out something like the Undying. No, they take care of the Chen that Puppy's been playing a ton of. We have seen a lot of Chen to very mixed results. When we saw Team Secret run it, it did not look particularly amazing, to be fair.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's really worthwhile ban, but Puppy Chen is not something you can ever underestimate. It's a worthwhile ban, I suppose.
I miss the days where Chen could just take any creep at level 1. You know, like now you have to be a certain creep level, and they did the same thing with Enchantress. Like, it just makes me sick. You know? Just let me take any creep. It's not like Chen's that great. Snapfire gets picked up by Team Secret. This is a great hero. I imagine it should be a mid Snapfire, but it is flexible.
10 seconds remaining.
It's open enough for Team Secret to kind of figure out where they want to run it.
5 seconds remaining.
Offlane Snap, probably the least likely position. Safe lane, maybe arguably a little bit better than that one. But we have seen it. We believe we've seen FBZ play that a few times. And Undying, not banned, is picked up by 9 Pandas. No big surprises still. Although, Undying into Snap is always awkward. Whereas your Tombstone's not going to be the safest thing to drop down. Nonetheless, Trend Stealing is still pretty big. You've got the Rubik now on top of that. So you've got a fairly strong opening for supports, but it is susceptible to just losing out in control, right? Like, you open with 2 supports, you're not going to be able to counteract any core picks from Team Secret going forward. If they flex out the Snap to be a support or side laner, then something mobile down mid, not going to care too much about Undying or Rubik if you have nothing else to pin it down with.
No, I really like the opening of 9 Pandas. There's the Monkey King from Team Secret coming out now, so you know, the Chrysalis special has been picked up. Mind you, we have seen Team Secret flex this Monkey King quite a few times to the position 4 role for Yamich. So that could also happen. In fact, I believe 2 games now for Team Secret at least over the last couple days. They end up choosing Bloodseeker position 1 with a pos 4 Monkey King. So we'll see if they do go down that route, if Bloodseeker does get left in the pool by 9 Pandas. Going back to the opening of 9 Pandas for a second, I know they chose Undying into Snap, but I tell you what, like, this Undying, I feel like in this meta just doesn't care about it. You know, because it's just so lane dominant. The decay changes they made over the last year, like, it's just, you add Blood Grenade to the mix, who gives a crap about Tombstone anymore? You know, this hero just destroys lanes. And Solo on this Undying, like, he plays this hero that often. He just knows it like the back of his hand. Like, this is just too comfort for Solo.
I get that. I think my bigger issue with just opening with your 2 supports is, again, you don't have, like, a hard counter for, or something to help you set up down the line, depending on how the draft goes. Say, again, you flex this Snapfire, perhaps, outside of Armel's mid, so Armel gets something a little bit jumpier on his mid lane. Say, even an Ember Spirit here, it's going to be a bit of an issue, because Rubik and Undying are not going to hold it down. You're going to have to look for a direct counter in your core pick. So you're going to be playing into what Team Secret might want. with the double support opening. Now, that's the one downside. I've never been a big fan of double support. I think even all the way back in the old drafting order, double supports have always felt a little bit more locked in, but in this case, considering the supports 9Pandas picks, it is reasonable to start off with taking the Undying and Rubik away before anyone else can grab them.
That's fair. Pos 1's being focused by Team Secret. They'll get rid of the Drow, they'll get rid of the Terrorblade. So it is kind of indicating that it might be the Monkey King position 1 that they're trying to run. As Monkey King, not the biggest fan of the TB or the Drow. Again, we'll see, because Secret, they have flex picked this Monkey King a lot over the time of this Riyadh Masters. And I say a lot, in comparison to how many games it's been, that is. Shall see. 9Pandas focusing a bit more on the offlane right now, getting rid of the Darkseer. FBZ is one of those players where you, generally speaking, you can kind of guess where he's going to go with his hero picks. You know, you tend to see the Mars come out. Sometimes he'll go for like a Brewmaster is one of his favorites, so it's not very popular right now. Obviously, the more micro-intensive heroes like the Beastmaster, the Broodmother, are some of his favorites as well. We'll see what FBZ does one. I think yesterday we even saw the Visage coming out from FBZ, so I feel like he's one of the players where it's a bit more. It's kind of easier to know what route he's going to take.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing with FBZ. It does feel like his wider pool has just not been in meta for a while. Stuff like his Sand King offlane, that here has just been kind of gone. You know, so it's a little bit more limited. I do miss it as well. It's a fairly fun hero. It had its moment when, you know, Epicenter was cancelable, but then it just kind of faded off right after that one. Even the Ags upgrade now doesn't quite bring it back because it's weird, not reliable.
I've been complaining about the same thing about Sand King as well, right? Like Epicenter still feels like garbage. It just it's like we just pop BKBs and nothing happens. You know, and even if without BKBs, like the damage just isn't good. It's just not good enough. I do appreciate the Ags change they made from Sand King, like the whole Burrow Strikes in the Sandstorm. That's really cool, and it's actually kind of broken in the right games. It's actually disgusting to have to play against the right Sand King player, but even then, it's just not good enough.
No, like it's a little bit strange. In this game, it does look like it's a pretty decent Mars game for FBZ. Just having the Snapfire Mars combination could be good. 9Pandas go into the Wind Ranger, so that should just be our Kiyotaka mid. We have seen it multiple times for Ramses as well, but not in this turn. Has mainly been Kiyotaka running it on the mid lane. So you do have a pretty strong mid coming out. Good scaling coming through. Doesn't necessarily get crushed in the mid lane either. Wondering if Team Secret will want to kind of draft against that. Storm is going to be awful. It's not going to be the direct pickup for Armel. Windrun just ruins your laning presence there. For the Storm Spirit, maybe something like an Ember or Void Spirit could work a little bit better. Could be a possibility if they want that. They still have room to just pick up supports here. Again, hard flex on Monkey and Snap still available. So you're not completely locked into having to show some of your matchups immediately here.
No. You brought up the Mars for FBZ, and I do agree with the Snapfire. It does feel like a nice pick. My only concern is playing with a Monkey King and Mars can be sometimes pretty awkward. Those damn tree lines always getting destroyed by the arena, but we'll see if they want to go down that route. I mean, FBZ, he's a Mars specialist, so he should have kind of control over that. I'll take his time with this, their third pick here, Team Secret. And the micro heroes are much more popular these days. The Beastmaster still very, very good. Visage still very, very good. Oh, Lycan still very good. But now they'll go down the Ent route for Puppy, one of his specialties, one of his favorites from back in the day. Obviously very nice against the Wind Ranger as well, because you can purge off the Wind Run with the enchant. Always going to be very effective.
Not going to feel great for Kiyotaka in trying to just run in and be aggressive with the Dispel on hand. We need to wait for his talent spike at 20, which is a long ways off in this kind of game, where the Wind Ranger does want to be perhaps a little bit more active from the mid. Termasaw comes out as well for Team Secret, so that should be FBZ's hero. I think you just take it down on offlane. You run the Snapfire mid at this point. You could go with Monkey King support and just last pick your Crystallis hero. Something like the, well, when Bloodseeker's gone, maybe a Slark can slide through. That could work out. Nothing to really punish a Slark here from 9 Pandas. But again, some flex on hand. Keeping their cards close to their chest on Team Secret. Not revealing which lane is which, but... I would say a Snapfire versus Windranger lane is much more manageable than, say, a Timbersaw versus Windranger. You're not going to be able to run up to the Windranger comfortably on the Timbersaw and just try to apply Whirling Death. Wind runs there. There's magic damage on Kiyotaka as well with a power shot, so it's not the comfiest of times for Armel to try to take the Timbersaw mid here.
Right. Thinking of pos once for 9 Panda, like, you still have Naga Siren available if you want to go down that route. You still have Ursa if you want to have the lane counter towards the Timbersaw. Those options. I mean, we even saw a Troll Warlord popping up just earlier. That actually doesn't do too badly against the Timber either. Though I still don't like Troll personally, John, but it is available if they wanted to go down that route. Also got the Jug. Jug's been somewhat popular as of late. I wouldn't mind the Naga Siren though. I think it's a pretty decent Naga game right now if they wanted to go down that route.
It's fairly alright for the Naga. It doesn't feel like you have anything to really force into its team fight, like Song, but you don't necessarily need something to play with a Song. I think my one thing with Naga is it could be a little bit slow. I like that 9 Pandas just pick up the Beastmaster, just securing their own offlane very early on, and having this good push coming out. You've got a lot of early presence coming out from 9 Pandas. I would like to see Miyaru go for more of the aura build up here. Last time around we saw him play Beastmaster was the skip Vanguard going to Ags. Not feel amazing. I think this is a game where you will just basically want Auras, maybe just a Dominator as well, and kind of go from there. It's always funny playing Beastmaster into Ench, because she can always steal away your creep.
Right.
There is that for Puppy. Heck, even just the boar build in lane's not going to be fantastic. But Beastmaster doesn't care. You've always got Axis, and, well, Ench can't steal away your Axis at the very least.
Yeah, you're going to go back for the stacks anyway. Like, we know this Antares Rubik probably just going to rotate to the triangle and start making stacks. So if you are Secret, you probably want to scout those out with Puppy's Ench and try to steal them away. Mind you don't have the best draft for stealing stacks right now with this Secret draft, but still possible if you can group up as a team early on and get that done. They'll know they're definitely being made, because practically any game with a Beastmaster these days has a billion stacks in the triangle, so you know they're going to be there. Secret, they'll get rid of the TA, they'll get rid of the Void. They know there's a position 1 still left to pick up here for Ramses. 9 Pandas, on the other hand, they'll get rid of the Ember Spirit for now. Does feel like the Windranger is almost guaranteed to be in the mid lane at this point, but never know, Ramses might bust out the position 1 Windranger. Could happen.
Seconds remaining.
I don't think it's the... it doesn't feel like it's the best pause 1 to scale into here for Ramses. He has a couple of signature options, I suppose. Stuff like his Alchemist is still in the pool, although again, laning into something like the Timbersaw, maybe not the best, but it is Ramsey Fion. He's got perhaps something like the Slark still available, the Jug still there for both sides as well. Slark or Jug fits into either lineup really nicely, actually. You probably wouldn't mind that. Or Chrysalis and for Ramses here.
I'll see what they want to pick up Armel. And I say Armel, like he should still probably be up, but against the Windranger, it's not the most. We'll have an inherent advantage for Kiyotaka in that mid lane with the Windranger versus Snap. Secret.
Yeah,
they are going to go ahead and pick up a slot. So it is going to be the mid Snap coming out. They do flex the Monkey King again.
Yeah, I mean, you could still run perhaps mid Timbersaw and run offlane Snap for FBZ, but
right.
I don't think that goes any better for a Timbersaw against Windranger. It becomes a really farm-heavy lane, which is fine, but also not the ideal.
Here we
go. Good God.
Oh,
it is a
no.
Ramses Windranger. Oh, right.
Oh, it's a Kiyotaka Tinker. This man, you know, John, he's one of those players on this hero. Like, I think, was it the last time I saw this? And it's ironic, too, because I'm trying to tell you how great Kiyotaka Tinker is. But the last time you and I casted Kiyotaka Tinker, I could have sworn was against Quinn from Gaming Gladiators, and Quinn just destroyed Kiyotaka.
Yep.
So, I mean, Quinn obviously the best mid laner in the world right now, based off the results that they're having. To be absolutely fair to Kiyotaka, like, the Gaming just obviously is the best team in the world, and we know Quinn has a little bit of a vendetta against Ramses, a bit of history there in a certain elevator or a certain event, but you know, nevertheless, it's Kiyotaka Tinkerjon. This guy knows what he's doing. I don't necessarily think Secret are going to be quite as dominant as what Gaiman showed us, that particular game we saw. And quite frankly, it looks like a very free Tinker game so far. Sure, you're against the possible Monkey King, which could cause you problems, but you know, I have a lot of faith when it comes to this man's Tinker.
Yeah, it does a lot of work, I think. And his matchup shouldn't be too rough into the Snapfire, although first few levels can feel pretty good for RML. I think the one big thing for Kiyotaka here is your only scouting, your only catch for the Tinker is really Yamich in the trees and FBZ trying to go forward. Trying to catch him out in Crystallis, going to be pretty tough until you get your Ags. Once you do have the Ags here for Crystallis, maybe a bit more manageable and trying to pin down Kiyotaka, but your backline jump for Secret is not ideal. You know, you don't have something that jumps and scouts like, say, a Clockwork support. You don't have something that gives you vision like the Beastmaster, which is on 9 Pandas. You have to rely on Yamich being in a really good spot to ambush Kiyotaka. So I can see this being a really strong Tinker game coming out here for 9 Pandas. Overall, I think the draft is rather even in the back and forth. I think there's some good scaling potential here for Team Secret as well, with the Universal type in the Snapfire. Once you hit level 20, and this here gets out of control pretty damn fast, but there's some good momentum here for 9 Pandas to play around. Their lanes look strong, and if they can hit that early tempo, how can you stop this Tinker?
We'll find out. We're going to get into game number 1 between 9 Pandas and Team Secret. A lot on the line here for both these sides, both of them fighting for a 2-0 victory in this best of 2. God, I hate the fact that 9 Pandas go back for the Tinker, but you know how I feel towards this hero, Jonathan. I mean, I'm sure I'm not very alone when it comes to feeling these negative emotions towards this Tinker hero, but it just doesn't matter what meta, what patch, Dota All-Stars, Dota 2, Dota 3, it doesn't matter, Jonathan. This hero is just always going to be the most hated.
Certainly is. I feel like Old Techie still has a special place for hatred overall, though. Like, I don't think this overthrows Old Techies. No, Old Techies is way more frustrating than Tinker.
What?
Old Techies! Old Techies!
Hold on.
Green Mines!
Green Mines versus March of the Machines.
Green Mines. At the very least, you can spike Carapace at Tinker. What the hell do you do against Green Mines? Can't Blade Meal.
Hold on a minute.
Have
the
vision.
Nyx Assassin back then didn't have Spike Carapace, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure I'm correct in saying that.
Depends on how far back you go. I'm pretty sure Spike Carapace has been in his kit for at least 6 years now, Mike. Maybe more.
Dota All-Stars, Jonathan, right?
Dota All-Stars. I'm just talking about Dota 2 right now. Tinker over Techies. It's Techies. 100%. Oh, but you're a filthy Techies player. Your opinion doesn't count. Never mind. Let's just get into the game. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Moving on. Is it a 2 for 2? It is a 3 for 1 trade.
Doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter, John? What up?
Because there's a Tinker, right? Like, Tinker is the worst, as you would say.
Oh, yeah. Are you a Tinker player? You sound like you're taking this personally.
No, I hate Tinker, but Techies is way more annoying. We'll see. Kiyotaka, he is laning up against RML. First few levels for the Tinker here don't feel the best. You are going to be out-nuked by RML if he can gap close, so Kiyotaka is just playing it safe, standing back. If RML does manage to get in for the close-range Scatter Blast, it can get a little bit dicey. You can start to set up with a Cookie as well. I would say this is actually pretty decent for a snap early on. Should be able to manage up top already a little bit of aggression onto Crystallis. You have the Axe Spam coming out from Miero. Puppey instantly going for the Nature's Attendance, but isn't really nearby Crystallis to heal him up. A little bit awkward for the Slark, starting off with Essence Shift, but doesn't really have the best setup until you get the slow off to really try to chase someone down here.
Very true. Puppey and Antara is going at it. It's not a fun lane for the Rubik. Like, Puppey can just constantly throw out all this harassment, and you appreciate as well, he does go for the level 1 Nature's Attendant, so understanding how much harass he can deal in a lane like this, he doesn't really need the impetus. He's just getting free shots off with the right clicks anyway. Just having the reset option available to himself is always going to feel a lot better in a lane like this, as bottom lane is where the first blood happens. FBZ going down already on the Timber as Solo. Just dives him. He might die in the Undying, but it's well worth it as now the Tombstone comes out. Uh-oh. Yamich. Oh, very nice mischief. Holy. Gets it down. Under the pressure that he was under, he will survive.
Wastes a pretty big spell coming out there from Solo. Has the one Mango left to play with. So not going to have as much to trade with here on the Undying, but already a strong start. Taking care of that Timbersaw early on when it's not as durable. I mean, Undying up against him, sure it's universal type, but just taking strength away from him when he's so reliant on that HP and armor to sustain is massive. Ramsey's already off to a pretty good start to just build up his farm, and when it comes down to Timbersaw versus Wind Ranger lane, it's not that straightforward for Tim. You can run up and try to Whirling Death, but once Ramses has the value point in Wind Run, it shouldn't be too tough.
I don't think Yamich can man up here. He's still gonna go. Boundless is out. Solo now seeing that the Jing. Oh, Solo. Oh boy, the staircase. It curses Solo. He's down. Yamich. Never mind when I said, John, another curse here. The side of Team Secret this time. Solo does go. Yamich will win the man fight. Meanwhile, top lane, Antares will get chased down by Chrysalis. Does get taken out. Miero trying for a trade onto Puppy. Cannot get it done. Puppy going to be fine to reset again with the Nature's Attendants. And Chrysalis, he'll get his first stack of Perma Agi. Happy days.
He's feeling good in this lane. Just finding the pounces. Getting the sustain through Puppy with his positioning. And the creeps he's stealing is pretty damn big. And just having the Death Throw threat on that creep is pretty massive as well. As if you do lose the creep, well, Chrysalis is going to hit a lot harder for a little bit. And already off to a much stronger start here for Team Secret in comparison to the other games we've seen from them yesterday. Laning start looking pretty stable outside of that one death for FBZ. Your mid lane is shaping up really nicely for Armel now. Initial levels for Tinker, not the best in dealing with the output from a snap. Kiyotaka is going to need some relief, some stacks if somehow possible. Like building up in the Ancients could be nice, but you don't really have room to get that done either. Antares is just tied in trying to help Mier in his lane.
Things are certainly going pretty smoothly here for Secret thus far. Even mid lane, like Armel's having a really damn good time right now on the snap. 18 and 7 compared to the 10 and 1 of Kiyotaka. Very, very strong start for Armel. We've seen how powerful these snaps can get if they're off to a good start. In fact, Armel, he's going for a kill attempt on Kiyotaka, but will not want to dive the tier 1 tower. Did land all his spells, but in the end will back his way up.
He had Scatter Blast closer to cooldown than maybe attempted. Just getting some good harass out, making it very uncomfy for Kiyotaka to find anything. Has managed to grab himself the Water Rune. The Bounty Rune sniped away as well, so it's only the one Water Rune left as well. For Kiyotaka, doesn't look like he's even going to try to walk up into it. Still, so Armel's going to get 2 runes. Kiyotaka's forced all the way back. That's a lot of EXP he's going to miss out on.
That's a big deal. That's a problem. You talk about the XP, John. Like, Armel's already 1 level ahead of the Tinker, and with all this time he has for this next creep wave, like, he might be level 6 almost before Kiyotaka comes back as top lane. Antares again being jumped here. Another great setup from Puppy and Chrysalis. Meanwhile, Yamich does go down bottom, so Ramses does at least trade across the map. Thing is, you are finding Perma Agi here on Chrysalis, and I think he's going to be very happy with that.
Yeah, more than happy. Just finding these early pickoffs. In fact, Chrysalis is starting to get really confident in the lane. Does have the full wand up, so has some burst healing on hand. Has to watch them, so his axe stacks building up. But, again, Secret overall are still getting a lot more out. Like, this early power spike for Armel, in particular, is of big concern.
This might be a very strong rotation from Yamich, Sean. He's held a skill point. No, never mind, he hasn't. Trying to move in, gets a ward down. Will be spotted by... No, he doesn't get spotted by Solo. Doesn't run to the low ground. Solo... Realizing that Yamich is probably here, does rotate over to make sure Kiyotaka does remain safe. The thing is, now you're 1 creep away from Armel hitting level 6. So if he landed the Boundless Strike, it would probably just be a guaranteed kill for Armel. But Solo, realizing what's happening here in the mid lane, does back his way out as Miero is complaining about Micro. Sounds like you problem, Miero.
Very clever, Mike. Still reaching for that low-hanging fruit. God bless your heart. Bless your heart, Mike. There you go. The G's out. Micro stutters, I'm pretty sure. I suppose.
Does he...
Maybe.
You go for the kisses here, John. He's hit level 6 now. Well, there's no cookie, I suppose, so not really.
It's a little bit trickier. You'd maybe want a little bit more setup as well.
Antares gone again. That's a 3rd kill for Chrysalis now, and it's all on the Rubik. Miero, he has not died once in the Beastmaster, but Antares, I mean, the other day we saw his Rubik, it was just fantastic, but so far, already 3 deaths in 6 minutes in the game. It's quite a tough start here for the Rubik. Now Miero, he just can't farm on the Beastmaster. Every time he gets close to the creep wave, they'll just jump him.
Yep, they've got the output. The axe is just not bursty enough. They've got the room out for kisses.
Yeah, Taka. Yeah, he's gone.
Aww.
No chance of survival. Solo unable to help him out on the Undying, and Mel was waiting for that moment for the last, say, 30 seconds.
Just really patient. They drag into 2 sports mid, so the side lanes open up after that kill coming out here for Secret. And they've got the 3k lead very, very early on, 6.5 minutes in. And even FBZ, despite that early death, is starting to find a lot from his lane, eclipsing Ramses and farm early on. You're just getting all your timings lining up for 9 Pandas. I mean, this team is really your big issue.
Nice shackles, but it's not gonna matter. He's gone. Great rotation from Yamich. Doing a lot of work on this Monkey King is now solo. He got left behind on the Undying. Uppy even joins in through the Twin Gates. And Solo, I mean, he's gonna buy a bit of time, but ultimately, it should be another kill for somebody. They want to give it to FBZ, and they will.
Again, a great start for Secret. Every single lane for 9 Pandas just not panning out. The most painful lane that's it's going to be hardest to recover for Kiyotaka. Like, this Tinker is so sensitive to having a decent enough ramp up and jungle control. You don't have that many stacks built up, just a double stack in the Ancients, not quite enough for the Tinker to really ramp up here.
FBZ just did half his HP in damage, Ramsey just copped it in the tree line from that whirling death. He's going to be okay, but the T1 tower will not. In fact, Ramsey's now surrounded. Uh-oh, no wind run. He does now have it available, but Puppy has the enchant ready to go whenever. And I was very shocked when I saw the TP into the T1 bottom tower from Ramses. There was still multiple heroes around. Yamich had left the building for a moment, but I think Puppy made the call to tell him to come back. And he did. Another kill on the Wind Ranger.
This is going to be 2 really farm-dependent cores that need build-up. There's no early timings lining up here for Ramses. No way for him to flash farm without that Maelstrom, so his patience, the patience game that 9 Pandas love to play when they're behind, it's going to take a lot longer here for them to ramp up on both their Wind Ranger and the Tinker. At the very least, again, Kiyotaka does have some Ancient stacks he can try to clear out. They could hand that over to Miero as well. Secret has not scouted that one out very early on, focusing on bot instead. But the scan does give info. Armel's running up now, and he could clear out these creeps.
He just may. Oh, Miero, don't run back up. They're going to try. Yamich is behind Armel, and Armel, it looks like he doesn't want to borrow this. Good game sense as well. There were 4 heroes around the area. Kiyotaka and Solo were immediately running up to the triangle, seeing that the Snapfire was there. Puppy now joining into the mid lane. Looks like he wants to pressure the T1 mid tower. Like, they've got the Boundless Kiyotaka. He just can't catch a break. Yamich on this Monkey King, the amount of impact he's had already is just insane. He's just doing such a great job. As they've even got Solo on the Undying. Another great kill for Team Secret. I'll tell you what, I mean, if there was an MVP for Secret this game, I'm giving it to Yamich already. He's just doing fantastic work.
He's been all over the map. He's been buying space. He's been giving the information, landing the setup of the team. And it just, you feel so choked out right now in 9 Pandas. Like, Kiyotaka just has no game. He is bottom network core. He's behind Puppy and Farm, Mike. That's not anywhere you'd want to see any core in. Seeing your Tinker there? Atrocious.
This could be a fight for them to try and turn this game around, but it's not looking like it. FBZ just rushing into the tier 2 tower, takes down Antares, and now Kiyotaka dropping low. Cookie's gonna land. He is gone. Well, Chrysalis is just taking all the stacks here against Solo. Ramsey's gonna try and trade, but where are you going, sir? You might find Puppy, but it's not worth your life, and he won't even get that.
No.
Oh.
They lose the stacks as well.
I mean, I'll tell you, 9 Pandas, they might be having a certain conversation right now about this game, John. And 9k behind, all their stacks being taken. There's a certain letter on your keyboard that they might be looking at right now. And I know it's early, but this game is just a disaster right now, John.
Why does this happen to 9 Pandas when we're casting them? Was it Dream League or Bali where they called it at like 18 or 17 or 16 or something? It was one of those, and we casted and they just called and it's like, okay.
To
It's
be
a tough
fair,
one.
I've cursed every team so far today.
Yeah,
I
you said
said
Luna was a
Troll.
trash hero. They won.
I
Troll
said
was
Troll.
trash. They won.
Yep. I said Kiyotaka Tinku was going to be amazing. That was funny. It's currently 0-3 and 0. It's mid lane. Antares going to get caught. Kiyotaka cannot help him out. Yamich going to find another boundless, but there'll be no follow-up to it. There you go, Jonathan. If you're betting on these games, just bet against what I'm saying in the drafting stage, and it's guaranteed at this point.
Yeah, just don't listen to Michael Phoenix. Easy peasy, guys. Keep those caster augurs on to find out which one will win. Mike's 100% wrong today, so you know if you've been on that action, been very happy. For today, Mike.
Very kind of you say today, John.
Yeah. Other times to be 70% wrong, so you know, not as bad. Look at Kiyotaka for a moment. Look at his item queue.
Yeah.
Blink, Midas.
Yeah. This is my dream. You know, when I'm having a good dream, John, this is what I see. I see a Tinker struggling. Makes me very happy.
That it does. To be fair,
they must know suffering, Jonathan. They must understand what they impose on other people.
That is true. And this is quite the punishment onto Nine Pandas, because no one can play. Like, you have a Rubik and Undying support, but where they can connect with Aurora from Yarrow, you don't have enough follow-through damage. You need maybe like 3 decay stacks on solo for you to feel comfy. Trying to take that fight. Oh boy.
Yamich is caught in. Sorry, Kiyotaka. Back to the graveyard for you. It's just that easy. Like, Yamich sees him, uses Boundless Strike, follow up with the Rod of Atos of Armel into the Kisses, and that's it. He's got 0 chance of escape.
Well, at least he has his Midas. It's passive right now, but he's got it.
It's a Pitus. Oh no.
It's a massive
it hurts
Midas.
to see. I mean, again, John, my dream's going very well right now. Ramses, bottom lane.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, FPZ and Armel, they're you know, it's that SCA coordination between these two. Meanwhile, mid, Antares, he's going to be okay. FPZ, he knows the Timber like the back of his hand, though I may have cursed him now as they are rotating over to try and secure the kill onto the Timber Saw, but he wants to just man up and go right back in. Solo just going to get annihilated. They will just burst down the Tombstone with the little Shredder. In secret, they are here and ready to fight whenever. Nine Pandas. I think they're going to play the avoid game right now because Yamich is scouting. He wants another target. And Miero, oh no. Not the Tinker again. I can't watch it again. Antares, cancel the damn TP.
No.
Cancel the TP, Antares. Oh, never mind. Kiyotaka, rather. I'm saying Antares. He's across the map right now. In he comes. Kiyotaka, dropping low. Should go down. Will eventually die. Miero will drop to mid. They at least kill off Yamich. And the 3-2-2, it's on its way, Jonathan. One more kill will do it. Solo, come on. Jump in, Solo. It's your time to shine. Get in there.
Jumps in, Solo. Dies the one more time and calls it GG. Is this the play?
I would respect him infinitely if he did it.
I already respect the man. He loves his hot tubs, Mike. He's a man that understands the joy of a hot tub. See, when you and I go to Lance and I get hyped up, you don't understand, Mike. Solo, he appreciates it. He knows.
But you like bathtubs. That's your whole thing. Yeah. Like, anytime they give you a room with a bathtub, you're like a child at Christmas.
Yeah. Because you don't necessarily, you know, not every home has a bathtub in the Philippines. You know, water's not cheap, Mike. Oh yeah, thanks for the Australian privilege, Mike. Tell me again to go to Australia to watch IMAX. It's really great. It's the guy with a Filipino passport. Outstanding stuff.
What's the next hold on a minute. Ramses. I mean, at least he gets a nice shackle. He'll cancel the kisses off, but it's still not looking very good for them. Solo goes down. Ramses will go down. They are just diving them now. Nine Pandas just gotta get out of here.
No.
Just run.
Solo.
It's not safe.
Solo, he gave us a 3-2-3, Mike.
Oh. We did hit the 3-2-2 though, John, at least. We just
Ramses
don't get to
gave
bask
the
in its
22.
glory.
He gave us the 22. Solo gave us the 23.
Amateur mistake. What do you do in this game? Like, you know, obviously you and I were trying to joke around a lot here, John. It's looking very one-sided. 17k net worth at 15.5 minutes. That's over a K a minute for Secret.
What do? You hold back, you play high ground, You try to farm where you can, sacrifice probably just your supports. Literally have them run up to get all the attention. And try to farm where you can. Hope that you can punish onto the high ground, which Tinker can shine.
He just used Wind Run to... Yeah, that's it. GG. I think Ramses has wanted to do that for the past...
minutes.
I think he wanted to do that for the past 5 minutes. I'm not gonna lie. And you know what? Again, Jonathan, I'm sure as usual, we're gonna look like complete morons, or at least I am. It was the same thing that Gaming Glit did to Nine Pandas. Nine Pandas chose the Tinker, and Quid said, "Thank you very much. I'm gonna dive your tier 1 tower over and over again." I thought Kiyotaka would then have a decent performance against Team Secret. Armel, unfortunately, took some tips off old Quinn. Obviously, props to Yamich again, Jonathan. If I was to hand over to him MVP, it would definitely be Yamich.
I just want to say, it's been getting worse for every time we've covered 9 Pandas under Game 1s. Dream League 20 was an 18-minute GG. Bali must have been a 16-minute 40. Now it's 16 minutes.
Well,
I'm really sorry. 9 Pandas.
Is it our
I
fault?
think it's us. It's got to be us. Maybe the lobby chatter actually riled Solo up. I thought we were getting along. You know, I told him, "Hey, did you get your hot tub?" He's like, "Yeah, you know it." It's like, "Oh, yeah, we're in good terms, Solo." But maybe to talk with Armel. You know, he was hungry. No merienda for him. He's eating the players. He's kept his promise.
He did say he was going to eat the players for merienda today, and that Game 1 he certainly ate pretty damn well. I mean, I don't know if he's full yet, Jonathan, because Game 2 will be coming up after a short break, so I hope he left some room, because Secret, they are currently 1-0 against 9 Pandas, and this is a real shame for 9 Pandas, John. They were in the top 2 spot. Yeah, had they gotten a 2-0 victory, that was basically a guaranteed path to the group stage for them, but now it's looking a little bit dicey. We'll head off to a short break, and of course, right up... Oh, never mind, we've got some highlights. Of course we do. Let's have a look and see what happened in the game, Jonathan. No breaks for us.
Mike LaPhoenix track record and draft prediction 0. Track record and calling the show flow 0. Like, it's a curse today, Mike. You're just cursed. Hey, you're fooling me. You're fooling production. You're fooling the viewers.
Even
you can fool me, but don't fool the viewers, Mike.
This idiot play-by-play caster. Just mute this moron. Just guess what he's saying.
Well, I'm surprised you didn't say your thing. Oh, I didn't figure we'd have highlights. There you go. We're showing the GG already. I remember this in, what is it, Dream League? Bali or something. We were like, oh, I'm surprised we could find highlights of that, but here we go. That was the shortest highlight of my life, Mike.
They managed to fit in 2 clips for our highlights. Very, very good. Well, with that, we are going to head off to a short break, actually, this time. We'll be right back after a short break to see how game number 2 between 9 Pandas and Team Secret goes. We'll see you all again very soon.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas. with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our game number 2 very, very soon between Nine Pandas and, of course, Team Secret. And it is MLP Dota and John X5 joining you once again. Jonathan, game 1, to say the least, was a little bit stompy. 16 and a half minutes, I believe, was the rough time that it ended in. I'm going to refrain from saying any hero is good in any draft from now on, because apparently I just can't get it right today. But, you know, how are you doing?
Doing great. I scrolled through my Facebook to look at my posts before, because I'm pretty sure I posted about the Game-In series last time, the Game-In 9 Pandas. That was a 14-minute GG call-out, so it's not quite the fastest we've seen them call. On 9 Pandas, they've held out a little bit more, but that was a rough draft to watch. I mean, you've got Ench up against Wind Ranger. It's basically unplayable for Wind Ranger early on.
Yeah.
You had the Tinker lane against Snapfire, and again, Snapfire is just a very dominant mid. It just out-harasses you, it's got constant damage, so I don't know.
I'm convinced, I don't know exactly what time it was, but there was that point where Ramses died bottom lane, and then TP'd back down to the same tier 1 tower where they just surrounded him with 3 heroes again. With that TP, I'm convinced that's when Ramses probably just tilted out of the game, because it was a very interesting TP to make. Like, usually Ramses would have that kind of game sense to know that they'd probably still be waiting in that area to just jump him to get the immediate kill and make him do the walk of shame. But I'm not sure what happened there. Maybe he just didn't think about it. Maybe he just didn't expect them to be around. Nevertheless, obviously dies a second time in a row, has to make a walk of shame. And I believe that at that point, seeing that his Tinker literally had nothing, seeing that his offlane was falling apart, I'm pretty sure he was just like, get me out of this damn game. I've had enough. And
yeah.
You know. I do hope he refreshes going into game number 2, because sometimes that tilt can carry over. I'm pretty sure if we had player cams, we would have seen some very, very interesting expressions from old Ramses in that safe lane, but nevertheless, we don't have the footage.
It's a shame that we don't. You know, like the same thing when at Volley, when the 14-minute, 53-second call out was there. I really wanted to see what. To be fair, I don't think it would have been very fun, but I would have been very curious to see how a team resets after. So let's see. I mean, 9 Pandas have had games like this before. As you mentioned at the end of the last game, though, that is a very meaningful loss for 9 Pandas, as now they're not guaranteed to be within that top 2 for easy groups, easy access to group stage. Now they're in danger of having to play decider matches. You know, if this is a clean 2-0 for Secret, 9 Pandas will maybe be tied, depending on how OG and Extreme go. If that goes to at least a draw, then I believe Extreme is better off, and 9 Pandas will be forced into just playing Deciders. So it's all hinging now on the other Extreme OG match. If it goes to a draw, 9 Pandas still has a shot. If it goes 2-0 in OG's favor and Secret 2-0s here, 9 Pandas still has somewhat of a shot, but it's all really dicey. Like, one win was all it took, Mike, for 9 Pandas to feel more secure, and well, it's just gone. It's a little bit dicier.
It is dicey. On the other hand, in case you haven't noticed, ladies and gentlemen, I'm about to spoil one of the teams that made it through Group B, and that's Quest Esports, who actually have already qualified through to the group stage of the Riyadh Masters 2023. So congrats to them. They join Team Asta and Team Liquid from Group A, who have also already qualified through to the group stages. So Quest, you know, obviously looking very, very strong. We said it during the first day as well of the Riyadh Masters 2023, John. I don't think Quest are looking that much weaker with their new offlane. I think they're doing pretty damn good. Regardless, we have 9 Pandas versus Team Secret right now. 9 Pandas were fighting for that second place spot to be able to get through the groups of the Riyadh Masters. But like you said, now things are a little bit dicey.
A little bit scarier. Like, a win here doesn't necessarily guarantee them. True, if Extreme wins the first game, you have to hope OG wins the next, because that evens out the scoreline with 9 Pandas and Extreme. Otherwise, if Extreme wins game, if Extreme takes a 2-0, 9 Pandas are stuck no matter what happens here, and it's rough for 9 Pandas, for anyone cheering for the team itself. It's sort of heartbreaking to see that game 1 go 16 minutes with a GG call out. So see if 9 Pandas does shape things up in the draft. I mean, you had stuff like Wind Ranger up against Ench. It was just almost impossible to play, and you had the Tinker as well coming out against Snapfire. It just couldn't do much. So hope for earlier presence for 9 Pandas. There goes that Snapfire once more for Team Secret, though. I'm sure Armel would be more than happy to gobble people up, as he is still hungry.
For sure. At least they do ban the Undying this time. I think that was the one saving grace for 9 Pandas last game, was that Solo is really damn good on Undying. And was able to kill off FBZ at least once during the laning stage, but that option is no longer available. However, they're going to go back for the Rubik for Antades. I just wonder, do you want to just pick up the solo hero, which I know you don't like. I know you do not want to see a support duo opening from 9 Pandas, but I have a funny feeling we might see a solo hero pick up right now.
If you had to take a solo hero here, one thing that would be great is maybe something like the Silencer. That's something we've seen Solo excel at. Great laning presence coming out with the Silencer. You've got Global Silence to break off the kisses down the line. No counterplay for a snap there. You can at least stop that early aggression coming out from Team Secret once you hit that level 6. For Solo, I wouldn't mind something like the Silencer if you had to go into it. Again, double supports means that Secret can basically do what they want with their core pickups, seeing that, you know, the stuff you have to worry about is already up in front, and you can just kind of deal with it. So, maybe not the best solution, but I can see 9 Pandas going into it. Instead, they go with the Doom. So we go with something that we've seen Miero play a million times before. The lane of Doom Rubik is pretty stable. Should allow him some decent presence up against Crystallis. And you save the solo hero later on. Pretty sure the side of Secret will still want to ban out Ramsey's heroes anyways. So something like the Silencer can still slide through for sure.
Surprise, surprise, MLP Dota is wrong again. Today, at least.
It's not landing it, Mike.
No, it's not happening today. It's all net for me. And by net, I mean, I should have said air. See, that's how you know I don't play basketball. Team Secret, they're going to go for the Bloodseeker.
Oh, there you go.
I used to play basketball, in case you're wondering, by the way, John, when I was a kid, but 2 left feet, you know, just absolute rubbish. No coordination.
Oh, you know, I wish I would have played basketball when I was a kid. I was actually interested. Thought it was fun. Then,
why didn't you?
There's this one time I went to school with a basketball, right? I just wanted to throw it in the hoops in the courtyard. Older kids just took the ball away from me and played for like 20 minutes. And then I just hated everyone that played basketball since then, when I was a kid. I just absolutely thought they were all turds. So, of course, I played video games instead. Look at how that turned out. Never quit your physical sports, guys. You'll hit 30, then you realize everything was a mistake. The Bloodseeker pickup, not a mistake from Team Secret, though. This is a Crystallis special. Into the Doom lane, feels pretty stable. We've seen Bloodseeker handle that lane pretty fine before. Level 1 to 2, maybe not the best, but once you can self-sustain a little bit better with Thirst, can feel a lot nicer. Wondering if Team Secret will find something for Puppy that lines up. Ench already banned out. Chen perhaps could be a decent play, but Chen into Doom is always awkward, as he can always devour your creep. That's also a little bit middling, but Penitence play Chen is pretty nice into Doom. Get that slow, play with the Blood Right, play with the Blood Rage attack speed, and Bloodseeker can just run down early on.
I'm curious, did you get your basketball back?
I did after watching them play for 20 minutes.
Okay.
I was really upset. Like, I was like in grade 3 at that time. These kids were in grade 6. I was pretty... I had severe anger issues when I was younger, so I was so mad inside.
You were younger?
Yeah, I was a really mad kid. Oh, you did not know how much angrier I am when I was young. You do not understand how angry I could get as a kid. I would bottle it up as well. So I was just very angry. I was just a very angry kid.
Well, I'm glad to hear there's been some improvements.
I watched him play for 20 minutes, Mike. They don't even let me play with my own damn ball before my guardian came by to pick me up from school. I just wanted to play basketball.
I'm sorry, John.
Sorry, well, that's it. And that is a core memory that's never left me. Like, now I'm just thinking about it. Now I'm just getting so upset. Thank you, Michael Phoenix. You missed my birthday. You bring up childhood trauma.
Oh.
And now I'm just stuck at what are we looking for in the bands? Ban the Chen. Ban the Chen 9 Pandas.
Oh, we're going to bring up birthdays, Jonathan. Someone didn't get me a birthday present for my birthday.
So, what do you expect me to do? Mail it from here into Australia? You know what customs would be like? Just leaving the Philippines? Someone would take that gift, Mike. It's not going to get to Australia. I'd be gifting someone in customs. Be realistic, Mike. Be realistic.
4th ban out, are we going to see the Chen ban? Oh, I'm sorry about your basketball, John. I'll get you a basketball. We'll go play together. There's your Primal Beast ban out. We'll play basketball together, John. Don't you worry.
It would be a very terrible match at this point with our age, Mike. That would actually, you know what? That would be pretty funny because it would be so damn bad. That would be pretty funny. I'm pretty sure you would probably crush me anyway. As well, we'll find out when that day comes, Mike. If we ever, if we ever get together again, you know, at this rate, Mike, it's all done, done and dusted. As we're looking for the last ban here.
This might be the last event, John. Team Secret. We'll get rid of the Wind Ranger. They're not going to allow Ramses or Kiyotaka to take that for themselves. Let's get serious, Jonathan. The next pick phase is coming. One more ban to go from 9 Pandas. You called out the Chen ban if it was going to come out, and they still have the opportunity to get rid of that. Though I do agree, like, against the Doom, it's probably not too advised to go for something like a Chen. Just makes it a little bit awkward.
Like, I feel like going for the weird Penitence and Aura build, whatever his passive is called, I never remember. It looks like water. If you go for that, it's alright to deal with Doom, but it's also not the ideal build for Chen anyway. I'm wondering what 9 Pandas will get for Ramses, because I'm sure you ban out Deuce's Storm and Wind Ranger, a couple of Ramses heroes and a Kiyotaka special, but 9 Pandas has access to their... Let's see, Alchemist is still on hand, Jug is still on hand as well. Jug Core to Core against Bloodseeker is not that bad, although Rupture can be annoying, but Omni Slash is always there. so you wouldn't really mind the Jug pickup here. So we shall see.
There's a solo hero. The Shadow Demon comes out. One of his, another one of his favorites. Does have a lot of impact on this hero from the times we have seen him. Obviously, the disruption save's always going to be very, very impactful. See what Team Secret want to try and respond with. I mean, they're still yet to pick up some supports. Obviously, the Snapfire could be flexed into a support role, but we haven't really seen any of that as of late. It's just been all core Snapfire. What does Secret want to do? Maybe some supports to come out.
I mean, I love seeing this coming out for Solo. He's excelled on the Shadow Demon quite a fair bit. You've got some decent combinations. Heck, even just down the line with a Doom, War Stomp, you can get that classic combo off the disruption and kind of hold down. There goes the Chen, though. Like, so I'm curious if Puppy will still go for the Persuasion or just Penitence and... I'm trying to remember the name. Is it Holy Fervor? Holy Favor on his passive? Like that kind of build, Penitence and just the Aura? Because you will not get any value from your creep once the
Divine
up.
Favor.
Like, Divine Favor, there you go. So, that feels like the play. Like if you do go for maybe a 2-0-1 build or 1-0-2, it's pretty alright. Your Bloodseeker can definitely self-sustain up against Doom. You can play around Penitence Rundown with Blood Rage once you have a value point in that. There is some threat, but overall a stable start. For Secret there at the very least.
Let's see. We'll go down the Timber round. I might just have to quickly reconnect to this call, Jonathan. You go ahead and take over. I'll be right back.
Timbersaw comes out, reflecting the roboticness in Mike LaPhoenix as well. I have seen. Unfortunately, Mike, you have been replaced. This is our future now. The AI overlords are there. Mind you guys, this is not really Mike LaPhoenix. It's a neural network trained voice to replicate Mike. We're not real. None of this is real. And the Timbersaw coming out again, there is some flex between Armel and FBZ. FBZ is probably taking this off lane, but Armel can take it mid depending on the matchup. Open enough. There's not much to really punish. I suppose the Shadow Demon's pretty annoying for a Tim, but not fully annoying. And there goes the Jug that we were talking about for 9 Pandas. Core to core against Bloodseeker is decent. Laning into the Timbersaw is also alright for a Jug. This is a pretty good win condition for 9 Pandas to fall back to. No direct counter for the Jug either. So you should feel fairly safe here for Ramses. Nothing like Enchantress into Wind Ranger.
Apologies, Jonathan. I don't mean to interrupt you. I've got to check if I'm still robotic or not. So, hello. It's I know you can't tell, John, because we're not. I'm not robotic for you, I believe. Hopefully, I'm not robotic anymore. Shout out to Trent for keeping tabs out, letting me know if it's fixed up. We love you, Trent. Which he may not be able to understand if I'm still robotic, but my love is still there.
10 seconds.
All right, I've got the. I believe it sounds good. Well, there we go. Happy days. No more robotic Mike.
Very good. I was getting very scared about losing our jobs to the AI Mike. Thank you for taking it away.
We're still losing our jobs, don't worry. Final ban to come.
At least it's not to AI. It's the moral victory, Mike.
10 seconds.
It's the moral victory.
Final bans to come. Team Secret.
5 seconds remaining.
18 seconds reserve time left to think about this one.
We're looking for a mid lane for Kiyotaka. Snapbar deals with most mids well. What's the one mid you wouldn't want to deal with? You don't have the best lockdown in Team Secret, so any of the Spirit Brothers are fine. Maybe Storm not the best into the snap. Ember can still play the lane somewhat, with a couple of good slight dodges. Still left in the pool. Puck would have been probably more stable. Visage being banned, they are expecting some flex on Team Secret, so it looks like they're expecting just an offlane. Armel to take Timbersaw mid. Snapfire for Yamich, perhaps.
Let's see. Final picks to come. This will kind of reveal everything that's going on here from these two drafts.
5 seconds.
Do you want to run the Pulse 4 Snapfire? Is Yamich taking it? Is it Armel?
Dire team pick.
Oh, hold on a minute. It's your boy, Jonathan. The Lion comes out. Look at that.
Oh, this hero is a hater. Lion is 100% a hater hero. This is what me and my friends have started calling it. And I realize now when I play Lion, it is a hater hero.
Yeah.
It's a hater. Lion's just hater. He stuns you, he mana drains you in lane, He hates you. He doesn't want you to play Dota. I like this. I respect this from Team Secret. The Clink's not as much of a hater, but it will kill you.
What do you mean he's not a
There's
hater?
that.
What do you mean he's not a hater?
Oh, Kiyotaka's running Rubik mid!
Oh!
Let's go!
Okay. Alright. Alright, well, this is exciting. Rubik mid coming out from Kiyotaka. It is still going to be up against the mid Snapfire of Armel. Well, I don't know, John. Yeah, I don't want to say anything. Because last time I said the Tinker pick was nice, and that was not correct. So you tell me.
I don't know if this draft is going to be enough. I do feel like Nine Pandas has less direct counters in comparison to last time. Like, I think a Rubik up against a Snapfire lane is still kind of like the Tinker, where it's not amazing, but it should be a little bit more manageable for Kiyotaka. I'm interested to see what Kiyotaka builds, Mike. There's a funky phylactery first item build that I've been running in Turbo. It's a funny build. Not great, but it's in Turbo. It's fun. I don't think you should do that in the normal game.
No, I don't think it's bad. John Cole Rubik with a phylactery sounds like it's about what I would do.
It's not bad, but at the same time, for around 2,000 gold, maybe a Kai would be better. You know, maybe an Ultralens early on, right? Like, it depends on the priority here, or the side of Kiyotaka, what he wants. So, who knows, Mike? Who knows? It's fun, though. It's fun. That is true. Why not both? Both would be the ideal, but you never get that farm early on, Mike. We'll see. I would lean towards Secret on this draft, I'll be real with you, although this feels like a really bad Chen game. You already picked Chen into Doom, now you have the Clinks as well, who can devour your tiny little creeps, and can hunt you down quite effectively in the jungle. I can see Nine Pandas building momentum off of highly aggressive play coming out here from Antares, and a very stable laning start for Miero and Ramses. So if the lanes go fine, and this Clinks pops off, the Clinks will set the tempo. Like, it is a support pick, but this here is the one that buys you space as a support. And if it goes unpunished from Team Secret, things can get south very fast. If your line and if your Chen just died, and you lack a lot of control in the middle of these fights.
Well, we'll see how it all pans out. I make absolutely zero predictions this game, Jonathan, as we go into game number 2 between Nine Pandas and Team Secret, and see exactly how this one is going to pan out. Secret would love themselves a 2-0 victory here if they can. But obviously Nine Pandas, best they can do is a draw. See if they can make that happen. Game 1, or rather Game 2, has officially begun, so we should be able to switch over to that, and there we go. Happy days. Don't know how to feel about this mid Rubik at all from Kiyotaka. I want to say it's a good game, Jonathan, I really do. But I can't do it. I can't do it to the poor guy.
See, unfortunately, I've played a couple of mid Rubik games unintentionally, so I have a small grasp of what it feels like in mid. I think a Snapfire matchup is... It's not a stop for the Rubik. It's also, again, it's kind of like the Tinker matchup. You're still going to have to walk up to your lane. You can try to spam out Fade Bolt as much as you want, but the uptime's not amazing. So every time you open up and try to get greedier in the lane, Cookie, Scatterblast will hurt you. I'm wondering if Kiyotaka will want a value point in Telekinesis, because if he goes full greed, 0-3-2 is really decent. Added attack, added Fade Bolt range. So just stand further back, more damage coming out, you can harass out the Snapfire pretty nicely. That is one way to go about it, but lack of control can be pretty big into level 6 here.
Can I just say as well, I still remember when Rubik... In fact, we'll hold that thought for a second, because they're going to try and fight over these bounty runes, it seems. Maybe the bottom side, where they are trying to dive in onto Chrysalis, but now Puppy's going to show up. Going for the penitence onto Antares, but it won't matter too much. Turn back onto Chrysalis. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade in the bounty runes anyway. Chrysalis taking a fair bit of harass on the way out, but is going to be handed a Tango by Puppy. It'll be just fine. I was going to say, John, I do remember that the times where Rubik first came out in Dota All-Stars, back in my day. Can I just say, when it first came out, man oh man, it was impossible to tell what spells he was throwing out, because it was just so bugged. You just couldn't tell what was happening. It was amazing. I miss those days.
Oh, those were fun days. Let's see. Well, you still have some funny interactions. Pulverize is still the biggest funny one, but you don't have that here. See down the line, taking a look down bot first. Antares and Miero on the Doom and Clinks lane, up against Chrysalis and Puppy on that Bloodseeker Chen. Antares, he can trade favorably very early on. Just Tar Bomb. You don't have that much armor on Puppy. He does have a Circlet to try to bolster that up, but you will still get out-traded, even with the penitence here. Again, it's not the safest game to go for Holy Persuasion, what with a Doom and a Clinks around with a Death Pact and Devour. not going to get the maximum value from just trying to get a creep army up. And it should lead to a much more stable lane coming through for the side of 9 Pandas. Like, this is just not that sustainable for Crystallis until level 2 Thirst. At that point, you can start to play better. I'm very curious if Puppey goes for Divine Favor. It feels necessary, right? Bonus armor, HP regen up against Clinks. It's tiny at level 1, but it'll help you survive and just hold the lane.
We'll see if he does want it. The mid lane going, like Kiyotaka versus Armel on the... hold that thought, bottom lane. No, Blood Right's not going to land anyway. They should be just fine. Continue the harassment onto Crystallis. Of course, mid lane, Armel and Kiyotaka have been going at it. Very even affair. Like 5 for 5 for Armel, 5 for 1 for Kiyotaka. Nothing to really write home about. Armel having a bit of a better time with the denies being thrown out from his Snapfire, but apart from that, it's still a very even kind of affair. We saw last game around, Kiyotaka had a bit of a rough time because he fell behind an XP, and falling behind an XP against the mid Snapfire is never great, because as soon as he hits level 6, he can just kill you pretty damn easily. And you can say the exact same thing about this mid Rubik, right? Like, once level 6 Snapfire is online, the Rubik is pretty susceptible. So you do at least have a way of cancelling kisses, unlike the Tinker, but you're still going to be in a lot of danger if you get caught by a rogue cookie of Armel.
Yeah, it's still going to feel pretty rough. I mean, losing a creep wave in denies is just massive. Even the flag bearer creep gone now for Kiyotaka. This is pretty stompy from Armel. It's slow, it's not as flashy, but 10 to 8 versus 10 to 1. A full creep wave gone for Kiyotaka. It's not great for Rubik. Very EXP sensitive on the mid.
Oh, top lane, Yamich. Big trouble. Ramses with the spin. Does chase him down. Yamich will eat the fairy fire, but Ramses, he's moving way too quick. First blood to go the way of Ramses. This bottom lane, Crystallis, he does take down Antares, but sadly for him, he's a couple seconds too late for that first blood bonus. Miero, though, I mean, he might just be the bonus. Crystallis is moving in with the penitence out from Puppey. A lot of damage being dealt, but he won't go for the dive past the tier 1, obviously. A little bit too early for that.
You can see just how well Penitence does with something aggressive like the Bloodseeker. Plays off that added attack speed very nicely, maximizes slow. You can start to get aggressive for Secret as we approach that level 3 mark. Level 2 Thirst being up. Pretty nice spike in lane for the Bloodseeker to play with. Yes. The one pertinent issue right now for the side of Secret is that top lane. This does not feel great to try to control up the Jug. He can sustain through a lot of harassment from the Tim. As long as he plays around with that spin well, it's not going to be a major threat coming out from FBZ. And Ramsey's already on top in CS. 24-4 up against Timbersaw lane. Not something you'd expect, but there is a lot of magical nuking coming out here from Solo. Just a couple of stray Shadow Poisons onto a Timbersaw, and you're not comfy in that lane.
Absolutely not. Very, very strong performance from Ramsey so far. Yeah, a better time than last game, to say the least, for the man. Bottom lane. That's where all the action seems to be at. Crystallis landing a nice blood run to Miero. Tara is still trying to apply that pressure as the Clinks still at level 3, but look, the lane is somewhat slowing down with Puppey just constantly providing Crystallis that protection, and he does go for the level 2 Holy Persuasion, so he's just keeping his creeps very far back, but you see the creeps he's chosen. He goes for the Centaur Corsa for the Cloak Aura, which does reach because it's 1.2k range, so it doesn't need to be close to Crystallis. And he's got the Hill Creep with the Hill Troll Priest. So, like, he's still finding value with these creeps. Puppey's not beating anything away. Well, now he does, but you get my point. He's still doing a really damn good job being effective with this.
He is. On point curse right there, Mike. Instantly see that creep eaten away, but you know what?
It
happens.
Literally lost the creep as soon as I said it.
Yes, exactly it, Mike. You're doing a great job here for 9 Pandas. Antares?
In trouble. Slowed up by the Penitence, but Crystallis, I don't think we'll want to dive this. Still, again, a little bit early for the tier 1 tower dive. Mid, however, Armel going to be targeted. Solo is going to be here. Kiyotaka already committing the telekinesis. They can't really go for the dive in, though. Armel just going to cookie away. As soon as they saw Yamich on the line, they had enough.
Ooh. Kiyotaka is going for Lac 3 first on Rubik. Excellent. This is fun. Just those blasts, Mike. The Fade Vault for that damage. Feels good.
It's pretty broken, honestly.
I have a lot of fun with that in Turbo. It's so fun.
So, like, anyway, like, plus 150 is going to mean 375 damage with the... Hold that thought, because kisses are coming in. This might be a 375 damage to Kiyotaka, because he is going to be saved by disruption, but Yamich is going to move in for an Earth Spike. It's not enough yet, but the blood grenade's going to land. Yamich will secure. Antares dies down bottom lane as well. Puppy able to find the Klink's kill. But the mid Rubik going down going to feel very, very good for Secret.
Oh yeah, we get the regen rune on top for Armel. Heads up play using this ward vision. Just instantly get that while Yatak was trying to run up to bottle up. Nice win coming out for Secret. Lane's going well. They're at the point where you can leave that Timbersaw alone up top, up against Jug. And it just leads into a farming lane, which Ramses doesn't mind, but the Timbersaw also doesn't mind ramping up. Vanguard up in FBZ in the world, outside of the spin. And they're starting to get a lot of room out to farm. Like Crystallis already at the phase boots, Javelin flying out.
So Solo's still hanging around here on the Shadow Demon in the mid lane, trying to maybe find an angle onto Armel, but I think they just missed their timing with that one. I don't believe they would have enough damage with those two to actually get that kill done. Like, he's got 1.2k HP on the Snapfire. It's probably not going to happen.
Universal
Ramses? Oh, Ramses! Oh, he tried for the TP out. He's not going to make it. FBZ just dived him underneath the tier 1 tower. He tried a TP knowing he couldn't get away by running, and Yamich just shows up at the last second with the Earth Spike. Perfect timing. The bottom lane, they need a bit of help because Crystallis is being completely surrounded with Puppy. He'll move back in with FBZ. They're onto Miero. The Doom needs to get out, but it looks like he's got no real choice in the matter as Armel even joins in. Beautiful rotations from Team Secret, just all over the map.
Man, Armel is hungry, man. He's just eating everything up. Showing up, getting kills. I mean, he said it. No merienda. He's got to eat some players up. Certainly gobbling them all down. 5-1, 9 pandas. All things considered, not too far behind. I mean, it's not a good position for Miera or Kiyotaka. But at the very least, Ramses is having one of his AFK games once more. Just down to whether or not he can bounce back. We've seen his team have a rough start with his Jug. But his mid-game decision-making, the time he comes in with the Omni, it has been pretty impactful. It's down to Secret to constantly keep this pressure up, ensure that the Jug's never too comfy to try to play a slow game here.
Solo's going to be a little bit cautious around this area. Like, he's by the tier 1 top tower, but he's kind of surrounded by 3 heroes right now, and Yamich might just find him in a moment. FBZ, going to see him now. Solo completely and utterly surrounded. No way out of this. Puppy will take the kill for himself in the chat. Chrysalis does rotate through the Queen Gates on top. In fact, Ramses! Well, hold on a minute. How did that happen?
Cheeky. He got kissed. He tried to Omni Slash to dodge, but it's not long enough, man. That was a little bit desperate. Spin was just barely on cooldown.
Unfortunate. Is kissing all the homies today. Just fantastic plays from Armel. That was completely solo. I mean, we didn't catch it on the live feed. I didn't see it either, to be quite frank with you, John. But that was completely solo from Armel. Just not a great feeling for Ramses.
Solo's on the Shadow Demon. What do you mean? You think you can only reach the low-hanging fruit? I've got arms too. I can take.
Yeah, but you haven't got the. You're not a dad yet, John. You can't just make jokes like that.
That's true. That is true. 7-1. This isn't a dad joke of a game at all, just yet. It's just Secret stomping for the most part.
Not yet.
3k lead. Again, 9 pandas can scale. They just need to cut their losses a little bit.
Yeah. You kind of saw how annoyed Ramses was after that kill. Like, just immediately buys a smoke out, runs towards the jungle. You know, naturally he wants to get there ASAP because he had no TP available, but it's just so much weight on Ramses' shoulders this game, because the safe lane is probably the only lane that kind of went okay. Like, the mid lane did not go well for Kiyotaka. The off lane, not really great either. Like, you look at the farm of Miero, he's playing a Doom. He's nowhere near the Midas yet. And he's, what, 6th in net worth as a Doom? It's just not a good feeling. They might fight now. They'll see Puppy here with Antares. Yamich there as well, but it doesn't seem like they're confident to try and go for this.
I like that Secret still respects that output from 9 pandas. They're not willing to give in too many big openings here. You've got the full phylactery up for Kiyotaka, so the blasts are feeling good if you land them on the heroes. Can be fun.
No sentry wards here for Antares. He'll reveal himself onto Puppey. Yotaka will take the penitence, or excuse me, the holy persuasion for himself.
That's a nice feeling. And gets the summoner creep. Oh, and grabs the hill troll with the net, so wants a little bit more control here. Could try to set up for some plays. You have a full farming build coming out from Yarrow, not bothering to go for the value point in the Doom just yet. Wanting to see how far he can get away with this. And to be fair, he's been given a lot of space on the Doom down bot, but smoke out now from Secret.
Right towards Miero, like they just really want to shut down this Doom. Puppey may get caught by the tier 1 mid tower. Not the biggest kill if you find him anyway, but they want to try and get anything they can right now as Puppey, completely surrounded. Kiyotaka even takes his Harpy Stormcrafter, but they don't have the damage. They do not have the damage. Puppey will be just fine with the Hand of God out. He will live to see another day.
Just a Solar Crest, more than enough to save him. Oh,
Kiss is out now. Kiyotaka at least gets an Invis rune, so he's not okay. He is not okay. They rupture him up. They'll see him now. Kiyotaka's gone. Solo also just down. Antares. Antares! He does move in on his own. He'll be able to get away with it as they will not dive in yet, but FBZ eventually wants to go for this. The Clinks will be okay. Mid-tier 1 tower, however, probably not so much. It is going to be focused by Team Secret. See if the Glyph does force them back. They are out of a creep wave, so they will retreat, at least for now.
back off. I managed to hold on to the finger of Yamich. But he's still got that burst play ready to go here inside of Team's Secret. And Panda's smoking up bot. Kiyotaka and Solo looking for something here.
Jump in. Oh, FBZ. He's a nice kill. You can get this one, you'll feel pretty happy, though. FBZ just chains towards the north. Kiyotaka's still going to chain right next to him, but a disruption. Going to cancel the chain of FBZ once again, and he will die. That's a great kill for 9 Pandas. It's Kiyotaka now with the max chains. A lot of mobility on this hero. He's going to be a little bit cautious, though, Puppey. But the micro is going. Kiyotaka, he'll take Holy Persuasion again.
Yeah, he's having fun with
the
that.
Wild Room Ripper.
Yeah. Just have some take away the creep army. Just remove a little bit of that utility on Puppey. They get find Antares though.
Yeah, nice easy Clink skill. It just runs right back towards the sentry ward they placed in that last fight. Kind of maybe just forgetting the ward was there.
Ooh. Rubik Wood Mana Drain is so annoying.
I knew you were going to say this, but it's level 1, John.
But it's still annoying. I'm telling you, Lion's a hater. The hater hero. I find this is a weird time to segue into this, but I find the most fun Lion skill build 203 in lane. If you can get away with 203, good God, your enemies will not have fun at all. They will hate you. You get your shard up, they will absolutely hate you. That is a hater play. Not quite the hater play here from Yamich. He's more of a friendly guy.
Yeah, Yamich has something to play for here, John. You know?
Trust me, Mike, you'll run into it in your pubs. You'll find a Lion trying hard with 203 and you'll be like, I hate this hero so much. You will just not want to play against Lion again. Trust me.
10-2. 2k advantage the way of Team Secret. I think 9 Pandas, though, fully appreciate the time they have right now to farm, because you do have a Jug and you have a Doom on your end of things. Or even the mid Rubik does scale very effectively as the items do come up. And especially the levels, of course, on the Rubik, very, very important. Drone of Atos is out from Armel into the kisses. Solo not getting the disruption off onto the Snapfire, not diving the tier 1, but Kiyotaka still going to be fine to just walk out of here. He will survive another day. Solo, however, will be the one to go down as Armel is rushing forward. Miero, he's looking for a Doom target, but he won't find one. So only one hero being lost, and that was the Shadow Demon of Solo.
Good sacrifice inside the 9 Pandas. And just allowing a little bit more room out for Kiyotaka, giving all the space in the world for Ramses to play with his Battle Fury. They are allowing themselves to scale up here. Their greedy playstyle is not being punished as hard by Secret. Yes, they've got the kills, but it's not in the course any longer. The room for 9 Pandas is huge. They've got the blink on Miero. Go for the smoke play here.
Chrysalis is where they smoke towards, but Chrysalis seems to know that they're probably smoked up because there was a Fade Bolt from the high ground on the Rubik, so very well aware that something is a little bit awry. Chrysalis does back off the right moment. Solo is rushing right towards him, gets vision down. He's going to see the exact kill they wanted. However, top lane, they found Armel instead, so they'll go for the Snapfire. And Armel is just going to melt to the damage output. No Doom even necessary from Miero. He holds on to it for another day.
That's a much bigger kill. The streak on Armel, it's much wider. They get that kill, they slow down that Snapfire scaling up. And they get room for a solo push here for Ramses. So again, 9Pandas defaulting back to the slower playstyle, starting to buy space for their pause 1. Starting to move around as a unit once Miero has some items to be ready. Secret, despite the strong start, this game does not necessarily get too much easier for them as it scales on.
Miero, nice jump in. Nice jump in. Using Solo as bait. Still, Chrysalis is surviving a little bit longer. They're going down, but they know they can't go for the dive. Miero's going to drop. Yamich might die for this, still trying as they do go in, and now Kiyotaka just blinking right past the tier 1 tower. He'll find the Bloodseeker. He'll make the fight worth it for 9Pandas. They might just keep going. Puppy dropping low, but FBZ, he's going to move forward by himself now, trying to pick off Solo. In come the kisses, the Shadow Demon at least going down, but they might need to retreat. Or do they? FBZ, bit like a Giga Chat, gonna move back in with the Chakra. Armel's there with the Rod of Atos, locking down Antares. And ultimately in the end, they do find a 2-for-3 trade in their favor. Mind you, they do lose their position 1 Bloodseeker, but it does seem like the net worth swing does go Team Secret's way. Thing is though, it continues. Puppy, oh that's a double stun. Miero into a double cookie from Antares. They do take out the Rubik. 9Pandas though, if they escape with this, I think they'll be very happy. Like they want more. Ramses, has he stuck around too long? Not quite. He'll just spin TP away. Messy engagement.
Awkward to start. If they didn't find that Rubik kill, I'd argue that 9Pandas, even though in Biden numbers, it's not a win for them. But they are gaining momentum back. You know, that's a big swing back. Losing Kiyotaka does equalize it a little bit more for Secret.
Miero lane, he was quite far forward. Armel gonna land a nice cookie here with FBZ, and Miero probably not gonna make it. Unfortunate. Very deep though, like down in the spot lane, he's right by the tier 2 tower. Not a hard kill for Armel to set up.
Certainly not. Great coordination out from Secret to look for that free pickoff. They wrangle back control, but look at the farm distribution right now, Mike, in the graphs. Ramsey's number 1. You're number 2.
Actually gonna make it. Yamich survived. Solo the one getting caught. Armel will take another. His 8th kill of the game on the Snapfire. Yamich copped a Fade Bolt and a Spell Steal and lost half his HP. Literally the Fade Bolt took out half the HP of the line pool, the line here at HP pool, but he still survives.
Yep, just barely, but the threat is there. And with a blink for Kiyotaka with a shotgun on him, you can look for some solo plays. Get really scary. Kiyotaka's going all in on the Dagon, just wanting that burst play. This is the cowboy build I enjoy in Turbo. Would never would I have ever thought I'd see this in a pro game, but I appreciate you, Kiyotaka. I see you, Kiyotaka.
I like it. I appreciate it too. Maybe you could have got a bit more value with a Kaya, but who cares about that?
No, you just want to kill everything, Mike.
Yeah.
You don't need it. You don't need your Fade Bolt damage reduction talents as well. Who's supporting here? He's a core.
That's right.
All he needs is this level 20 and probably level 15 and 20 talents, then you're pretty happy. But the 10, ha! Just get the skill point instead. No point.
So you become a Rubik enjoyer.
Around. Yes, it is quite fun as a core. Again, I don't necessarily mean to play it core, but it's quite fun. The side of 9Pandas are also having a much better time. Like Ramses has the Sanjin Yasha into the Ags. You've got Miero rushing into his Octarine for more uptime on Doom. Like they're scaling into this point nicely. Secret. Again, there's still growth potential here for Chrysalis. FBZ can get a lot tankier, can start building a few more auras, maybe getting the full Crimson Guard to help his team out from the physical output here.
Solo. Careful. He had the Lotus, he's still dying though, Solo. Oh! Goodness me. Thing is, though, they get the shards on Antares, but Roshan's going down. Team Secret, they see the opening. They'll rush right towards it. It's a huge objective to Secret to take. And 9 Pandas, they're not reacting quick enough. It's gone.
Yeah. Not the quickest rush, but no response. Managed to clear it out. Secondary life up in Chrysalis. Instant smoke out. All eyes up top. They want to catch Antares here. Or at least stop the push.
He's a sneaky boy. It's very hard to catch this support Clinks. He's going to be just fine. He gets away with the free tier 1 tower, but I say free. They lost Roshan, to be fair. Not the best feeling here for 9 Pandas, but well, this might not be the best feeling either. Mira gets caught. Does he go down? I don't believe he has any way of getting out of this, so he is gone. However,
the Dagon.
This fateful Dagon literally just deleted him. That's a level 1 Dagon, and he just got deleted. Bottom lane. Solo gets deleted as well, to be fair. That is actually so revolting. If you see Lion as this Rubik, you can just delete him with two clicks of the buttons.
Yep. That's it. Nice and easy. It's a 1000 HP Lion. No fluffy hat. Nothing to pad out the HP here. Nothing like a casual cloak for a Glimmer Cape down the line. And you just get nuked down. A really good read from Kiyotaka. It's not the trade you'd want to see, but you know, you take what you can get. Start to build up. Go into those higher Dagon levels, and well, when you hit Dagon 5, that's when the fun begins, Mike. That's when the fun
they do at
starts.
least find a Clinks. Here we go. They got the Clinks. Antares is going to drop. Nice little pick up there for Secret. Armel picking up, I believe, his 10th kill of the game now. 10, 1, and 4. On the mid-snap fire, doing some great work here for Team Secret. And 9 Pandas, though, again, like, you look at Ramsey's farm, he is escalating. 15k net worth on the Jug. 3k ahead of Chrysalis now, and he's got the Ags up, so Swift Slash is available. Maybe he works on towards a Butterfly now, perhaps. We shall see. He has not queued up an item yet. But he's doing a great job on this Jug.
But he is. It doesn't feel like you have the best answers outside of instant control from Yamich. Has to be on point with that Blink Hex to catch the Jug and get that burst damage on for the team here.
In Solo. You kind of call that tank at the gank there. He was on the creep wave, to be absolutely fair, but just kind of revealed the position of Team Secret, which is probably more valuable than his own life right now on the Shadow Demon. Nothing's happening for him to be alive anyway. Update, by the way. Ramses is going for a Skadi.
Oh, he changed it again, though, Mike. It's a Sacred Relic right now.
Okay.
Nullify?
Nullify, perhaps?
Looks like it. I think the Divine Rapier Rush would be a little bit spicy for Ramses. Not quite necessary this game just yet.
Yeah. I dare say you're right. Ramses. He'll be okay. They can't catch him. He'll get out in time. Solo will get the illusions out of the Jug.
For Team Secret now, it's less about a Bloodseeker versus Jug, which is a little bit awkward for Bloodseeker. It's not a great matchup for Bloodseeker. It's also not amazing for Jug. You have to be... It's easier, I'd say, for a Jug, though. If you manage to get the Omni Slash off in these fights, it's much easier for the Jug for sure. But outside of that, the Bloodseeker has a lot more play. I think it also comes down to how much Armel can get out. Like, if he can hit his 20 talent into his 25 and take control from there. Stand back far enough that he's not going to be in the Omni threat and not going to be in the Doom threat, then I think your game is still fairly manageable on Secret. But again, it's getting a lot tougher as time goes on here.
Oh, Armel! Oh!
Jeez.
Oh! He just got deleted! Antares just silences him with the Orchid. Kiyotaka shows up last second with the Dagon Fade Bolt and he just disappeared.
That's one aspect that it took a little bit longer for 9 Pandas to come online with, but we talk about this from draft. Antares is going to be that big space maker, going to be picking off these softer heroes in the back, and he's got a lot of food here if you're not careful.
They do at least catch the Clinks. So you will eventually trade, and Armel's pretty happy to see that from the grave. But obviously, Antares should still be very, very happy with himself for that setup. But you kind of see how dangerous this little combo is now of the Clinks Rubik. You know, like, Clinks just sets up, Rubik jumps in, deals, you know, over half your HP and damage, and suddenly you just die.
That Dagon's building up, Mike. Level 3 now. Into level 5, Kiyotaka's going.
Wonka.
Ramses.
Bottom lane. Wingate usage is there. Team Secret, they are moving up from the behind. Ramsey's still looking for Armel. Is going to spot him for a moment. This is very, very aggressive, but he has got the Omni Slash. Armel, oh, he's just deleted again. The spin TP from Ramsey's to get out as well. No cancel available. The aggression pays off. He knows he can just spin TP. They don't have a Basher on Chrysalis yet to get through that.
There's nothing to stop it. And again, this hit and run coming out from Kiyotaka. And this is... I'm loving it, Mike. I'm enjoying this. This is certainly... This is the Colonel's choice right here in the Night and build, Mike. This is his
Colonel's
choice.
watching. The Colonel's watching, John. Don't you worry. I'm sure it actually will be his choice. Fine Pandas. Having a great old time here in this game too. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing with the mid Rubik, when you get to this stage where you're just bursting people down, like the scaling doesn't really stop, does it? So yeah, Octarine Core, you've got Ethereal Blade you can go for. There's plenty of items to still farm up on Kiyotaka. Just one more Dagon recipe for the level 5 Dagon, and then we can find out what else he's thinking about.
Let's look for the easy nukes. I think the side of Secret, they're the ones that need to slow this game down hard. You need more time to build up in Chrysalis, you need more time to build up on Armel.
Can you get a Timeless Relic on Kiyotaka?
Yes, you can. Get it done.
Maybe he gets a Psychic Headband for now.
Yeah. Once your forces up. Let me tell you, I've had games where that... It's so painful. It's so painful with that spell. And
he does get a Psychic Headband. He does get the Psychic Headband. Of course he does.
It's everything you asked for. I mean, he did play a really bad Tinker game last time. I think Gaben felt bad.
Hold on a minute, Jonathan. Let's not pick on the guy. It wasn't entirely his fault. But maybe it was. You never know. Ramses, he's going to go for a run. He'll be okay. We'll avoid the Earth Spike of the Lion. And Pandas, looking like they're thinking about retreating for now. They'll just hang around this Radiant jungle for a little bit. Just hold this position. They know the whole squad of Team Secret are waiting by that tier 2 tower, so they aren't going to dive the tier 2 without any vision available from their own side of things. And it is going to pay off anyway, because they're going to find a double damage rather soon here for Ramses.
Definitely take a fight off the back of that, with a full nullifier being done as well. And Miro already has the Octarine working towards the eggs. The Lincoln's build up here for Armel, not going to be amounting to too much. At least we can defend from at least a Dagon Blast, I suppose. Or from a Fade Ball, I suppose. And, I mean, 9 Pandas, 22-10, but this game is in their hands now. Look at the graph. 9 Pandas is 65% favored. Secret, again, taking their time a little bit too much. And allowing this farm game to happen.
Whereas it's certainly a much better game from 9 Pandas, that's for sure. It does feel like they're in complete control of this game. Like I said, with this tier 4 items, like you get the Timeless Relic, it's a plus 15% spell damage for the Rubik. Suddenly you're not going to care about your extra cast range. Let's go for the added spell damage. Even more burst potential for this guy if he gets lucky. I love it. I really do.
It's a great time to watch the core Rubik. It really is. You get your level 25 down the line, 40% spell after on stolen spells for whatever reason. As they start a fight here.
Yeah, bottom lane, they have started an engagement. Ramsey's going to just spin away for now. Miero's going to be okay to just casually walk out as now 9 Pandas. They've joined the fray, looking for the fight, but Secret, the kiss is gone. Maybe they do. They smoke up as 5. Wrap around, see if you can find a pick off on the north. The run towards the dire triangle. Antares was just there, but does avoid the area for now, leading back towards his team, so Secret will not be able to find that free kill for themselves. Secret, they are still looping around the long way to try and see if they can find a good team fight. Problem is, Roshan has started by 9 Pandas. Antares, still in a position where he could get caught with his pants down, but he will get into the tree line. Secret, they are getting rather close. Roshan is still very healthy, so they still have plenty of time to make their way into that Roshan pit, but they've got to make their decision rather soon here, Team Secret. They'll scout out with the Chakrams. They will find Miero for now. Miero, he'll get the Doom off onto the Bloodseeker. Meanwhile, FBZ, he'll jump into the Roshan pit. He sees how low it is. He's going to try for the Aegis still. Can he get it though? No, Ramses is got it. Ramses picks up the Aegis. FBZ forced the chain away. Ramses, he'll chase him down. The Lotus Orb, though, gonna ruin the Omni Slash. FBZ, still finding a way out, is running. He'll go for the TP play, but no. It's gonna be cancelled immediately by 9 Pandas, who do find a 2-for-0 trade. They'll get the Roshan, and they'll get the Aegis.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, it's a massive win. 9 Pandas in the right spot. Secret with a very interesting wrap around, with 9 Pandas reading that very nicely, clumping around right off that staircase in the tree line.
Kiyotaka committed the old Fade Bolt Dagon. Chrysalis lost, what, 2/3 of his HP there?
Beautiful. As is all Kings, very balanced. E-Blade coming next as well for Kiyotaka.
Oh, love it. Bottom. This is committed. They're going to find Antares. So I say that. He does commit the Dark Pact. Maybe he's going to lock him down, but Armel maybe going a bit too deep for this. Antares, he's manning up. Oh, he's got him. Armel is down. Yamich also gets caught. Poor old Yamich. He was just trying to help a mate out.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Armel needed that kill. He's trying to find anything to reach level 20, but nothing's coming out. 9 Pandas. This is their time to shine. High ground's fairly open for them. Omni Slash only 40 seconds away. They're just ready. Secret, what are you going to do? Like, Poppy doesn't do much. His sustain's not enough to make you live through all this burst.
Speaking of Poppy, Lotus Orb going to save him from the Swift Slash, but not so much from the right clicks of Ramses and Kiyotaka. He's in with the Dagon. He'll eat the cheese up. He'll reset on the Rubik. He needed some mana, Jonathan. Keep in mind, you've got the plus 8% spell amp with the Kaya now. So even more damage from Kiyotaka. It is not safe to approach the Juggernaut at the moment, that's for sure. Like, how do you approach this? Who do you jump?
It's so difficult. It has to be FBZ trying to find a backline somehow. Maybe, I'd say jumping the Rubik's honestly pretty damn big, but you just can't reach into Kiyotaka. His cast range is too long, his burst damage is there. And they're just putting Ramses up front. He knows that there's nothing to deal with him. They'll play it safe on the range racks. They back off, they reset, they respect the respawns out from Team Secret, but I don't know what play Secret has left. Like, they're going for a Lincoln Sun Chrysalis to protect from the Doom. But again, the Ags for Mieros, well, he did divert for his own Lincolns, I suppose. They're not going to have that AoE Doom anytime soon, so the Lincolns can feel a little bit more effective here.
Here we go. Mid lane, lift up. They've got Poppy on the Chen. He's not lasting too long, but a nice Ogresil totem jump away. Ogresil flop is what they call it. Ramses going to jump onto FBZ. FBZ going to be fine, but not so much with Poppy. Poppy just gets destroyed as FBZ now, having to deal with Antares, who does have a Scythe device on the Clinks. Plenty of lockdown. As there's a Swift Slash from Ramses, back right in past the T4 towers. He'll find Yamich. Kiyotaka having a bit too much fun. Chrysalis at least going to find the Aegis of Ramses, and Solo does also drop back Kiyotaka. He's very far forward. They'll mute him up, but can they kill him? He's running. Kiyotaka, he's going to be just fine. He'll walk away as Chrysalis is the one to go down. FBZ trying to jump in and salvage the situation. At least they do kill off Miero. It's a 3v3 situation now between these two teams. 9 Pandas, do they want to risk it? Because you do have a buyback on Chrysalis. No Aegis on Ramses. Where's the buyback? It's not coming out yet. Instead, they'll hex him up. Ramses, not like this. He'll try to run with the spin out. He might make it. Cookie forward, Armel. He's chasing for this one. But the Omni Slash, no Swift Slash. It's going to be enough, though. Ramses, he'll survive another day. Oh, it's disgusting. Ramses does not go down. Tips out rightfully towards the jug. And it's time to call it. There you go. UFO Boss is apparently the name they call Ramses now. There you go.
I mean, you just spin, you come back, you turn around, you get your lifesteal off from your level 20 talent. Jug is not fair like that. You know, if he has Swift Slash, he has Omni, he can turn easily and survive through even once his spells fade. Let me tell you, 9 Pandas reset very well after a very rough game 1, Mike. Kiyotaka, he loves the dream. He plays that good old Rubik mid. He gets the Phylactery, he gets the Dagon. I mean, sure, it's not the smoothest lane for him. He lost out an entire creep wave and denies a creep wave and a half at some point. but it works out. You know, they sit back, they farm, and Nine Pandas default back into that playstyle where we see them succeed. Where early game's rough, they regroup, they farm on the opposite side of the map, they sacrifice their supports, and they build up on these cores, and Secret just doesn't punish hard enough.
Fantastic performance this game too from Nine Pandas for sure. Like Secret, they had a great start, but like you said, just not proving to be enough. At least Secret, they do force out the draw, which is definitely better than a 2-0 loss here to Nine Pandas. So in some ways, just trying to deny that secondary spot for Nine Pandas, but we'll have to see, because I think you already kind of mentioned this, but it's dependent on what OG and Extreme Gaming are doing right now in terms of the standings.
Yeah.
Which I believe, spoiler alert, XG actually pulled off the first game victory against OG. So there's that, John.
Yeah. I think if you want a shot here for Nine Pandas, you have to hope for a draw. So OG has to try to find game 2 here for Nine Pandas' sake. If not, Extreme can just go up, and that would be Quest and Extreme in the top 2, and Nine Pandas having to play deciders, which is, it's such a rough feeling. You know, you were so close today, you just needed the 2-0 here. Game 1 was a complete raffle stomp, and that could cost you your key into group stage. Who knows what happens in these decider matches? I think Nine Pandas is going to be looking to be one of the favorites coming in, but you can never call it when it comes down to those, to the line, to the wire kind of best of 3s here, Mike.
At least there's more Dota, right, John? That's all we care about. Just
of course.
More Dota to watch, more international Dota to watch, and you get to see gems like this. Like the mid Rubik from Kiyotako is having a lot of fun, and I'm sure it's going to inspire a lot of people out there watching this performance from him. As you're seeing that beautiful play from Ramses, realizing he could still turn around with the Swift Slash and get it done. I believe it may have actually been on cooldown up until that moment as well, so Ramses really just playing on the edge. Fantastic gameplay for game number 2 from Nine Pandas, but overall both teams perform very, very well, Jonathan. It's just hard to say who the better team is in a series like this where, you know, they pull off a 1-1 and you're never going to have a third game.
Yeah. I think game 2, though, it did feel like Secret just kind of rested on their laurels a little bit too much. They were satisfied with these support kills. They didn't apply pressure onto Ramses. And we've said this about a lot of teams up against Nine Pandas. You can win out your early game, but you have to ensure you always pressure Ramses. If you allow this kid to farm, I mean, he is going to carry games. If you tilt him out, it can also look pretty bad for Nine Pandas, but he has a good game. Kiyotaka has a decent start. They start to play together as the Tricore. Once they've got some farm, it can get dangerous very fast.
Well, with that, Jonathan, we are going to have to head off to a break, of course. And right after that break, we'll find out if we're going to have any decider matches, what stream it's going to be on, who the hell knows. But we'll head to a break and we'll figure it out. We'll be right back.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up then. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
could decide where I should remain, where I would hide, sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still, I had a say where I'd run to, where I would play, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. Sure as the sun, come rain or shine, I know where I belong. If time were to stand still, if I had a say where I'd run to, where I would lay, if time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still,
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. It is going to be a make or break day for a lot of teams as we are heading into the elimination series of these play-ins. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Fogged, and I'm excited, man. Entity OG for us to kick this one off. How you feeling?
Feeling great and excited because I didn't expect to. I didn't know what to expect with these type of matchups. Who's actually going to play in here? Because like OG started really poorly, I think losing all 4 games. Entity started super strong, winning a bunch, and then they kind of leveled out. So this should be an interesting series just because of that, but also because I feel like we have a kind of different idea of Dota and different idea of like what heroes are super good right now. I'm looking like at OG, big priority of like Enigma and stuff like that, while looking at Entity, it's a big priority on the Primal Beast. So yeah, gonna be cool to see what we get.
Yeah, all of these games, there should be some good stuff. We have the NASA matchup of TSM Beast Coast, which will be interesting to see how that one ends up playing out. But we got Western Europe versus Western Europe, so this should be. The teams are very familiar with each other. They've played a lot of series against each other over the last year. OG, I feel like, has been one of these teams that like goes on burners and they just crush it, and then they hit into a slump and they go on a burner again. It's really strange. I'm not sure if they're like, what is the inconsistency there?
Yeah, me either. You know, I look at BZM and I'm like, most games, I'm like, BZM is either like 30-0 or he's just having like an okay. I don't know. BZM seems to be always the one that has a really good game. I'm usually lately, especially looking at like DM and Taiga, just needing to maybe step it up a little bit. Like nothing against them or anything. Like Taiga obviously can do it. Just something about them, the way that they've been playing, it leaves something to be desired in a lot of their games. So I'm looking forward to see what they've improved. And looking forward to see how they play versus Entity playing, because I specifically, I did this kind of a reason. I target the 3 and 4. Because that's always the ones that I look at when I talk about Entity. And now, Entity's got a new 3. So there's got Gabby added to the picture. So I'm wondering how they're going to match up. Taiga, DM versus Gabby, Katomi, if they're able to keep up versus these two.
And then, of course, the sub. We have a stand-in on OG, right? It's the person who said he would never play again. he just is back. You know, it's round number 5, I think, for him at this point. Seb, of course, playing on the side of OG. But I think Entity have looked pretty good with Gabby, right? Like, I feel like he is addressing some of the, I don't know if I wouldn't really say flaws, but like his hero pool is very like unique in terms of offlaners, I think.
Yeah, he's got a massive hero pool because he's played like Gabby played like every role.
Yeah, he played carry at one point.
Carry,
like,
I think he played mid as well too when he was playing like his pucks and stuff like that, if I'm not mistaken. So guy plays clearly everything. So yeah, it's gonna be interesting. And I just. You know, it's nothing against Toby in particular, but I think in the beginning he showed a lot of strength, but I think he showed too much of his hand, perhaps, and he got very figured out. So I'm just looking forward to see how Katomi and Gabby work together, because I feel like Toby was kind of letting Katomi down in some of these games, where I feel Katomi he's the one who dictates the pace a lot for Entity.
Absolutely. We're going to see teams continue to prioritize ban out the IO. I think day one, we saw a few series come off with IO in the first phase, and people were like, that hero seems pretty good. So no more letting the IO through. They go for the Chen, which has also seen a lot of play.
I like I think Dark's hero also. After I got to see it more yesterday, I was already kind of like hyping this hero up in volley and stuff. I don't know. I feel like these heroes that can just farm without any showing themselves on the map ever just seem so broken right now. Like illusion carries, Eidolons, Darkseers, etc. Like I just feel like they add an extra big level, which has always been the case. It's not something new to Dota by any means, but now because the map's literally 40% bigger, I feel like it does make these heroes even better.
Yeah, I like Darkseer felt really good in the last patch. I thought like he was still really just every time I would play this hero, I was like, huh, okay, like that was an easy game. Like it didn't really seem like there was too much to it. But yeah, I mean Darkseer, the team fight potential, especially nowadays, is just so strong, and you can't really stop him from farming. So
yeah,
good stuff.
Lane. It's like sometimes the lane is. You know, there's those situations. It's like Darkseer's lane can be absolutely miserable, but I feel like I don't see that happen nearly as much as it did in the past. Nowadays, it's like he gets away with it. He goes to like bottom side or top side, whichever side he's on, and he just cuts that top with his Vanguard and stuff and just maximizes. And he carries the auras from the enemies. Yeah, he gives you so much. Jack of all trade in team fights, etc. too. So we're not going to see him, but hopefully we do get to see him more throughout this tournament. OG, they're sticking with their guns. They're sticking with this Enigma first pick, and they're actually moving up the ET in priority, probably because of the summons. But Seb does love to play it.
You're a big Elder Titan fan, right?
Indeed. Not at the moment, though, but...
Yeah. I was like, I think I remember you saying, like, it was a hero that you've played quite a bit. I'm a little bit surprised to see it picked this early in the draft, but it is one of those heroes that does offer a lot to the team fights as well.
Yeah. He
can
always be cool in like lanes versus the Chen versus these summons and stuff too, because if you just get that little bit of extra spirit, he's also a good body. You just have to watch out for some of these heroes that just make you not really be able to play the lane as much. Like if a Clockwork comes out in particular, Clock makes Elder Titan's lane really miserable. So that's one thing. Dispels can also be a little annoying, but I don't know if it's something you need to go down the route of like an Oracle. You can go Ench, Shadow Demon. Those are very, very good options if you want to target. But
I really like the Ench idea.
It can work, but they have Chen already. So.
Yeah, I was saying, but the problem is you have Chen, so you're really lacking in the stun department unless you just get like 6 Centaurs.
I never want to see Chen and Enchantress on the same team versus each other. That used to be the fun thing, of course.
So fun.
But
and then someone just picks a Clinks, and they're like, haha.
Yeah. Everyone goes Midas, and then everyone's sad. Back the old days of playing Chen and Enchantress. TA. Okay. I mean, we've seen this one prioritized a ton from OG as well, but also it versus the Enigma, so Entity kind of taking that one away and getting a good matchup.
I would say it's one of the better heroes into the Enigma lane, is it not?
Yeah. Just this pure damage side blades are nice. Refraction's always great. Especially for CT, honestly. So if that's the dual lane, It's Enigma, ET, they could struggle to punish. The first few levels, Chen can be a bit weak, but once the levels start to accrue for the TA, maybe it could be a little difficult for Enigma, but either way, they're going to be able to slow down the farm in this TA.
Nice.
And banning out the hard counters to the TA, so PL, Naga, TB.
All your illusion heroes. All your, like, meta illusion heroes.
I'm fine with those bans. You're targeting Yuragi as well, too, so those are his big three. Especially the PL. I think he's one of the few that have played it maybe a couple times in this tournament, and even, I think, once or twice before.
Yeah, I was going to say, PL is one of those heroes that we haven't seen a ton on, but a good PL game, especially with, like, good matchups, is... It's almost like one of those things where there's not really, like, a comeback mechanic. Like, PL just gets to a point where he never dies.
Yeah, it's like you're winning against this PL, and then it's like that 30-minute hits, he gets his, like, second/third item, and you just... There's no hope, right? It can happen in a lot of lineups.
+1, right?
Yeah, it can happen in a lot of games if you don't have the right setup for it. And they definitely could struggle with the TA right now. They ban out the Pango. Okay. I mean, it's definitely been something that Entity's really liked.
I mean, the hero's still really strong. It was one of the ones that got slightly nerfed, didn't it? In the recent patch, or am I making that up?
I think it was the last one, right? It was the last patch that he got.
It was the last patch?
Swash nerfs and stuff like that. Yeah.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. But he still feels conceptually about the same. Still very strong. Good lane hero. One of those heroes in mid that, like, loses very few lanes, can draw a lot of them, but in good matchups has a phenomenal game.
Yeah, just the rise of Primal Beast, I think, has kind of pushed Pango out of favor a lot. Because everyone just picks the Primal and you destroy Pango all game. Primal's still in the pool, too. But it was actually not really prioritized as much as we saw Entity look at it the last 2 days. Entity was, like, first 2 picking this Primal Beast in a lot of situations. So, a bit interesting to see the deviation.
Nice.
Well, for
CM getting a lot more attention. Like, this is... we've seen a ton of CM picks in the last day.
So I mentioned it yesterday toward the end. I kind of forgot about it a little bit because I was just talking about, like, the overall CM game. But versus TA, it's amazing. You insta-burn Refraction. I think I touched on that a little bit. And versus Chen.
And Chen
versus
creeps.
the creeps. Yeah, so this is a cool pick. Strong early game that OG is kind of setting up here.
I like the Enigma as a response to Chen, too. Like, you can probably just convert some of the lower creeps if he doesn't grab, like, the big ones early.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were just going to pick the Enigma no matter what, right?
Yeah.
At least from what it looks like with their drafting. They literally just first 2 picked Enigma, like, every single game.
All right. Well, I'm a fan. I would still like to see the clockwork. I think it's a pretty good clockwork.
It looks like a godly one for Entity, yeah. They want to do it.
You can hookshot to cancel Black Hole pretty reliably. You have Battery Assault against ET and CM. Like, these heroes struggle super heavily against it.
Oh, we're getting tied TA again.
More minus armor, yeah. They go for the Lion. Interesting.
I think Lion is massively on the upward trajectory as well, too. I think this hero is insanely good. We're going to get the Slark, though. So.
That is bold. I guess it's good against TA. I feel like it does not win the Tidehunter lanes as much as it used to, but maybe with CM it'll be okay.
Maybe with CM, I think Lion actually makes it quite hard. Lion, he hurts. This hero hits you.
He hurts, man.
He hits you, and he really continues. And the double disables actually make a difference in the, stacking up your essence shifts and stuff like that. So we'll see how that lane goes. It's a similar approach, I would say, though, how we saw Liquid do the CM plus Monkey King. I'm just unsure about Slark also still, because I've seen his struggle a lot. But I also saw Monkey King struggle until yesterday a lot, or until, like, the last 2 days. And then, for some reason, Monkey King's kind of owning. I think when I was looking at stats, he had a fairly high win ratio. Let me see. I had it up before.
Mickey just making it look incredibly good, like 3 games in a row, basically.
Yeah, I mean, 9 games, 66% win rate.
That's pretty good. I mean, he does feel like one of the only melee heroes outside of Bloodseeker that doesn't just, like, lose lane matchups.
Having innate sustain is very important. Slark has a different form of it because you just, like, get stats, but you don't have sustain, really. So that's where Slark struggles.
Yeah, I feel like it's a little bit deceiving when you, like, pick this, like, the heroes like Slark or even, like, Ursa in the past, like, into these Tidehunter lanes. Like 6 months ago, I'd still see people picking Ursa into Tide. I'm like, you don't win this lane anymore. He just gushes you.
Yeah,
you just lose 100% of the time. And, like, people wouldn't believe me. I'm like, don't do it. You're going to have a bad time.
People just really start to learn these matchups, learn how to play with them. Use their 4 position at its maximum, so you just use the gush at its max and poke with the minus. Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, it's nuts how those matchups have just changed. But we'll see if they can make the Slark work. I would be happy to see Slark still be playable because I think this is just a really fun hero. But in terms of the matchup versus TA, it's fantastic, right?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Well, they actually banned Stormstormer's Invoker. What respect.
That's actually pretty funny. I mean, both these are the two teams. We should have prefaced the whole entire thing with this. These are the two teams that play the Invoker.
Maybe like they want it, but they're afraid Stormstormer's gonna pick it, so just have to remove it.
This entity draft literally reminds me of just like a liquid draft, like an old school liquid Kuroki draft. It's tied TA.
It does.
Got a Kuroki Chen. You got a GH Lion, right? Like I don't know. It's even on OG they had like there was signs of like the old. I feel like I'm having this too much lately. Maybe my nostalgia is just kicking in a lot, but Enigma ETCM. I feel like this is a throwback draft also for some reason. The Slark's a little more new, but I guess in a way, but
the old school days of Puppy Enigma.
Yeah, and it's OG. Oh my God! Wait, OG versus Thai TA. It's actually hilarious.
OG's turn to ban.
They're gonna take out the Tinker.
Okay.
It's annoying.
It
can be annoying with like the ET and stuff like that. The matchup for TA can be annoying too. They don't have greatest catch, so targeting BZM. I mean, you just go for the heroes that he likes to play.
Yeah, I mean, there was still like a Lesh if they wanted to go for like a hero that would definitely just like shut down Tinker mid, but OG could just like ban the Lesh and then you have a Tinker problem.
Yeah.
So I like it. I think it's smart. Timbersaw. Final ban here, and then we're gonna see both mid lanes. So
what's he looking at? Like something elusive, like an Ember or something like that? I mean, there's a Lion that kind of makes things a little annoying, but there's only one real form of disabling hero for the most part on Entity right now. So he has the last pick, so he'll pick and choose with his matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
Stormstormer.
Would Death Prophet be playable here?
He does like it.
I feel like it's not that bad because you get a good silence for the CM ult or Enigma before he gets BKB.
It's a safe pick too because you don't see the mid. Yeah, good call.
Dude, Slark has a really hard time playing into Death Prophet as well.
Their group up is terrifying. They have like really good ways to take objectives now. Definitely tough for OG to take fights running in early versus just these ults and the auras that are going to come out from the Chen. What's the mid that's going to reestablish things? Because now Ember's off the table because he's like a hard counter.
I mean, Queen of Pain is one of them.
Co-op was one of the older matchups. That's definitely fair.
Really trying to think like what lanes Death Prophet really struggles with nowadays, but there's not many.
I'm just thinking BZM heroes, but also a hero that has a good matchup. Unless he just tanks the matchup and just plays for the game.
Yeah, that's possible.
Okay, no, you picked for a matchup. Okay, that's pretty good. Good scaling versus TA and DP.
Yeah, that's solid. That is really good.
It's quite.
I like this Wind Ranger.
Quite single target, I would say. That's my one concern. The Slark and the Wind Ranger. It's incredibly single target from the two of them.
All right.
I kind of like entities, to be quite honest with you. I don't know. I think OG definitely has some merits to it. I haven't really seen ET have the best function overall. I think in most games. I don't know about. I know I saw Seb win. I think one of the games with it, but oh no, he actually did lose with it as well too. But I mean, I'm not just judging off of that. The hero overall has a lot of difficulties, and overall in this game, it's not like it's like, oh, ET owns this. Like it's not like he's gonna like, oh, the minus armor and stuff like that is great, or they have anything to benefit, like the Ember in particular, they benefit super from the aura and everything like that from the ET. I think I like entities. The group up is really, really, really terrifying. But OG, if they can snowball these lanes, I'm going to be watching the bottom lane in particular, seeing how Uraji's start goes. Uraji.
Yeah, this is actually the lane I'm actually most interested in as well, just because I am curious, like if a Slark can still play into the Tidehunter, because I haven't seen it had a lot of success. But in terms of a game matchup, it's not bad into the TA, and then the Death Prophet comes out, so it feels like they have the Slark is gonna kind of be on the back burner, but if they manage to make this lane work, dude, it could be pretty good.
Yeah, as long as they can. I think it's pick and choosing your battles. You have to be very careful how you fight into this heavy team fight from the side of Entity. If OG can split the map up, play around their cooldowns nicely, play around the enemy cooldowns too, because they're gonna have to watch out versus this Ravage plus this DP combo with a Chen group up. then perhaps they have a chance. But Entities, it looks it looks quite a bit easier to play, I would say. But we'll have to see what goes down. Both these teams, this is going to be an interesting one.
It is absolutely. For those of you who are just tuning in, it is a very good time. It is the first elimination series here of the play-ins. It is Entity taking on OG, game number 1, and we've got some pretty cool heroes coming out in this draft. So we'll see how this goes. I'm kind of with you. I think both teams have some great group up and team fights. I think Entities comes online a little bit earlier, which we'll see how that ends up playing out. But
yeah, unless the lanes go like really weird, I think that's likely the case. That Entity should have a good advantage, unless this top lane has something different happen. Which we're gonna really have to see how Uragi does versus this. They've already got. Let's look. Oh, Sage's mask on Taiga. That's an interesting one. I was checking to see if they had the sticks, just in particular versus the Tide. They want a first blood. Oh, they want to start it off.
They have Watts. Dude, I have seen so many times this meld on the rune completely backfire.
I mean, it's 7 minus armor, and then you land a second one, it's 12.
Yeah. Dude, they are... This ward just barely misses Gabby, too. They have no idea. They're behind him.
They just see Seb now, so they probably know that it's flanking with multiple heroes.
Yep, they'll see him on the Watcher. Watcher, speaking of Watson, actually, still meld strike on the rune. Oh, he doesn't get the first meld, but Uragi still takes a beating, and that is going to be first blood going their way. Blood grenade is out. Seb beats down the Tide and Watson. A second blood grenade is out. They're trying to chase down the TA. A great stun from Katomi, but they still manage to take him down. Seb will fall. A bloodbath in the mid lane as 4 heroes die at the horn. It could have gone better for Entity, but they still get it.
Oh, but BZM gets the ward at the end there. She gets the uphill miss. I think happens in Stormstormer. All right.
No.
Katomi's very happy. I think he has free boots on the Lion, and he's actually going to get the counter ward on the Obs ward. All right. Equivalent exchange kind of in a way.
Ooh, top lane. They actually have 3 here. They're looking to just punish Gabby on this Tidehunter. He just TP'd up here.
This is a cool approach. I mean, the game is a lot about how this Slark's game gets enabled, at least in the early to matchup versus Entity, so this is actually pretty cool. The Enigma's going to be pulling the lane back anyway bottom, so...
He has to run forever. He actually just can't come back.
This is a Seb approach. This is literally, I'm sure Seb is saying this. Like, we just tri-lane this guy.
Dude, this Tide is going to get ran to the ends of the earth. Meanwhile, he... Gets the Frostbite in 3, it might actually just be another kill for him.
I think Katomi's now the 3 position for the moment.
Yeah, that is it. Gabby will go down, and yeah, Katomi's the actual one in the lane. He's going to go for a pull and just try and pull some XP his way.
I mean, that's a good pull.
That is super rough.
That's really rough for the Tide. This is a good pull from Katomi, though, because now it's going to reset lane positioning quite effectively here for Gabby to come back up. And Gabby's TP, it's back up, so he should be able to get a full wave at the least here. Oh, no, I mean, a cool approach here from OG in the first few levels. Let's see if they can keep up that shutdown onto Gabby, because the problem with this is you're giving Watson absolute free farm.
Yeah, that is very true. And TA, I feel like, is one of those heroes that you get off to a decent start, you just leave her in the lane, go stack, and then becomes even more terrifying. But they get Taiga on the gush. One more auto attack from Katomi. You said this Lion hits hard, man.
And he paused. I mean, it's a mic issue, but you killed them with a dual lane versus a tri lane, and the instant. Oh my goodness.
Seb backed for a second to try and pull the Acorn camp, and it was just gush into Earthspike instantly. Loses like half her HP.
Gush is no joke. And he is going to go for the more standard build. We got to see a little bit of a difference. I believe it was from Noticed the other day, where he went like phase, blink, and stuff like that. Didn't end up working out so well. He had a rough time. Looks like Gabby back to normal. Go back to Meteor Hammer.
I think it's just too good of an item on Tide to not have.
It's just because you don't get pushed out, and then you actually do something when you're in the top, or in the off lane. Mercy to new off lane, please.
I like Gabby. That's funny.
I like the friendly all chat. We've had quite a bit, I feel like. Just convincing you to stay carry.
Don't challenge him, dude. I feel like Tidehunter late game, this hero is basically another carry. Dude, I missed the, 250 anchors, or like just damage that you could do on the Tidehunter build. So that was some fun stuff. Another Gush Earth Spike play.
Like, Uragi might just be dead.
He has almost no armor. You just do one more auto attack.
He's
Does he actually get him? Dude, Katomi is dominating right now.
This
dude has 4 kills.
I mean, he got boots level 1, a wand. We said Lion hits, and we see it. He hits him. My goodness. All right. Katomi's going to have a very, very nice start to this one. I cannot believe they killed the Slark versus Tri-Lane.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is still a tri-lane, mind you. Granted, like, CM died, wasn't back in the lane yet, and so they just used that timing to punish Yuragi. They're just really underestimating the damage from Gush Earth Spike. Like,
yeah,
it does a lot of work.
Especially if Lion gets to have this type of start where he can keep up with it. He has boots. He can get the follow-up right clicks. All right. Well, I mean, pretty damn good start, I would say, for Entity. I'm sure Gabby's like, all right, I'm a little bit sad, guys, but Katomi is probably like laughing to the bank. Mid lane is going as expected. I feel like BZM should have a pretty okay time, but mid's doing great. Bottom is Watson knows he's free farming. Although DM, he is holding his own though. He is getting some good farm down bottom, so that is the big good thing though from OG. But losing your slot versus dual lane, yikes.
I just glanced at network.
Yeah, don't look at it.
Katomi is top.
Yeah,
He's the highest net worth in the game. Oh man, that
double
is some
kill
good
first blood,
stuff,
baby. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I mean, obviously it'll change pretty quick as people start to actually CS, but
if he gets more kills,
what a good start. Oh man.
But definitely relevant. Right. It's important to point out, like, definitely hyping up Katomi a little bit, maybe a little bit too much, but it's important because if you do get a really good start on live, you're getting these type of levels. Slark's very squishy. If you get an early finger, that can be pretty devastating also for the Slark early game. Even for Wind Ranger, another...
I was gonna say
not as squishy anymore because of like Atro's kind
true
of build.
Universal.
But, yeah.
God, man, Universal heroes are just they just build 4 defensive items and it's all it just does everything.
Yeah, defensive items are too good on them.
Oh, ooh, they thought about going for the Gush play on the Taiga there, but we'll hold it for now. Seb is doing a lot of side pulling here, and I think that works out really well. But he is in pretty deep right now. Does have to respect the damage that comes out from the Tide. He does have that Anchor Smash still to play with. 1 point in Kraken Shell now, so a little bit difficult to push out.
Good God.
They have so many wand charges. Look at this. Gabby and Katomi both have like 14 and 15 wand stars.
Honestly, every time that Yuragi goes aggressive, he loses like almost 3/4 of his health. Just from Anchor Smash, Gush, and Stun. Be careful here.
Oh, it looks like they are going to make the play on a Katomi. He's deceptively tanky. He's going to turn here, potentially. See if they can bring down the Slark, and he does. It's a trade. I think you're okay with this.
They've got the Chen rotating with the creeps, too.
Oh my gosh, you're right. What has he got? He's got the Kobold. He's zooming, man. Seb going to get caught there, and another kill. Oh my gosh, the pauses, dude.
This is brutal. I gotta be honest. I mean, they're getting trade kills, but you're losing your Slark. He's not getting stacks.
Look at the CS on the Templar assassin.
Lion has same net worth as Wind Ranger. TA, Tide, and DP are just cruising. Even though Abby has 14 last hits, he's getting assist gold and kill gold. Oh my goodness.
Okay, how much was that dominating spree worth? It had to be worth a good chunk, right? All right, yeah, Seb got a pretty good amount of money, but not the Slark.
No. And Seb, okay, now top. They have hit level 3, so that's where ET gets his big power spike, of course, in the lane. Level 2 Spirit is infinitely better than level 1. Let's see if that makes a difference. But now the levels, Gabby's level 4. Katomi's gonna have Hex as well too, so they have double disables to deal with the control versus that ET. All right, well, I don't think this is how OG wanted their tri lane to go by any means.
Oh man, this is, yeah. I can't imagine that when they decided to leave Taiga top here with Seb trying to take on this Tide Hunter, that it would go this way, but I feel like now that they've committed to this, I don't know what the options is. Like, can you just send one of them bottom to try and pressure out Watson, or do you still try and focus and recover the Slark's game?
It's a good question. I'm not really too sure, because it depends on what Fishman does now at this point. It's like the Enigma's having a good game. Maybe you can pull pressure elsewhere by sending someone down there and then going for aggro plays onto the TA with like blood grenades and stuff like that with Enigma Malefice, but unsure. Might be better than doing this. I don't know. Like splitting XP 3 ways and then losing the lane just definitely can't feel good.
Yeah, and Fishman is just going to be super chill on this Chen. Like he has a ton of space to play around now.
Yep. And he might actually just stick up here now at this point. The TA is actually fine in a solo matchup versus DM.
6 heroes in the top lane, man. Bring it back. This is some of my favorite times in Dota.
A Chen tri-lane. How many wands? So wands already finished up on all 3 of the entity heroes, and on OG.
Two sticks still.
2 sticks, not completed. They have a Bassi though, so they do get the
Yeah.
bonus out of that at the least. But
Man, it is scary. If you get caught by an Earthspike Gush right now, with the Chen's like penitence bonus, it is gonna be so much damage.
Hey, Yuragi's got the Midas queued up. I feel like he's absolutely feeling this pressure. He's getting slowed down a lot. He's dying. TA free farming, DP free farming. An excellent start for Entity.
This is kind of how I feel like Slark plays nowadays, honestly. Like, it's just Midas, but they're just going to continue to play aggressive. Seb just beating down Fishman to the backside of the line. They do manage to get the Blood Grenade out, and he will find the kill at the end. So Elder Titan doing some heavy lifting now.
Level 2 Spirit versus a tri-lane. Maybe it's not worth it for Entity to have 3 heroes
it might
here.
still not matter. They do manage to find the kill onto the CM as well. The Hex does come out from Katomi. He's trying to run, but Seb, again, so much damage. Helps Yuragi secure himself another kill. The Tidehunter maybe facing a little bit of pressure, but they will back away as Anchor Smash a little bit too much for them.
Seb being a beast. He's definitely using those kills that he's gotten. He's 4 and 2. Yeah, level 3. It's as soon as you have level 2, level 3 Spirit and stuff like that. I think this is where you probably break the lanes a bit. Just that playing a tri-lane, giving the triple Spirit is a bit difficult to play into. Is DM bottom.
Ooh, tries to TP out, not going to be successful. This is an Arcane Rune Exorcism for Stormstormer.
OG's making
They've still got the
move.
catapult. That's sick.
They're making the move top to at least punish in the meantime.
EZM smoked up. They do get the Earth Spike there onto the CM, but they really want the Tidehunter. With the Focus Fire coming out, they might be able to grab the kill. No, he's just too tanky. Even just a single point of Kraken Shell, the TP in respect from Stormstormer, he'll back away.
There's some really nice early moves from Entity. Great movement. I mean, little move there from the Death Prophet, even using, I think the TP also was there under Arcane Rune, so it's going to be up even faster. And they finish off the bottom tower while getting a kill and protecting perhaps Gabby, so this is pretty much the dream start, I feel like, for Entity. OG, you said this Slark lane, it's going to be an important one to look at, and I don't believe that this is how they wanted it to happen when you have a tri-lane.
You got a 7-minute Meteor Hammer on the Tidehunter, so
yeah.
That is very scary. When you combine it with Earthspike Hex, that's pretty much guaranteed to connect, so.
They definitely have kill threat onto Yuragi for some time here. I mean, this is...
Oh my goodness.
Yuragi...
Just tanks an Anchor Smash to the face, dude. That's what I'm saying. Like, it feels like Slark can't contest these types of like Tide heroes anymore.
No, especially I think it's really important just to having that range 4 position though, because I think that with the Sables in particular, like that's why I feel like the Techies and these Lions, maybe Techies not so much nowadays. Or I mean, I still think it's good, but these heroes just harass you so much. They do tons of damage to it. And this tower, it's getting pressured. What OG looks to do with their movement here, because DM now at this point. He is incredibly poor, actually, in this bottom after dying.
Yeah, oh my gosh, he's at the Lions net worth.
Yeah.
Stormstormer mid, though. Great rotation here from OG. If they can actually bring down Stormstormer, it'd be great. The Black Hole gets dropped right away, also catching Katomi. That will be 2 very important kills here for OG.
Nicely done.
In this mid lane.
That's very important for DM, too. Just talking about his game. He had just hit level 6 there. It's a good angle. Not going to persist to push the tower though. They don't want to like just stick as like 4 heroes hitting mid, so they're going to go back to those side lanes.
Great space for Yuragi as well. He gets his level 6, has his sustain now. That's like the big thing that's like slowing him down in the lane right now. So
he's always going to
at least survive.
He's always going to be quite far behind the TA though. It feels like Watson being giving a full free game level 8. Don't think they got stacks for him though. So that's the one other thing I think that's pretty okay for OG is that no stacks for Watson.
Everything focused on the lane, it seems like, right?
Yeah. And now the stacks are starting to come. Tommy, after focusing so much up top before, he's going to get those ready for the DA and for the DP. Slowing things down a little bit here.
Yeah. They've already got the Exorcism back up again. Do you think you just wait for Tide to take top and then use second Exo for something else, or what?
I think they might just go. I think he's just clearing this creep camp here. Maybe Katomi wants to soak 6, perhaps, or something like that from mid, but I think they probably want to just go ASAP.
Okay.
At least just hit some tower, like you said. If Exo's up, looks like mid perhaps is the choice, but they're actually backing up and smoking, it looks like.
Dude, Chen is just farming. Fishman's finally just like, all right, I got some space. I can go do some stuff. Got himself an Alpha Wolf, Centaur, and the Tomato.
I'm actually shocked that this hero disappeared so hard after some of the nerfs, because I still think this hero seems pretty crazy. If you get after the lane can be sometimes a little bit difficult, but you become a core. The amount of farm that you get from Persuasion is insane, and you carry so many auras, and Fishman's just farming. So Solar Crest near done.
Nice deny on the rune there. Absolutely necessary. Getting that DD onto Wind Ranger would have been some huge problems, but Katomi in a lot of issues here as Wind Ranger will just pop the Focus Fire, take him down, but Watson just destroys the Crystal Maiden. Seb TPing out in the process. Exo committed. Gabby comes mid, and it's time to pressure the tower. Catapult and Chen, dude, can you stop this?
No, you ditch it. Just split arm. Got Midas finished up. You're going to have to play the recovery game here as OG and pick and choose your battles. Ravage back up in about 8 seconds. Gabby's actually walking in. I guess he wants to check the stacks and stuff like that, just get some info. But no stacks, but another tower to fall. They're actually instantly making the move top to push Shiragi off the tower too.
Level 6 for Katomi now. There's your finger. Didn't quite get it as fast as we thought he would, with starting with 5 kills, you know, but or 4 kills. But I mean, still, it's online. Now has to be pretty scared of that ability.
Can they catch him?
Oh, they don't actually grab him for the moment, but DM will grab the Malefice, and that should be more than enough damage to help bring down the TA. Beautifully done.
Great gank.
Stormstormer just trying to tank up so much damage here underneath this freezing field, and power shot barely not enough damage to finish him off as Fishman and Katomi will grab at least an exchange kill on the run now as Wind Ranger makes her presence known with the Focus Fire. Should be enough damage to bring down Fishman, and it will be. Dude, a never-ending fight. The impale into the Meteor Hammer. They take down BZM as well. Dude, Chen from the grave just holding the creeps. That was huge.
Yeah, I mean, great plays from both sides. Back and forth. A really aggressive play from Seb. I cannot believe... If Stormstormer dies, probably quite OG favored there, but because he doesn't, I think Entity is kind of like an even trade out there. Very early Drum. I saw Drum get popped, and I'm like, wait, is that Seb? It was. So Seb with the Eidolon, Solar Crest. They have enough to actually bring down Watson.
Dude, that Solar Crest is sick. It actually did so much work, because this Wind Ranger is like Focus Fire. Like, you have Javelin now, which is great, but now, with the Solar Crest on the target you want to go for, it's just so much damage.
Yep. There's a lot of little disables, though, as we see, even for BZM. Centaur, creeps, stuns, hexes, etc. That can be problematic. And although Katomi didn't get his level 6 as fast as we were kind of talking about, he is getting the blink as fast as maybe we expected with such a good game.
Oh my
God. 200 away already, so he's still quite rich. But Seb's right there with him, so. 12 to 11, 3K lead at the moment for Entity.
Good game overall. This one's been fun. So many kills, dude. Almost 2 kills a minute. So
yesterday we had one game where it's like the first kill happened in like 8 minutes. This one it's just constant aggression. And I'm sure Yuragi now at this point is like, thank God that this aggression is happening elsewhere, because he's caught up completely.
Yeah,
he's only 1K behind this TA. He's level 10. Like, that's an excellent recovery for Yuragi.
I mean, I'm actually a pretty big fan of the Midas Slark. I think it's probably like one of those builds you don't... It feels kind of bad initially, but the recovery time on it is really good.
Yeah, if you can get this type of space, definitely.
All right, so what's Entity waiting for? Because Watson...
I think it's time to accelerate things on Entity here. I don't think you want to just sit back here with this type of draft. You want to try to force a fight around maybe even around Roshan, honestly. It could just be like a early Roche fight that we see coming out here. And for OG, that looks difficult, if Entity's all set up.
Yeah, they get the smoke, they get the Blink Dagger, and there it goes.
Yeah,
Finger of Death back off cooldown. They're looking for Seb at least.
They're going Roche. They're going Roche.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They are. They've already started on the bottom lane. If they get Seb, it's just a bonus kill.
Oh, and they might even just make the move through the portal and catch him. Oh, this is perfect for Entity.
Yeah, this is nice. Katomi just wants to get the second finger death stack, and the rest of the team will join bottom. Solar Crest is also already out from Fishman.
Yeah, they killed like the most important hero around that Roche kind of. Like ET, it's not as good as it was anymore, like where the old pit was, but it's still one of the best like information gatherers around Roche. And they'll get it. They don't even have to use Exo, so they can keep this.
And that was so slick.
That was a sick move. You don't have to force a fight. You just get a Roche for free and a pickoff.
And I mean, looking at it too, like OG has so much vision in the bottom lane, and they had no idea that this was going on.
Yeah. just I think it's also contesting into Entity's team fight with your type of, with like a Slark and a Wind Ranger at this point. You're probably all just gonna die. Ravage and Exorcism with all the Chen heals and everything like that. It's just a bit difficult for OG to just walk into if Entity's all set up.
Yeah, they're at a pretty strong point right now, right, on the Entity lineup. And I feel like it's going to continue to kind of go Entity's way for at least a little bit here, but... Yeah, I'm like thinking itemization-wise, like what does this Slark need to get for him to really kind of start to shine as a hero? Because he does have his Echo Saber. Is it... Okay, yeah, the Aghanim Scepter should help a lot then.
Yeah, I do think that their fight is a little difficult at the moment because they're a bit fragile in their draft, I would say, with BZM and with the Slark and with an Enigma as your offlaner. They can run into some frontline issues.
It's like top tier 2. The next target here for Entity is they've got the Exorcism available. He's finished up his Payasson.
Level 2 Exo as well, too, so the even stronger one.
I mean, OG, again, like you said earlier, they got to pick and choose their battles. Is this just another... let them have it type of scenario? Like, how do you stop them?
I think it is, honestly. This does not look easy to contest. They're all set up. I think that if you want to contest these type of plays, it's ideally when Entity doesn't have all 4 or 5 set up here, so I don't think you look to contest this. But the issue is now they don't use Exorcism. They might just go high ground. Now
I think you can.
Now you have to go back. Like, ET especially.
Oh my goodness.
Like, Seb's got to run across the map. He has no TP.
He's getting there eventually. There are a bunch of traps set up here now as well. Like they've got so much control in this of this map. And
I mean, look at the troll summoners. He's got double skeletons out. It's push. It's fast.
One mistake and Lion could punish you as well. He's hiding in the trees, waiting for someone to come forward. That tower starting to fall. They will get themselves a second fortification once this tower does drop, but you gotta find an opening. It's not like Enigma has Blink Dagger. It's got to be on the setup of Seb, right?
Exorcism, how is the timing on it looking? It's whittling down. Entity might back up here. Ooh, tower gets denied. Yep. And Yuragi, did he cut the creep wave?
Yeah, he cut the wave.
Okay, so nice move there from OG. Can they chase to get some type of kills here on the retreat? Entity, they're backing up together.
Very smart, very smart.
Very careful retreat.
All right. Well, tier 3 is gone. They committed the Exorcism for that, but mid lane, Blink out from the Lion. They take down Taiga. He grabs his third finger of Death Stack.
Are they just running directly back toward top? It looks like it. they're like, it's exposed. There's no... Actually, the glyph is back up. They do have the Rax glyph. But, okay. Tier 2's here.
This is a free tower, right? You don't want to glyph this one.
No, you can't glyph this one.
All right, and another pause. Oh, unfortunately, a little bit of lag. Might as well play. Wait, what?
I mean, he's probably getting a little annoyed of all the pauses, but I guess just saying that they're discussing strategy or something. But either way, Entity is making really good pressure plays, and this is great. Like, I don't know how you react to this as OG. And the thing is that they're using this Exorcism and stuff really nicely, waiting for the fights. Fights aren't coming to them, so they're like, okay, we can actually just continue every single time here. OG needs more time. Especially for the Slark. He's getting closer and closer to Aghanims. But he needs time, and honestly, BZM, he's got his Athos and Javelin, but this is not enough for him to fight. He needs BKB to fight versus this type of lineup. So
he catches any stun. I don't know how he survives.
Exactly, yeah. Definitely difficult. And they're just going, I mean, Entity might just be able to roll over with the way that they've itemized here. They have the mech, they have Solar Crest, they have the pipe on the tide, so they've got pretty much all they need. They want to just continue going to apply this pressure, so it's up to OG to respond to it.
Yeah, dude, this Rally Aura is owning as well.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's just double damage for, like, all of the creeps that Fishman has.
Yeah, I think he's had the double Troll Summoner for some time. And the Conqueror. He actually got really good creeps this game.
And there it is. Tier 2. Easy pickup in the mid lane. Just a matter of time here. Stormstormer still no Exo, so that is going to at least slow down their high ground push if they want to try and play for another tower, but we might just see them start to choke out the map now.
I mean, Gabby wants top, but it looks like there's some indecision coming out from Entity. He was pinging top, and then Fishman and Watson circle down bottom, so looks like they want to control the economy of the map a little bit more rather than full pressure.
They did just see a TP out, so they know Tide's bottom. Bottom lane.
He's going for the Eidolons.
He really wants this tower. Oh, he's got him. All right. Oh, in the river, though, we're going to see a fight break out as BZM might be getting caught out here a little bit. Is that focus fire is going to come to an end? Do they have a way of stopping this? They don't. Centaur wasn't quite there. no stun in the camp. So
Tommy's still on the prowl, looking for DM. Are they gonna hear the Lotuses? No. Gonna be able to get away. Oh, you see this ward up top? It's actually spotting Yuragi. He knows. He's finally gonna get it. Looked for it before, couldn't quite get it. And that, I believe, is his Aghanims. So this could be the timing where OG tries to fight back. It's still going to be a complicated one, but he does have his timing, at least on the Slark.
Yeah, the disassemble, right? And Ags. That's what he's waiting on. He's got to be very careful with his courier right now, though, because it is sending it right into the... Yeah, he turns it around. He's like, wait a minute. They're all bottom.
And look at Fishman. I'm loving the way he's playing with his Chen. His team is split up farming, hunting, and he's just pressuring a tower himself. And yeah, they're going to find DM.
They're going to find DM. Yeah, they don't have finger, but you don't need it. You got plenty of damage out from this TA. They'll grab it. And this first Aegis, and normally you see first Aegis kind of be used to farm. They have taken every outer tower, as well as a tier 3. This has been super fast-paced game from Entity.
Great decisions, too. It's very, very decisive kind of movements, except for that one little ping from Gabby, and they made the choice to go bottom. But they're very, very decisive with the way that they're making these moves on the map right now. Exorcism's back up. BKB almost done on Stormstormer. Watson about halfway there. They're looking to continue looking for these fights. Yep.
I mean, they get the scan. Who are they going to find? Dude, BZM would be a fantastic target. They know the power shot just came out.
He's in trouble.
They get him. The Blink Hex. He's got a shield rune, but is it going to be enough? I doubt it. They have a Finger of Death if they want it. He will throw it. Kato, he secures himself another. Oh my goodness. It is just such slick movement, man.
It does. I mean, honestly, I'll give Yuragi. It does kind of look like chess a little bit right now, the way Entity's moving around. They're kind of just masterclassing the movements. And the OG's still getting decent farm, but Entity's constricting them a lot here.
Yeah.
Like, I see them. They've got kind of like the pipe dream items queued up on OG. These BKBs on CM, BKB on Enigma, and stuff like that. But it's a long ways away. And the way that Entity's pressuring might not give them time. And even if they do get time to find it, Entity's getting so much out of the map.
Yeah.
These supports
20-minute mark, so
large.
Watson solos Tormentor. End up getting the shard for Lion, so, I mean...
It's a nice one.
Super strong shard, right? This is great.
And I like that Watson even bought himself the shard. I didn't get to see that one earlier. He bought it quite a long time ago. But I actually think almost all TAs, in my opinion, in most games, you should buy this shard. I think Watson is one of the ones who does it every single time that I see, and he always has massive impact with it.
VM and BZM almost died to the Tormentor, and now it's just going to leave CM as food. They can't really stop this.
Yuragi.
More auto attacks. Gabby gets him with the anchor smash, and yeah, Yuragi forced to pounce away.
Go use your Midas. On the catapult. Nice.
Nice. Okay, I will say DM has done a fantastic job. I said all outer towers are dead. He has been cutting this bottom wave constantly with Eidolons.
True.
And he's actually defended this tier 2 for quite a bit. Chen keeps trying to push back the other way, but
I mean, Fishman,
Enigma has been a super annoying.
Fishman even used Hand of God to actually try to keep his creeps alive to keep the push bottom, and DM actually killed them off, so yeah, good point out.
Yuragi, hiding in the trees here.
Why am I calling Yuragi today? Yuragi.
I don't know.
It's the stupid.
I didn't even hear you say Yuragi.
Okay.
I didn't even notice, so you're good.
Good. Well, I noticed.
All right, picking the bottom tower once again. They're like, all right, we gotta get this, guys.
Yeah, come on, look. Wait, who did end up getting? Sorry, you said CM got the shard, right?
Yeah. No, it was Lions. For the other team. Yeah. CM got it.
Looks like they're trying to finish up the BKBs, at least for the Enigma and the Wind Ranger, especially the Wind Ranger, I would say. Looking to get those before the next fight that they try to take. And they haven't really taken many fights. Kind of just been Entity dictating pace.
An 8k gold lead. It's not the biggest gold lead we've seen around this time frame, but it is still pretty rough for OG to deal with. You have the BKB on the Death Prophet. She is going to be super difficult to actually bring down.
Yeah.
Outside of like a black hole, I guess. And
until
I guess you're closing in on the BKB for Enigma, but you still, I don't know how he gets on top of these heroes. And outside of them walking into him.
And if Exorcism's out, he could die during the black hole thing too. So, but I think this is the most important item for them. I think BZM's BKB, it's very important. I actually take back what I was saying about his being the most important. DMs, they need it just to be able to get some control. This TA and this DP, otherwise they're just going to run rampant. So they definitely do have damage if they can stick on these targets. If the Slark can build up his sacks, BZM can delete a hero with the focus fire. It's just about if they can actually keep them controlled. They definitely need DM's BKB.
Yeah. I will say, despite, you know, talking about entity supports being really farmed, like OG has done pretty dang good on both Seb and Taiga finding net worth. Granted, Taiga did get the free shard, but like they're not that far behind their counterparts on entity.
No, definitely not. I mean, I think they've kind of done like an okay job of picking and choosing their battles in terms of farm. It's just Entity's done the better job of finding these extra little fights as DM.
Well, they
Trap
see
is
DM.
set on him.
This is such a big kill, getting him before the BKB.
He's so deep.
There's the blink in. They've got him. Finger Death comes out and a quick kill there with a side blade. GT stuff.
Is Roche up? 30 seconds, they're pinging it. They know it's going to get very soon.
They've got a trap, so we'll eventually see it. It will move to top unless they're already preset, so...
Yeah, maybe they apply some pressure on the tower here first. They have the double troll summoner skeletons going in. Gabby wants to at least meteor hammer.
I mean, it's just chip damage to these tier 3s, and it adds up a lot over time.
Most definitely does.
They are going straight to Roche. They don't want it to spawn top, it looks like.
But as you said, though, one of the biggest kills they could have found, delaying this BKB more and more for this Enigma. And even with BKB, getting the angle still is not going to be the easiest thing. And he could just die to Exorcism.
All right, they're going to try. They're going to start on the Roche on here, as he will have about 20 seconds before it decides to head to the dire side. But yeah, it looks like they've got plenty of damage thanks to the Solar Crest, thanks to the minus armor.
Very nice build from Fishman this game. Usually I feel like it's always the default straight mech on these gens, but used to be the build. You go the Medallion, Solar Crest, then you go back for mech, and I like that he prioritized this game.
Did you notice that Watson didn't build a Deso this game?
Yeah, he's gone just, I guess, for the... I think that's actually very interesting not going for it with DP and with this Pema push lineup.
Yeah, because DP's shard, like, pretty good eventually, right? If you want to build that. Wait, does it not reduce armor anymore? Never mind. Okay.
I was like, what are you talking about?
I thought it used to reduce armor. Like, I thought it drained armor, but maybe I was wrong. I don't know.
A couple patches ago.
Yeah, a couple patches ago. Ignore it. It's
Whatever.
fine.
It happens. It's fine. Why? But yeah, no, definitely interesting point out that he just went for straight damage. Here comes the push. Level 2 Exorcism.
Yeah. Get Aegis, go high ground. They seem to be doing this over and over. They just go straight for the Crystal Maiden. The damage is there again. And Taiga will have buyback.
That's their glyph. They still have Ravage and everything available entity. Look at all the auras.
That's their only glyph, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, Meteor Hammer onto the racks. They will get a nice sleep from Seb, but you've got to find a way to address Watson on the backside, and there is no initiation avenue here for this Enigma. They get the stun. The Ravage is going to just blink the backside. Black gets the BKB. He gets the Black Hole on the 4. The Earth Splitter's coming through. Can OG do it? They take down the Death Prophet. Watson about to fall as well. He's gone. The Pounce will hold Chen in place, and this is looking the best possible scenario for OG as Watson pops the BKB. Can't get away. 3 dead on the high ground. They hold the melee barracks, and somehow DM gets the Black Hole.
They didn't give respect to him. I guess maybe they didn't see him finishing the BKB that soon. They dive, and they give him the perfect 4-man. Splitter on top of all 4 as well. You could not ask for better from DM.
Dude, when your team fight is just 4,400 damage from an Enigma and 4,000 damage from an Elder Titan, that's pretty good.
There's literally no other, unless he gets all 5, there's no other better situation that happens there. A dream from DM. And that's going to get him close to Blink. OG, they've shaken it up.
All right, we'll see what they can do here on OG. I mean, this is a huge momentum swing. Like, they're not out of the woods, right? They've still got a pretty big gold lead to come back from, but
that's step 1. That's for sure.
Yeah,
because that's going to potentially enable DM to now finish Blink. So I think for Entity, you might have to just force again before Black Hole's back up. It's 100 seconds. You might look to just try to pressure here. Otherwise, you're going to fall into the situation where every time you try to push, Black Hole BKB is going to be up. Let's see what Entity tries to do here to pressure. Yeah, a huge hit from OG as BZM now. His BKB is done after all that too, so I think he actually finished it maybe just before it, but big items coming in. And yeah, Entity's looking to run it down.
Yeah, they're like, okay, guys, they can't do it again. We have 70 seconds till Black Hole. Let's just go high ground once more.
This is the right
They're going to try and finish up the melee barracks first, bottom. Yep. I think this makes sense.
Yeah, EXO's back up in 5 seconds. Should be able to secure this one. Even without it, maybe they can go for EXO onto mid. If Yuragi can stop.
That's an aggressive play from Yuragi. But yeah, EXO's out. No fortifications like we talked about. Nice little shackle there onto the TA, but we'll blink to safety.
Black
And now
Hole up
mid
in
lane.
45. They got the timer for sure.
Yeah, someone's pinging counting it down by the second. Stormstormer has Cheese and a BKB available to play with. Seb. Oh, they come in. They actually get the stun on the Slark. He's silenced. He's forced the BKB, but can he actually survive for now? Will be forced to pop the Shadow Dance. Still has the Depth Shroud.
Building up stacks.
Yuragi can continue to play aggressive. Like, good stacks. Yeah, 20 S and shift now on Yuragi, and he pushes them away from the high ground. I think that's all you want to do on OG.
Yep, just wait for your BKB Black Hole. Just try to buy time for it. It costs a BKB and a little bit of a commitment for Yuragi, but he survives, and Black Hole's back up in 10.
Look at their positioning. DM, he's ready. He's got a blink. If they can find it, it'd be huge. They grab Seb onto the backside. The Finger Death comes out. He's gone. They've caught Stormstormer. Can he get the cheese off? He does with the Focus Fire. The damage. Is it too much? The Death Shroud is down. They got him. DM looking for the opening. He's got the blink. He's got the Black Hole. Do they even need it? He's got him. He grabs Watson on the backside. They've taken down Katomi, but can they get TA? Watson forces the BKB. He's trying to turn around the Ravage onto 4, but the damage from Yuragi is too much. He's stacked up the Essence up to 60 as Entity gets wiped.
Uh-oh. OG's doing it. Yuragi is able to get all these connections, and they're patient. They wait on the sideline, wait and wait and wait, and they get the opportunity. It's not a super flashy one, but it's all he needs at that point. Isolating Stormstormer, then isolating Watson. Oh, I mean, OG's absolutely doing it.
I mean, they have the gold lead for the first time this game. It was, what, a 9,000 gold advantage just a few minutes back, and they are in full control now.
They played it. I mean, pick and choosing their battles. That was really clever kind of usage of Yuragi's BKB at the start of everything there, just to get those 20 initial stacks, then cause that kind of panic there from Entity. Now when you win a fight now like that too, now you're going to be able to get all your lanes shoved out as well, and you're going to be able to buy time for Black Hole. Ravage, it's going to be on cooldown. Now for Entity, the choice isn't as easy as just, hey, let's try to just run down the mid lane. No longer. OG.
Man, what a...
They're at their strength now.
Yeah, the composure from OG is just nuts to be able to play and make that call. Really good stuff.
They're so big now after these last two fights. Like, everyone gets more than one full item. The DZM, he had finished his BKB toward the end of that first fight. Dragonlance getting close to an Aghanims. Like, literally full items on everybody. Yeah. Harpoon plus more on Yuragi. Halberd was finished on Seb, etc. So, some big items being finished up. And there's no BKB cancels on Entity now to even deal with the CM BKB. So, a CM BKB ult plus an Enigma BKB ult. More and more problems.
We were talking about how good the matchups are for Slark once he actually gets to late game, and that was the big question, right? Entity, they tried to push the objective. They tried to take OG early, but Yuragi's online. He is top net worth by a fairly good margin. And it's just going to get easier for him.
His itemization just becomes very natural versus the TA.
Yeah.
Ags,
Harpoon, BKB, and he's going to get dies onto Fishman there. There's no way he's out of this one. Ends up just committing to Shadow Dance, and that's one of the things, like, once you have Depth Shroud, you kind of just let Shadow Dance rip whatever you want.
Yeah, just get any of these type of, like, little free kills. I mean, look at this. They're all over the map. Lanes are in complete disarray. I think Entity at this point is probably asking themselves, uh-oh, did we miss our timing, guys? I think we might have.
Uh-oh.
Because, like, look at these lanes are all just constantly shoved out. Look where Stormstormer's position is. Black Hole BKB, it's back up in 10 seconds. Level 18 now also, so faster cooldown, quickening a charm too. OG are striding now. Entity's gonna have to do something kind of miraculously to break this now at this point. Potentially maybe find the Enigma at the start of the fight or something like that, but maybe even that's not enough now with this quick turn that it's happened.
Yeah, I mean, DM, his positioning has been top tier. Like, even the one where he just walks in with BKB and Black Holes, like, he's just hiding every single time, like, not even really contributing to the fight until he sees his multiple targets that he wants to Black Hole in.
Yep.
We'll see if they can actually find him. That's just going to be hard.
And picking, choosing your battles has been kind of the name of this game, it feels like. And Entity, they chose quite a bit of good ones in the early game. OG, they take the more decisive ones now in these later stages. And now they're all set up. Everyone's fully itemized. And all right, Entity. Looks like this might be their next big attempt here with an MKB finished up on Watson. It's still very difficult for him to even get attacks off, as we've seen, unless they get Enigma at the start.
I mean, we saw Coddle Basher. Is it time for Fishman to take the reins? He's a mounted ranged hero. You can buy a Basher.
Hey.
Could happen. Oh,
Could
they got vision. This is a huge initiation. They can actually find him. Does he get the Ravage? DM gets the BKB. And he's going to get the black hole up onto 2. It's time for OG to turn it on, but he's falling. Stormstormer is strong. You've lost the TA. You've lost the Enigma. Tidehunter getting beat down as well on the backside. Yuragi's still pretty dang strong, but he's forced to leap away. Gabby will survive. Now BZM chased down from the wind on the Wind Ranger. Stormstormer isn't enough to finish him off.
God.
50 HP, 30. He's going to survive. He's making it out. It's time for Yuragi to get aggressive now on the Stormstormer. He does have a Silence available. We'll push him back. Katomi off the mark with the Earth Spike, but they get the second Silence onto the Slark. Does he get the Hex? Onto the high ground, he doesn't catch him, but they do catch Wind Ranger. He's a crit swarm in 1. Is it going to catch? He just barely misses.
Oh my god.
Oh my goodness. Just by a hair, both of these heroes survive.
That was crazy. They commit everything onto Watson there, but Stormstormer kind of steals the show. He's on the outside of the black hole, ends up focusing fire DM, and Slark and the Wind Ranger actually have to reset. BZM, I think, very lucky to actually get out there, playing with fire.
Yeah, that smoke initiation was fantastic. I was a little bit surprised they didn't just initiate with Ravage, right? Like they initiated with like the Blink Hex, and it allowed that Enigma to kind of get that BKB at the last second.
Yeah, I mean, they don't know where he is, right? Gabby maybe like slightly hesitating on it. Perhaps he could have actually got it. He is going to have a second round of it, though. He's going to have a refresher. Actually,
he has refresher.
Yeah,
wow.
And now Black Hole is actually down. So now Entity, they're all respawning. Perhaps they can actually set up for top. Roche, it's coming back up
Roche
in a second. Yeah, 10
Roche
seconds
bottom, yeah. Does it keep the Blessing? It does, right? Because it spawned bottom?
No, it shifts. As soon as the
it does it?
As soon as the daytime shifts, it doesn't even matter if you keep him down there. It immediately swaps the Ags and the refresh.
That is sad.
Trust me, I tried that one because I was like, I want to get an Ag, so keep it bottom. And then I was like, oh wait, he still has refresher in his inventory. So
sad.
Fight's kicking off. Gabby,
right,
30 seconds for Ravage. Black Hole in 20.
They smoked. It will get popped by Yuragi. You definitely have the nighttime vision advantage here on OG, right? This is one of the things that Slark is so strong for.
And they've got the ET Spirit. Constantly is able to give information also. Eclipse anyone in that under that smoke.
And the vision game at this point right here is so close. Just because you have psionic traps everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's all coming down to this fight. Next Roche is going to be massive with the refresher shard for both teams is huge. You have double Ravage, you have double Black Hole, you have double Exo. There is some huge plays from both teams off the back of this refresher. One of the few games you might actually prefer it.
Yeah, I agree, actually. DM looking for angles. Black Hole is back at the ready.
Oh, they get the BKB out on Taiga. He's going to try and turn around onto Stormstormer. His BKB is available, but DM does not want to commit, it looks like.
I mean, they used Exo. OG's trying to like, kind of reset away from this here.
More sentries drop. Stormstormer is trying to look for anything in the Roche, but maybe he's just going to look for the Roche.
I think
it's hard to say.
He might feel forced to because he used the Exo.
Get the scan onto the backside.
Exo at 1/3.
Froggy, he's going to blink up onto the high ground. He gets caught by the disarm, but where's the BKB? Stormstormer, his as well, already spent. DM looking for the opening. There it is. The Black Hole, he's caught 2. Can he get the kill here on Watson? He needs to find the help, but it's not. A huge Earth Splitter will finish off 2. They're going to buy back on both. Katomi stuck here in the trees as well. As Seb, while on the backside, getting beat down by Watson. A Ravage finally coming through from Gabby. They do manage to find themselves their first kill, but a beautiful Shackle. It catches Tide, it grabs Watson. Gabby needs some help and fast turning around onto Taiga. He gets the kill. Gabby popped the refresher. They have a second Ravage. He just needs the mana. And it's finally coming through. The Ravage will come out. It catches Yuragi. They get the silence as well. He's stuck here for the moment. The buybacks coming up from OG. Can they find the kill on the Slark? He does. He's going to follow BZM with the focus fire. Laying into Watson the Hex. The Finger of Death. It's there. Into the Earth Spike. They take him down.
How is Watson still alive?
Again. They're all coming back. Yuragi. He's going to jump in. He's got a second life. BZM needs to be careful on this TP. He's going to cancel. The hero advantage now for Entity. OG needs to get out, and Taiga little late on the message. Entity full control over the Roche.
Holy crap. I had 3 buybacks actually from both sides. I cannot believe. How is Watson surviving the whole fight? I hate that Gabby actually just covered each other perfectly. A huge connection, the ET stomp into splitter, everything thrown onto the 2 inside of that black hole. But then Watson actually, him and Gabby just stick together and they end up cleaning up pretty decently. Yuragi's back in.
Oh, okay. I mean, you have a silence on the Slark. He needs to be very careful here. He's forced to BKB, but to get the disarm on top of him, Katomi falling low. Can he actually make it out? It doesn't look like it. So that's going to be a dieback. Uragi needs to get out. He's going to be fine. BZM pops the focus fire with the BKB, trying to bring down Stormstormer. He's going to return his own BKB.
Shackle.
But Tidehunter with the Shackle, they've got the Chen. Stormstormer falls. It looked like it was going to be Entity to come away with the Roche nice and clean, but instead OG bring the fight, and they take down 4 with no buybacks.
What a wild decision re-engage. Uragi.
What is this game?
Uragi's feeling confident now at this point. He's fed up with the pauses. That was a sick re-engage. 30 sacks on him, and now they get the rush, they get the refresher for their Enigma.
Absolutely huge.
Wow.
Absolutely huge. I thought for sure, I was like, yeah, they're going to have to defend their base. They lost both tier 4s for this.
Worth it.
So worth, right? Oh my goodness.
Absolutely worth. I mean, Uragi now can actually spend up his gold, maybe even sell his Midas, get the Scotty if he would like to. Give that refresher over to DM, who actually buys out a full Octarine as well, too, in the fight. So, OG, they came out pretty ahead in that one there at the end. Yeah, he sells Midas. He's fully kitted now.
This is so sick. Yeah, this is just...
That was really
absolutely sick plays from OG. I like, their play calls have been so good this game.
Yeah, when to take these fights, when to jump in, reset all the time. I mean, this has been really a treat to watch from them, how they look to pick these fights versus Watson, who's just really struggling, except from that last one toward the end. Now grouped up, I mean, Black Hole is going to be at the ready. They're going to have 2 rounds of it. The fights for Entity got way more complicated.
All right. DM, Octarine, Spell Prism. This Black Hole's cooldown gonna be pretty nice now to play around.
Oh, you got the Spell Prism too. Didn't see that.
And up onto the high ground they go. It's time for OG to do the knocking. As this tier 3 tower will go ahead and crumble. They're gonna hold their fortification, obviously. Actually, I don't know why. They could have spent it, but they didn't. Slark. Forced to back away for the moment. Gabby, I mean, good placement for a double Ravage.
Woo! DD.
That's a DD. Yeah, I was like, that was fast.
Casual, 600 damage on this Wind Ranger. Quick, easy snipe of that one. Entity. Now you're playing into this Aegis Slark. The Refresher Shard's actually still on him, so it's actually been interesting. Maybe he wants to have the second round of BKB, Shadow Dance, and everything instead. Maybe they don't feel like they need the 2 Black Holes.
I mean, it is one of the strongest heroes to have Refresher on.
Yes.
You're just definitely limited on your mana pool, so having an Aegis doesn't really matter now. So if he uses all spells, dies, he comes back, has Refresher. And that second round of spells is going to be great. TA trying to get initiated on. They drop everything. He needs to get out, but there's the Ravage from Gabby. The second round to follow. They've caught DM on the Enigma. Can they bring him down before he gets the Black Hole?
He's alive.
They don't. He's alive, baby. And well, Death Prophet can't hold the ground. She's going to fall as Chen will be the next. 3 heroes dead on Entity as Watson buybacks into the game, but you've spent everything.
That was sick.
And you get nothing.
Another Depth Shroud. Uragi just saving his Enigma just in case. An insult to injury for Entity is now 20k lead. Uragi, he wants to end this.
Onto the tier 4s. No Ravages available. It is just Watson trying to hold the high ground here against 5, and it's not looking like it's going to go too well for them.
Looks like it should be it. Yeah, it's just these 2.
What an incredible game from OG. This was some of the best I've seen them play in a while.
Very good patience. Even though they're getting pressured so much, losing buildings, they don't panic. They actually played it cool and wait for their items, and it absolutely paid off. DM coming in super clutch.
He's just gonna Depth Shroud. He just takes the throne, and I don't blame him. Uragi, he's still got a Shadow Dance as well to play with. Ends up running out of mana with a BZM. He's gonna be the one to finish the job here, and that will do it. Game 1 of the Elimination Series going to OG.
That was very, very cool game. Honestly, just patience, good decision-making from OG. Patience, of course, sitting back, waiting for Entity to make mistakes, and that's really what it came down to. Entity, they dive for some kills in the base, get turned on massively from a couple Black Holes, and wow, that was sick.
Yeah, that was, dude, like, this game really was just sick from minute 0. Now that I think about it, just 4 kills at the Rune. I kind of just forgot about how much of a bloodbath this game was early on. Yep. You had the 6 heroes in the top lane. Like, this was a wild game.
It's just really, really cool decision making. I love when I see people like, you're really playing like on the fringe of these cooldowns and stuff like that. Like Entity's trying to push the limits because they're like, oh, 15 seconds till Black Hole. Then they push it too far, and OG, they're patient, sitting back, waiting for those opportunities. And always fun to see also some tri-lane action, even though maybe it didn't work out the best for OG at the start of the game. It worked in the long run, so.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the Slark, like, just eventually comes online. You have a really hard time killing this hero, and
this was the
that
big
one 3-hero black hole, right?
Yeah.
At the racks is just, or 4-hero black hole rather. Sorry, that was just like the turning point for OG. They finally get this like glimmer of hope, and then it just turns into DM hitting these massive black holes for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it was like the first fight in the black holes there, and then this one right afterwards, where they just kind of play on the fringe of the fight, waiting for an opportunity. Exorcism ends, they collapse, hit hard, then they find Watson. Yeah. Honestly, that was some nice Dota. Nice kills. Like what? I think we had like 60 kills. 60 kills, I think, toward the end of it. So very action-packed, but very, like, kind of, there's like a methodical kind of means to this game, even though there's so much action and so many like chaotic kills and stuff like that, with the way that Entity's forcing one kind of play style and OG's forcing a different one with splitting up and buying time. So yeah, very, very fun one to watch.
This was just like the most incredible play call. Just the, hey guys, let's just run back from the base. It'll be fine. Like, BZM has to cancel TP, right? Or he just dies there. I think his BKB was still slightly on cooldown, and then they just were like, yeah, we'll re-engage. We'll retake the fight. They haven't finished Roche yet.
Yeah, and I mean, Yuragi making the Slark look good, but also I definitely want to give a little bit of credit to Seb. You know, this hero, a lot of people are trying it. Not a lot, but a good amount of people are trying the ET and not really making it work. Seb actually made it look quite good. As an ET, super big ET advocate, I think he played that one like amazing, actually. Like, positioning was really good most of the times. He got good stomp setups for Enigma. Yeah, really, really nice. He did second highest damage at the, that 4-man black hole team fight. So what more could you ask for?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you just got a lot of work out of the supports from OG in general. Like Taiga having the BKB Aghanim Scepter, like with a Veil. Like, he was doing a ton of damage in these fights and tanking a lot of spells, right? Like, unless, Ravage caught him early or something. So beautiful game all around from OG. This was just a pleasure of a way to start the day. So I'm super excited to see what is going to happen in game number 2. But we got to go to a quick break, everyone, and we'll be back with just that. Is going to be OG versus Entity, game number 2 in the Elimination Series. We'll see y'all in just a bit.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول واو يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت بغراب خفيفة جيب تويستر أنا تجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious yeah
What's up, everybody? Welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. We are getting ready for game number 2 of Entity versus OG. The winner advancing to the group stage. The loser is unfortunately out of the tournament. My name is Cryptic. I'm here with Fogged and a banger of a game 1. Are you excited for game 2, man? What do you think is going to happen?
Maybe Enigma is gonna get banned. You know, Entity after playing such a clean, like overall very clean game, they lose because of a pretty hard overcommitment and get 4-man black hold. I mean, definitely have to give DM some credit just to get the setup there, but Entity, they jumped into that. Like they dove for a kill onto the Crystal Maiden, if I'm not mistaken, and they set themselves up for the black hole. So maybe it gets in their head, but we'll see. If not, otherwise maybe they prioritize like a counter for it early on, like picking like a Rubik early, because if I'm not mistaken, they Enigma first 2, then they banned the Rubik. So
yeah, it was honestly such incredibly perfect placement. Like the last pixel of the black hole caught the Templar Assassin. They just really underestimated the Aether Lens cast range buff is really what it was. Like, because you see him pop the BKB and it's like, all right, he's still got a couple hundred more units to walk in, and then he just black holes and they're like, wait a minute.
Yeah. And it's in like
it's perfect.
And look at that, it does. I was thinking it might cause like a little bit of an effect, just because if they play it this much, if they're this comfortable with it, it always is going to give a bit of a win condition. That's the thing about the Enigma. If you have no BKB counter, unless you have like a massive lead or easy ways to kill him, which they had Exorcism, which is a pseudo way to kill during Black Hole, but I think it's just safe. You know what? Just go for it. And now it's like IO's in the pool, so now you have a choice on Entity. Do you do the IO Lesh and say just went for a Rubik kind of default pick, or do you go down your normal strategies?
Go back for the Chen. I don't feel like Fishman had played a bad Chen game. I feel like his Chen was pretty good.
He played great,
but yeah, it really comes like. I'd like to see the IO as well. It is like just one of those like really stable picks. Broodmother, however, is still in the pool. This hero has almost never made it through.
Probably gonna be Brood then.
Okay. There's the Clockwork, a hero that we thought we would see last game because of the Enigma.
What?
And they just opened Stormstormer's Invoker. No shot.
Oh, I mean, you know what? This statements, right? It might not be the best hero at the moment, but if they're comfortable with it, if he wants to play it, all right, let's see what he can do. With Clockwork, you have good global. Cool. You have good ways to go for like these pressure plays of your Exort, so that can be cool. I'm happy to see an Invoker. I think there's only really one way to kind of play this hero at the moment. I think it's like the Arcane Boot Midas Octarine Exort build, but could be wrong. I'm looking forward to see what Stormstormer is going to do. I also don't know. Even then, I still think the hero's bad, but if you like to play it, if you're like a very comfortable, which Stormstormer has 4,000 games or something on it, might as well. And now, do you put the TA? That's the question now for OG. It's like, do you pick TA? Do you pick like Wind Ranger? Do you pick like one of these heroes that kind of counters the Invoker in a way? Wind Ranger not so much, but the TA has been literally since the dawn of Dota that Invoker absolutely detests to play versus him.
And BZM has no problem playing that hero.
Yeah. And if anything, you can flex it and you put it safe lane. So
yeah.
Invoker can't really flex. I mean, unless you want to grief. I mean, you can do some like 4
or
position.
Invoker, baby.
Let's
go.
Hey, I'm playing it a lot in pubs. It's really grief, I'm telling you, but it's fun.
I love the open admission of like, hey, I'm griefing my pubs, but it's great.
I'm griefing my pubs. So I'm sorry, they're unranked. It's not like I'm griefing ranked pubs with 4 Invoker, but
no, yeah,
we have seen people do it during one phase of Dota when the Bassi gave damage and everyone was playing 4 Invoker in the offlane with like a 3, but that'll ever happen. No way Stormstorm will give it away.
There's also pre-Cold Snap nerfs.
Yeah, all these weird things. But yeah, I mean, whatever. It's Stormstormer playing it anyway. And yeah, I'm just taking their time, so I must be discussing if they want to go for that TA or go for some type of different straight-up counter or a carry. Because there's also Void. Void's another one that's very annoying for Invoker to play against. Not in, the early game so much, but as the game progresses, time dilation is devastating. Hello, Naga.
Okay, that's a good answer.
That's a good one, too. Yep.
Doesn't really care too much about the Clockwork. You talked earlier about Lycan into the Clockwork hero, and it's like
it's similar.
Yeah, you just kill all the cogs if they try to go on you. It is pretty good at dealing with Invoker as well. So I like this. Pretty safe pick. And now since you pick it on 8, you just get to remove like any of the heroes you're worried about in the core matchups. So this is solid.
Yeah, no, definitely. Oh, that's gonna be cool. They'll ban the Beast. We've seen that one with the Aghanims time and time again versus it.
Yeah.
And this can be
that's got to be the best one.
Yeah. Definitely feel like it is. And there goes the Brood. Since they don't want to, Entity doesn't want to pick the Brood themselves now at this point either, because there's a Naga Siren.
Yeah, the only lane you'd be able to put Brood would be safe lane at this point, right? Like, you can't put it off lane into the Naga. And safe lane Brood, I think, is good, but not in that matchup. You just get songed and then you're, like, sad.
Yeah, the carry matchup for Naga is very, very good in that one.
Love the Lion Ban. The mana drain shard is very good.
Yep, probably the best answer to these illusions. And then what, I guess, if you want to...
Grief Dazzle.
No, don't Dazzle. Don't. I said I wanted to see it yesterday. I removed him from my little board over here, I know. He's not even on my background. Sorry, Dazzle. No love.
That's sad.
Depends if they want to set up. If they want full setup, they could do something like Shadow Demon 2 on Entity, but that might constrict them to be very damage reliant on their cores.
Yeah, I'm a little bit curious what they want to do, because there's not a lot of carries that like really beat Naga Siren. I feel like Bloodseeker isn't bad, just because like eventually you get Blood Mist, and Rupture is pretty good if you can find the real one. But I don't know if you actually ever get to a stage where you're like ahead of the Naga Siren is the problem.
I'm trying to think for Watson.
10 seconds remaining.
You can't pick Morph into it. That is real bad. We just saw that matchup being like one of the worst ones.
Yeah, everyone just answered
Volley.
it very easily. I think it's Void, isn't it, for Watson?
Yeah,
because they have the
It is
Invoker.
probably the safest.
I don't know if they'll pick it like right out of the pick or anything like that, but I think eventually they might look for that Void for Watson.
Yeah, 18 and 24, pretty easy for them to grab it if they want.
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be a good 18 pick for sure if it's not addressed. Get rid of the Legion Commander.
I like that ban though, because
Smart.
they're making sure they have the Naga has a better like lane and overall game. They're not worried about the carry matchup. It seems like at all.
You could go Underlord still, I think.
For Gabby.
Yeah, for Gabby. You can't pick into Rubik. Never mind. The Rubik just makes Underlord unplayable.
It really does.
God. I just forget about that. So I'm like, yeah, it'll be a great Underlord game. And then, like, the Rubik steals Firestorm once, and you're like, oh, okay.
I just griefed the whole game.
The game is over. I guess I'm going max Aura.
Yeah. Oh. What other big illusion kind of clears? Primal Beast still in the pool?
Yeah, maybe still there.
I mean, the Rubik is there to dissuade
Into Rubik,
it also,
though?
Yeah, so it's like, okay, that's kind of cool. Kind of covered themselves. Maybe they still just do it, though. It is Primal is one of the best ones versus those illusion heroes if they want to go down that route.
Yeah.
That would have to be like
Do you have
an
a
off
Dark
lane.
Seer option?
No, it's banned, isn't it? I thought it was first too. Yeah, it's banned.
Oh, it is first ban. I'm stupid.
No, you're good.
Okay.
You're good. I was like, really? Oh, definitely.
I
Dark
was
Seer
like-
clock. Let's
I was
go.
like- Yeah, I was looking at it, I was like, Clock Dark Seer sounds pretty cool, but no, yeah. First ban, you're right. Well, we'll see what they want to do here. I like the Snapfire ban. Just, they're not anticipating BZM TA at any point here. I think with Naga starting to be a little bit too greedy, right? Both heroes have to farm quite a bit. But instead, they just focus on getting rid of a couple mid lane matchups that are pretty rough for the Invoker.
Yeah. Cool. I like how we're having like a very, very different draft. Completely new heroes, not even like similar stuff at all. It's nice to see.
Yeah. We haven't really seen Naga Siren for the most part. I think it's been banned a little bit.
Yep.
They just go for the Wind Ranger.
Okay.
That,
I would not
if
have
it's
expected
Watson's
that one.
hero, might not be bad.
Yeah.
It could be Gabby too, though.
That's true. I mean, this is definitely a bit of a stranger pick. I don't think I would have expected this one. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting. They do. I mean, people do like this kind of Wind Ranger versus these TBs and Naga Sirens because if you do find the real one, right? If you get that focus fired, you do just shred her.
It
but-
doesn't matter.
Yeah, there's nothing
Yeah.
they can do. But that's definitely an interesting pick.
Naga Siren's not like a natural MKB builder, at least until really late, usually.
Yeah. Well, it's,
So-
I mean, or never. You just nullifiers or something. Bloodthorns, right? Just goes down to different.
Yeah, I was gonna say Bloodthorn is like would usually be what we would see.
Interesting. I mean, OG, they're looking to just play these like later games and stuff too. Because the last game they had this ET to stall things out constantly. This is kind of similar with the Coddle Naga, looking to play like a later style.
I wonder what their pairing with this is going to be for the lane. Because normally, like, you want to take advantage of the chakra magic
I mean,
in the
Pango-
lane, not just like the game.
If they want to play
Ooh,
the
you're
Pango,
right.
but they don't have to. No, they go puck. That's. I mean, maybe they just want the Coddle for the stall.
Yeah.
It
Can
can
wave clear for sure. They don't really have it otherwise.
Yeah, it can go a bit both ways versus the clock though nowadays. Like the clock can still be annoying for Coddle, but Coddle can blinding light and play around stuff like that. So it's always a bit of an interesting kind of pick to me. They have 2 heroes that can actually bonk the clockwork out when he gets a setup onto people.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay, we'll see what Entity want to do. We'll see where this Wind Ranger is going here probably after this pick to see if it is going to be a core or not. Do you feel like Wind Ranger is still okay from the support position?
Not as good, but I mean it can work if you just want a core that fits better into like the better carry that fits the situation. Where I still feel like Void doesn't. I mean, maybe see that's now the Puck actually. Maybe they were thinking also like similar with like the Void. Puck is quite good versus the Void throughout most stages. Entity they're going to be running low on time and limited options perhaps.
Okay, did you go back?
They'll go back for the Bloodseeker like you were saying. So looking to play more aggressive with early game.
I mean, I don't hate the Bloodseeker, to be honest. Like, I feel like it is an okay matchup into the Naga Siren. It's great at dealing with Coddle being super elusive in the back of the fight as well, if you happen to get the Rupture there. Not really the hero you want to Rupture, but, you know,
yeah,
I think there is some play potential. He can't do anything about this Puck, though, right? I don't know how they've addressed this hero.
I don't think that they have yet. I think they're probably gonna have to pick something else that has some type of like, perhaps some instant type of disable, because this looks pretty free for the Puck right now. So Bloodseeker, this is more like it's not similar, but Entity, they want to fight, right? They want to fight back hard, and OG, they want to kind of dance on them and pick and choose their battles again. They have this Puck Coddle to be elusive and stuff like that and move heroes around the map while Naga farms. I think it's a very similar kind of style this time from OG. Entities is not as all in, though. Entities is a lot more... I mean, they can scale quite a bit better with this one rather than having like this Chen all-in kind of strategy last game.
Yeah. Dude, I am so curious how this Invoker is going to do. The Invoker Puck matchup, I feel like, is not bad for the Invoker,
no,
but Puck... Oh, they do end up banning the Primal Beast. Good call.
Even with the Rubik, I mean, it still looks... It still looks pretty good Primal game, even if they played
Rubik Puck Coddle, dude. I feel like that is such a rough Primal Beast game, but they are still just so worried about the lane.
Yeah, I think it's just that you're hunting Naga Siren constantly, and you're keeping this Naga pressured quite a bit too. It's one of the best heroes versus like these TB Naga Siren. So, and they banned the Tie too. I mean, really constricting Gabby's hero pool. He's quite limited now, actually. No LC. He might have to just do some like weird. I mean, can't believe I'm suggesting this, but like some Mars or something.
I was gonna say Mars or Axe are the only heroes that come to mind at this point.
Maybe it is Axe. Banning Necro.
What Necro ban?
I mean, targeting DM's disgusting hero pool.
Dude, I mean, Veno Necro would have been brutal with a Coddle.
That would have been pretty annoying, actually. That could be the lane that could shut down a Bloodseeker, maybe. We'll go Breaker.
Okay, Spear Breaker.
Okay.
I like that a lot.
Cogs now do interrupt you. That's one thing.
Yeah.
But
it was bugged for a bit, wasn't it?
I don't know now. I'm not sure. I just know that I mean, lately Cogs. I mean, it was buffed, so Cogs block like everything. But
yeah, great against the Spirit Breaker, but in general, Spirit Breaker really good at finding heroes like the Invoker and the Wind Ranger that are pretty elusive. So I think overall, really safe pick.
OG's looking. I mean,
Entity.
They're looking to play the map again. It really does feel like it. This Entity. They're looking to really pressure, and it looks like it is going to be offlane Wind Ranger.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. Like it is, like you said earlier, if you get the focus fire onto the right target, like you will still kill this Naga Siren, and it will be Fishman on the Disruptor, which is a great answer for Spirit Breaker as well, right? Until he has BKB, Kinetic Field is super annoying, and then the Static Storm does kind of answer the puck.
This should be pretty interesting. I mean, Fishman, I feel like for a long time, Fishman got banned always. Like his Undying and his Disruptor were even getting like first 2 taken out. So that's actually pretty cool that he gets his last pick, and it will provide them some type of catch. So, okay.
This will be fun, man. This is definitely just a lot of comfort picks in this game. Like I'm looking around it, it's like you see Stormstormer on Invoker, you see Watson Bloodseeker, Fishman Disruptor, BZM on Puck. Just not something that we see all that often. So I'm excited. This should be a really fun game.
This should be a fun one. I'm wondering how this lane's gonna go. The bottom lane in particular the safe lane for Watson, because this lane is quite strong from them. The Bloodseeker Disruptor versus Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker can suffer up here because they've got the sustain. It's a Coddle behind him. What I'm expecting, of course, is Seb playing that there. So interesting. I mean, Gabby's playing a different style offlaner too. Not really a team fighter to bring things together.
Yeah,
this is interesting.
Oh man, I mean, game 1 was an absolute blast. So I'm hoping we get something similar here. And based on the draft, I feel like it's not going to disappoint. This the lanes might not be as much of a slugfest as it was early. You know, the 6v6 or the 3v3 6-hero tri lanes, but I think overall should still be pretty exciting as we're getting ready to jump into game number 2 here of OG versus Entity. Is there any draft that you like see as like I don't really see like a clear win on either of these drafts. I feel like it's pretty even.
I feel like it's pretty even. You know, I'm a hater right now for Invoker is the one thing, but
yeah,
and it looks like a pretty good puck game overall. I think BZM's got some good freedom. Like, there's not really these like instant catches. It's really just Disruptor and like a hook shot cog back into Disruptor is their best way of controlling him. So overall, I mean, especially with how OG played last game of making space, I guess I would favor theirs just because the Naga game looks a little bit nicer, and I don't have the most faith in Invoker even though it's Stormstormer.
Yeah. So I mean, you were talking about it specifically for like a lot of people are probably like, I forgot Invoker existed in Dota, and that's a reasonable thing to say. But yeah, the Midas into Octarine, he's already just queued up, you know, the Null Tally into Midas. We'll see if he ends up going for the Octarine afterward. With the changes to Octarine, is it just because like what makes Octarine so good on this hero? Is it just because he needs the spell casting or what?
You just need more spells, yeah. I feel like lately is the most that I've ever run out of spells on Invoker. Whenever like I watch and whenever I play it, it's like just even the little things of having like Invoke cooldown dropping down even smaller, like all these things of being able to shoot your frequency in the fights. It just seems like the best answer because Aghanims is just such a one-trick pony at this point in Dota. It's too long of cooldown to get this Cataclysm playing around that kind of style nowadays.
Yeah, and the one additional level to your spells like just doesn't feel strong enough.
No, it doesn't.
And
really
a lot of instances, like you're like, okay, cool. Like I guess Sunstrike it does a little bit more damage, or I guess you know EMP burns a little bit more mana. But yeah, it just doesn't feel like it's the most impactful Aghanim Scepter anymore.
Which kind of stinks. This Cataclysm is fun to watch, but
yeah,
I think
always great late game.
This is true. I think for Invoker, I guess like the one thing about it is if you're able, maybe it is like similar as it kind of has been for a long time, but even more so. I think you have to secure a couple early Sunstray kills. So they do have potential to doing that.
Yeah, I was actually just thinking the same thing. I was like, all right, what Sunstrike potential do we have? And I guess Wind Ranger, you usually pick up a level of Shackle Shot at like 3. Right, I think you pretty much open 1/1/1 on this hero in a lot of games.
Yeah, I think it's mostly Katomi setup. I would say that plus like a kinetic field setup with a glimpse, but
yeah, I like it. We'll see what ends up happening. Top lane with with Bloodseeker Disruptor. How do you feel like this is going to actually play into the Spirit Breaker Coddle? Because this is just like a pretty bizarre lane in my opinion.
I like the Bloodseeker Disruptor quite a bit. Yeah, Bloodseeker's just got, you've got like 6 or 7 armor to trade with the Spirit Breaker, who's got low BAT plus lower armor than you. And you've got this Disruptor that just provides you a little bit better than I would say a Coddle, but we'll have to see how it ends up going down the first few levels. Bloodseeker just seems
if you manage to get
strong.
like easy setups into Bloodright, almost always, right? You have Kinetic Field and Glimpse, so.
See what goes down. Let's see how much the Clockwork is able to do too, because I've been raving about this hero. I know to you quite a lot, but in general, take a look at this win rate also for this hero. As far as I looked yesterday, it was like 70% across like 65% across 20 games. So still very high.
Yeah, it's a lot of picks.
Yeah,
I mean, that is a lot of picks. Your Roggy bottom lane just gonna get a little bit of harassment there. I thought he was gonna try and just like lock the wave on Clockwork or something. It's like classic play, but this is way better. Just running down Taiga to the tier 2. Doesn't bother popping the blood grenade. Wouldn't have been a kill, but
classic Clockwork things versus the weaker heroes. Like, nobody can really trade versus him except for, I mean, even just Undying has some struggles versus him.
I really gotta try play this Clockwork hero. I think I've played him literally 3 times in 15 years.
Got some cool tech. He's got some really cool little buffs too that I think people just don't even realize, like Magic Barrier applying to allies that are inside cogs. I feel like half people don't even know that.
I love that buff actually.
Yeah. Katomi taking it to Taiga, but a nice play from Miragi. I mentioned it a lot, but playing versus Clockwork, you want to trade with him with your core or whoever's in the lane with you as he supports. So core players, gear up. Don't just leave your support to trade with these Undyings and Clockworks. It doesn't work.
right, I want to look at mid here a little bit because we've got Stormstormer on this Invoker, a hero that we don't see all that often up against the puck. He is crushing the CS at the moment.
Yeah, first few
Thanks to
levels.
the Forge Spirit.
First few levels are the most important for the Invoker. If he has a first good like 2 or 3 lanes, or first 2 or 3 waves, then he does very well versus the puck. Should have a little bit of an advantage also because you're constantly checking the runes.
Yep, there it is. Beautifully done, dude. That is such a good rundown here from Watson. It wasn't even really Fishman at all. Like, he wasn't in range for Glimpse. That was just Watson getting the thirst and having plenty of movement speed to play off of. So
yeah, and
great stuff.
He's got all these creeps coming into him too. So you see, it's like 6 last hits on him right now, but he's got what 6 potential ones to get. So it's not like he's behind on last hits right now either. Yeah, that's the lane I was looking at. That I feel like it's the very big likelihood of having some type of kills happen. Just either one of these two could just get brought down. It feels like on OG. Fishman likely to die maybe in one of these situations, but I feel like Watson should just be fine farming up here.
Yeah, I think once you have kinetic field here on Disruptor, this lane gets really hard. But they are going to make the play. Kinetic field defensively this time, so DM can't get to him.
Mm-hmm.
And Watson's just content. He's just farming under the tower.
I mean, they got a stacked pull off. That's a big deal.
Yeah.
Fishman's able to deny quite a bit there, even though Seb tries to take some away. And yeah, again, Stormstormer is really crushing this matchup.
Dude, DM actually is CSing super well.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with that. I guess him and Seb have just done a Seb tanked a couple bit, but
yeah.
What's he done?
Managed to distract the Bloodseeker and Disruptor a little bit. Long enough there. Oops, not connecting. A little bit of a miss there, but bottom lane, they do manage to finally punish Katomi, and you were right.
The illusions.
Trade with your support, right?
Yep. That's really nicely done. This is a cool answer to the clock in a way, right? Because I feel like... I'll have to hesitate on that in a second. Gabby getting gone on bottom.
They don't have telekinesis for 2. I think he'll be just fine.
Yeah, he's okay. Yeah, it's like I used to see when Nature's Prophet carry was being picked quite a bit, that's what they would do also versus the clocks. Anyone who has a summon or an illusion just to be able to trade effectively.
Definitely not as like intense laning stage as we did last game, but overall, like, I think it's looking pretty good for the side of Entity.
Yeah.
I'm really curious, like, if Watson is going to be able to get to like an early kind of Maelstrom here. Looks like he wants to, just body blocks the hard camp. That's really nice. So no more pulls coming out from OG. Did he just double water rune, or no? He only got
one. But Stormstormer doesn't have his forge for it to the bottom one, so BZM might be able to get that one too. He's struggling. Definitely struggling on this puck. And surprised actually the Naga Siren overall, Yuragi. I guess it's him having to use the illusions to contest the clockwork and stuff like that. He's limited on denies. He actually has 0 denies somehow on the Naga. So Gabby, 18-6. Yuragi though, 18-0.
They're pretty low on this Wind Ranger, and he does manage to get the cogs, does isolate the Rubik, throws out the Blood Grenade. Taiga.
A lot of creeps there.
Will they find the kill? He's just trapped, yeah. Ice and Snare, they turn it around, Katomi down to 30 HP, but will survive, and yeah, that jungle camp coming in to offer some assistance there for them.
Surprised Katomi actually went for the aggressive move there. I mean, it was, what, like 7 creeps or something there, so an optimistic go with the battery assault.
Yeah. You got him isolated for a moment, but there's just no follow-up after that.
Where's the first move gonna happen? Maybe around the power runes, it's looking like, at least onto the mid. BZM's close to 6, bottom. Ooh.
All right, Katomi finally found Taiga. This time alone. He's gonna dive for this one to Yuragi, but a good play. The power shot just barely giving him a little bit extra bit of damage there.
Yuragi happy? Happier than last game's laning phase.
Oh, absolutely. At this point, he's what, like level 3? Like, hoping to get a Midas in the next 10 minutes.
He already had 2 deaths, if I'm not mistaken, in the last game. Slark, so yeah, way better. But looking at the lanes still, Entity definitely crushing them a little bit more. The Bloodseeker, absolutely free farm. He's actually 800 difference now versus DM. And that Invoker matchup, I mean, Stormstormer, they're going to have to gank him, it feels like, with a rotation.
They have foil, and Stormstormer is stuck on the low ground here into the Sunstrike. Taiga will actually be able to survive, I think, here for the moment. Yeah, they do. Dude, that is a really good rotation.
Very nice gank. Perfect move from Taiga. Like, Yaragi's not doesn't really need that much help down bottom, so he can actually lead for a 6-minute rune easy.
Tommy did come top, but they saw him under a ward.
Yeah. Does get
Scan doesn't actually connect, so that might be best case scenario here for Entity.
I look at him. He's...
Oh, dude, I'm toggling vision. Seb.
Gotcha.
Oh, no. The trap of 2, the blood right coming through. Nice little bash there into the charge and the blinding light. He just gets sent way underneath the tower. Seb, though, will die to Watson as they will leave DM to go.
He's just TP's, no funny business. Power runes, or wisdom runes, Taiga's already set up for it. Yaragi is well contesting, so they might just be able to get both. Yeah, they're looking like they're trying to get both. And they should.
Oh, this is really smart. They even, like, Yaragi is just here as well. They did not want to mess around.
Really cool little plays from Yaragi this game, honestly. He's got the Midas queued up again.
Tommy's gonna die for this.
Yes, he will. Oh,
wait a minute. Oh, okay, DM. Gets him with the last auto. All right, I mean, that Wisdom Rune swing is honestly, I think, like, a little bit overtuned. I think it needs to be nerfed a little bit, or they need to be reworked, but, like, getting double Wisdom Runes at level, or minute 7, just feels so good for your team if you can do it.
And so bad for the enemy team, because now you look at this clockwork, this Disruptor's heroes that can be very starved in levels early. Level 3, level 4 now on Fishman, level 5 on Rubik, level 5 on the Spirit Breaker, level 5 on the Coddle, and they're getting the stacks going, so really good movements from OG.
8-minute power rune coming through. They will go ahead and turn their attention on over to this Puck. The rune does spawn top. Forced to drop the cogs here, obviously. As Puck will drop the coil, dodge the Sunstrike. Nicely done from him. It's a clockwork, trying to get away. Oh, the blinding light to find the kill. BZM does have a phase shift in 1 second. He's going to be able to just... Yeah, looks like he's at... Oh, the glimpse almost finds the kill. Well played by Fishman, but...
That was cool.
Very close. Now Fishman will end up dying. I mean, honestly, this is kind of the level disadvantage.
Yeah. I mean, they have these supports that are super strong. The other 2 supports not.
He's out the Sunstrike! No way! Dude, that's good stuff.
Was he still thirsted? I guess he was.
Yeah, he was still thirsted, just barely.
Lul. Gets caught. That's big for Stormstormer. Kind of swings things back for him. He's level 8. Level 4 Spirit's now online. Tough to lane versus him. And Gabby has been left alone. So he is getting the scaling. He's already getting closer and closer to Maelstrom. Some really good movements coming out from OG with bringing the numbers. But the laning aspect of the way that Entity had, it's causing them to have really farm top 3 cores right now. But the 2 supports, clearly seeing the effect of getting these wisdom runes and getting these levels, they are quite a bit ahead of their counterparts, OGs.
Yeah, you have level 6 Rubik versus what is still a level 3 Clockwork. He's almost level 4.
Level 6? DM's level 5.5. Oh man,
Taiga is 6 now. Yeah. That is nuts.
That's very early. Some nice spells he can steal this game too. A lot of them. Invoker spells are always great. Rupture is very devastating if he ever gets it. Very early that he gets this.
You're always likely to get Power Shot from the Wind Ranger as well, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty easy to take.
If you ever get Shackle, it's amazing as well, too. Like, you're going to get good spells this game in most situations.
What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst?
Looks like we're having another mic issue, perhaps, for Watson.
And I can't believe... I mean... The Wisdom Rune difference is so nuts. Like, just the fact that your 4 just hits level 6 before you because he gets double Wisdom Rune. That is nuts.
Maybe they'll tweak some episodes. I don't know. We'll have to wait and see how they...
They just got to move them into the base.
I mean, I know some people really don't like the concept of it just because, like, if you are... Yeah, being behind and being more behind just feels so bad to try to catch up. Tomes were too easy. Gotta make the game harder.
Yeah.
You can't just buy things to make the game easy for yourself. Come on.
I agree. I didn't think tomes were like an interesting mechanic either.
No, I don't like fighting my cores for a tome either.
Yeah.
They just buy it from me.
Dude, true, right? Oh, he's gonna bash him to the low ground. That's pretty funny. DM though, in some trouble as they do have the Rupture. No bulldoze available, so DM is stuck here. The Sunstrike assist from the mid lane will be enough. As DM will tick on down.
The creep got blasted.
The creep kills him. No. That's pretty funny.
That's fun.
Is under attack.
3 cores very
early
far
Midas
for Entity, but yeah, early Midas, Yuragi. He's looking to be that one true carry. They're looking to take it to late game.
And Taiga did steal the power shot, so he can now farm.
And Gabby,
Bottom lane, nicely done. They do manage to take down Lesh. Good wand usage there. He's okay for the moment, but the charge in from DM, a couple more auto attacks from BZM will be enough, and that will grant level 6 Nether Strike onto Fishman as they will chase down the Disruptor here underneath the tower. He's going to pop his own stick, try and survive, but the damage will eventually be too much. Katomi here, he's got a haste rune, and Stormer making his presence known, trying to just bring down this Spirit Breaker. A charge in one, the Cold Snap is there, plus the Battery Assault. I don't think he can survive this one. Another Sunstrike from Stormer. As this Invoker,
he's being
it's
active.
Online. He's doing great.
We were saying this might be a little bit slower because we have like these. It kicked up fast, 8 to 7, 10 minutes in, 15 kills. There's action all over the place. I love how many rotations Stormer is actually making around. Arcane Boots now done, going for this Octarine, trying to reestablish things for his supports, get Katomi these levels that he needs.
Yeah.
Pressure in mid.
All the while, you have the cores farming for both sides. Yuragi is chilling. He has his own Midas. Not something we see all that often on a Naga Siren, but Midas last game on the Slark, and he's like, I like this item, maybe. Nice cogs there. Pushes back the Spirit Breaker, trying to just buy some time here as they're getting closer on over to the Bloodseeker.
Watson's got Maelstrom.
Rupture available.
He wants to get involved.
Oh, they've caught BZM. He does have Phase Shift. And they actually find the kill, though. Nether Strike will trap the Bloodseeker in place. The Sunstrike does come through. BZM is low, but so is Watson. He's got to get away. The Solar Bind, the Bash, the charges, they got him.
Great play from Seb.
Ragi also managed to find a bonus kill there as he takes down. Oh my gosh, they're just collapsing onto every hero.
This was so well played here by Seb. The bonk with the blinding light, he actually pushes him out of the coil. Solar Bind to hold Watson in place. BZM gets Sunstrike, but he holds his ground. This was, again, OG making, honestly, the better rotations. Even though Entity, they have great gold on all these cores, these moves from these supports, just them collapsing with 5 heroes. This is looking like a really good game for them in this mid game. Even though they have the late game insurance with this Midas on the Naga Siren, they're bringing numbers, setting up BZM for success too. Even though he had a little bit of a rough kind of lane in the overall matchup, he's gonna have Witchblade super early. And it's definitely a good puck game. Very elusive as we're seeing.
Yeah, the fact that they're committing so much and he's just still surviving without really much of anything on the defensive side, just levels.
And it might not be like the most, it's not an Ember Spirit with the Chakra, right? But Chakra Orb isn't that bad. I've watched him do it like 4 or 5 times now. It's, double orb damage early game is quite threatening.
All right, Fishman finally hits his level 6, so we have the Disruptor Static Storm online.
It's late.
Took him a bit, but it is going to be a big spell for them to be careful of.
Hitomi's still 5.
They found Gabby in the mid lane, and with that Witchblade reveal, that evasion does not matter. He's got so much damage.
They're getting kill after kill after kill, and Fishman now, perhaps also getting stalked. BZM wants him.
Yeah, there's the Witchblade. It's going to slow him up just enough, and thanks to Seb's Solar Bind, the Urn is out. He's on his way to a Vessel. He's going to have super fast. Dude, Seb is almost level 9.
This is, honestly, the double Wisdom Runes and the movements are causing huge issues. Entity, they're kind of broken in being able to match this because their Clockwork's level 5. He can't actually do what this Coddle's doing by any means. Seb, he's huge.
Dude, a 3k gold lead, but it feels like so much more.
And
it really does.
This is a team with Naga
it's just falling apart.
Also, like this is devastating, really, for Entity. They wanted to be the ones actually bringing the fights, but it's just OG kind of doing OG things.
Well, they found Fishman again. He's going to drop the Static Storm. It will trap the puck in place. There's going to be the Focus Fire, but they need more. There it is, the hook shot finally coming through. The Rupture,
and
the Seb, the Tornado. They've got him. No way out. So OG punished for that overextension.
As soon as the 6s get hit, the supports, they make the difference. Hitomi and Fishman. Great Static Storm. And then the Shackle keeps them in it. And they'll get themselves Wisdom Runes. So things reestablished for them. Yeah, really.
I mean, that was every item reveal, too. That was... Maelstrom comes out, combined with the hook shot. That was big.
Well needed for Entity after the way that the game kind of state was going. This Kato was getting way too big. Puck's getting out of control. Naga's getting all the space. Entity needed to get something back for themselves. Tomi, he's playing on top of Yuragi. Perhaps still stalking him, looking for an opportunity. And also these kills matter a lot too for Entity because, as we said, Seb's so big that this clock was level 6. He's now 7 and change because you killed like a level 9 Coddle with a level 11 puck. Good recovery.
And you're getting really close to this Octarine on Invoker. I mean, he is like 400 gold away.
Taiga.
So that's pretty nice.
Looking pretty dead.
Bottom lane, Taiga will get glimpsed right back into the Wind Ranger. Focus Fire is there. The Sunstrike off the mark, but a nice little kinetic field to buy some space. BM does have another charge. Will be able to clip. There it is. The coil comes out from BZM. Witchblade damage more than enough.
They want more.
You find a really good trade there. Fishman on the run. BZM's going to find him, I think, here. Just needs one more auto attack. Trying to TP. He'll be fine.
No charge. Not available just yet for DM. BZM's a menace still. He really just has to watch for Static Storm, but definitely a big nuisance. Almost has Blink level 12. More points in this phase shift for him to have his combo. But yeah, Stormer, Octarine, it's done. 80 gold. Let's see how much he's going to be able to get with
Midas is coming up. Does he wait for the Midas usage?
Oh, hell no. That ain't worth it. That's something Owen got it. Feels like something Owen would do.
He's like, I need to be more efficient. I need the cooldown reduction.
No, Owen would harp on. He is always about the instant use. Shadowblade for DM. They're looking to, get these pickoffs around the map with the Puck Spirit Breaker, as you said. Like the Naga's looking to play the map. Stormer.
I was like, that's a quick, like, all right, I'm in danger. Ghost walks away.
He was in a lot of danger if he doesn't get that off
right
there.
That would have been a quick ensnare into a lot of heroes.
BZM shield.
We'll find BZM though. Yeah, that shield run's gonna do wonders.
That might actually protect him even versus Static Storm and Hookshot kind of combos if they don't see it.
Charge into the mid lane. Looking for Gabby here. He's gonna cancel. He's like, okay, maybe not.
There's friends. The whole team of Entity at the ready.
Dude, Watson is 200 gold off of a BKB.
All right, so that might be the call to force stuff because I'm just looking at this. I'm looking at Yuragi having the freest time ever. He's 3K ahead now at this point. 230 last hits. Like, he is getting all the space in the world from his team.
That heart is going to do wonders this game as well.
Definitely going to cause issues. On Watson, he's actually showing bottom pre-BKB right now. Bringing him out. The BKB's coming on the courier. DM and Seb, they're setting up for him.
Oh, they're looking for him. And his teams, they're nowhere to be found. The BKB is so close. It is on the courier. Will he get it delivered? He does. Pops the BKB with the bash into the Nether Strike. He's still going to die. Shackle comes out looking for the Rubik. Great Static Storm will trap them, but the Focus Fire from Gabby isn't enough to even finish off Taiga. It is, but he's going to lose his own life. And now the chase continues. 4 Fishmen, 4 friends. DM with a charge, looking for anything right by the hook shot of the Clockwork, and that will do some work. I mean, does he have the damage to finish him off? It does come through. They get the glimpse as well. BM. Okay, beautiful TP in from Fishman. Pull out from BZM, wants to be able to punish the Clockwork, should be able to. BZM's puck, man, he is going to be such a problem.
All right, they're owning. Honestly, every rotation from Moji is hitting. BZM is getting freedom from this, and they punish Watson literally the best possible time. They literally kill him as he's getting BKB. He pops it. It's just like, it's an offlaner. It's the 3 and the 4 pretty much doing all the work there. Again and again, Seb seems to be finding him. And Yuragi's probably laughing all the way to the bank. The heart, it is pretty much done. The damage on Entity is,
oh my goodness,
definitely disappearing now.
He's going straight for the nullifier. He's just like, I'm going to answer Gabby. Like, we're just going to not let this Wind Ranger be a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the best kind of choices you can go for. Even versus Bloodseeker, if I'm not mistaken. I think we were talking about that yesterday. You know, dispelling Blood Rage, the Ag's potential, etc. There's so many benefits that this nullifier is going to give. If he wants to go down that route. 5K lead now. Team with the Naga Siren, who's getting all the space. Entity, shaken up.
You have such an early Vessel on this Coddle as well. You have the BKB now out on the Bloodseeker, but all these other heroes don't have really an answer for this anytime soon.
I mean, Solar Bind and plus Spirit Vessel alone does absurd amounts of damage.
So Stormstormer actually went back, finished up his Boots of Travel here.
Okay. I mean, he wants to try to match the aggression, the split up. Like OG splitting them up on the map and getting constant pickoffs. So I guess he wants to try to match this with this. His DM, these Shadowblade charges, they're not going to be able to find him, it looks like.
Tornado comes through on the backside. They do find Seb. Sunstrike off the mark. Yuragi the song, though.
Uh-oh.
You're going to need more heroes than this. Static Storm is available. He will drop it right away, try and trap the Naga Siren, but in comes BZM on the puck. The hook shot on the backside. They trap the Invoker. He's going to fall. Yuragi just shredding the entire side of Entity.
And Watson, will they get vision? Okay, they don't get vision. They could have potentially even gotten him. That was a very decisive fight. Yuragi perfectly sets up, saves his body. Sab doesn't even look like he took it. I mean, he literally didn't take any damage afterwards. And now they're set up for Roche. Entity is... They're really crumbling. I mean,
very different game number 2.
Yeah, it doesn't look like they can actually make any aggressive moves. Every time it's been responded. They had one good move when the Disruptor hit 6 to catch OG's over-aggression, but... 9k lead with the Naga. Everyone's so big. Sab nearly the same net worth as the Spirit Breaker, soon to have an Aghanim's.
I mean, Yuragi is just running away with this game. Like, there's not an answer to this hero. He's got the heart. He's like over halfway through his nullifier.
Not touched.
Yeah.
He's not touched.
It's going to be a massive issue.
And they've caused Watson a lot of problems, who is the answer in a way to the Naga Siren. He's been slowed down a lot.
He's going for the Mjolnir as opposed to the Aghanim Scepter, which I think is probably a better choice considering, you know, the nullifier option.
But that dispels it too.
But
oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's still just dispel static charge, so it's rough.
This is not the position that Entity wanted to be in this game at all. I feel like they wanted to be the aggressors. Like, if you're playing versus Naga-san with Bloodseeker, you want to be the one with the gold lead. You want to be the one making the moves. The fact that OG's been able to do this game, it speaks leaps and bounds for playing with a Naga-san draft.
Does this still just come back to those 7-minute wisdom runes?
No, I don't think. It's not just that. I mean, that definitely matters a lot, but I think the support movement so far, plus BZM, has been just so much superior to the side of Entity. Like, Stormstormer's made some good moves, but you can't match a puck as an Invoker.
Yeah, not at all. And Stormstormer's Invoker, I mean, it's been impressive. Right? For a hero that, you know, we very rarely see, he's made it look pretty decent. Like, he's found some good net worth, but it's playing so far on your back foot at this point.
Yeah. It's like you're putting the game on hard mode almost. And when you're playing also with, like, you know, Disruptor, this is a hero that loves to play ahead as well, too. Because you're looking for those constant glimpse kills. Once you start getting behind, you're always getting ran at. Glimpse has no function.
Bottom lane, they look for Taiga. They will find him on the hook shot, and with the help there from Fishman, should be able to find the kill. Sunstrike again off the mark, though, so Stormstormer gets nothing for that.
Yeah. Decent pick off, though. They didn't really spend much. Hook shot.
Yeah. Dude, you're on such hard lane control now because Yuragi gets to sit top and he can just cut mid and top constantly. Like, there's nothing you can do to stop this Naga Siren from just pushing your waves.
Yeah, I'm surprised they actually haven't done the Tormentor on the side of OG because Sab's Shard is pretty incredible this game. Just for even more split up of the map, the recall, just moving the Naga around, and then they can pick and choose their battles even more so. But I guess they're just prioritizing other things right now. Mid and top are cut. Bottom is the only... They're just avoiding bottom, so just prioritizing things elsewhere.
I mean, you're either getting, what, Planar Pocket or the Recall, and honestly...
They're both good.
Planar Pocket is one of those spells that kind of owns Bloodseeker if you manage to catch the Rupture.
It's a very difficult to use thing, but very interesting if you do ever get it off. Like, I saw, like, Absorbent Doom, I think, at Bali, which is, like, you know, that kind of stuff is so cool. But yeah, I mean, they're playing it... Honestly, there's no criticism at all. It's just, yeah, they're playing it even nicer. They're just playing controlling the map, constricting Entity at all, rather than playing to go for, like, these Tormentors and stuff. They just feel like they don't need it, which is absolutely like.
There's a bunch of actually really good spells that you can grab with this game, like Glimpse as well as Shackle Shot. There's some sick ones.
Yeah.
EZM went for an early E-Blade. How do you feel about this?
He's fine. Like, honestly, why not? Just go for that max burst. I'm fine with this. I feel like he's recognized that he's under pretty much, like, no threat this game.
Oh my gosh, I just looked at Yuragi. He's got the Nullifier done.
Massive.
He's got the Bloodthorn queued up next.
And
this guy is so strong.
He buys the Shard right now, too, so, I mean, this is even more so looking to fight. He's level 18, so max song available. Huge AoE. Entity's walking up, but this is pre-BKB Stormstormer. He's fragile.
Hook shot through onto Taiga, but a nice response here from BZN. The Nullifier is out. The Static Storm is down, but they need to find damage into killing this puck, and they got it. Oh no, he gets the phase shift off. He's still going to survive. He still has the Aegis. Finally will get popped for the BKB. Already popped on Gabby. Bloodseeker still has his. Going to drop the Rupture onto the Naga Siren, but he needs help. He can't do this alone. The Sunstrike is there. They've got him. The Song of the Siren isn't enough to sustain. Watson dies.
Oh my god.
He actually holds his ground. The heart plus the regen from the Song does the trick, and Entity are crushed here right on their high ground. Fishman will fall as well. 4 heroes dead. He was for an Aegis and a Rubik.
He was alacrity and buffed up everything. He was gonna kill Yuragi, but Yuragi's shard, like, it actually made the difference to get that extra bit of healing to keep him sustained. I mean, I don't think it would have changed the fight if Yuragi died anyway, but just the little things always things I'd love to point out is it's a devastating fight. I mean, Entity, that was all in.
I mean, he would have got a ton of health back from Thirst, though.
Yeah, I mean, little things, it's all that matters, but
yeah, that is rough. But now, Tier 3 gone. They'll have another fortification here if they want to try and slow down the push here to the racks. And I think they probably will drop it. You have heroes respawning.
Hey, Rax is dead.
Rax is gone. They're not going to pop the fort. Okay.
Nope. Song is back up in 20 seconds, too. You can't make an aggressive move.
Wow, that is huge. OG now up 20,000 gold.
And this is not a game where Entity has some, like, BKB Enigma Black Hole offlaner or something like that. They have a Wind Ranger, a very independent hero for himself, so the comeback potential for Entity, it is very, very small. Really good game for IOG. I mean, they're feeling themselves perhaps after that last game of just the comeback of just playing the map nicely. This has been a treat to watch how they played this map.
Yeah. And the thing is like, it's not even just the Naga Siren that's farmed. Like outside of Rubik, everyone's doing really well.
Yeah, I mean, Seb has a Hex.
Wait, what? Okay, just Brown Boots, Solar Crest, Hex. Wind Ranger stuck, but a nice Static Storm. Yuragi, once again, the Song of the Siren just completely sustaining, holding all of Entity back, and now it's our turn, he says. They get around the Hex, it's going to be thrown there onto the Bloodseeker. They're going to lose the Clockwork. Ooh, they get a Coil Snap onto 2, but a good Shackle will hold them back.
Can't chase through
Hudson will hobble back to the base, but OG once again looking very good in these fights.
They're untouched. Anytime. The Static Storm does literally nothing. They don't have damage. Yuragi just pops Song, full health. And now his next full item is coming out very, very soon. BZM also now Dagon. He's just looking to one-shot heroes. Still no BKB on his Stormstormer. Okay, he'll have it now finished, but
man, getting Hex on Coddle just feels so devastating because once you have Spirit Form up, this cast range is like screen wide. It is ridiculous how far you can just hex someone.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the reasons that we did see the Basher, of course, on save, because you can go Abyssal and have all that kind of stuff and blah blah. Yeah, it is crazy. I mean, honestly, Seb, he's looked really good this series. His ET, his positioning was great. This Coddle, I feel like he enabled a lot of this kind of snowball thing, running around, making sure BZM is just on the map. His presence is there. It's been a really good showing from the two supports, and I kind of wanted to see this from OG. The support stepping it up, and yeah, we're seeing that. Entity.
Yeah, it's exactly what you said, like pre-series, right? That was like one of the things in specific that you're like, this is what needs to happen. And they're making it happen.
Yeah, I just wanted to see like the comparison of the supports because I've always liked Katomi a lot in the way he plays, like his style, and I mean, OG's it's clearly working versus what Entity had in store. This game, Katomi is not looking very threatening. He got level 6 so late.
Dude, I mean, there's such a difference from like his Lion in game 1, right?
Yep.
Who had like a 15-minute blink dagger.
Just Entity fully on back foot from pretty much the whole game. I mean, their lanes, they farmed very well. And after lanes, it's just been OG, OG, OG.
They will finally smoke. They're looking for DM. Do they have the detection? They don't. Just runs right by them, but they are smoked onto the backside. They will get the ward center drop, but DM scouts it.
Yuragi's here already.
And Yuragi with a song. They get the vision onto all 4. Nice switch onto the backside. We'll stop this Spear Break from going in. The Nullifier out onto the Disruptor. He is just trapped. Rupture will come out onto the correct Naga Siren, but can they actually find the... Nope. Do they get the stun? Okay, big win here for the side of Entity. They get themselves this Naga Siren, but the buybacks are coming through, and BZM still left unchecked. They take down Gabby. Stormstormer on the run. Solar Bind, Spirit Vessel holds them in place as DM catch him with the charge. A nice Static Storm out from Fishman once again, but it's not enough. The damage from OG is overwhelming.
BZM.
And they're looking for more. BZM puck. It's just too good. Ultra kill for the puck as he just leaps out of the base, and there it is. The GG comes out. Entity no. That was the last 2 Raw. It looked good. It was so close, but the buybacks were there.
Buybacks were there, and I mean, this game, well, like, Entity did draft a lot for lanes. The lanes went well, but then the whole game, honestly, from like 12 minutes onward, I think only one move worked from Entity, and every move from OG hit. Like, just every single one of these rotations. Seb, a stellar performance on his Coddle. DM, kind of a supporting cast Spirit Breaker. He didn't farm a lot. He just was moving a lot.
Oh, well.
It absolutely worked.
Seb was almost a 3 this game, basically, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, he just prioritized getting active super early. I mean, the rotation he made mid when he was like level 7 somehow and just like kills Invoker, you're just like, what? How does this happen? Like, it was such a sick performance all around from these guys. Like, they just played a really phenomenal game.
Yeah, I'd say this is one of the best performances I've seen from some time on OG, really. They're a bit of a hit or miss team, I would say, a lot of times, but today, today in the later half of the first game, and then this entire game, honestly, this was a big hit. Great spell usage, great prioritization of how they want to move around the map, and pick off after pick off after pick off on top of getting just successful team fights. This is, yeah, it was super nice.
Yeah. Dude, that is like another scenario where like BZM just barely lives.
Yeah.
And it's like, if you get that kill, maybe it's totally different. Like, Watson would have gotten a ton of XP, a ton of gold from it, gotten to an earlier Maelstrom or an earlier BKB. You never know. But yeah, DM was like level 5 while Seb's running around the map at level 7. Like, that's kind of the state of this game for OG. It was absolutely wild.
Yeah, and I actually really like that I saw, like, both games, Yuragi just going for Midas. You know, it's... The first game on Stark makes a lot more sense, but even seeing it on the Naga, it makes sense if he's going to get this type of space. And staying at the top.
I gotta watch this song again, dude.
And getting involved. And look how low he drops. It's literally, look at the courier. The courier's delivering shard right there. And then, yeah, he drops to what? 1%, 2% HP?
Yeah, it is so close. The alacrity. Dude, oh my god.
Absurd.
The nullifier comes out. That's what it was. He got the nullifier off. It dispelled
the alacrity.
Blood Rage.
And the Blood Rage. Yep, you're right.
Yeah, and I was like, why did he start attacking so slow? Yeah, the attacks just stopped coming out, and Yuragi survives. Wow, I mean, it's just the little things in Dota, man. It's so cool.
Yeah, I mean, a super well executed game, and the puck pick definitely felt perfect. The Wind Ranger maybe felt a little bit awkward from Entity. I don't know. I don't even blame Gabby or anything like that. He's awfully a Wind Ranger, so you kind of have to just like steamroll and like, kind of slam these lanes when you're playing like this, and he did okay, but he didn't do like spectacular. Just I don't know what he does after this point. Like once the team fights start collapsing, you're a Wind Ranger. So.
Yeah, I mean BZM just has. We talked about this like when the puck was picked. Like there was never an answer to this hero, and they last picked the Disruptor, being like, if we get like early levels on the Disruptor, maybe we can put pressure on the puck. But then you lose both Wisdom Runes at 7, and your Disruptor's like level 5 at 13 minutes. So it just became very difficult for them to stop the snowball from OG.
Yeah, and they did, you know, it's putting out a statement. Like they like their Invoker. I still think that the hero is very difficult to make work. You know, I know Stormstorm is so comfortable on it, but I just feel like you're putting the game on hard mode at the moment still when you're playing this hero. So maybe some adjustments for them in the future. First showing with Gabby and everything like that, I think they had a good start to everything, but now dropping OG, they're probably feeling pretty bad for themselves.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Congratulations to OG, though. Give credit where credit is due. They looked amazing today, and they deserve it. They will move on to the group stage as they qualify through the play-ins. And unfortunately for Entity, they will be eliminated. Yeah. We do have another series coming up next, though, which will be Team Spirit versus Execration. I want to say this about, so make sure to stay tuned for that, everyone. We're going to go. We'll be back with our final series of the night here on the Riyadh Masters. We'll see you then.
No end. Another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet. Powered by How.
الحياة لحن، ولأننا جزء من مقطوعة عظيمة تحركنا، تلمسنا، تصنع من لحظاتنا ذكريات بديعة. لأن الوجبة، التجربة، المغامرة، حياتك بعد جديد في هيلتون الرياض.
All new Honor Magic 5 Pro. Freeze even fleeting emotions in just milliseconds. Take marvelous night shots with lightning-fast exposure. The display reveals more details in bright areas with an astonishingly long battery life that just keeps going. The latest flagship chipset brings you exceptional performance. Unleash the power of magic. Honor Magic 5 Pro.
stand still. If I had a say, where I'd run to, where I would lay. If time bent to my will, if I could decide where I should remain, where I would hide. If time were to stand still.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. We are getting close to the end of the day, but also the end of the play-in stage. It is our final elimination series. It is Execration taking on Team Secret. I got it right this time. What's up, Fogg? How you doing, man?
Good, good. Just had a really good game, really good series. So OG definitely impressed quite a bit. I think I was not expecting that at all, especially not in that first game. They did some really cool comeback kind of plays. Second game, they just kind of demolished. So that was a treat. Now I get to watch two teams that I haven't gotten to watch nearly enough, honestly. I have not gotten really to touch and watch too much of Secret. Execration I've got to see, but they're the biggest wild card in the world for me. So I love these guys. I swear to God, I'm like, this team, I never know if they're going to win or if they're going to lose. They're probably the hardest ones to tell with.
Yeah, they're just all over the place. I mean, we'll see. I mean, Secret has had some also pretty wild games, like a 16-minute victory against 9 Pandas, followed up with, getting 2-0'd by teams that, you'd think that, like, maybe they would do better against. It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
Both a little bit of wild cardy, so should be an interesting game nonetheless.
Yeah, and I got to see. I didn't get to watch too much specific games. Unfortunately, there's too many of them. But I got to see Christos is drafting, right? I didn't get to see the player cams or anything like that. If it's him actually sitting and making all the decisions, but that to me is very rare to see.
Yeah, what's up with that?
It's been
that seems very. Oh, they just swapped it to Yamich.
Okay, because Puppy has been literally for all iterations he's ever been with. I think even when he was with Kuro and stuff like that, they made some joint, but Puppy was, for the most part, that decider. So just interesting to point that out, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh, look at these bands. Oh, this is cool. I mean, we hyped up Clockwork a lot. I think all the games that we've casted with Clockwork has actually lost, unfortunately for me. But
yeah, I was gonna say I don't think we've seen it win, but it's winning elsewhere and it's been doing pretty good. So I don't know.
Yeah. But yeah, either way, we're seeing a lot of these priorities, especially versus a team like Execration. See if we get anything else spilling in, because so far we've seen Chen has been prioritized a lot from all teams actually. And then we've seen certain teams just really, really like the Enigmas and stuff like that. So yeah, it's cool to see that these teams have different types of understanding. Execration, they like Enigma and Clockwork, so we're seeing even a Rubik band going up in priority, perhaps because of this Enigma thing that's kind of going on here.
Yeah, I like it. So that's the question, right? If you don't fan out the Enigma here, Secret can first pick it, but then that also leaves in things like the IO, leaves things like the Broodmother.
Yeah.
There's a lot of options.
Execration will definitely go for Brood. I don't know if these teams are IO teams anymore. Puppy doesn't really play it. He never has.
There's the Enigma band.
And they'll just take it out. Okay. So. All right, what do we get, Secret? You just do a
That's a good
safe
point.
pick?
I guess Secret really isn't an IO team, huh?
They never have been. I think the safest pick is them for them is just the Snapfire that we've seen them do a couple times. If they want to just keep it really open here with this pick, but
10 seconds remaining.
I like that actually. I'd be super okay with that. Good call. Yeah, very flexible hero. We've seen it obviously dominate a lot of games from the mid lane, but always a strong flex to the support or even the off lane if you need it. So
yeah,
overall, pretty strong opener.
Let's see what the approach is from Execration in response. Do you just pick since you probably think that that's mid, do you just pick a good laner versus it? I mean, there's not really too many that are just you're going to beat a Snap. Of course, it's pretty limited. Or do you just prioritize on your other lanes? Because Undying's left in the pool, but they first picked Snap, so you probably maybe don't want the Undying because the Tombstone's constantly killed, but...
Very good point. Very good point.
Say Brood's also in the pool. Let's go the Beast. So, totally different direction from... At least what we've seen from them recently. I guess they did play this yesterday. That was their most successful. One of their more successful ones, but...
I mean, I like the Beastmaster. It is still just a very strong team, very strong hero, despite some of the nerfs. But vision game is always a big deal from this hero.
Yeah, no, definitely. It is always going to be a big deal. I have slight concerns for this hero when it comes to picking it too early, because there's so many options that just can ruin this hero's lane. We've seen it a couple times, these Bloodseekers, these Slarks, maybe even can just... You kill them twice in lane, and then Beastmaster's like, oh my god, what do I do? So... But I feel like I've only seen that... I haven't seen that much. Definitely play stability where a Secret... I mean, if they want, you can just pick the Undying, and then that's where the Beastmaster lane is miserable.
True, actually. And with Lion Beastmaster is likely the 3-4. That lane can't do anything to the Undying.
They'll just go...
They just go for the Bloodseeker.
I mean, even better. I mean, Even better, like the core, because this hero just versus Beastmaster, this matchup can be very difficult for a Beast. If the lane can go, I literally have seen this lane, like Beastmaster dies 3 times in the first 6 minutes and the game's over. So.
Yeah. Instant ban on the Medusa, rightfully so. The literal worst hero in the game for Bloodseeker to play against.
Yep. Even though we saw a lot of people still picking Bloodseeker versus Medusa, which I find
figure out why.
So interesting, actually. So.
What are the things you worried about for the Bloodseeker matchups from the safe lane? Is it really just like Faceless Void, or do you want to get rid of some of these illusion heroes? Like we just saw the Naga Siren, for instance, completely destroy a Bloodseeker game.
Naga could definitely be up there. They have the line coverage too. They have Beastmaster, so map control is definitely there. I'm also thinking, I'm like, last time I saw Execration even. I mean, I guess they played it. Yeah, they did play the Naga a couple times, but I feel like I haven't seen them play it as often as most of their other fighting carries. These guys are crazy fighters.
Yeah, that's true. They really are. They definitely play the run at Udota.
Yeah, I mean they did play it. Like, don't get me wrong, but it's not their usual style from what I see, at least. They're usually just like super aggressive.
I will say, like, even though OG picked the Naga Siren last game, it was super active early. Like, it got a Midas and it was just running at heroes, and I'm like, why is this a Midas Naga Siren is just the aggressor? Interesting, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
But he just had such a good game.
Could be a possibility that they're looking at. I'm looking at these bans, like Timber, Primal Beast. These are 2 of those Naga Siren heroes that doesn't like to really play against.
You get rid of the Shadow Demon, which is great, but I would be pretty worried about us. A Juggernaut ban.
Hey, they're not afraid of it. I mean, they're maybe thinking that. The thing is, like, you can't play this Bloodseeker versus Naga Siren. It's not.
Yeah,
it's just like you can't. Playing from behind is difficult as the Bloodseeker. You ideally want to be playing from ahead. You want to be the one who has like that higher gold and everything, and you're just using your net worth more effectively fighting with your team, while Naga's just kind of never fighting. But last game
Bloodseeker has a good lane this time.
Yes. I mean, he had a good lane last game too, but that thing, it just quickly spiraled out.
Yeah, pretty fast. All right, well, we'll see. We'll see. I like it. Yeah, definitely. I feel like I think you're right with the execration bans. Like, these are definitely like all targeted towards like these kind of illusion heroes.
Yeah, that's what I would think at least. I mean, that even more so.
Yeah, it's screaming.
Which one will it be if they do want to do it here? You have open.
I mean, you can save it for 18,
yeah,
right?
You can save it
because no reason they can't ban it or deny pick it at this point.
No.
10 seconds remaining.
So maybe reveal your mid lane matchup or your support, either or.
They have some initiations if they want it. Yeah, this is a little weird. I'm thinking, I don't know why Silencer is standing out to me. Probably just because there's a Snapfire and they have double initiation on Execration, but I don't think that hero's...
Did you just take the Clockwork still? Oh, no, Clockwork's banned.
Banned first too, yeah.
Yeah, first ban.
Undying's still in, but yeah, the same thing. The Snapfire is still always just dissuading you.
Okay. Back to the ET.
I did not think that one was coming in this game.
Yeah, a lot less of a team fight lineup compared to what we saw like with the ET Enigma.
Yeah, and he had like summons to play against too, right?
Yeah.
So that's usually like the ideal that you want to play with these ETs. Okay, this is interesting. SEA's been the team that actually played ET forever, even before it was even viable. So it'd be interesting to see. It is a hero that can stop the Snapfire stuff from distance too.
Yeah, good point.
Little extra.
I was trying to think like who would stop Mortimer Kisses, and it's like you either have Silencer or Nyx, right? Those are the other 2 that were like still in the pool, but neither of them get picked all that often.
Yeah, this one's a little bit awkward. You have to have like your spirit out in position and stuff like that. It definitely feels a little strange.
Oh boy,
that's nice with Bloodseeker. Bloodseeker loves to play with Veno. They're gonna go for Darkseer early, so Darkseer for the
that's
auras.
pretty sick.
This looks nice from Secret.
That's 5 Veno, I would guess, right? Like the support Veno in the Bloodseeker lane.
Seems pretty good. So yeah. Such different styles of Dota from the last series to this one. It's actually absurd.
So you don't really have like a natural pairing on the Darkseer quite yet, but maybe it is just like kind of denying some safe lane picks that they're worried about. They go back for the Faceless Void. I think this one's still pretty good. This was one of the other heroes that does well into the Bloodseeker matchups for the most part. It's not like the most dominant, but
maybe
like Rupture basically does nothing to Faceless Void.
Hey, now maybe you can have this Veno as a 4, honestly. Veno, actually just it's really annoying to play as Void versus a Venomancer in your lane. You don't want to move the Darkseers 3, but could be potential flexing now and moving that there.
I actually wouldn't. Yeah, I like that. That would be pretty solid.
Because it's not you're not using Ion Shell, but you're constantly poking with this Poison Sting and with Gale over again on this Void. It's always been one of the annoying matchups for Void Ursa. If it's a 3 usually, but you could maybe see it as a 4.
Team ban.
I'm trying to think. Gale's cooldown doesn't scale super well, but 21 at level 1 versus the Faceless Void's Time Walk, which I think is also around that at 24 level 1. So
yeah,
that's pretty rough. So yeah, Gale early makes Faceless Void's life pretty rough.
Yeah, if they want to run this type of pressure lane, which I mean does look like it could be pretty okay if it is an ET Void lane. That feels because now you have to have a dual melee lane somewhere, right?
Yeah, you do. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that one plays out. They're gonna ban out this Monkey
King.
Okay. I mean, you saw Yamich play it as a 4 position versus the Undying kind of thing earlier. I guess they're thinking with the Darkseer, that's probably what they're looking at. And they still can't do that, obviously, so.
I mean, do you worry about like a Spirit Breaker coming through here still?
I mean, it could be a really nice pairing with the Darkseer if they want to do it, and then you run that Veno 5. It's very fast-paced, super aggressive lineup if Secret does go down that route. Like, they're not really cooldown reliant at all to fight. Kisses and Rupture and Wall, I guess, decently long cooldowns, but they can just run at people with their spells.
It doesn't get too like, and Darkseer has a lot of cooldown options for the wall eventually, right?
Yeah.
So like, the later the game goes, the more often they'll be able to take these fights.
And they're banning, so they're targeting more elusive heroes. The Ember, the Puck, I mean, definitely some limited disables on the side of Secret right now. Execration heavily covering the disabled department.
I'm curious what they want for their mid lane here on Secret. Or I'm sorry, not Secret, on Execration. Because like, do you pick something that can play inside of the Chrono? Because you're definitely lacking like Chronosphere damage. Outside, I guess you have Earth Splitter.
That's a good question. I was thinking maybe even something like Queen of Pain still. Can be a little annoying because of the Bloodseeker and stuff like that, but just very limited disables. And you're going to see your matchup, so I guess he's going to have to pick the litter, but he has actually lost on Quap 2 or 3 times now that I'm looking at it, so maybe he's feeling he doesn't want to play something like that too.
5 seconds remaining.
We'll see. Maybe Bob is feeling himself because he did win the 1v1 earlier. So he's riding the high.
I'm trying to think of the Bob heroes. They're just, I mean, most of them are the big ones that he plays are mostly gone except for TA. But
I don't know about playing TA into
Veno Darkseer. Yeah, that's what I'm like. I don't know about that one.
That'd be a nightmare fuel. Secret, kind of holding for the moment. Oh, this is a hero that we don't see that often anymore. But
interesting.
It's pretty good.
They have Toss with Rupture now. I mean, that's always really fun.
Toss Rupture. You have tons of. You have enough stun duration between this to hold Faceless Void's Time Walk.
Yeah, if you layer it with the Stun Eva.
5 seconds
Yeah.
remaining.
Look, I did not expect the Tiny though. I think I've only seen Tiny paired with Enigma. This is how the lane works. Where you're just like pulling it back and getting these constant tossbacks. Interesting.
Oh, I like that. That's cool. I saw like Tiny like Disruptor supports once where like the Tiny took the gate to the other lane and they like tossed a hero and then glimpsed him and he went from the tier 1 on one side to the tier 1 on the other side.
That's pretty nice.
I was like, all right, this is good stuff.
The Tiny's definitely interesting because of you can use like the blood grenades with the tree grab is actually pretty threatening even level 1. You're actually quite scary. People just step up too far. You hit super hard.
Yeah.
Taking their time.
It's gonna be an interesting lanes no matter what from Secret. I like what they're doing here.
They seem like they're playing a lot to like pressure these lanes with the Bloodseeker and the Veno pick versus the Beastmaster, the Darkseer Tiny to try to punish this Void. See if they actually lane it like that. I mean, very likely they will, but
yeah, I think it's better for Bloodseeker that way, and I think that's more important than like maybe shutting down like the Faceless Void potentially more.
Yeah, perhaps. I mean, they might just be able to get kill after kill after kill up top if they make mistakes on execution. They were down quite far down to their time. They last pick a bat. That is in no realms that I actually expected it, but they have played it.
That's an interesting pick. Like I guess it gives you a little bit more lockdown, which is great.
I just don't think.
But you're playing into Darkseer, who will just be able to like surge.
And it's core. That's the thing too. It's it's forced in a core position because of the other picks. So Bob is gonna have to play it.
Yeah.
How's matchup versus?
How does this play against Snapfire?
It doesn't sound so good actually. It sounds hard, but maybe if he gets lucky and he's able to like run him down somehow.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm like, you're picking this to hopefully dominate the Snapfire lane and then kind of snowball off of a Batrider. And if you manage to make that work, it'd be great. But I don't really see it crushing a Snapfire lane. Like Scatterblast and Cookie are pretty good tools at shutting this hero down.
Yeah, I guess they're just looking for like the very long late game kind of strategy, things like that, like having this BKB piercing disable from the bat as well too with Chrono. They have like triple BKB piercing disables. I mean, they're scaling on Execration. It's definitely really strong. Secret just has quite a strong pressure draft early.
Yeah, we'll see how it goes. I like the ideas from Secret here. I think they're just on paper it makes more sense to me. But maybe I'm not seeing something with the Batrider here. We'll see how that ends up going. If Bob does manage to snowball early and get ahead, these supports are just food for a Batrider, so we'll see how that happens.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it all goes. We'll see how he does versus Armel. In Secret, they have a very strong kind of run at you draft. Good team fight once they get the Darkseer online. Massive team fight advantage, I would say, for Execration, but their lanes, we'll have to see how those play out. Let's see how this Beastmaster does can be a tough matchup. Let's see how this Void does, and let's see how the lanes end up being. Let's see how they set up the lanes.
Yeah, absolutely. For those of you who are just getting here, welcome. It is game number 1 of our final series, Secret here, taking on Execration. It is an elimination, the last series of the play-ins. The winner will advance to the group stage. The loser is out of the tournament. So, let's just jump into it, see how this is going to go.
Got to scroll through and just look at... I know Bob plays back quite a bit, but I feel like I haven't seen him play it recently. I'm going to just scroll really fast.
He's Grandmaster. It's one of his best heroes.
Yeah, it's one of his best.
Clearly, but
I just meant like in like official games, I feel like I haven't seen him as much as... I know he played in Bali. I believe that was the last time I saw him play it. I think he had a good early game and then a rough later game, if I remember correctly. But all right, whatever. I mean, it is, of course, yeah. It's one of his most comfortable. So let's see what he does.
I am intrigued with the Tiny pick as well.
Yeah,
because this is a hero that really fell off. Like, we have not seen Tiny really get picked all that much.
But in Bali, at the end of the tournament, toward the end, it seemed like people started to go back to favoring it a bit, just because the Enigma, I think, started to come back. So people were like, oh, we need a melee 4 that's actually good. And then I think FY was one of the first ones to do it, and he had like a spectacular tossback game. So it started to come back a little toward the end there. But yeah, definitely interesting to see.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because like we were in the meta of like Vanguard requirement every single game, every offlaner, and like you don't want to pick a Tiny with most melee offlaners. I guess Darkseer is one of the few exceptions.
Yeah,
so we're seeing a lot of ranged 4s. Oh, he's gonna get caught by the Gale. The Blood Right comes out. They have a Blood Grenade if they want to try and continue the chase. Avalanche is there as well. Blood Grenade comes out, and this is gonna be a slow and painful death here for this Beastmaster. Great body blocks out from Puppy. His first blood will go to Chrysalis. A great way to start the lane on this Bloodseeker. And you said it, if Bloodseeker, like this Beastmaster can die early, and if he dies multiple times, it becomes a miserable game.
I've seen this matchup, honestly, like I'm looking at bottom for this next minute and a half. Because this is one where they can just get like kill after kill after kill. Alright, nice TP there. And let's see how they're going to do top, because they forced themselves into this situation where it's a double melee versus Darkseer. It's double melee versus double melee, but I feel like the Darkseer and the Tiny are pretty happy in this.
Yeah, how does Elder Titan do anything in this lane against a Tiny? Like, he's never getting stomp off.
It's level 3 when you have the double spirit, and you're just like, you just kind of give your life. You might just like trade a life to get a kill, something like that. Or maybe even earlier than that. Like, it's going to probably be him just giving up his life at some points.
We were talking about earlier in the day how strong Lion is now. Like, he hits pretty hard, but trading against a Veno does not feel good.
No, definitely not. I mean, you just get galed once, and then the Blood Right follows, and you could just be dead. So you have to be very careful of your positioning. I actually think it's a mistake here that they didn't block the pull. So seeing Puppy get the lane positioning into a good spot to have that chase forward, this could make some difficulties for this Beastmaster for Tino.
Yeah, Puppy played this really well.
Yeah, and Chrysalis, you can probably just hold the wave right in front of the tower a little bit here, and then he'll have good position for the secondary wave. And how's mid doing?
And pretty much even for the most part.
Probably
a little bit behind an XP, but
yeah. Quite a bit of denies. That extra base damage definitely coming into play. And I love always watching Armel versus the SCA boys, of course. I mean, this is always a treat.
Bob went for like an immediate bottle, by the way. He like didn't go stats, which is what we see a lot of time on Batrider now that he is universal.
Yeah.
Whereas like Armel just really quick wand into Iron Branch.
Yeah, he's just gonna go for like maybe even the boots first, right? That's what we used to see, but looks like he's actually going for the bottle earlier on Armel. That could actually allow Bob to get kill threats if you don't do the wand into the boots thing versus these bats. And that's just what you do versus bat in the past.
Top lane. Gonna get aggressive. Yamich does have the avalanche there. Has 4 stick charges, but there's the surge from FBZ. Nicely done. Able to get away.
Oh, he's actually still farming very well.
Yeah. This other Titan is hitting hard too.
Yeah, he's actually doing a good job of zoning them off a little bit here. Maybe thought Paulos would struggle a little more. Bottom.
Nice kill bottom, yeah. I mean, you said the exact same thing, right? Like, you get scaled into blood right, you're dead. That's exactly what happens.
You just have to like be ready with TPs constantly. Like Tino might just have a TP, instantly. Every single time you get Gale, just TP to your tower.
And that is going to be a rough one, but very good for Crystal. It's like he's 13 CS, but he has a double wave here still to farm.
Yeah, he's absolute free farming, and they are slowing down Tino. That is the big thing to look at. Bad though is, yeah, Bob, he's doing it. Like, he's holding his own, 14-4 to 12-7. Impressive. Armel did go boots.
He did. Okay,
yeah.
Good. That makes sense.
I was gonna say he could just like Bob could just kill him. Actually, he could maybe just commit for a kill. Otherwise,
yeah, flame break into Firefly is pretty good.
And
top lane, they are actually doing really good on execration.
Yeah,
in terms of like holding this lane together.
ET is about to be 3 too, and he's got a stack here to work with, so he's gonna have an insane amount of damage. Probably plus.
Yeah, that is scary.
Probably plus 80 something. Oh, actually, plus 132, even more than that.
Okay. Yeah, you should be a little bit more careful, buddy. He is looking for you.
I can just walk at them now. I mean, that's huge. So Paulos free farming at the same rate as this Bloodseeker. That's going to be really nice for execration. But Beastmaster, he is... I'm telling you, Tino is going to have a really rough time this game. It's going to be for recovery through stacks, which, fortunately, as we see, he is getting ready with his boar. So he does have, what, a triple, soon quad, and a triple ancient as well.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Jeez, that's a lot. Okay.
Not too bad.
Needs it, though.
And it's just classic Beastmaster, right? Just stack your own ancients, stack your own camps.
If you get counterpicked like this, you know, it's going to happen if you first pick Beast. Definitely has been counterpicked fully here. Now the big thing is just like getting prepared to... The next kind of thing is protecting your stacks, because that's going to be really difficult for them, it feels like, is Secret. Mid lane now, again, it's starting to go back into Armel's favor once he's got more levels 5. He's started to bully Bob a bit here. They can definitely bring...
so many denies.
They can definitely bring the heroes. Like, they can bring the snap over and contest these ancients. Maybe even steal them.
Yeah, well, you talked about using the Mortimer Kisses to just take ancients sometimes, and that could definitely be one of the scenarios. All right, Elder Titan, it's business time. He brought the briefcase. He's not messing around. Yeah, the hard camp stack has done work for him. He is just every single time.
He's actually doing more work than I expect. I mean, Yamich is just staying very low as well, too. Yamich could just maybe even just die from being chased down.
Yeah. He does have that surge. Might get forced, but Puppy is here. Beautiful blood grenade. Great avalanche. Into the stomp. It does connect. He's trying to finish off the Darkseer, and a great impale from Lion. Helps do it. Hex back out onto the Venom. Blood grenade thrown the other way. Paulos has no time walk for this.
Puppy's tanky.
He needs to be careful himself. Puppy is doing a lot of work.
Not a tanky
Great
enough.
impale again. Dude, Shanks, what a TP on in. Paulos underneath the tower, he's fine. He's got a stick.
There are stacks of plenty there though for the Bloodseeker, but a nice rotation. Shanks. Puppy didn't get the healing Lotus off. I don't think he expected to die from the stun from Shanks.
Oh, that salve gets broke by a tree toss. That is rough.
Yeah, Paulo's gonna sit low now up here. Mid, an attempted kill out to Armel. He's able to get himself away, but Bob is regen.
He's also got the lasso, so he definitely has solo kill threat. Armel, 21 charges, is ready to go if he needs it.
Yeah, you need a couple stacks. You need like at least 3 stickies probably with Firefly. A little bit tanky. And Puppy, he scouted the stacks, so you know they might have to make.
Okay.
Bob might have to move over, maybe even like help him take some of them. Yeah, he is kind of making the move over to protect. Meanwhile.
Nice kill, Tom. A good rotation from Armel. Actually giving FBZ a little bit of space, but Bottom lane, Shanks get caught by another Gale, and a Rupture comes out onto Tino. This is rough. Unless Bob actually manages to turn this around, he's got that lasso available. Chrysalis has to leave. Puppy trying to finish off Tino, and he will do it.
Oh,
and
boy.
Bob's like, all right, I will take the stacks, I guess, since you guys can't farm these.
Tino is having... He's going to have a really rough one to recover. Top, Palos!
Palos just quad bashed FBZ. That was super close.
Palos has to be careful, though. I mean, this Ion Shell... does have to be cautious of any type of move. Yeah, Bob, he'll finish off the stack Ancient soon now, too, but Tino only level 5 at this point in the game.
That was very, very good rotation from the Batrider there. Almost, almost, like, could have been a lot better off as he gets the last one of the Bloodseeker, but overall, kind of salvages a pretty rough situation.
Yeah. See who gets this power rune. Puppy set up for it.
It's a haste.
It's a good one for Armel. Shanks?
Shanks? Yeah, that is going to be very rough now as Armel just pops the haste. Will connect with the cookie. A few auto attacks is really all you need. They're going to go for the deny, but no, Armel does too much damage. We'll go ahead, put these heroes to sleep. They get the lasso, and yeah, Mortimer Kiss is coming through. Bob, he's going to die first. Oh no, that is a lot of XP for this Veto, and Armel is still a quick boy. The 4-point scatter blast to the dome. Triple kill for Snapfire, and an amazing start for Armel.
Great sacrifice by Puppy. He just commits forward, and Armel very confident with this haste rune. He knows he can dance around them. This snap is
2,200 damage.
Yeah, this snap is popping off, and the Bloodseekers. Crystallis almost has Maelstrom. This is tough here for Execration. A slow-paced draft. And Secret has dominated the lanes.
This is looking very good.
Yeah. Armel nearly has Atos finished, so this is, I mean, a very good item this game in particular, too, versus the Void when you're a bit limited on Disable. You could even just be the setup for, like, Blood Rights. Crystallis and him could get involved early. For Execration, they need to slow things down quite a bit here. Tino needs to farm these stacks. He is starting to work on that secondary Ancient, but...
He is really struggling.
Yeah.
But eventually, like, you have this, like, catapult, right? Once you get to the 4th point in axes and you just, like, clear through these really quickly, maybe he just leaves it at 3, but he has got to spend a lot of time taking these down.
Yamich and...
Actually, bottom lane, Crystallis finds himself a solo kill, Rupture into the Blood Right, and Tino ends up popping the Roar.
Ooh.
So Crystallis doesn't care, he just walks away.
Up top, FBZ, looks like Bob wants to punish at least this Darks here, FBZ.
Ooh.
He's got friends.
Does not. Okay, Yamich is here as well, with Puppy.
Puppy's
Gale.
6?
He's 6! What? A nice Chronosphere does come through, will allow Bob to TP out.
Is he gonna pop?
He will survive. But, yeah, he's got the Atos reveal, and goodbye, Faceless Void. All 5 to the top lane as Crystallis will just take the portal back bottom.
Secret playing this early game pretty beautifully. I can't believe Puppy hitting 6 this. I mean, kind of can believe it with how much he's been involved this game, but level 6 almost gets Bob as well. These moves, Secret all over the place, 11-4. Crystallis having an absolutely free game on his best hero.
Yeah, that is very scary. I was like, we both kind of noticed the same. We're like, what? That was a Veto ult. Like, where did this come from? Like, oh my goodness. I guess that kill in the mid lane where he gets the Batrider first, like that, it helped enough.
Yeah,
just barely.
No, absolutely. Bob has lasso. I mean, they need to get this kill, it feels like.
TPs are coming through. They don't have the Roar, but they've got the Earth Splitter, and Crystallis, for now, he's fine. He's got a Rupture to play around.
He's okay.
And it's a turnaround, baby. The Avalanche a toss back into a Blood Right as well. It's the numbers game, and Secret's got him. 2 kills on the turnaround.
They came to play today. I mean, Secret, this is a relentless early game. Look at the move, too. Armel, he's bottom. Now he's top. Atos is at the ready. He's got kisses.
If he hits a cookie here...
And with the +1, this is definitely a potential kill. But either way, I mean, you can bully Palos a little bit out. This is devastating. They need this kill on Bob. He feels desperate to try to go for it with this lasso, and it just... Yeah, Crystallis is able to just get away with his whole team backing him up. And now he's like, I gotta steal the stack. Like, I gotta farm this, otherwise it's gonna get taken from us. This other Ancient.
So true, actually. Oh my goodness. Man, this Beastmaster is just gonna have nothing now.
He's
like,
so
losing this stack, it's so rough.
I feel like I've seen this story so much. With this Beastmaster first pick into a Bloodseeker lanes, and it just... I feel like this happens every time, I swear. It's like they're 0-4, 0-3 after laning phase, and then they're like what do you want to itemize, right? Because ideally, it's like you want to get an early Dominator, but he had to go Arcane Boots to clear the stacks and stuff like that. Now he's put in a position where it's like, I want Dominator, because Aghanims isn't really that great this game, but it is going to come out incredibly late. Like, they're going to just be able to probably kill the creep over and over again.
Yeah. I was saying, then your Overlord comes out super late.
Yeah. And you're playing versus Darkseer, so that's kind of, I think, why they picked Darkseer, because then you just make a wall illusion of Beastmaster and take all those auras. So, I mean, I don't know. It's difficult for Tino to make a decision, really, in this game, in my opinion. It definitely looks hard for them.
Yeah, that is rough.
Hard for them to recover after getting like 0 kills for Bob's rotations, and they don't have the best kind of combos like the Wombo combo with Void. They have the ET, but kind of it. No secret, a very, very good advantage here. This is just crazy item timings they have on the 2 cores in particular.
Well, we'll finish up the stack. He's got the thirst on him though. He is super low, so. It's going to be nice for Chrysalis as he just gets to zoom across the map, camp to camp.
They also know then nobody is making a move on the map. That means Batrider's the only one on Execration that can make moves. So if he's shown like this on Thirst, you can do anything you want on Secret right now.
Puppy will find that ward there, so he'll eventually whittle it down. He will get denied. And top lane, FBZ just having some fun with Paulos, not letting him really just free farm this top lane.
Oh. All right. Again,
they're bringing in numbers now.
Bob's going to try one more time here.
You've got Yamich, and he just surges away. Okay. FBZ says maybe it's my turn to play.
Maybe FBZ now surges too far forward. Nope.
Oh. Does he get the toss? I don't think they have the damage to find the kill, but now comes the Atos, the cookie into the Mortimer Kisses. That should be more than enough, and the Faceless Void goes down.
More Dream rotations. Bob feeling lost, it looks like. Puppy.
And it's not done. In the river, Puppy's managed to find the Elder Titan, and it's just going to be a freebie for Chrysalis once again.
Oh boy. This is a really rough one. Super early game tempo draft that's snowballing out of control versus a slow-paced Void draft.
This is a Mask of Madness Void, dude. He did not go for the Midas, so this hero is not going to have the recovery.
He probably feels that he doesn't have enough follow-up inside Chrono. He needs to have the damage, but he is so far behind at this point. And Secret can keep setting up for him here, too. I mean, Armel, like you said, with this Atos, it's always a threat. He even goes Boots of Travel. I like that this game. You can just pressure pretty much anywhere on the map here. Yeah, Secret
have vision of
such a
Apollo.
comfy space now.
They're not going to go for it. But yeah, you're right. Like, I'm also just really worried for when Yamich gets this Blink Dagger, because I think that is just going to be a really, really big problem for Execration. I don't know how they deal with it at that point.
I mean, they're also going to deal with like probably an 18-minute or something, or 17-minute BKB Bloodseeker running at them. Find Yamich.
Let's get the toss, but yeah, he's going to burn down here. Don't want to have to commit the lasso. Finger death from Shanks. Nicely done, but another Atos into the Blood Right. The cookie does connect as well, and Bob on the Batrider.
Whoops.
Trying to get away. The Rupture will be committed, though, just in case, as Chrysalis will grab that one. Shanks will survive as he makes his way under the tower.
Another ruin as well, too, now for Armel. It's an Arcane. Kisses up in 20 seconds.
Oh, that's good.
This tower's dead. Wisdom runes up as well, too. Puppy maybe potentially thinking about going over to sneak it.
I really like the Pavis he picked up here as well. Yeah. Like, it's just a little bit of extra save in Chronosphere, like, and it might just make the difference.
Not gonna lie, I thought this item was still gonna get picked up way more than it is.
Yeah. It's pretty rare, but the mana regen is like what makes it for a lot of supports, right?
It's the whole build-up. The build-up is just excellent. Like, it's everything that you want as a support. It's health, armor, and mana regen. There's really not much else that you want to be able to get most times. But either way, I feel like I still see some players getting it, but... Alright, Dominator finish for Tino, but Execration has to just play very passive with their lack of damage. And everyone on Secret, they're farming... I mean, they're farming so much here. FBZ, I believe that's the mech.
Tino does get another Ancient stack.
Yeah.
I mean, he's doing a really good job at farming these Ancients, but...
Yeah, Secret's just getting more.
Yeah.
Now, Execration...
They're smoked bottom behind the tower here. They want to find something, but it looks like Secret might just give this one up.
Yeah, I guess like this is... They want to open up the map a little bit for themselves here, having no towers yet. Should be able to finish this one off.
They're so close to some big items on Secret. Like, Chrysalis almost has his BKB.
They're going to have a real big time. Yeah, it's actually going to be even faster than 8. It's going to be like a 16-minute BKB. There's still BKB piercing disables, but that's going to limit a lot of damage. Execration quite limited on that front. Yeah, so Tino, I mean, he's getting the space, of course, to sit back and form. He's actually top net worth on his team. He's farming Ancients, but there's no plays that are happening. It's Secret just doing anything they want on the map.
Yeah.
And Puppey just occupies the difficult lane. He goes down bottom. He's just going to be a Venomancer, and that's not really a hero that you want to waste anything on.
Yeah. I mean, he's super happy to just occupy a free lane like that, right?
Yeah, and they're actually setting a trap. He actually perhaps was expecting someone to be down here, but not going to find anyone.
Tiny. I mean, they had a Shanks revealed on a ward for a moment.
Oh,
they
yeah,
saw
they
moves
see him
right there as well.
No blink yet on Yamich. Can he get the connection?
Into the trees. Oh, so close. Almost sees him. Nice play there from the Lion. Able to just dodge that one out.
Yep. Dodging is the name of the game, it feels like, for now. And Tino, he's queued up the Aghanim, so just wanted the casual Dominator. Okay.
I mean, somehow, I guess not somehow. Like, he has been farming Ancients for like 10 minutes straight.
That's all he's doing.
Yeah.
Secret on the prowl. They want to try to punish this, and Six Grace is just kind of sitting back and farming. Palos.
This would be such a big kill if they can find him. Avalanche comes out.
Oh, the wall!
Oh, the toss onto the illusion. Unlucky, but again, got the Mortimer kisses. It barely misses Armel.
He missed him.
Oh no!
And Puppey pauses on it.
I mean, some DCs, but that is oh no, that is too good.
I love the timing. Of
I thought for sure that connected. It like Mortimer's like front feet were hanging out in the chronosphere.
All right, well, no chrono now for quite a long time, and that a little bit of a weird initiation from Secret. Sorry, FBZ, the wall messing up the toss combo, but they get it done.
Yeah,
that's
the thing. Like he time walks once, and then it's just like an Atos and a cookie. Like what can he do?
I mean, it's the standard itemization for a snap, but it's even better this game because of what he's playing against. And yeah, they just have full freedom. Like you can see that. I keep almost saying boom. FBZ's stupid tag. Boom, FBZ, whatever. I keep almost saying boom, but yeah, Secret have so much liberty to be able to move around the map still. Even though they're playing versus like Beastmaster, Hawk, and stuff like that, they're like, nope, there's no moves happening. This Beastmaster's on recovery mode for the whole game. Bat's 2 rotations failed. So I'm sure they're feeling very, very open to make these type of aggressive moves. And now no chrono.
I feel like Execration like did kind of like somewhat stabilize the net worth like advantage that Secret was building, but this hurts a lot. I feel like the Faceless Void dying here, it's slowing down his Maelstrom. He really has a long way to go in terms of his item progression.
It's good that you can farm, right? It's good that you can get, but eventually that farm has to turn into like a fight or anything. So it could just be like them having, the network bouncing back and forth. But is their fight ever going to actually come together? It's
true.
That's feeling pretty difficult, but yeah, looking for these timings. Maelstrom, I guess, on the Void, and then BKB Batrider to try to pierce through. But their initiation is still going to be a little awkward. They're going to have to, like, run into the fights to get these type of catches and setups, pre-blink, and stuff like that on the Batrider. While for Secret, they just have a Tiny. Free jump.
Yeah, they managed to do this without the Tiny Blink as well.
Yeah,
it's not as fast as I thought it would come out, but it's close.
They're applying an insane amount of pressure for sure. I think every one of Armel's rotations hit, and every one of Bob's rotations did not hit. In fact, they did the opposite. The bottom one actually got like 3 of them killed.
Yeah, I actually forgot the tower dive. Yeah, that one was rough. Shanks will have a blink about the same time as the Tiny. He is getting pretty close. Actually, maybe a little bit faster. So that's maybe something that Execration could play around with the blink reveal. And the BKB coming out from Bob and about 900 gold.
That's actually true. I wasn't actually looking at Shanks, so good call about that. I was kind of like worried about their initiation so much, but that could help. It's not the, end all be all kind of initiation is a Lion. But.
Yeah. The question then is like who plays with them, right? Like it's got to just I don't know if the Beastmaster really does the work, so like you probably have to bring like ET and Bob.
I think it's with Bob most of the time. Yeah, Bob's the damage in this early game. I mean I say early game, but for the first like 25 minutes or something like that, because this Void's so behind. It's not easy, especially not pre BKB versus the Veno and stuff like that, as we're seeing. Puppey, they have a Solar Crest. I imagine that crown is going to turn into a Solar Crest, but I assume they're just going to enable this Bloodseeker as much as possible now that he's having such a good game. And Crystallis, I mean, he has the dream kind of pick with his next choices want to be if he wants to go for more straight up like Basher or something like that. If he wants to go for that versus the Void to control more, he can go the Mjolnir. He has tons of options at this point.
Yeah, that's what I was actually curious, like what the Bloodseeker's build from here on is going to be, right? Because you're playing into a lot of BKB piercing disables. You talked about that already.
Yeah.
But does he build survivability or does he just build more like damage?
That'll
It'll be interesting to see what he does. Yeah. I don't think he feels threatened, so he might just go the damage route.
Yeah, I mean, he might even. I mean, I'll throw it out there. Maybe I think Armel will probably do it, but it's a really good Linken's game. You ever Bad Rider, Lasso, Roar, Finger. So. Maybe not for just Bloodseeker yet, but probably later on. Maybe who knows? We'll see.
Yeah, as a universal hero, Armel definitely very happy to build a Linken's at any time.
Did we find out what the issue is? I mean, they just disconnected. I guess they
just DC'd. Yeah, who knows?
Something.
I mean, you could even see the Darkseer going back for a Linken Sphere if they really want, like just to have a second one to cast. But maybe I think for him, his main thing right now is getting the Guardian Greaves, getting the pipe.
He's just the aura guy, yeah. And maybe even blink him if throw in there just for the combos and stuff like that.
Ooh, true.
Maybe eventually, but.
Hopefully they manage to get back into the game soon. Glimmer Cape, next item for ET. I mean, it's nothing super flashy, but Glimmers are always nice.
Yeah, he's poor. I mean, he is playing a 5 ET, a very sacrificial one in this game, especially too when they're behind, but... Seb was a 4. He had drums and, like, multiple different items at this point. He's huge.
He crushed it, man. That whole first game was so sick. That first game was absolutely wild. It was a fun one for sure.
Alright, looks like they're getting back in. I hope we get like some big fights that connect, and it's not just like our Execration just farming until they lose, right? they're definitely waiting for
that's the worst
timings, but this feels like it could be one of those games where just Tino looks at his game and he's like, guys, I hit 100 Ancients this game or 200 Ancients and I didn't get to do much of anything else, so we'll have to see how they reestablish stuff. And he's constantly switching on what items he wants to. He had Ags queued up, and then now he's got the Helm back queued up, so...
I feel like the Ags is way better. You're against the Darkseer. Like, those illusions will feed you, like, a lot of sustain inside of the walls.
Yeah.
And it helps clear those illusions. But...
We'll have to see. But...
Yeah.
Because the thing is, dude, you're giving the Helm aura, you know, that's the other... Always the scary thing. He just has to... his job on Darkseer is pretty much just either wombo combo with Tiny and Bloodright, or you just wall this Beastmaster. Alright. See what we got.
Okay. Looks like we might be back in. We'll see. We got a G's out from Execration, obviously. They've just been patiently waiting.
Let's see what... So now, I mean, you have so much information, right? Puppy's like, all right, Chrono's on cooldown. We didn't, use kisses, but who cares? Let's see what they look to make with their next few moves.
Do you think they can just start working on this top tier 2 tower? Like, is that like an option for them, or is it too much to commit for? Because they don't really have like a real natural building hitter.
No, I mean, their Roche taking and their building hitting is pretty lackluster. They're more just like a killing lineup. Perhaps if they can get some type of big kill, then they could. Hitting build, it's just unnecessary. You know, that sets you up to get potentially set up and lassoed under towers and glyphed and blah blah blah. So I would imagine that they just play to constrict and hold map. But maybe poke and get some information. If they can get like a ward behind top tower, then maybe they can do that kind of pressure play with Venom wards. We'll see. Because Chrono's on cooldown. I just want to see if they look to take advantage of it.
All right, looks like we are back into the game. So Armel, clearing up that creep wave, they will send the Darkseer illusion up here. And like I said, yeah, just kind of chip at this tower and see what kind of response they can get from Execration.
Yeah, now
it's a shield rune. Okay, never mind. This might be a little bit easier.
Yeah, it's not like a full commitment kind of push. They're kind of like staying in the area. Armel is forcing reactions. Puppy's getting information on sides with Venom wards. I mean, he's just whittling it down. They're not reacting.
Yeah. See?
All right, they should just get this
Ward
one.
Sentry plays behind, and they will find the ET. He did get the Spirit back, but you're playing against the Venom. You are not going anywhere.
They'll see the ward. They'll know that they have that full setup there.
All right, they got exactly what you wanted. Like, right? Like, see if they find some sort of response, and the deep wards, they find themselves a freebie. It's tier 2.
I thought they might just play a little more about control, but I guess they just were like, no Chrono. I guess they knew the bat wasn't ready to fight either. Bob shows himself, still no BKB.
Dude, Armel is just super strong.
He is unbelievably powerful. And I like that he's going down this like Hurricane Pike route too. Extra little form of save, protection for his allies.
Just dodge Chronosphere.
Yeah. That'll be a funny one. Yeah,
dude, it'd be so... You just pike him as soon as he like comes in and the Chrono misses. That would be... Oof.
Possibilities.
Chef's kiss.
Blink Dagger now finished for Yamich. Maybe they will start the Roche, perhaps. Looks like they're probably like, there's nothing, like, where else do we go on the map? So, not going to be the fastest one by any means, but...
Yeah. There's also a ward that's scouting this, so Execration know exactly what's going on here. So they're kind of free to do what they want bottom. The question is, how much can they get out of this? Because they're just going to take them a bit to do this Roche.
They just have to farm. Get as much as you can out of farm. Maybe you go for like an ET stomp steal. Looks like he is running over there.
He's smoked. He actually might.
This would be
Dude,
insane.
this would be so sick, but it's just slightly too slow.
Can you imagine? He just stomps and walks in and takes it.
But he just like had the shard, just blinks in. Yoink. The ET shard is pretty wild to play around sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, it's alright.
Very rarely do you want to be like in the middle of a team as ET, right?
You usually want to like throw multiple salvos of spells unless you're giga farmed. You're like some Aghanims plus etc. stuff where you just commit. But bottom, you know.
Atos, that's all you need sometimes. The Avalanche, the toss, Pino cannot get out. And Zarmel here's up another one. 8-0 on this mid lane Snapfire. And top lane ruptures out from Chrysalis. The lasso will come out from the Bat Rider. He doesn't have an Aegis. He has a BKB to play around. They will burn his first life.
They have Chrono.
And Palos has Chrono. And there it is, the Earth Splitter. Did Chrysalis go too far forward, or will he be able to survive? The Chain Suns are there. He is dead.
That
Twice.
is a big mistake from Chrysalis. He goes for a solo kill attempt. I guess like feeling the game is just very secured, but right next to the base. He is punished. Execration finally make a move. Well, they counter a move.
Yeah. They waited for Chrysalis to make the move. That was the ultimate play.
It's a good hit. I mean, it cost them 4 ults, I believe, but
yeah,
necessary at this point. Secret now, I'd imagine just go straight back to business though, because Black BKB is up for this Bloodseeker, so you can probably just run it mids now that they used everything.
Yeah, they've got Catapult alive. You have Vano and Snapfire. This tower should eventually fall. Nice fortification, but an Avalanche toss. There's Yamik with his blink finally coming through. The Atos comes out, catches the Lion, and it's just a nice, easy kill there.
They're gonna find another one too.
Nice stomp, but yeah, Armel, good forward staff plays there. Has Scatterblast as well. Other time trying to get away. There it is, the blink though. Once again, the toss back, and they get themselves a second. Both supports down now on the side of Execration.
And Crystal's probably tells his team, this is because of me, guys. You know, I tanked all those, those spells. You guys can now do this.
Yeah, I set it up, guys. I set this up.
That was me, all me. I love when people say that. It's like, I did this. Tier 2, another one to fall. And rotating fast, Bob, with his BKB done, he actually has Blink as well, too. So maybe this is that thing that allows him to maybe actually look to take that fight. Still just been secret. Almost all this game. Even also has his Helm of Overlord. I feel like he still has not left the Ancient area.
No, I honestly forgot this hero was in the game.
Yeah.
Like, for a good while. Like, I know we were talking about him a lot during the pause, but it's like, he just got deleted from my brain after that. Avalanche toss there, try and clear up some of these creeps. That Overlord now turning into a money bag for the side of Secret, potentially.
All right,
unless he denies it.
Oh, he's the vacuum.
He does deny it. Yeah. All right, Tiny.
Oh.
Hanking an Earth Splitter for some reason, so he's fine.
That did 0 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a little awkward there.
Yeah, I was confused. Like, I thought that would do more, but it really just didn't do much at all.
Did Pavis block you?
Yes, the ward?
Yes, Pavis. Yeah, I mean, it's mixed, right? It's physical and magical, I guess. Pavis blocked half of it or something? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Cool. I haven't seen that to counter ET, I guess.
Oh.
Execration.
Atos bottom forces the BKB out from Bob, and you were saying, like, he's got BKB blink now. Maybe this is where we start to see him come aggressive, but just forced to leave bottom lane once again.
No, Secret just making faster, better moves with disadvantage. Not giving opportunities at all. Execration. We'll set her full of Tormentor at the least here. It is the ET who gets it.
One.
Sadly.
Yeah, you definitely prefer the mana drain here, but it's at least something.
Yamich playing
lower
on their
cooldown stomp,
Palos.
I suppose. Avalanche, the toss. You need the follow-up, though. And Palos get away. He still has Chronosphere and a good stomp. They're doing a decent chunk of damage here to the Tiny. And that will be a kill.
They get more.
Seeker going in a little bit too far. The Atos will come through again, but there's the Chronosphere catching too. Chrysalis here on the backside gets the Rupture, the Blood Right.
Palos.
Already out. The roar as well, but he got the BKB off this time, and Paulo's trying to time walk away, but he's still ruptured force the BKB. Crystal's trying to turn the aggression on, and they get him. Armel is godlike. He's just been standing his ground this whole time. They're too far behind. Snapfire and Bloodseeker just doing way too much damage.
They're way too far, but Paulos did. I actually am waiting for the fight recap because, I mean, even if it says he did some damage, he hit the Snapfire, he hit this Bloodseeker for literal like 0 inside the chrono. And yeah, he did like 3k, but they just stood their ground and sustained through it. Like they were just healing. He turned and got Armel in the chrono, hit him twice, and was like, "This guy has 3k HP. I have no chance." Am I?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just so far behind, and we see there Chrysalis like just turns and man modes up onto this Faceless Void, and an interesting little interaction for those who don't know. I always try to bring it up, it's cool, but Mjolnir, the initial, if you put the shield on yourself, it pierces BKB. So even though the Void pops BKB, he gets hit by the static charge.
I actually did not know that.
Yep.
That is pretty nuts.
Yep.
That's kind of cool. And he is going for the Lincoln Sphere. So we talked earlier about how good of a Lincoln's game it is, and he realizes like that's probably the only way I die is getting lassoed and do a chrono again. So this attempt once again. I mean, they're playing super aggressive in this triangle, not wanting to give Tino any more space to farm.
Maybe that's all Tino's done though.
Yeah.
Like Secret's actually just. They know how they're confident in how aggressive they can play because it's just Execration's very reliant on their ults and cooldowns, and they just don't even have damage now at this point with how far behind they are. Like Puppy's just running into high ground.
There's no way he gets away with this, right? Like Puppy. All right, they get Roar. He gets the Pavis off, and Elder Titan with the sleep, but in comes Darkseer. Mortimer kisses as well. They're just trying to scout the ET.
Puppy's
he will
fine.
come through now, and Puppy is indeed fine. Vacuum. Gives him some space, 4 staffs away. Just Glimmer Cape Pavis, huh?
Yep.
Pretty good.
Glimmer Cape Pavis. He's very tanky. He's level 14 with a Vambrace. And this is a universal 5-position super tanky hero.
Dude, he actually is, yeah, this is nuts. Okay, that's cool.
All right, this game.
And Crystal's got a solo kill.
Yeah, this game feels almost borderline unfixable unless they start getting some type of like lasso into the base kind of plays. But with the way that Secret's playing, they're not giving them these step opportunities. They're playing really clean around the map, picking, choosing battles nicely, and this is just very difficult. And the item is there, like FBZ. Yeah, Greaves and Piper are done. He's gonna go Crimson next. You don't have damage now. When is it gonna all kick in if your map's disconstricted? Paulos isn't able to farm these big items for damage or levels. Like he needs 20 in Mjolnir.
Yeah, he really does. Like this Faceless Void is gonna be not like that end-all be-all late game carry that we usually see.
No,
he's just too far behind compared to the cores. I mean, the fact that Armel is top of the net worth here, he's got a finished Silver Edge and he's queued up the Lincolns. So you're not gonna have the easy initiation onto either of these cores.
No. Yeah, you know, this is the first pick Snapfire. This is something that might have to be more addressed. You know, they went for something. They did wait till the very last to get Bob's hero, right? And most things were kind of banned out, so they settled with the Bat. And, you know, Bob, Grandmaster Bat Ride and all that, but this is clearly proven to be a pretty difficult game for him to actually go for any type of aggressive plays.
Yeah, those early field rotations just completely hamstring them.
Yeah. I mean, the early rotations hamstring, and then just Beastmaster having no game at all. It literally, Tino, if we have a heat map, I'm pretty sure the heat map would literally be between the Ancients and the other Ancients for 25 minutes.
He's still there, man. Oh, no.
He probably just feels like he just can't make any moves because they lost so much of... They lost, like, all the lanes in a way. So fast.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Puppy is just so far, like, just compared to...
Massive.
Any of the other supports. And he also finds himself an Ogre Seal Totem, so good luck killing this guy.
He also has a Lotus. He's getting closer and closer to it. And Lotus and Lincoln's is a dream, definitely, this game versus Lion, versus all these single targets. Lion,
yeah,
Bad, Beast. And they're chilling. I mean, they're just sitting back, getting that farm up, waiting for the next item. Perhaps Crystal's is Lincoln's, and then maybe they go for that Roche. This is one of those games where, as you said, it's difficult for them to get it, but it is back up now. Well, not difficult, but slower.
Yeah, it's just not... You don't have, like, the minus armor TAs that we've been seeing.
Or the Undying that just gives you automatic a good Roche lineup.
Dude, it's so great when the like Roshan actually just attacks the Tombstone. Because it takes, like, what, 16 hits or something to kill it.
You just always want to make sure you're tanking so that the zombies can build up. You want to get the initial tank when you put down the Tombstone so the zombies build up. Alright. Execration, smoke up. Mjolnir's done on Paulos.
They smoked under ward.
18. I think they might have been clipped by it. They've waited 28 minutes for this moment. Will they get a connection?
Mjolnir, BKB, Paulos, got the blink, BKB on the Batrider. You've got to hope. Like, this is your best shot. Roshan is up. They're actually just going to force the hand, so they're going to go straight into the Rosh themselves.
They have
Scan does come out from Secret, though.
They actually kill it pretty decently fast, and Secret's all in the area.
Good ward vision, too.
Do they know? And this
Secret?
half HP. Secret might not know.
I have no clue. Okay.
Now it looks like they're moving
they got
over.
it.
They got this. Nice
All right,
call.
this is big for Execration. You've still got to win the fight, and that is not going to be easy. But
damage. Scout. Ooh.
Oh, so close. They get the disengage. They're all out. Dude, Execration just sneak the Roach from right under Secret's nose.
And they start spamming the chat wheels, and they know they got a little burner. Tipping Armel even, you know.
Yeah, that is very close.
Hey, it is a big deal, though. You're denying the Aegis and stuff and cheese away from the side of Secret, but now you're buying time for Paulos to potentially get to that farm realm. That's actually a huge move, I would say, from Execration. I did not see them being able to sneak that one.
Dude, they smoked up, got 2 really good wards placed, and we're just like, yeah, all right, I guess we can do it.
Yep.
They took it a lot faster than I expected, to be honest, but I guess that Beastmaster Auras is just too good.
Yeah.
Did you see, like, I'm seeing a bunch of Defiant Shells coming out. Like, you got one on the Beastmaster, we got one on the Faceless Void. Did you see the interaction with Darkseer and Defiant Shell?
With versus Nyx in particular, too.
Yeah, with just Aghanim Scepter. Like, it stops Walrus Punch and it stops Vendetta.
That's actually pretty... Yeah, I saw them. It's pretty hype.
It's so sick. I'm like, what is this?
And it's one of the best neutral items in the game at the moment.
It's so good.
Good for farming, good defensively. It's good for... Yeah. Just about everything. 3.5 minutes on this Aegis for Paulos. Secret's still looking like they want to take the fight up here.
You're kind of starved on mana on a few heroes here, but Puppey, with him and Armel, are just looking to try and find an opening. Paulos turns around for a hot second. Mortimer Kisses are coming out, but you definitely just don't have this damage. Trying to force maybe a reaction from Execration here. He just time locks both of them off.
That was an interesting one there. And in the meantime,
Beastmaster taking mid tower.
A nice little cut, yeah. He's finally left his area. At least it's
Like, guys, I'm on the map.
He ruptured it.
Okay. I mean, 250 gold, I suppose, but that's a big cooldown, and you just lost Yamich.
Okay. That was interesting. It's only 60 seconds.
Secret's starting to bleed a little bit, you know, not invulnerable. Paulos looking for an opening. Puppey will just Glimmer Cape away. He does have another time lock in a moment. The Ogre Seal Totem is something. He just drops the Chrono. He wants this kill, but Puppey is pretty tanky. Will finally grab it.
Execration.
He's level 20 now.
And this is pretty crazy that they're getting these type of moves just off of making a smoke into a Rosh. Bringing this game back into a reasonable bounce. Chrono back up in about 2 minutes.
Yeah. They were making a play for Bob bottom, but he actually didn't have Mortimer Kisses from the Fail to Town pop, so he just gets away.
They're getting so much. They're even potentially going to take the Tormentor away now, too. This is absurd.
Oh, absolutely.
Shanks, careful. Yeah, you're right.
Dude, this is like a 6k gold swing almost.
Yeah, I think we were at like 13,000 or something. The experience, too, is almost now actually dead even. Massive moves. And Paulos, yeah, he's going to have the blanket of this Aegis until he's got Chronosphere back up. All right.
He has a lot of gold, too. He's sitting on 4k.
What's he? I think he's deciding what item still. Just like it looks like he's queuing up the Scotty. Interesting.
Chrysalis does have the Axe queued up, of course. The question is, will someone on Execration be able to build a Nullifier this game? But
yeah, and if they'll be able to go through these Lincolns that are definitely going to have like multiple of them on the side of Secret.
That TP out. Oh my goodness.
That was close. And look at the dance though. Execration dancing around. 50 seconds until Chrono.
Puppey. Maybe, okay, Paul's actually time walked forward. He needs to be a little bit careful. The Rupture is available. He is protected by the Aegis, and there it is. The Blink Lasso comes out. They find the Veno. The Impale as well. Nice wall drop there.
How's he still alive?
Dude, Puppey is still alive. He doesn't manage to get the Noxious Plague off, so decent fight here for Execration as you do burn the Aegis, but you still have a lot more to work with. The Roar is available for Tino if he can get in range, and Yamich, he is slowed to a crawl. FBZ, he's out of mana trying to get away from Bob. The time walk up onto the high ground, and there's the Firefly. Mortimer Kiss is coming through. He gets the surge, but there it is. The Roar will finally do it. Bob tries to go for Armel, but meets the little Shredder instead.
They might get another
Yamich.
one. Yamich.
Yeah. No stun available for him. Nice impale into a couple of bashes, and Yamich will go down. Dude,
they're doing
Execration is back in this game.
Holy moly. This is sick stuff, really. This fight, it's persistence forward. Puppey actually almost ends up living to get his Noxious Gale up, but they get the CC control. And now Chrono, that's without Chrono. And Chrono's back up. Palos has picked up a full Scotty, too. Holy moly, Execration.
This is this game looks so impossible for Execration like 15 minutes ago. Not even, like 10 minutes ago.
Not even, like 10 minutes ago. I mean, this move to the top is huge. Now, Palos
force the BKB and cheese, but he got the Chrono, and instead he's just going to TP. He's like, never mind, we don't have the damage here. I'm out.
Shanks, he'll get away, okay.
All right. He forced BKB, but I don't think the end of the world. You still have the Chronosphere available to play with, and his Scotty is coming
right now.
Just a moment. There it is.
This is a window here for Secret, though. BKB on cooldown for the Void. They've got pretty much everything at the ready. Let's see what they look to make with that window happen, because if they just let this BKB come back up from Palos, then it could just be Execration that go to look for the fight again. As we've seen, they now actually have the option to be able to take these fights with Palos being this big. Can't believe a sneak Roche has just turned everything.
Dude, it really did. It all just started with the Roche on. Like, the whole map just fell apart for Secret after that Roche.
Yeah.
Looking for Bob. Oh, into the trees he gets the blink. Yamich tries to chase, won't find him. Nice fourth staff, and Bat Rider is out once again. Another failed rotation as they get another Tormentor.
And Crystallis has now been surpassed by Palos. This Void was having this very, very slow game. Somehow it's trickled almost to top net worth.
I mean, I don't think it's going to be too long before he passes the Snapfire at this point.
Yeah. I mean,
originally you were mostly worried about the single target lasso and roars, but you have no answer to Chrono.
Armel might actually have to be like that transition and carry now. Go for this 25, get that big damage to be able to help out the Bloodseeker. The tides have turned massively. Arcane Rune bottom, also Palos.
This is nice if you can get this. Are they just baiting it at the moment?
It looks like he is. Waiting for maybe Armel to go
Hawk
into
will scout Puppey. He will grab it. There's the nice Hex out from Shanks. Supports that forward. Armel. Oh, nice Avalanche. You didn't get the BKB. Palos will finally get it. The Rupture is out, but there he is. He gets the Chrono onto 2. Snapfire needs help and fast. The damage from the Faceless Void isn't enough. It is. It's double kill for Palos. Great vacuum. Back to the Roar is still available. Tino will finally throw. Catches the Bloodseeker as FBZ is getting burned down. Palos is way too strong, baby. It is an absolute disaster. Secret team wipe by Execration, and this game is looking real rough now.
I cannot believe what we're witnessing. I mean, Execration is one of those wild card teams, but this must be the most wild card kind of comeback I think I've ever seen. Literally, the whole game, they're on the back foot, and then all it takes is a Roche getting a couple successful team fights, and now, hey, Palos, he's just coming in clutch. 2-man Chrono on the perfect targets.
Darkseer and Snap, dude. That is nuts. Like, Darkseer didn't get his Crimson Guard off beforehand. Nothing. He didn't get the Guardians off. Like, he didn't get to do anything.
I mean, the graph tells. I think the graph tells probably one of the best stories for this game. It's just, literally, that's where the line kind of starts dipping. That is legit where the Roshan dies.
Yeah. It like flattens, and you're like, oh, okay, I got Roche, and then it's just a cliff. Tier 3 tower in the mid lane will fall. They get a second fortification as a result, but this Faceless Void is nearly level 25.
He's got Chrono back up as the Bloodseeker respawns.
Yeah, that Arcane Rune, man, it was so good. Looking for the Veno. They get the stun. Bob goes in, he gets the lasso, instead finds the Tiny. No tossbacks now. If they can find this kill, it is massive. Tino holding the Roar at the moment. The Yules will come through. Armel, he's got Mortimer Kisses available. Bat Rider vacuumed back. So they will just cut their losses. They will lose the Bat and leave.
Secret definitely wants to chase out here, get more. But Execration, they're able to back away, and Palos, full refresher with the Chrono at the ready. He's got 2. He is so damn far now. This is such a crazy game. I'm so happy to eat my words. I was like, I don't think that they're going to be able to defend, hold the base. They didn't need to hold the base if they make that type of cool play.
Oh, they find him. And they actually kill him in time. He's trying. There's the first chrono. Paulos has a second. He's got the BKB still available. The second chrono does come out. The Crimson Guard doing a lot of work. He didn't pop the BKB. He's got to pop it again. Trying to finish off Armel. He's falling low. Gets the cookie away, but the damage from Paulos is still too much. The BKB is expired. He needs the help from the team. The Roar's out onto Chrysalis. He's got a refresher on Pino. The second Roar. He lost Chrysalis. No buyback. And Paulos still survives. And his Secret again wiped, and it has got to be the end of the game. I don't know what you can do now.
I mean, Paulos, back-to-back chronos on the dream targets again. Didn't BKB at the start. Then Tino comes in. He's been farming for this moment. Refresher. Wow.
He has a refresher, man. How? He's second net worth.
This is absurd. Execration. They're hardest team to predict, I think, out of anybody I've ever watched. This is a treat. I think they've got this now. Yeah, this is 20 seconds. They're going to be able to probably claim both sets.
There's nothing left. They have no spells on Secret. They have no fortification. It's at least 2 lanes, if not the tier 4s.
Wow, I'm so impressed. Secret definitely kicking themselves a bit here, but Execration, the shot calling, going for the Roche.
Unbelievable.
2 full sets, and they're gonna have time for these cooldowns to come right back up.
Dude, apparently Lincoln's just does not matter.
It does not.
Like, he just got straight double roared. As soon as I heard the refresher on Tino, I'm like, where the hell did he get that item?
I didn't even see what broke it, the initial one even. It didn't even matter though.
Maybe lasso? Like, who knows, dude? Like,
now Tino is going Daggons, so did I see that right?
Yeah, I just saw Dagon come out.
So more ways to break Lincoln's Ags on ET. Yeah, this is...
He has an Ags?
Huge.
Excuse me?
They are huge now. Nice Secret. This might be like a... We got to catch them off guard here. Chrono's on cooldown. The Refresher's on cooldown. Trying to make a move on the map.
Tino would be great. No buyback on this hero as he just bought back... Or he just bought his Dagon.
Do they just... I mean, I don't know that actually. I was going to say, do they just try to force a Roche maybe? You know, one of the Chronos is down. This is a ballsy call to make.
ET with Shard Ags, dude.
Yeah, he's
That'll
actually
be super
now.
sick. Armel. Dude, he has had no item progression in the last, like, 5 minutes.
Neither has Crystals.
He has... Yeah. They've both just taken bad fight after bad fight. Do you wait for the second chrono? It's 25 seconds on the refreshers.
Man, you don't need to really force too much. I don't think you're not worried about rushing. You have a Hawk in there. Your lanes are pushing. So I think you're just patient on Paulos.
Oh, they did get the Hawk behind. Nice, yeah. Yeah, they have to go address lanes. You have double catapults.
Oh, boy. Double catapults coming in. Paulos has a full Satanic, too. He's unkillable. And, yep, second chrono. It's back up in 5.
Yeah. Okay. This is beautiful. Beautiful patience from Execration. They know this. Like, Secret have to go address their base. You can't lose your tier 4s to 4 catapults. I mean, you can lose your tier 4s to 4 catapults. I think that's the issue.
You can, indeed. You don't want to, though.
Definitely don't. I mean, they are getting crushed right now. No fortification. These towers are going to die unless you can do something about this.
And Execration's looking for the fight. Paulos looking for the angle.
I mean, a decent wraparound from Secret here, but Tino pops the BKB. The Chrono Spirit only catches the Dark Seer. It's not that bad, but the first roar comes out from Tino. He's got a second one for the Bloodseeker. It's there. They've still got the Chrono Spirit. He doesn't even have to use it. Tino, beautiful plays from him. Ends up going down to the Snapfire, but Paulos has that second Chronosphere. He's looking for his target. He wants to get this Snapfire. As Bob trying to get in range, he gets the lasso, and it's just a matter of time here before you're going to lose the Snap. And that is it. No buybacks available. Your throne is dying, by the way.
Dying. It creeps. Chrysalis, I think he does nothing in the fight. How the tides have turned. He actually just gets completely controlled from the double roars. The first Chrono whiff kind of completely goes on the Darkseer, but Tino makes it look easy there.
Man, a free Ags for Paulos to add insult to injury. I don't think it really matters at this point as you grab Satanic. Satanic and a Trickster's both. You're never killing this Faceless Void now.
No, definitely not. It feels like you're not touching most of these cores now at this point. Especially not that they're going to be covered with Aegis Cheese.
Oh my goodness. Dude, that ET did almost the most damage in that fight.
I actually didn't even get to see him like punch.
I literally was, there's so much other stuff. completely forgot about his Aghanim Scepter, but it looks like he just beat the heck out of some heroes.
Cleave damage.
They're gonna...
Oh, yeah.
Man, where'd they put the free Ags? What the heck? Okay, they did keep it on.
He kept it. Yeah, it's on the void.
For some reason, I thought it went to the Bat Rider. I was like, what?
I don't, like you said, I don't think it really matters now after these last few fights, of course, but yeah, I definitely want to give it to the carry. Yeah, Crystal's, he just finishes the Aghanims. I feel like he had the Mjolnir BKB and stuff 20 minutes ago, when the whole tides of everything started turning.
Dude, like Snapfire and Bloodseeker have been sitting at 23 and 21,000 net worth for like 8 minutes straight.
Yeah.
Like their net worth has not increased.
Execration, yeah, those the last 20 minutes, all of them. Or last like 17 minutes.
Yeah. Dude, this graph is just getting more and more out of control. They have such a huge lead.
I mean, look at the...
Oh my goodness.
Like, besides just the graph, look at the green dots and stuff like that, which show like the kills and everything that they're getting.
Yeah.
It just stopped completely from Seeker after that moment. It's been all Execration getting everything. So besides just like kills and objectives, they're getting the map movements, observer wards, etc. It's... I think also, I didn't get the point out, but they bought a gem, if I'm not mistaken, right after they went for this play up top after they got Roche, so... They completely
point out, like,
map.
Half of Secret's like green dots are just D wards. Like most of those aren't even kills; they're just D wards. They've only found like 2 or 3 kills in the last like 15 minutes of this game.
Ever since the Roche.
Wow, what an incredible comeback here from Execration. What is the options here that Secret have left? Because I don't know.
I would say toss back under tier 4s, but there's no tier 4s, so toss back under Fountain.
Okay. Hopefully he just doesn't chrono your Fountain, but we'll see.
True. Never mind then.
Dude, what is he built? Is he doing Butterfly? On Faceless Void?
Yeah,
he's pretty good. Yeah.
It's finished already. I mean, he's
not?
full. He's full. He's like 6 slotted, right? So pop the refresher, swap that in, or move your treads and just put it in anyway.
Yeah. Backpack the refresher for now.
Yep.
Butterfly BKB in his pocket. This guy is so incredibly farmed. Just jumps in, messing with the FBZ. I mean, this wall is going to be annoying for sure, but the evasion actually helps him a ton. Like, his illusion does not hit him. Combine that with backtrack percent. Okay, he gets the chrono. He finds a snapfire. The Yules, though, he didn't BKB. So this is going to actually just allow them to survive this first chrono quite a bit. The lasso comes back. They get the Dark Seer. A little bit of a disconnected fight here from Execration, but they've got the numbers still. They have a lot more tools in the bag here. No one died on Secret. That's okay. Puppy may have died. Puppy's dead.
Hey, Palos is walking in the base though. He's not taking any damage. They have to just watch the void.
He just backtracked and he literally took 0 damage from Little Shredder. He backtracked and evaded every single one.
He's got the chrono.
He's going to use it, I'm sure, in not too long, as they're focusing on this last lane of barracks here. He wants to get his eyes on Chrysalis. He's going to pop the... Okay, that is a dead Lion. Palos able to time walk away. They pop the BKB and the Ruptures. We'll buy back now on the Lion. Oh, they found Armel? Wait a minute. He needs to be careful. Paulus is so deep in the base, but the time walks on forward. There it is. The lasso grabs the Snapfire, and he is Dagon to death.
Oh my god.
They That's can't answer a classic.
Palos. Like, Palos is just standing in front of them, just kind of taunting them. The rest of the team doing whatever they want.
Will he finally do it? He does. Let's the chrono rip. Another Yule's coming out from Yamit. Beautifully done, but a counter roar. Another Dagon. Wow. That is it, baby. The GG's come out, and Execration with one of the most ridiculous comebacks I have seen in a long time.
That was sick. Just a Roche is all it takes, it seems. A Roche and a couple good team fights, and that's kind of it. A Secret, they were decimating literally the first 25 minutes, I would say. They getting absolutely everything on the map. 3 top net worths. Tino hugged Ancients for 24 minutes, and then the moment that he leaves that area, they get a Roche. They literally get the whole game after that because of it. That takes a lot of balls to make that call. The perseverance and everything too. When you're this far behind, you're like, let's sneak a Roche, and it works.
Yeah. Usually that's like, it is like the huge cost, play, but ends up paying off. Like if they die there, the game's over, right?
Yeah. It's a really risky play, but it's super high reward, super high risk, and the risk definitely pays off massively today. That was
absolutely nuts.
That could hurt Secret too. Like they probably were feeling so good. Like Chrysalis is like, I'm free game. Like everyone's just having free game, and then one type of move like that just costs everything. So Execration, they're an absolute wild card as we're seeing.
Dude, the funniest thing I think still is just the faces Floyd standing on the high ground there, just taunting. Like they literally couldn't hit him with anything.
Yeah, just too far ahead at that point after all these, I mean, what, 4 item pickups after getting a Rosh and everything. Apollos, 48,000 damage done. He's the highest by a good margin. Armel, 37k, but I feel like most of that was the first 20-something minutes.
Yeah. Chrysalis just did not really ever come online. Like, after... Like, I want to look at the player net worth graphs. Dude, I swear it is a straight line from like 34 minutes until the end of the game. None of them gained net worth.
No. I think it really was just a Rosh call and then, yeah, big fight. It's super impressive to see that.
Man, this game looked so rough. They were looking so good on Secret, just constantly finding pickoffs. But, dude, what an exciting game one. I will say both of these series have been really cool. The game ones for both of them are really sick.
Yeah, we had like a good kind of... This one I would call a bigger comeback. Yeah. OG, they had like the BKB black hole kind of potential throughout this one. This one, I was kind of like very concerned for them to do much of anything and get trapped in the base, but they make just super smart call to go for Rosh, and it literally wins them the game, so...
Dude, I can't believe Tito farmed Ancients for like 30 minutes and it worked.
Maybe that's the way.
Oh my god. He literally farmed Ancients for 30 minutes. That is unreal. What a game. That was sick.
I'm really looking forward to see what we get for the next one. I mean, comebacks are always spectacular to see, but that was crazy. I just cannot believe how much Apollos recovers in this game. I'm just looking at this Void, and like, what is he, one of the bottom net worths at some point, I believe it was, is the cores, I think around like the 25, maybe middle of the pack, and then he just top net worth like 7 minutes later. So.
Dude, I mean, you were top 3 net worth by like a substantial margin, all 3 of your cores until like 20-ish minutes. So it's like, you just had such an advantage, but dude, Execration, make it happen, an incredible comeback. Makes me very excited for game number 2. So we're going to go to a short break, everyone. Stay tuned. We got Secret versus Execration, the last series of the day for the last slot in the group stage. So stay tuned. We'll see y'all in just a little bit.
Open your eyes.
When you look into my eyes, tell me what do you see?
Tonight I'm gonna show you the wonders of the mall.
Hey, I got nothing to lose. I got nothing to lose.
I need warriors.
So is this what you want in? You wanna walk? Show me what's up in. Now we ready to bust in. Take everything, leave 'em with nothing.
There is a place where you can elevate what's hidden inside, where you can reframe yourself. Sonomi means the new you. The you can step into. Because when we know who we really are, we become unstoppable. Enter new dimensions of you. Sonomi.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to the Riyadh Masters. It is the final day of the play-ins, and we are at the final series. That is Team Secret taking on Execration. The winner advancing to the group stage. The loser will be out of the tournament altogether. Coming off of an incredible Game 1 comeback, Execration gotta be feeling themselves, right, Fog?
Yeah.
Like, what is the mental state of Secret after Game 1 right now?
I mean, I'm sure it's quite devastating. I'm sure they look at that replay and stuff, and they're like, "Oh my god, yeah, we have to make better. Like, shot calling has to be crisper. We have to know about this type of like Roshan stuff going on. They can't be giving up for like, I was making a little joke about Chrysalis with his Aegis kind of thing. Like, can't be doing stuff like that, right? Like dying completely isolated from the team. Yes, Secret, they did something out of it. They got some towers and stuff like that from him doing that, but yeah, they definitely have to play it a little bit cleaner. I thought Execration wasn't going to be able to get to the late game. Their late game is very, very strong with this Void and this ET and stuff like that. But at the deficit they were at, I really thought they were going to get run over and somehow make magic happen. So, more respect to Execration.
Dude, just the pace they were at, too. Like, it was so quick, the way Secret was playing the map. And, yeah, I actually just completely forgot about the first Aegis death on Chrysalis. Like, because that just felt like an entirely different game. But, like, yeah, you're right. I mean, that was like pretty devastating because like they just lose that timing on the first Aegis, and it allowed Execration to get a little bit of space on the map eventually.
Yeah, you lose a lot of momentum, and momentum is so much in Dota. It's one of like the biggest things. You do get that kind of ball rolling, even if you have this type of advantage. If there's a big team fight kind of draft, I mean, if they get these type of sneaks, Execration was patient, maybe like too patient, perhaps in some situations, but in the overall grand scheme of things, it ended up being fine. I thought really honestly, Tino maybe should have made some more rotations, but I don't even know what to say at this point because I guess I'm wrong because they ended up getting this Roche and they ended up turning the whole game around. So I don't know if you can always ask for that though. You can't always just be like we're playing back foot off the entire game and then sneaking a Roche and winning a game. I don't know if that's like a fully winning strategy always, but it's gonna feel good for now.
Yeah, I'm eventually gonna like parse the game and try and see if I can find the heat maps for that one because oh my gosh, it's gonna be so funny just looking at Tino like and what he did that game. Like, it actually just didn't leave the ancient area for 30 minutes.
No, and you have to always talk about the difference in carry matchup kind of thing too. Is Palos had a really, really tough game and he stepped up hard. His chronos toward the end were like perfect. Chrysalis was given a pretty free game overall and a little bit dropped the ball this time versus Palos and versus Execration, so needs to step it up a little more as well.
Yeah, I mean, there was no late game for him, right? Like, he got double roared like 3 or 4 fights in a row. Yeah. And at that point, it's like, what does your Bloodseeker even do?
I mean, once they get to those items, it's not his fault, right? But like, if earlier on, he could perhaps have had like maybe some better impact from something or anything like that. You know, I Lincolns and stuff like we talked about, but it ended up being not really useful at all. So I don't know, maybe some type of switch up there from Chrysalis or just some better kind of plays. Because him getting caught with Aegis and then like him using Rupture on like an Ancient Creep and stuff like that, these kind of things did feel a little bit weird. Secret's just ban Beast.
That's true. I actually forgot about that one entirely as well.
Yeah. They're actually just going to ban the Beast. So, I mean, I guess they think that it was too much of an issue. Even though they destroyed it in the lane and everything, I guess overall grand scheme of what it gave them in the game, it gave them Roche. The fact that they can sneak Roche is because of the Beast.
5 seconds remaining. Team Secret's turn to pick.
See what they end up doing here with the openers. They get rid of the Primal Beast actually overall in the early. Dude, there's a lot of heroes that we normally see that are removed. We could see a Rubik. We could see the Enigma, as it is available.
Maybe the Snap, even though Armel played like flawless until the end, could still be something that they look at. Snapfire was still pretty damn good throughout the majority of the game. But they're going to take a page from OG's book. I mean, they did do this as well, too, in the beginning. Yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, I think in the early morning. The Rubik's in the pool.
Immediate Rubik. Yeah. This is the thing. It's like you pick this Enigma like overall first, but you're guaranteed to just give the Rubik away.
Yeah.
So that's still not easy to deal with.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, what do you want? If you want something in particular for the lane or something like that, or do you want to play for overall game? We've seen these TAs and whatnot versus the Enigmas.
Team Secret's turn to pick.
We'll just go with their Brood. Yeah, that's strong.
I like this a lot.
Yeah, that's strong.
This is something Execration has played a ton, right? You were talking about it.
They love their Brood. That's for sure. I don't think they've won with it though. They do like it.
That's good enough for me. Okay, so what do you think of your Secret like do you pick your Broodmother counter? Like, you have to find something that can slow down this hero, right? Like, Bloodseeker, I guess, is still in the pool, but...
It's like a... do you want to go Nagasar in this early? Yeah, okay.
Okay, there you go. Well called.
Because that's like the Brood counter. Maybe they... So what I'm actually checking is they did play the Brood, and they played it actually in the carry role as well, too, on Paulos. They lost that. That was the first game of the tournament. They lost that one. And then they played off lane, and they lost with it, too, so... Probably just going to end up throwing it to the off lane in this game, but it's going to be into a tough matchup.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. I like the draft opening right now from Secret. Yeah, the Rubik is going to be rough for the Enigma, but you get to pick the Naga Siren on 8th. You have a lot of options to protect it.
Yep, and then you have the potential even to like Song, catch, even the Rubik as well too, put him inside the black hole in some situations also. I miss me some Naga Siren, Wombo combo, Disruptor, Enigmas and stuff like that. I feel like we saw it for a couple years and then it just quickly has faded away.
Yeah.
Gets banned a lot,
well,
to be fair, but...
There was the change where you couldn't like reposition heroes that were songed, right?
What do you mean? No, you can. Right?
Well, wasn't there a moment where you like couldn't move them by certain things?
A long time ago when they were invulnerable,
Yeah.
but they made it so you can like vacuum through the invuln and everything too, so...
And that's always fun. Setting up a nice little wombo there. Okay. Well, they're gonna start getting rid of the kind of the more difficult counters. The Naga Siren. They get rid of Darkseer pretty early.
10 seconds remaining.
Always cool, Darkseer. Darkseer ban.
5 seconds remaining.
Brood. How's Brood doing at this tournament? Not the best, but gets prioritized so heavily, so does get counterpicked very heavily too.
I feel like if it's a hero that you don't address, it just takes over a game.
It absolutely
This
can.
is a hero that just everything about it is so good. Like just the amount of mobility you have just from webs, but the shard is just devastating if you're allowed to just attack people.
If you actually go down the right-click route, I think that's the coolest thing for me is the variety. Actually, you can go down the right-click route, but you actually have so many options. Like I've seen like every build under the sun. I feel like Treads double Wraithband, Echo Saber BKBs. I've seen like Pipe Hacks. I've seen Midas into stuff. Like Midas, not so much, but I've seen it. So
yeah. How would you? Okay, so I'm trying to think like what you do to the Broodmother here or to the Naga Siren, right? Because you've got Medusa now banned, which that one's a little bit surprising to me. But I guess they're a little bit worried. And then they go back for the Legion Commander. So this is something we've seen a lot of people that pick the Naga Siren. They do not want to deal with the Legion.
that is very interesting. The Medusa one. I mean, it can cause issues for something like Enigma as well too, right? Stone Gaze versus the Black Hole and everything. It does cause an extra layer and everything, but maybe just something they don't want to play against.
5 seconds remaining.
Okay. I'm trying to think what carry matchups are left that like Naga Siren really doesn't like playing into, but it feels like this hero has very
little.
Get rid of the Mars. That's probably one of the best heroes at dealing with Broodmother. Because
Yeah.
like you don't really want to have to build a BKB early.
Lions
What if you
in
go
the
for a
pool.
Drow now?
Oh, I was thinking the supports. Yeah, you could. I was thinking like a Lion. I mean, you've got a really good answer from the support. Not bad, right?
Yeah, that would be sick. Yeah, I like.
They've
Lion
got
a
at
lot.
least like because I think as Naga Siren, it's like hero counters in terms of like carry to carry can be something, but overall for Naga, just solo carrying can be difficult. So there's just like other heroes that really mess you up a lot. Because I think I actually don't know what carry matchup is actually the worst. It might actually be the Medusa. When I think about it, in grand realms of everything. So Execration, they'll stick with their ET.
Dude, I like this a lot. They made it look so good last game, even though it like struggled super hard early. Like it looked really good late game.
Late game, I think early game it looked. I was gonna say I think it looked pretty weak. He was like 1-9 at one point in the game. So, but I think this game it already looks a little better when you're playing versus Enigma. You're playing versus Illusions. You're playing versus Eidolons. Splitter has a function. You can just if you see like a place where Enigma's even got a black hole, you can pre-splitter.
Yeah, they go back for the Armel
the snap.
Snapfire, which I like. I mean, he crushed it. Yes, like in the last game. It's just the scaling wasn't quite there.
Yep.
But this game seems a lot more straightforward, at least at the moment.
Just has to watch out to give Rubik spells. All of the spells are really good.
Radiant team pick.
And a Spirit Breaker.
More Brood answers. A lot of Brood answers.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I feel like you just don't want to put Brood carry, right? Like, there's just way too many things that kind of ruin your hero. Maybe just keep it in the off lane, or do you think it's worth just still playing as a carry?
5 seconds
That's actually a
remaining.
good question. I'm gonna take a look.
You could just pick your mid laner here, actually, right? You just see your mid matchups, for, like save your last pick and have the ability to flex Brood still.
Could be. Ember is like your best pick for the game, but bad for the lane.
That's true, huh? Yeah, it gets absolutely crushed by Ember, but it is so good. Or by Snapfire.
Yeah. They'll just go Puck, so safer. Better for the lane and gives you more overall for the game. Spirit Breaker charges are difficult to set up too.
I like it.
Okay. A little lacking on the damage, I'd say, from Execration.
Yeah.
I mean, they had similar last game, though. And they made it all work.
Yeah,
for
right. We're like,
timings.
oh, you know, somehow make it work. I would like a high damage hero here from Execration in the carry role. Gives something else to follow us again. And then run more of like an Aura Broodmother again. Is that good enough?
Maybe he is just gonna play it. Close. I don't know why Void is just sticking in my head again.
I mean, it's not bad. It's another decent.
They've got
Void
ET.
game.
Right? They've got ET. It will scale. If they want to go for like the Giga scaling again, like they did last time. Yeah, they'll take out Alchemist. Like, that's definitely one of the other ones that was quite good versus Enigma in a lot of situations. What's another illusion here?
Secrets turn to ban.
I mean, if there wasn't a Spirit Breaker, I want like I don't even know if you can with the Broodmother ET. I don't think you're so in Puck. You're don't have enough of a frontliner. I was thinking something like a sniper or just a good long ranged carry.
I was thinking, honestly, the hero that I hate, Muerta.
10 seconds remaining.
That's true, actually. There's not like a real Muerta counter. Like normally it's things like Legion, Clockwork, things that just like naturally build blade mails that can get on top of you.
I mean, Snap's a little annoying. Her toolkit, like all her spells, are pretty devastating for early Muerta. But maybe this could be the game for it. I'm gonna reiterate always. I don't really like the hero, but I know Execration does like to play it. So
they've played it already in the tournament, haven't they?
I believe so.
I don't know. I'd have to like double check, but I feel like the last time I saw it played, I thought it was on Execration.
Maybe they do just Void. I don't know.
Radiant team ban.
And the Morph.
Okay. Into the Naga Siren. Interesting that they would ban it.
Yeah. Maybe because they have Spirit Breaker. Spirit Breaker's like, you just turn into him and then you have Bulldoze as a Naga or as a Morphling.
DK Amber bans to protect the Puck. It seems like just in case it's not Snapfire.
Mm-hmm.
You can run Snapfire support. We've seen that many times.
Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. I actually like these. They're really trying to make sure this Puck has a good game. Even like the Mars ban, it's double, right? The Mars versus the Puck and versus the Brood. The DK Ember, even though they see Snap. That's all.
I like it a lot. Dude, this is another like very fun draft. I would say compared to like what we've been seeing.
Yeah, both teams have like ideal things that they're looking at. Clearly, oh, that's into a Rubik. That's a dead hero into a Rubik. I don't think have I seen any Spirit Breaker or any other Earthshaker? What the? I did not expect. I actually don't think this hero is as bad as people think it is, but that's also just talking from like me playing stupid pubs and stuff like that, which is kind of irrelevant. But they've played it.
4 shaker or 5 shaker? What?
I mean, they've played it now twice a month ago. When Mage was playing with them. Wait, what the hell is this? I don't even remember this. Wait, what the?
I don't even remember this iteration.
What the? Yeah. Mage, he went beyond godlike on Shaker both games mid when he played with them a month ago. Okay.
All right.
Cool.
Time for Armel to step. Nah, he's definitely playing Snapfire. I can't imagine he goes mid shaker, right?
No.
Into
this is all. It's a 5 Enigma, right? And a 4.
I mean, I have no idea.
All right, well, we'll see.
We'll see. Execration, I would like a carry pick here.
I mean, I'm happy
just
to see
up.
Shaker. I'm not sure if I'm happy for Secret to see it, but I'm happy to see this hero. This is really cool.
Yeah, he's a fun hero.
Yeah, he's fun, but that's just the Rubik factor. If he gives Fissure once, it's pretty devastating in a lot of situations, so we'll see.
Enigma's black holes become even more impossible. Just getting fissured from 1,000 range.
Maybe do they put it versus a puck? I'm really curious to see how they end up setting up these lanes. This is cool. Execration's probably like, probably asking themselves the same, and then they're just like, Paulos, what do you want to play? Is it the Brood, or do you want to play one of these other carries? So let's say, is it going to be a Void? Is it going to be Muerta? Is it going to be something out of left field?
I'm excited either way. Oh, come on.
They'll go the Bloodseeker. Oh, I thought it was going to be something more flashy. Okay.
I thought so too. That would be something fun. Okay, no fun here. Paulos grabs the Bloodseeker. Execration want to end this series. They want the 2-0.
It's a mid-shaker. Okay, hell yeah.
Okay. I mean, into puck, you're going to deny over and over and over. That is going to be really frustrating.
This is hype. I don't even care what happens this game. We get to see a mid-shaker. I mean, this is definitely setting up Shanks for some beautiful game. There's, I don't know, like some of the best big ults that you can steal. We've got Kisses, we've got Black Hole, got Fissure plus Echo Slam. So, all right, let's go. So Enigma is going to be the 5, Snap's going to be the 4, and Spirit Breaker's a 3. Interesting.
Hear me out. Armel, 0-4-4 mid-shaker. No points fissure.
0.
Or, just to prevent from giving it to the Rubik, you're going to max Enchant Totem usually on the shaker anyway.
It ruins your combo, though. You know, like you want the chain stun. Like you get the big burst, you get the extra totem hit too and everything. So I hate that build personally.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I'm excited. This is going to be a fun series. Team Secret pulling out the mid-shaker should be really interesting. I'm curious how this off-lane Brood's going to go, though.
Yeah, same. I mean, this is when they did the shaker. That's why I was like, are they actually guys going to do what they did a month ago with Mage? Let's see if it ends up working. This, again, it honestly looks like a pretty good puck game. I've seen some of these pucks just pop off, and this could be another one of those.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Armel crushed it last game, though. Like, if he plays as well as he did in the early game of game 1, like, I think he'll be pretty solid, but do you lack enough, like safe lockdown for the puck here?
I think depending on how the shaker game goes. Okay. I'm going to be looking at mid a lot. If Shaker has a good game, then they absolutely have tons of answers for Bob. Shaker doesn't have a good game. Bob could run a bit rampant, but let's see.
All right. Well, we're going to jump into game number 2. Again, for those of you who are just tuning in, it is Execration versus Team Secret, an elimination series here. Execration currently up 1-0.
And we're in
for a very exciting game number 1.
And we're in for maybe even more exciting. I don't know, actually. We're in probably for a more exciting game overall of like gameplays and stuff like that, but I don't know if we're going to have a more exciting comeback kind of situation because that was just insane.
They had like an 85% chance to win at like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Yep. And then they got like nothing after that rush. Literally nothing, it seems like, after that rush. So this will be cool. Let's see what we get. And yeah, I think this is one of the first support Snapfires I feel like I'm seeing. I'm only seeing it.
Yeah, I was just remembering. I was like, yeah, we have Armel on Shakers, so it's Yamich on the Snapfire.
Yep.
Which is a double. Oh, it is 5. It is 5 Enigma. I kind of forgot about that. Yeah. So
maybe that could
will be playing the Spirit Breaker.
Maybe this 5 Enigma is actually so the Brood versus Naga matchup. Players like to have the Naga versus Brood in lane and in game and stuff like that. So, and you usually want to have like a backup of a strong support. Enigma not the strongest 5, so maybe Tino has a little bit of a better time than usual as this Brood up top versus Naga.
Yeah, I can see that.
Maybe.
All right, trades for the runes. Ends up going the favor of Secret. So
all right,
we're gonna head to the lanes. Dude, I am really excited for this mid matchup. The Armel, Earthshaker, Enchant Totem level 1, just gonna start bonking his own creeps for denies. I guess you have Orb to secure range creep at least, but you can't secure every creep.
No. Gotta be honest, I've never seen a Puck versus Earthshaker matchup, so I don't feel like it's going to be like that incredible for the Earthshaker. I think Puck's going to be able to get his own, but there's probably like some good denies, of course, that Armel's going to be able to get in comparison.
2 way bad.
Yep. One thing is that you can shove the wave a little harder as a Puck, and obviously always get the effective like trade hits onto him. So we'll see how it ends up going, and let's see how. I'm going to be looking at top as well too, because I feel like Tino's going to do pretty okay up here versus Enigma.
Yeah. You went Boa first to secure creeps. Interesting.
Yeah, I think we've seen that quite a bit of times actually now.
Yeah.
Secure range creep. It used to be more annoying as well too. It was a 25% slow level 1. Got nerfed hard.
Yeah, that was something else. It was like you get galed almost. It was rough.
It was very rough. the fact that it does that plus gives like attack bonus and stuff like that is it was nuts.
All right. Well, the bottom lane's looking pretty good for Execration as well. They did manage to zone off damage pretty heavily here, as well as FBZ. He's forced to salve and follows. This is just kind of what Bloodseekers tend to do. It seems like they get like a slight early advantage to land, and then just get the free farm and sustain with Thirst.
Yeah, sustain with Thirst and hero. Like ET is kind of like probably one of the better ones that you can just body these heroes. Make sure Palos is nice and speedy. Armel's okay. Right. Or Shaker definitely, I guess. So that's a pretty good matchup here. Very cool. Takes the Fissure 3.
Okay, so didn't go 0-4-4. My
Thank God.
prediction ruined. Yeah,
Thank
no,
God.
it's like clearly not the right play. It would have been funny, but it would have been very bad for the game. Yeah, I don't think he puts more than like maybe a couple points into it.
I wish I'd have these translations. I'm like, I think Armel just like kind of he forced Bob to go top rune, but I think Bob could have maybe been efficient and gotten both the runes. I think that might have been the taunt right there. He's knows he's winning this matchup 14-6.
Yeah, right. You can do the orb. Do you need the boots for the orb into double rune?
I think you do, unless you're like already. Yeah, you probably do in most situations.
Yeah, overall, I mean, his mid lane's looking great. 60-6.
Yep, big denies.
Pretty good on the last hits.
Yep. Top Shanks. He'll be able to get away.
All right, very close, but.
I think Crystallis, if you skill net at level 4, that's probably going to give them some potential kills up here, so maybe that's what he wants to do.
You can see that, definitely, yeah.
Yep. We're seeing, I mean, this time, FBZ, we saw earlier today, DM versus this matchup, he actually was lasting really good with the backup of the Coddle. Not the case this time around. They're actually even missing secured range creeps with the blast. Palos is killing this bottom lane.
Yeah, he is super farmed.
And this is pre-level 3 even on ET, so securing the lane kind of perfectly for him.
He doesn't have a hard camp stack like what we saw earlier.
True.
For like play around, but I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to stack it himself.
Yeah, I saw he started with double sentry. He hasn't actually used any of them, so probably wants to, but I imagine Yamich is making sure he blocks most out. 25-7 on the Shaker.
We'll be able to stack this. Oh, he actually missed the stack by a quarter second. Never mind.
Damage. Onto Yamich.
Dude, these lanes, I feel like it's gonna be kind of similar to there was in one of our previous games where like nothing happens for like the first 5 minutes and then suddenly it's a bloodbath. Like heroes are gonna get levels and everyone's gonna start dying. And speaking of which, Palos in the bottom lane, blood grenade, but
not enough.
Not enough.
He's baiting. He has one.
Thank you, Thirst.
Yeah. How's the mids looking? Both look to be, even though there's 9 denies, Bob is actually not that bad on the experience department.
Radiant structures are fortified.
So much damage from Puck, just like this illusory orb spam.
Yeah. Not too shabby, even though Armel is winning that matchup. We'll definitely see them move around 6s onto mid. Palos continues to try to get aggressive. Helps his buddy try to block camps. Yamich doing an excellent job down here versus the ET. He's been consistently blocking camps, making sure he can't abuse the spirit.
That is really, really, really smart. And Armel being so low in the mid lane is just giving Paulo so much.
Yeah. He is zooming, getting all of these 34-7 to 17 on the breaker. Naga is getting slowed down quite a bit more.
Yeah, compared to Tino, who's doing pretty decent. Like, not really struggling too much in the lane. Has the 2 points in the spin web now. Got the casual Bracer Wraith band, so plenty of sustain for him.
Looks like he's going to maybe go down right-click route. If he's going down this, he's got Tread queued up, so.
Threads into the good old Echo Saber.
Yep. Looks like mid.
I love that build.
Armel, he's about to hit the 6. Yamich is positioned in there.
Getting just, like, casually echoed on the creep wave from, like, a level 6 Shaker is so sick.
Once top, it's a haste. Shanks is there for it. So they double-check the rune. Secret did not. They have an Enigma, so they can't. Bob, we'll get a haste.
That's nice. Good rotations from the supports.
Yep. Right, FBZ bashing Palos, I think 3 times in a row. Palos a bit low.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He's got Healing Lotus and the Wand, so I think he's not too worried here.
No.
But if he keeps getting bashed like that,
I'm telling you, dude, I'm telling you, he's tip bashing him every hit. Look at this. Paulo's like, what?
He's like, what is happening? Oh my god.
They're both just looking at this. But one of these two is going to die in a second.
Dude, if he gets the bash, Paulos is dead. There's a charge. He's forced to pop. Oh, the chain stun, but there it is. The Wand plus the Lotus. It's enough. The Scatter Blast actually misses. Oh, the sleep into the blood right. Yamich.
First blood? Oh, yeah, nothing's happened.
7 minutes into the game. There it is.
Okay, Paulos.
It was good bait by the Bloodseeker. He had a lot of stacks.
And he got the Lotus off pre-charge stun, so just in case of anything, he gets that, and I think the Wand off too, so has a survivability. Now they're making the move up top. Bob's making it.
Okay. I mean, Tino doesn't have insatiable hunger, but they've trapped the Naga in place for the moment. The telekinesis back, and in comes the Elder Titan. He just needs one attack, but the Echo from Armel dunks him down. Tino does get insatiable. Actually get some attacks off. He's looking good, but oh my gosh, Puck gets caught FBZ on the charge. Nicely done.
Bob went too far. He tried to finish off the Naga Siren, but he actually put himself into a world of hurt. Armel with the rotation. Gets an Echo Slam. Doesn't cleanly connect, but the riffs of the actual Echo does quite a bit of damage. Ends up doing 50.
Yeah. Didn't they increase the radius on that not that long ago?
Not this E patch, but I think in 3.3 or whatever it was.
Yeah.
One of these 3.3 patches. Quite large. But he got bumped a lot.
Bottom lane. Rupture's up for Paulos, so you can very easily see him make a Rupture player get an extra rotation to his lane.
This was a very reminiscent move of the last game from Bob and Armel. Bob makes a rotation, it doesn't work, and Armel makes the move, and it does work. Bob hampering his game quite a bit.
And dude, look at the Shaker's net worth compared. Like he's got a bottled regen as well, but he is a full 1,200 gold above the Puck or more.
And I'm so happy that I'm seeing the blink is queued up. I'm not a fan of these. I mean, you don't see it too often, but I've seen these Aghanims rushes and stuff like that. I don't really like it in most games.
It's fun to play, but you really just need the blink. You need the blink Echo.
Yeah. Top Crystallis, they're looking for another aggressive move, Puppy.
Yeah, Paulos gets the Rupture. He's looking for him and trying to TP on home. It's gonna work.
Yep, and even get checks.
He just died to the illusions.
Illusions and
Puppy
Eidolons.
hits him with 3-point Malefice.
Yeah. Medallion plus Illusions and Eidolons. And now Tino, he's having to take a pretty long walk.
Dude, he is in a really bad spot here. I mean, he's not going to die, but he is just in the middle of nowhere.
This is a funny position to be. Paulos, he's going to go back toward bottom.
Yeah, not the best use of the first Rupture. It does give a little bit of space to FBZ, who's now keeping top with the charge. Looking for a hero opening here. Yamich, obviously, not close to that level 6.
He echoed. He tried for him.
Oh, no. Oh, top lane.
Lag.
They're looking for Broodmother, and they got him. Dude, did he actually just try to echo the Puck mid?
Yeah, he did, and it just didn't work. And then everyone else is lag. I love it. And it seems incredibly friendly with each other, of course, playing on multiple iterations of teams together and whatnot. Armel versus his buddies. Rune, he's gonna be top again.
Have either of the cores got a power rune this game? Oh, I guess just the regen, but
just the regen. Yeah.
Both the other ones. Yeah.
And how is the? I actually didn't even get to see the wisdom rune exchange. That was my fault. It was a 1-for-1.
It's so easy to just overlook that, especially with all the other stuff that's going on.
There's too much on the left side of my screen. And we need that, maybe move stuff. Get it all over the place. I want to see the text everywhere. Bob, looks like he's been stacking his hard camp. I believe it was it him stacking it or the ET? I believe it was him mostly, but ET got one too. So recovering slightly on farm, but a big disparity between him and Armel. Armel is very close to blink. That's like a free kill every time. If Tino is not careful with spiders, he's just instantly dead to Echo Slams.
Oh my gosh, I forgot. I mean, of course he picks this into the Broodmother. I'm sitting here who's gonna be his Echo target? Of course it's the Broodmother.
Yeah. Yeah, he'll have it very early, and it will one-shot. Tino will have to start doing some, spider micros, marine micro, if you want to call it, or whatever. Armel's actually getting a fair bit of damage on mid tower, and Bob's too low to actually punish.
He is top net worth on this mid shaker. Yeah, he is farming super well.
He's doing very well, very well. Top tower.
They did bring everyone top here for the tower, so it kind of works.
Hey, Armel just continues to hit mid though. Yeah, half HP, and that's the blink. Feels like for him, it's just going to be constant movement around the map. He's got kill threat all over.
Okay, I need you to take a moment here.
Yo,
Puppy is almost level 8 and has a solar crest.
sounds like Puppy. Farming. Eidolon farm.
Oh my god.
This is old school Puppy things when he used to just only play junglers, if you remember that, right? He just.
Oh yeah, I learned from him. That was why I literally studied his Enigma jungle way back in the day and used it to just grind.
There was times when he'd even play, like, if everything was banned, he played Lycan jungle. This is obviously like 12 years ago or something like that, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's still, I mean, he definitely knows how to farm this, man. He always has. And he's gotten like the 2 assists too for his kills, and didn't end up dying actually top. They played it like kind of passive and chilled. They let Execration be the ones to overextend, and definitely set up Puppy in a good spot. And he's always very greedy. I mean, he's Puppy.
Yeah, he's just farming the triangle instead of his core. It's just like, this is my area of the map, thank you.
Yeah, he does farm them pretty effectively, I guess, in a way with the Eidolon and Solar Crest. Maybe not the Ancient so much.
Yeah, the slam kind of killing his creeps there was a little rough.
Yeah.
Either way, he's having a good game.
Yep.
He'll continue to farm really well. And Armel, he's looking for the brood. And unfortunately for him, he's got no spiders there.
He's got the kobold. Oh no!
Oh,
No
he thought
spiders.
there was an army. Oh no, Armel. He's gonna pop the shielder and try and TP on out, but a stolen fissure.
Oh no.
Yep. It was only a matter of time. And Armel is gonna go down.
Tip him, Tino. That was a hell of a bait. He got the kobold though, but there was no
Did get
spider
the kobold.
army. No spider army. Tino with a very, very good read of where Armel wants to go.
Prospecting aura down.
Yep. That's a lot of downtime. Echo Slam, it's gotten changed a little bit, but the cooldown still level 1 is quite painful when you do end up whiffing it as Execration find themselves a big opening here. Bob is now just farming back up, almost caught up with the Earthshaker. That was smart there from Tino.
Man, they definitely had no idea about the Blink Dagger, too. That was just like a good guess.
He just knew. He's like, this guy wants me. I mean, they know Armel. They know he's bloodthirsty.
It just smoked off the map. They're like, all right, he's got to have it, guys. He's somewhere.
Oh, in the meanwhile, Palos is keeping it in a good comfortable, I would say, like a comfortable position to be in versus a Nagasarn. This is kind of how you want to play. You want to be like slightly ahead, especially going into the mid game.
Yeah. What we saw earlier, not ideal.
No.
Right? Like, the Bloodseeker was like 4K behind at the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, if it's like 15 minutes and you're like even behind as a Bloodseeker versus a Naga, the game is probably a little concerning. Yeah, secret downtime. Looks like they're gonna smoke. They have kisses and hole available. Who do they go for here? Probably maybe you get rid of the Rubik just to get rid of him from having fissure. Actually, not horrible.
Yeah, I actually kind of like that. And he is in a rough spot. There's the blink in and the fissure to follow. Yeah, we'll go the way of Puppy. So a nice pick off there.
Don't have to commit literally anything either. So
yeah,
turn it into a tower here. Execration looking for their own tower though. Bobby's gonna hit mid. Got Abeng next to him.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
You're getting a lot out of the map right now on Execration. Like, you've had this Bloodseeker who just farmed like a tri-stack on the Ancients, cleared out the triangle, and you have this Broodmother who is just free farming top now. So, yeah, you lose a tier 1 bottom, but it's not the end of the world, I feel like.
No, I think both teams are actually getting like kind of both what they want. Like, they're both sitting back, just like kind of content. Of course, Armel not happy with his first or his second commitment of that Echo Slam, but both content with farming. Maybe Execration slightly happier when they're able to sit back.
Oh, they caught the brew. Does he black hole this? And they'll just commit the Mortimer Kisses, and a charge in from FPZ should be enough. So, well played there. The black hole onto the spiders as they are about to kill him. So, that is something. Yeah, you just set the spider army on him with Boa, and they almost killed Puppy. So, that's,
That's
black hole down, I guess.
Such a Puppy play, so greedy. Okay.
Okay. That's something.
Oh, yeah, Execration, they're going to have BKB on Palos, and now they'll know that there's no black hole, so perhaps he's going to look to force some things here, too. That's interesting. I don't know what to say.
Dire are scanning.
Armel's looking for his next Echo kill here. He wants it bad.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Arcane Rune mid. All right, that will definitely help with the cooldown.
Yeah. He's still level 1 Echo, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel great having to use it the second time with that long cooldown. I guess it only drops like 10, but... Blink now. Up. He's
That's good.
completely caught up. He's ahead of the Earthshaker now, actually, and Puppy's actually catching up to his Earthshaker.
The Witchblade blink, man. It's a lot of damage.
It is.
Like, you can just do anything you want.
And once you get levels, 2 more levels, once he's 13, you'll have max phase shift on Bob, so he'll be able to get out of harm's way in most situations with the phase blink. Bristol is still farming well, but Palos keeping it up, keeping like a nice little 900,000 gold ahead.
Casually bonks an ET on his way to the top lane. Good stuff. So, being that this is a core Spirit Breaker, he is actually going to be kind of scary. Like, this is a hero that can do a lot with items. And speaking of which, we'll go for the Nether Strike here onto the ET. Puppy will get in range with the Malefice. The Solar Crest is there. This ET has no way out of this one.
Another
grab himself his...
Puppy, my goodness. Securing the last hits. Yeah,
Yes.
Spirit Breaker always, if he's able to get farm, always threatening. I mean, you only need like this. It gets obviously better if you're able to get your Octarine and whatnot, but Phase and Shadow Blade, that's like, you've unlocked your peak, one of your peaks.
Dude, yeah, it's so true. I mean, it feels so good when you get late game on Spirit Breaker and you're just charging every like 6 seconds, clearing creep waves.
It's great to play. Playing against it is so toxic.
Oh yeah, it's so miserable.
Because you just don't see him because he Shadow Blades and then the Shadow Blade hit goes through, but it doesn't break the invis because he's just charging through and then he's just invisibly clearing creep waves constantly. So, yeah, that hero has great late game potential. Smoke up, arm out. Level 2 Echoes online. I believe a mech was just picked up from Yamich, so they're feeling strong into a fight. But Execration, I believe, is ready to fight also. That BKB, it's done on Palos.
Yeah. I mean, does he have the damage alone? I mean, with Yamich, it's nice, but you can definitely BKB on the Bloodseeker between the stuns. It is so much harder to chain stun on Earthshaker now. He's looking for him. The Echo is going to come through, and the Fissure, it does connect. Okay, no hesitation at all.
Very well worth it. Great setup. Palos did not see that one coming. Do they get out? That's the question now. Execration, they're looking to kind of sandwich
Ward
them
will
here.
scout. So you get the blink out on the Shaker. Yamich might not be as lucky, as the puck is here. Put him to sleep. The orb will come through. Earth Splitter off the mark, but I feel like this
is awkward.
They blinked far away. They know that the heroes are coming back, and Armel grabs Shank, double enchant totem for the kill. The charge out from FBZ catches the Elder Titan. They end up cleaning up big.
Huge. Massive moves. I mean, Execration, they missed a bunch of spells there. They didn't want to commit Coil to just go for the Snapfire. They wanted a core kill, and Secret, they made it there to help. Puppy, he's found team
The
up.
Soul Black Hole, he's got the Brood, the charging from FBZ, they need a little bit more, the blinking from Armel's got him! Dude, no way, just a casual glimmer.
They have no follow-up. I mean, it's a Coil that connects on 3, but there's no one else there. 5k lead, I mean, Secret started to make some really big moves with their ults, and they're layering them nicely. Even the Black Hole and Spiders didn't get punished. Like, nothing got punished, really, as they get the perfect connection here. Even Coil now on cooldown, so Execration can't make an aggressive move.
There's been a lot of good space for Chrysalis as well. I mean, he is now finally top of the net charts, which is where you want to be on the Naga Siren going into this mid game.
Yep.
You definitely don't want to be behind the Bloodseeker.
The Secret's making the better moves again in this early game, at the least.
How this ET is so poor.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Up.
Oh, that was nice. Dodges out a lot there. Does get the Arcane Rune, but the chain stuns anyway. He's dead. Oh no. Tino trying to chase down Yamich on the backside. We'll catch him as a nice rupture comes through from Palos as well, holding down this Earthshaker, but he is tanky. BKB gonna come through. They're trying to get this ET. Armel will fall. FBZ trying to run away, but Chrysalis is here. They get the ensnare, but the BKB still protecting him from now. Tino will be forced to pop his own as Chrysalis now on the run. Shanks has a stolen charge. Okay.
Pretty decent.
Not bad. Earth Splitter comes through, grabs FBZ. Nice mortar kisses from Yamich, but Execration getting the better of that fight this time.
The charge, honestly, making the difference at the end. I was like, uh-oh, Execration's just going to get no kills here. They're just going to lose Bob for free again, but charge comes through. Nicely done from Shanks. Good steal. Bob is definitely struggling, though. Chain stun a couple times now. They're catching him.
Yeah. Chrysalis needs to be a little bit careful. The charging from Rubik does get the Manta dodge there, though, and the cookie back the other way. Okay. Less danger than I thought.
Chrysalis turning up. Now his heart's going to be finished. He's getting involved a little bit with the kills. Secret. Very nice pressure moves.
And this Solar Crest combined with the Riptide is doing serious work.
Yeah, Puppy's itemization is nice. Glimmer to get the sneak as well, too. mouse issue. Looks like we're having a lot of mic issues earlier. And that was what, Execration showing up with double BKB timing. We get 2 trade kills, but it wasn't the cleanest by any means.
Yeah, I think Tino disassembled mid-fight. Like I thought he was trying to play around it, and it was like, I'm falling too low.
Yep.
Goes for the disassemble, pops the BKB. It was quite nice.
Big kill as they got Armel, right? Armel did go down after revealing Ags.
See what we can do. Dude, Gossamer Cape is pretty dang good. Let's go.
Gossamer, I actually was checking to see if they got any on the side of Execration, because that's actually one of the better items versus Earthshaker. He dodged the big totem hit.
Yeah.
That's even kind of cool, but he didn't grab one at least. And it looks like Puppy set up for Tormentor also now with his team. Should be able to secure this one for free.
Nicely done. Ooh, Puppy. Okay. So, free shard there for Yamich. That's a great one. Honestly,
like
just allows this hero to farm so much faster.
Yep. Might make you miss a couple cookies, though, in the fights. Because now it like pushes you that much far over them in some situations.
Yeah.
But still a nice shard. Always a good one to have. Yeah, similar, it feels like, to the last game.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was as soon as I saw, like, you pointed out the fact that they had like a 5k lead all of a sudden, I'm like, this does feel like last game, right? They have a ton of kills over them. They're kind of starting to pull a little further away.
The supports are farmed as well, too. Very similar to last time, how they were both really big. Similar stuff so far. Easy. Uh-oh.
That's a rupture, and it does. He does have the bulldoze. I mean, Armel could turn. He just instantly BKBs. He does not want to get caught here. They actually managed to catch Puppy, and Earthsplitter does come through. He could go for the black hole, but Shanks is waiting. He knows if you throw this... Oh, instead Armel dunks him, and a black hole's going to come out now. You've caught Tino on the backside. His BKB is available. Does have Insatiable Hunger. A nice coil on the 4. Tino might be able to turn this. He's pretty tanky for the moment, looking for his opening. They managed to do well, and Palos, he's back. He's all falling on the side of Secret. A nice song here will allow them to just disengage, but what a turnaround. And
Puppy,
Bob's not done. Oh, he finds him. Puppy, the Glimmer Cape. He thought he'd get out, but nope. Bob will continue the chase. Into the trees he goes.
He's thirsted.
Yeah, he's thirsted. He can't escape. And Gossamer Cape does not protect you against Witchblade.
What a connection of spells overall there. The stomp catching initially onto the Puppy, and Puppy just kind of panicking, looking for this opportunity to get a black hole. Then they insta-kill the Rubik. I think he had spiders on him, near him. He just died instantly to the Echo, but 4-man coil. That was kind of beautiful there to let this Bloodseeker get in.
It's like a 4-hero Blood Right and just completely re-heals back to full. And Paulus is in pretty deep here. Needs to be careful. There's going to be the ensnare. Bob is somewhat close, but Bloodseeker is falling super low. The cookie off the mark. Paulus just sidesteps it, and now Armel, he's looking for his opening. Might not find it. Chrysalis still pretty strong here on the front side. Telekinesis, he's trying to bring him down with the illusions and might be able to. Scatterblast both directions. FBZ takes down the Elder Titan. Another cookie off the mark. Shanks gets it himself. He's trying to just hobble away, but finally will fall behind the towers to grab the tier 1 as well.
Good persistence from Secret, punishing BKB cooldown in particular. Palos has to just run reset. Nice aggression.
That was sick.
This is fun. Very nice little back and forth plays. We have teams playing around cooldowns nicely. Poppy's decided what item he wants to go for next. He's going for an optimistic one, trying to protect his black hole versus Rubik. Actually going for Lincoln's.
I mean, it's a good option, right?
Yeah, cool. Chrysalis, he's going to do the Nullifier route versus the Bloodseeker that we saw from earlier, too. And now we're seeing, he's scaling. He is continuing to get that good farm. I'm impressed that Palos is keeping it right so close with Crystallis, even though Crystallis is having, I feel like, a little more freedom with the way his team is getting all these set up and plays. Palos is just keeping that farm so close. This is impressive.
I was going to say, every time I would see the Naga Siren start to pull away, like, Palos just somehow creeps his way back in.
Yeah, and he's 18, so
yeah,
got that 2-level advantage.
Hard top lane. On to FBZ. They don't get the sentry down in time. I mean, this is exactly what you're talking about, right? These Shadowblade charges into the wave where you just clear the wave, maybe clip a hero and run away. Super annoying.
He has to be a little worried, though, because in these pro games, they're a lot more set up for it. You can see the 2 supports very at the ready with the sentry, so does have to be a little cautious. Now he has Octarine, though, so can be a little bit more obnoxious, but does have to be a little careful some of these times. Now Bulldoze is permanent though, pretty much, with the cooldown talent plus Octarine. And Execration, they're gonna smoke. They're gonna look to take a hit here.
See what they can find here.
Nullifier
I don't
is
have any
finished.
vision on the backside. Is it really? Oh boy. Okay. It's a good timing for them.
Puppy, I mean, well, Secret got some really good wards over here in the meantime, too. Very deep ones. Alos, inching forward.
They got a good ward themselves. They happen to see the right hero. I mean, FBZ would not be bad. Rupture, but he gets the bulldoze.
He does.
So
he gets it off.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a mistake maybe by the ET.
That was the same frame. Yeah, maybe it was a mistake from ET revealing. It was literal same frame. He got the bulldoze off, and now Integration probably likely to reset.
And he's just going to charge. He grabs the puck, a second bash into the telekinesis save, though, so Shanks will get him out.
But he's low now, Bob. Half HP to start the fight. A little awkward for Execration. Rupture's still down 35.
Okay, I did not know that you could do this. He's locking the Lotus so it doesn't stack his inventory.
It only goes, yeah, you can infinitely stack them up.
That's pretty cool. I mean, bashes after bashes onto the Brood. They're looking for Chrysalis here, who's in pretty far, but Puppy just playing on the backside. You do have this Spirit. Will finally come to an end. A nice charge through. There's going to be the coil. The Mortimer Kiss is coming as well. And here it is. Puppy looking for his opportunity, but you're going to be able to take down Tino.
I mean, look at Palos. He's just running around his BKB doing
30
nothing.
HP. He's actually light, but yeah, there it is. The Ensnare comes through. They get the charge. The Nether Strike back. Execration not connecting onto anything here. Secret still have a lot left in the tank. Fissure actually off the mark, but Armel continuing to chase FBZ with the charge as well. They'll grab themselves a second kill here.
And they don't even have to use Echo. They don't have to use Black Hole. Palos BKBs, coil hit nothing, and then he's running after chasing the Enigma, and he can't even hit him once. I don't think he auto-attacked him a single time with BKB. Super awkward fight for Execration. Secret smashed that one, and now they're set up for Roshan.
Yeah, this is really sick. And they should be able to get this pretty easy with the Naga Siren.
Oh yeah, Solar Crest, Naga
Solar
Siren.
Crest, yeah.
Easy.
Oh my goodness. Well, if they scan it, they know what's happening, of course, but the question is whether or not you can do anything about it. 2 heroes still dead. They're going to get it before they respawn, so Butterfly, the next item for Chrysalis. Seems like a pretty good option.
Yep. Only thing he has to do now at this point is address tanking the Bloodseeker and the Broodmother, so...
And the Brood felt like it didn't do anything either. Like,
no.
Puppy just like glimmer caped and walked away from the Brood, and then he gets like bashed by the Spirit Breaker. It's like the entire BKB durations were spent.
I mean, the whole way everything started was so awkward for the side of Execration, right? They rupture the Bulldoze and they coil nothing. Bob starts the fight half HP, so great little play there from Secret to poke and prod onto this puck.
They double Wisdom Runes them as well.
Oh.
Smoked up in the bottom lane. This would be a massive kill. The smoke pops.
It's an Aegis, though.
Yeah, it is an Aegis. Is it not worth going for, though? It's like they will just give it up.
He's just so tanky. You'd have to commit perhaps so much that they just get everything else to follow up. He gets all the info. Crystal's understanding his power this time on the Naga.
I guess they also just have no idea where the rest of them are. Okay, that's a nice kill if they can finish him off. The silence is there. The BKB out from Tino, the cookie away. Does he have the damage? It looks like he should. Tino grabs the kill. Charge on the backside will connect onto the Bloodseeker, but actually okay for the moment thanks to the song. Palos will get caught from the Nether Strike, does have his own BKB. Bob searching on the backside, trying to find Armel. The Echo connects, he just gets popped. There's going to be the Rupture onto the Earthshaker, but Bloodseeker taking a ton of damage here from Chrysalis, tries to pop his BKB, chase down Yamich, gets the kill, gets a lot of health back as well. Puck is back into this game off of the buyback. He's trying to get active. Another charge is just going to clip him on the backside. The coil will connect onto the Spirit Breaker, but the Bulldoze absorbing a lot of this cooldown, but FBZ might eventually fall here. Armel pops the Rubik, but he is in really deep himself. Palos, he's caught. Beautiful plays from him, but Armel not be able to make it out. Tino doing some heavy lifting on the Broodmother this fight, and now you're all alone on Chrysalis.
I mean, Tino's doing all the damage in the world.
Yeah, okay. Enigma coming back with Black Hole. They will scout the TP. They scout the TP, actually. He gets the silence. Enigma not be able to help him here for a moment. The ET trying to just go and hold this Broodmother down. He is just taking up so much here with the Insatiable Hunger, but Chrysalis is doing pretty good work, and there it is, the Black Hole. The silence will come through to help him, but it's not fast enough. It's going to be Secret finding the big fights here, as now Elder Titan will fall. Double kill for the Naga Siren, and Bob has to run.
Has to run, and can he get away? Nullifier should be able to get himself out. Chrysalis, I think he really wants blood, though. Can't quite get him. What a fight. Great little, I mean, good buyback there from Bob to get them some to the trades there. Tino being the one that does the most damage in the fight there as his Broodmother. But Puppy respawns. And Chrysalis just too tanky.
Yeah. I mean, that does give I would say maybe some signs of hope for the side of Execration. Like, they take that fight into the Aegis, and it didn't look that bad. It looked pretty decent, and, you know, depending on the itemization, if this Broodmother can get some more farm, like, it'd be a pretty substantial hero this game. He's queued up the Nullifier. He's tired of Puppy in this freaking Glimmer Cape bottom lane. They catch the puck once again, and bash after bash. Oh my lord, FBZ. Got the Kayayasha now.
And that's now a long death. That's 90 seconds. And Bob, he's struggling quite a bit. He got the one nice coil up top, but besides that, Armel, he's kind of had his number. That last fight, he solo killed him. Just echoed, committed pretty much everything onto this puck, and Bob forced to buy back. Chrysalis now, full Butterfly. He's got Elven Tunic too. They've got no True Strike.
Who needs Aghanim Scepter when you get Octarine, Kayayasha? He also gets the Elven Tunic as well. So, I mean, he is zooming at 1500 MS across the map at this point. So
just hits 20 as well, too. Chrysalis is going to get Rupture.
They get the Rupture. There's no Black Hole either, but a little bit afraid to go in. I mean, Tino taking a ton of damage already. Oh, nice Fissure, though, yeah. Stops that. A lot of spells just committed here. EKBs are still available for the side of the Execration.
It looks like
you've got to address this high ground.
It looks like he wanted to try to like commit onto Chrysalis on the high ground, but wasn't able to be the case.
What a timing on that stomp, but I don't know if you can get out of here on the ET. He's just going to get chain stunned up. FBZ falling low. The chase continues, but he's just so fast, and now Tino has to turn around and run. Another ensnare, the jump in from Armel, but a great fissure from Shanks to buy maybe a little bit of space. But the Echo, never mind. Armel not letting them get out of town.
He's like, no way. You're not walking away after that. Fissures are being a little annoying, but they can't actually commit for any kill. Secret.
Oh, FBZ with the tart. It's like 2,000 MS. The Nether Strike to follow. The chain stuns are there. 69 seconds without your Bloodseeker, without a buyback. You will lose this mid lane of Barracks. Luckily, they have their tier 2s, but it's not hard for FBZ to clear the waves.
Yeah, they can just walk right there. They're all full health. Everyone's super healthy. Damaged Greaves, keeping everybody topped off. I think they can, if they wanted to, they could look to keep going.
Yeah, I think you're right. Dude, I mean, this Spearbreaker is such a massive problem now.
It's massive support. I mean, support's even quite large too. And seeing Bob's game, it's completely stagnated. Two supports about to surpass him. If you get already. And this time, Crystal's definitely turning up.
No, I mean, every single time. You catch anyone, Armel with the follow-up. That's going to be a dead ET, so no Earth Splitter to actually cancel the Enigma Black Hole.
This was more Secret, like this time, just playing it cleaner, making nicer calls in the mid-game, and it's absolutely worked. They got Chrysalis a lot more involved this game, too. 7-0 and 11. Great to see.
They don't have a top wave there, but not the end of the world. They'll eventually find it.
Oh, FBZ will go up there in 2 seconds or something like that. Not even. And they're all still hacking around the area. They have everything. Now Black Hole's even back available.
And Puppy actually pretty much has a Blink Dagger if he wants.
Yeah,
so
definitely go down that route.
Much more difficult now to avoid the Black Hole.
Chrysalis even has a Hex, more control. I mean, Bob, he's definitely struggled this game versus the Earthshaker's advantage. And now it's even more layers.
Where are we at on this Bloodseeker? Just Mjolnir. That charge? It's not going to make it in time.
It's going to be close!
Wait! Oh my god!
Jesus.
I guess never underestimate how much movement speed Spearbreaker can have.
He's in full Ferrari mode. Execration all sticking together up top here. Shanks still has Fissure looking to try to set up and catch someone off guard. It's the only way they have a chance in fights is if they start with a number advantage somehow. Fight's still going to be pretty damn impossible, but let's see if they can make magic happen again.
mean, are they trying to like sneak the Roche? Like they know it's not up. Hoping maybe to find something back there. Paulos will find Armel. They have the stolen fissure, but you got to find more. He's protected by the Lincolns. Aeon just will pop on Shank, but a nice charge through from FBZ. He ends up catching the Bloodseeker. The black hole's there. He is dead. Shanks has his own black hole, but never gets a chance to use it. And it's just going to be the Elder Titan on the run. The catch is just too easy for Secret as they claim themselves 3.
They played it smart. They brought everybody. They're like, okay, mid and bottom are pushing. Secret's like, the way we throw this game is if we just give up chain kills or something. They bring everybody. All 5 are there. Puppy gets the black hole. Doesn't care if it's stolen. That should be the final one. And even bottom, Bob.
This is not easy to get away from. This hero is so annoying. At the base, Tino will pop the BKB, Insatiable Hunger, try and just chase down Puppy, but again, the Lotus, he's just so tanky.
Way too strong. Rupture
will come out. I mean, that's nice. Song of the Siren, though, for the reset, and Bloodseeker, he does have a BKB to play around, but another strike is available from FBZ, and Paulos, I don't know how you get out of this one. Oh, the Echo, baby, you don't. That's the answer. The GG will fall, and Secret tied the series 1-1.
Very cool. And I mean, with a similar strat that they did a month ago, I guess, right? The Earthshaker mid, they did it with Mage. When he was playing for them, it worked. Armel, the 1 Echo top, yeah, got baited a little bit by Tino, but besides that, really well played game as this Earthshaker. A much cleaner game. I mean, Secret, they played this one with little to no mistakes after they got that advantage.
Yeah, it looked like the lanes initially, up until like 10-15 minutes, was like pretty chill. Like there wasn't like a substantial advantage for any team. But yeah, it was that post 15-minute mark. Chrysalis starts finding some more items, gets involved. And yeah, Armel with the Aghanim Scepter and the Blink Dagger coming through. The first Echo, obviously not, or the first Blink reveal, not great. But after that, it didn't matter. He did so much work.
Yeah, this was actually really nice. Really nice to see. Bob, he definitely, like that coil whiff top kind of like started the downfall of them when he got only the 2 illusions. Paulos commits in with BKB. They're just running around panicking and they lose that fight miserably, really.
Yeah.
That was the real big start of the massive decline for them. In Secret, they played this one cool. They picked this Naga Siren. They get their Enigma versus this counter of the Brood. And it absolutely works. FBZ on the Spirit Breaker also looks fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, Puppy played an incredible game as well. Like, he found so many good black holes. I would be surprised if we don't see the Enigma removed here at the beginning of the game. But, I mean, this was like the one fight from Execration that we're like, okay, they're back. You know, this might be their game. They get some big kills. They do manage to get on Chrysalis, but they wipe, you know, they get 4 for 1. This was great for them. But
I think this was the right before all this was going down. This was the disaster because the start of the fight is Puck getting charged, brought down to what 700 HP or so. They rupture a bulldoze, and then they're all kind of like retreating and trying to like they're unsure. You know, it's this like double step. They're unsure if they want to go in or back up, and then Secret just commits on them and decimates the fight. And from there, Chrysalis, he has a very free time. He's so big. They get an Aegis and kind of cruise from there. Really well played from Secret today. This one,
man. Yeah, rupturing bulldoze is like the worst feeling. It's gone in like 4 seconds and he just doesn't care. Oh man, but yeah, beautiful game from Secret this time. I mean, they played an amazing game 1 for like 30 minutes and then it just kind of fell apart. But this time, no mistakes. Not going to let that one happen. So we're going to go to a game 3 and the winner again will advance to the group stage. So a lot on the line for both of these teams. We'll see what happens. We'll see you guys in just a moment. We're going to go to a quick break and we'll be back with game 3 of Execration versus Secret. We'll see you then.
مستمتع وتلاقي الوجبة جاية على الأصول يجيك العيش هش طالع من الأوفن والدجاج يقرمش just the way I love it وتسوي كده وتسوي كده وتسوي كده مع الحشمة وانت تبغى راب خفيف اجيب تويستر انا اجيب لي وجبة الزنجر بس كله يجيب اكسترا تشيز على الكرانشي تشيكن في السنتر حطلب باكت حطلب زنجر حطلب مايتي حطلب تويستر جيب له باكت جيب له زنجر جيب له الأصلي جيب له تويستر delicious
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Riyadh Masters as we are into the thick of it. As the final day of the evening. It is Team Secret versus Execration, game number 3. And boy, we've had some pretty fun games. Like Secret looking much better in game number 2, though.
Yeah, I mean, they looked good in game 1 for the first 20 minutes. This one, they looked good until the end of it. So this one, they just like they cleared up a little bit of mistakes that they had in that mid game, better decision making, and yeah, this one looked a lot better, a lot cleaner from them. Puppy playing as Enigma looked nice, actually. A lot of assists. Him and Yamich were very, very involved with almost everything too. So overall, better game from them. Team play.
Yeah, I agree. I'm going to be surprised if we see the Enigma make it through that opening phase of the draft. Like we've seen a lot of teams start to prioritize it. Even into the Rubik, it just didn't matter. Like he couldn't find a good steal. There was just this Spirit Breaker constantly charging, making complete chaos in the back of these fights, and it was great.
Yeah, I mean the two supports really didn't feel like they got off the floor at all on the side of Execration. And most of that game it felt like it kind of snowballed out of control there, where 1 or 2 bad plays there, 1 or 2 bad spell usages from the puck, and yeah, the Naga Siren, the control of the map, the farm that they're getting from splitting up with Spirit Breaker, just overwhelming. So let's see what we get, because I think this is what we all expected is 3 games when it's Execration and Secret playing right now, because they're pretty volatile. I mean, both teams, it's very tough to really say if they're going to play clean or if they're going to play like sloppy and stuff like that. So very appropriate we get this 3rd game, and definitely looking forward to see what we're going to get, how much battles we're going to get. It's going to be slow, fast.
Either way, it should be entertaining.
Yep.
That's what I like about these teams. They're definitely entertaining for sure. We'll see the Clockwork Chen removed. Nothing new there. It's going to be these second bans that I'm most curious about. Secret, again, having first pick. So probably going to leave that Enigma ban up to Execration.
It's actually so I love when I just see that when the games, when Dota gets down to the point where it's not like this is the most broken hero, this needs to be 100% banned. Like, you know, these Morphlings and, you know, the Lina Major, you know, and all that kind of stuff. Like, that was a little bit annoying. When I see this and I see it's like you're banning because a team is very comfortable with this, a team is very good with this, I love when I see that type of Dota.
Okay, there it is, Beastmaster Enigma.
Yep.
They don't want to deal with either of them.
No.
Nope. Flashback to Tino's 30-minute farming on Beastmaster, you know, classic. But...
very cool.
All right. Leave some other options. Again, the Rubik still in Snapfire, like we saw in the first game. It's just the overall first pick for them. And it looked really good. It did. But we'll see if they go back for it.
See what adjustments we have. There we go.
We do.
Same thing.
I mean, I just love this hero. It's one of my favorite heroes in Dota, and I'm not surprised that it's just getting first pick at this point.
Yep. It has too many uses, honestly. I feel like Snap is... It's always going to have this X factor versus so many heroes. Like, you're amazing now of scaling because of Universal and everything like that. You have great burst versus a lot of squishies in multiple different forms. And then, you have Little Shredder. So you Phoenix removed from the game. Undying, pretty much removed from the game. Makes it very difficult to play, though, so yeah. When this hero got added, I was literally non-stop playing it. I love it.
Yeah. Snapfire has been one of my favorite heroes for a long time. Like, it's just a really cool, fun hero to play. I will say a lot of the new heroes have been really cool and really fun. I think Marcy was the one I liked the least, but like Muerta is awesome. I think Muerta's kit is super cool. Pango is just by far one of the most fun heroes in Dota.
So
Snapfire is super cool. Mars is super cool.
One of my interesting things about like newer heroes that got added, it's that it feels like most of them have super flash farming abilities. So Snaps, Pango, it's Void Spirits, etc. Marcy and Muerta, the two that you listed, those are the two that don't really have as much flash farm. So it's interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. We're gonna get the Darkseer moved up in priority. Cool.
I mean, oh my god, it didn't get banned.
No, it did not. I mean,
I forgot.
Things. They had to take care of other things. So cool.
All right.
This is
well, we'll see what they want to do. Like, you could always just respond with like the safe lane and just pick a hero that really benefits from playing against the dark.
Yeah, I was gonna say you just pick the Bloodseeker here.
Chrysalis Classic.
Yep. It's the lane counter. It's one of the only ones that likes to just sit there and play versus Darkseer. Super strong. Okay, maybe we're gonna get to the point when we get to best of threes where we're gonna see maybe some similar stuff now.
Medusa ban, right?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Medusa has to come out. Naga Siren has to come out.
Oh, I'd imagine that. They're gonna cover their Darkseer now, so they'll ban the Puppy Enchantress.
Good call. Yeah. What are the heroes have been making Darkseer's life pretty rough from the 5?
Ench is one of the best, honestly, because just the dispel of the surge, the take of the wall, the lane is frustrating. It used to be Oracle, but Ench has quickly surpassed that, because Oracle's not as playable. Honestly, the ET didn't look that bad.
That's true. The ET did look pretty good.
I thought it was going to look worse.
Faceless Void.
Okay.
All right. I
That's
mean,
the other one then.
Flashbacks to game 1.
Do they actually take out the Naga? I mean, if you're picking Snap and Bloodseeker, like, banning Naga Siren kind of feels a little bad. Because you have heroes that can address, but do you want to risk? Because I feel like Naga's just going to... Is it worth the risk?
They've even banned out the Primal Beast, so it's definitely on the table here for Execration if they want it.
Interesting that they banned the Primal even when they have Rubik. That's like a big indicator of either an illusion or a Pango, usually.
Ooh, yeah. I keep forgetting about Pango, but into Bloodseekers.
It's just risk. Yeah, that's like a little bit of a sus one. That's why I'm like, eh. Maybe discussing if it is just worth it. This could be that Naga Siren discussion, maybe.
And I just want to see Spear Breaker again. That was fun. Okay,
They'll
ET
take
ban.
out the ET themselves. Okay.
All right, so Execration once again having second pick here. It means they should get the better of the core matchups, ideally, but so far, I mean, the Bloodseeker kind of unaddressed has a pretty decent time, and Snapfire, of course, can still just be flexed, so you don't know exactly where it's going.
They'll actually
the
still ban it.
Oracle,
They'll
wow.
still ban it anyway. I really want to make sure that Tino has a good game then.
Yeah.
All right. I didn't think they'd actually ban it, but...
Team Secrets turn to...
Oh, this is... Oh my god. This is... Oh my god, touches my heart. This is what we used to do all the time. The vacuum ice path.
The vac ice path, yeah. Dude, this is like one of my favorites.
This was our strat for so long in Dignitas. I feel like I'm throwing back way too much or whatever. It's even better, it's even better now. Now that you can just ice path and it sits there, it lingers, right? And you just still you get caught from the whole duration, so... Okay, cool. Jakiro also does provide like the attack speed slow and stuff like that. Can be a little frustrating. Distance to catch maybe Snapfire too. I feel like this hero is dead, but I'm looking forward to see what it can get done because we just don't get to see it. That's what I'm saying. It's dead. It just doesn't get picked. Not that it's like horrible, but
it is definitely kind of a lane dominator in some essences. Like if you don't have anything to remove, like Dual Breath or Liquid Fire, but there's been a lot of other supports that just trade way more effectively.
Yeah, I feel like most of the times too, you can't pick Jakiro because there's a Rubik potential, and if you just pick Jakiro and there's a Rubik, you're very sad. I mean, okay, cool. We do get a little bit of a switch up, even though we're in a best of 3, and things can sometimes, in that point, get to be a little bit predictable and repetitive. Yeah, we get changes. Cool. And I'm hyped for Wombo combo.
Team Secrets turn to pick.
That was left in the pool. Okay.
Another one that we kind of forget about.
Yep.
But yeah, Timbersaw, fantastic.
And they have the Bloodseeker, so the Timber matchups, that's like one of the best ones to deal with him in a lot of ways. They might go down one of the, the scary routes, the risky ones, the Slarks and the Monkey Kings now if they wanted to with this Timber.
Yeah, I mean, with this Snapfire, you could just still put it support, put Timber mid.
This is true.
Like a new offlaner. Like, they have a lot of flexibility with these heroes. I mean, outside of Bloodseeker, but the Snap Timber doesn't say anything yet.
No, I definitely agree. I'm just trying to think of what they can do because right now this Timber looks quite scary. The damage is pretty slow on the side of Execration right now. Iron Shell, Fade Bolt, Cool Breath, and stuff like that. It's not going to burst the Timber.
Team Secrets turn to bad. Templar
Oh, TA. Okay.
That's pretty good. It's a pretty solid TA game.
Yep. Just as they
not a hero that Timber likes to play into either.
They did pick it into CM and Bloodseeker. So it can, if the Bloodseeker gets a little ahead, you can run him down in CM. I talked about it earlier. You eat Refraction instantly with Frostbite, so that's a bit interesting.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
Okay. Ember ban. So likely to be the Snapfire mid. Then I remember they just don't have the lockdown and they're worried about it because like Snapfire does do pretty well against Ember mid. But
It can do very well, yeah. It can crush it. Back.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
Meepo ban. Okay.
They have nothing for. I mean, they have Ice Path for Meepo right now. Their heroes besides they're pretty miserable.
5 seconds remaining.
Execution gonna go like totally out of left field here and maybe run something weird. Weird in the mid. Hopefully not a Rubik or Jakiro.
I'd hope not, right? I'd really hope not. Yeah, okay. Ember Storm both moved. Yeah, they just didn't have. I guess they're just worried about not having the amount of lockdown for the spirits.
What it looks like, yeah.
And you do have the puck option again, but it didn't feel so good last game.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining. Team secrets turn to.
We'll give her to Death Prophet. Okay, I like that. That'd be a pretty good tempo hero.
Is that a mid TA then?
It might be.
If you're banning DP, usually a mid TA then.
Yeah.
They could look to pick another carry, perhaps, for Paulus after he sees. They're going to have the choice because they get to see everything, so.
5 seconds.
That makes me like the TA pick a little bit more. Yeah. Because, like, it does kind of protect the potential flex of the Timbersaw that we don't know about.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's say 15 seconds, Secret's going to have to make a call.
Dire team pick.
And they'll go for the Refraction Breaker, so this is strong pick.
Okay, so if you're against Batrider mid, you're probably going to force the TA to the safe lane. What can you pick mid that would crush this? I mean, I guess you could still put Timber mid and Batrider off lane. It really doesn't matter. You can flex either of them.
Flexible.
I feel like Execration needs a playmaker right now.
Yep, and not seeing the most. Like, why? Everything I keep thinking of just doesn't sound great. I'm like, Razor for tempo just doesn't feel good. I know they like it in some situations. Game.
You don't really want to pick Wind Ranger here either. Not into Timber and Bloodseeker.
You just Slark? And you put the TA mid, and then you have the Slark for the Timber for Batrider kind of thing, maybe? But then you Slark into Bloodseeker. That feels miserable as well, too.
Yeah.
It's like every option that I'm thinking of just doesn't feel the greatest because the Bloodseeker versus Slark is sad and. Limited options.
Is there some minus armor hero that you can combo with the TA here that would work? I just don't know what it would be. I don't see anything. Because normally it would come from the off lane.
No, and all the ones that you can pick don't feel great into Bloodseeker.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
These PAs or these Slarks or something, like they both just get owned by Bloodseeker. If you just get Ruptured, you're screwed.
Oh, man.
This
is a really clean draft.
It's just because a lot of heroes are banned. A lot of them are taken out that they would have wanted, maybe.
There's always Quap and Lena. The thing is that they haven't had a lot of success.
I guess that, and then you can switch it. You put the Quap mid versus the Bat, right? And then you put the TA safe
Yeah.
lane, maybe.
But then you just really don't have any synergy on this Darkseer pick.
That could be the best one, actually, though. That's actually a pretty good suggestion, the Queen of Pain. Oh,
Wow, they actually do go back for the monkey.
It was possible for the Slark monkey thing. I just didn't know if it was actually going to happen. The Slark looks good versus the Bat, but then it's bad versus the Bloodseeker. Monkey King. You did see it own yesterday in particular.
Okay. Yeah, the real question is what secret want to run in these lanes, because it could be Batrider or Timber in either mid or off lane. And it really just, I guess they're going to talk about which one they want to focus a little bit more in their matchups.
Yeah, they're discussing it.
Or is it just support Batrider? We've seen support Batriders. Maybe it is.
And then they run like
you just go snap mid.
All right, yeah, sorry. It's a 4. It's offlane Bat. Armel's taking it mid.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I mean, this should be pretty cool. I'm a little bit worried about this Darkseer. Like, you do have, like, the Ice Path follow-up from, like, Vacuum, and now you have Monkey King's Wukongs, which is great, but there's not, like, a 4 position that you normally that you can Ion Shell and send in, right? Like you don't have that synergy you'd like to have out of the Darkseer.
At least not in the laning phase, but in the game overall, he does have some cool combos.
We'll see.
And there's definitely a lot of strengths on both sides.
How do you feel about this Monkey King versus Bat Rider lane? Like, should he be okay here against the Snapfire? I guess you have a lot of slow from Jakiro.
I think the Jakiro maybe will be that difference maker, but I could see there being a lot of kills down there.
Yeah. I feel like last game we didn't have a kill till like the 7-minute mark. I think we might be seeing something happen a little bit faster this time around.
I'm looking
forward. That lane's
forward.
going to be a bloodbath.
Really looking forward to see the big team fights, wombo combo potentials of Darkseer Vacuum with Ice Path and Monkey King and stuff like that. But Secret, I'd probably give Secret maybe a slight edge with their draft, but I do think that Execration has a very strong draft too. It's pretty neck and neck, at least for me. It's like very, very small, if anything, for Secret. Maybe just 50-50.
Yeah. I mean, Secret has looked really good in both of their early games. Like, they played an incredible game 1 up until about, like you said, that 30-minute mark. Game 2, much more clean. If they can keep it up here for game 3, if they come out of the lanes ahead, things should look pretty good for them, but we will find out. It is time for Secret and Execration. One team's got to go home. One team gets to advance to the group stage. And starting off with a pause. You know, why not?
That's
I
the
guess
best
we can just
way.
radio a little bit more.
How many, over under, how many trees getting cut? With the Bat Rider with the Timber versus the Monkey King. Is he gonna get? How many is he gonna fall down in? And the vacuums and stuff too.
I like that is one of those things that I have no idea. Like, I can't even conceptualize like the amount of trees that would die, or like what it would even be a high or a low amount. So I'm gonna say more than 6.
You think his tree's gonna get cut 6 times?
I think more than 6.
That's a lot. Okay, I was only gonna say 2. Damn, that's bold. Hell yeah! All right, well, this is gonna be fun.
I think it might happen.
6, you're you. This guy's a fan. This guy's a Secret fan or something right here. Advocating for Paulo to get his tree cut 6 times.
Dude, I like just the other day I griefed the Monkey King. Like, I just have like a weird habit of just quelling blading trees all the time, and my Monkey King kept trying to jump into fights. And I would just quelling blade a tree next to me. He just kept cutting his tree as he jumped in. I'm like, oh, my bad, dude.
I definitely always. It always happens at least once. No matter what, it always happens once. And so we're having the lane. You know, of course, they're doing these type of matchups because the Timber, he wants to dodge playing versus the Monkey King plus the Jakiro, so he's going to be playing in the mid matchup versus the TA. They're going to have that bat in top. And let's see how that top matchup I'm going to be looking at quite a bit. Let's see if FBZ is able to get a good start.
No fight at the runes for the first time. That is unique.
That is boring.
Yeah. Look at the vision out from Execration, though. It's all placed on the top side of the map here.
Interesting. I guess they really wanted to just see these lanes, see how they're going to end up setting things up. Oh, see how this ends up playing out. And then we have the
Monkey King's positioning.
Oh. Okay. I mean, they're looking to just play ahead of the wave there for a second, but
okay.
Yeah, they actually go for it.
End up opening Boundless Strike, which, I guess just to secure range creeps, you have a Jakiro, right? Your 5 can't really do it, so that doesn't make sense.
Most people do that now, I feel like, actually, just in case.
Whoa, they opened Vacuum bottom. End up double blood grenading. A little bit of miscommunication there, so...
Wait, what? Okay, I mean, maybe the new tech versus the Bloodseeker, I guess, since this is a hard matchup. I don't know if that's gonna work, but a little bit of a weird one. I think maybe that's just like an all-in for first blood, but
yeah, it did not really pay off as Chrysalis opened Thirst, so
yeah,
he can just farm now. Like, he's chilling.
Very, very, very interesting.
Well, assuming he gets the CS, which okay, he's all right.
He should be all right. The mid, I mean, Armel should have a pretty damn free time versus Bob.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. This is not a mid matchup I'm super familiar with, but I have to imagine, like, with a few levels of reactive armor, he's okay.
Yeah, as long as
especially now with the amount of damage he has.
Exactly. I think the universal helped quite a bit. As long as you don't just eat like 10 Tie Blades or something in a row, we should be pretty good. And you just do that Vanguard build that we've seen so much on the Timbers, even before he got nerfed. Stop.
Oh, yeah, there it is. The cookie on forward. The blood grenade comes through, and FEZ trying to finish off the kill onto the Jakiro. He actually will grab it on Yamich. And there it is. First blood going the way of Secrets. Not a bad start for them.
No, it's a very strong top lane. Even though it's a Monkey King, the way that they've set these lanes up, it's really, really nice for them, Secret. Just dodging the matchup of the Timber, having this bat up there.
Alos? They have a Blood Grenade if he wants. No, he's not going to use it. Okay. Bottom lane, Chrysalis diving all the way behind the tower, actually just taking a lot of advantage of those thirst stacks.
You know, it's going to be a very slow start for Darks here. Be a slow start across the board here for the side of Execration.
And that's kind of what we've been seeing, right? It's been all Secret early in these games. I'm really curious how this Monkey King is going to do.
I just keep looking at top. That's literally all I'm looking at.
Yeah.
I feel like this is the lane to watch because Jakiro is very slow, super slow movement speed. So if the lane position is up at all, Jakiro's like free kills. FPZ's about to.
He is gonna
so level 2
focus
Firefly
for the Lotus at least. So that's good. Is he gonna go level 2 Firefly?
That's been the approach most situations. The damage gets pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, I guess you don't want to give people the napalm for the wand stacks either.
Yeah,
I've seen a lot.
Yep. Usually that is the case. Barb actually getting some nice side blade connections onto Armel. Armel's in trouble. Holy moly.
I keep looking over, and Armel's health is real low. Like this is like probably the third time I've seen this now.
I mean, actually, no, Bob is
ECSing really well.
Bob's actually pushing him out of the lane. That's a big. That's huge.
Man, he's gonna be forced to walk the fountain. That's massive. Top lane though. Alos in trouble once again. No blood grenade this time. He will survive. I mean, a lot of regen being committed now.
He's being kept real low, and it's like a very volatile lane where he could just die at any moment. Chrysalis is absolutely free farming.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Definitely the awkwardness of bottom. Gonna cause some issues.
I kind of like look at this lane every once in a while, and it's just Chrysalis hitting creeps, and I don't even see like the Execration heroes anywhere.
Puppy's jungling. He's just jungling with Frostbite while Bloodseeker's just playing the lane by himself. So they're maximizing.
Classic.
And Armel, he's healed up. He's gone back to the mid lane. He'll eat a meld hit. Some pretty good hits there from Bob. The Bob, he'll hit 6 first. Maybe a Bob can get a little bit active around the map too as this TA, perhaps. Might be something necessary. Bang.
That's some good stuff. Yeah, top lane, there's the cookie. And with the Firefly, should eventually be able to run him down. There it is. Once again, 2 kills.
Nice. And FPZ, that'll secure his Arcane Boots. The Dream, playing that with Snapfire, Rubik, or most of these 4 positions. You have it this early on in the bat. Can keep posing kill threat onto this Monkey King. FPZ is 27-4.
Alos? He stopped moving for like a second and just thanks to Scatter Blast.
He was dropping his Corrosion to get picked up.
Oh, is that what it was?
Yeah. Okay. This is devastating, though. The Monkey King, you picked this to dominate lane. Not happening because of the little switch-ups that they did. Lane's looking very nice here for Secret. TA, though, Bob, he's having that good matchup. He's actually forced Armel back to base again. Impressive.
Yeah. Puppy's like, this is my lane now. Don't worry about it. Yep. I will get level 4. Has boots now. He's chilling.
Yeah, he doesn't need to be bottom, he feels like, because Christos is playing versus nobody.
FBZ.
Top again.
Solo killing Paulos potentially. He's looking for his 3rd Jingu. He's going to get it, but the Boundless Strike, it has to connect. It's still not much healing at all. And the cookie on forward just for good measure. Yamit getting ran down here from the Jakiro. Will find at least a trade, but this Monkey King is having a rough game.
It's level 1 Jingu, so it does next to nothing. 20% lifesteal is not going to do anything. Can he actually clean up with BZ? He's got the Lotus. He should be fine.
Yeah. The Ice Path to try and stop the Lotus.
Yeah.
It's close.
And FPZ's even going to hold the creep wave outside the tower. So lane positioning is still absolutely beautiful for him up here. Nice play. Little things like that definitely make a difference. All right, Bob. Might have your work cut out for you. These side lanes are...
We saw that ward.
Devastating. I think he's pinging it.
Yeah, they know. They know something's up. Armel will hit level 6 now, so that makes the lane a little bit easier against the TA, right? You can definitely burn through the refraction charges.
Yeah,
but
he'll recover.
Bob is just farming.
Yeah, this is definitely concerning for Execration. This is a similar situation I feel like we had to the first game, but
Dire are scanning.
This game I feel like they don't have the ease of being able to recover with super late game with Monkey King and stuff. As Paulos is going for a Wisdom Rune, he's not even going to get it, and he's going to die.
Dude,
This is rough.
That's about that's like the worst thing that can happen right here.
FBZ is just dunking on this now. Top of net worth. Bloodseeker top of net worth too. The lane swap has absolutely worked. Yeah, Armel may be struggling a little bit, but he's got his Vanguard. He'll be fine to sit here soon.
Yeah, he does not care anymore. You just don't put any points in Timber Chain, right, in mid lane, so you're pretty much easily going to grab multiple levels of reactive armor early, and Bob does not have the damage to find these kills. Well, he goes for them. Yeah, look, he just took no damage from that.
I guess it's now... So I actually didn't really see the most people put the third point in reactive armor. Maybe this is a cause of the nerf that happened in E. On 7.3 to E, that is. Because as far as I saw, Quinn, who was like the most one that's played the Timber, he went like 2-1-2 or something like that, or Max the Whirling. Usually didn't want to have too many in reactive, but yeah, I mean, maybe the nerf does make a difference, so... Okay. Apollos is level 4, and he's broken out of top lane completely. He is roaming. This is a rough
This is
one.
a support.
This is a support Monkey King. They're real rough.
Top side. We'll scout the Jakiro.
I mean, this Jakiro is so dead, and this is a level 5, so this is actually a good amount of XP for Secret.
Yeah. I mean, he's the one who's just staying in the lane. The Bloodseeker, I'm sorry, the Monkey King can't. FBZ is going to get his level 6, has the lasso. Like, just waiting for another target to show up in this lane.
We've had two very, very close games. Bob, he really has his work cut out for him. I mean, this is going to be incredible if he's able to somehow recover this game for his team, because Paulos is legitimately a support. He's level 4, still hasn't found 5. Crystal's is 7 and change.
Where's our Darkseer heading off to? Tino.
The thing about the Monkey King, too,
just the jungle, it looks like.
They picked it for the lane, and the game overall, it's not the easiest for Monkey King. Lots of damage, tons of ways to burst him, tons of ways to cut his tree.
And they're looking for Armel mid. The Blood Grenade comes out as well. Do they have the damage to finish him off? He needs another Meld Strike. He gets the Timber Chain away. One more auto attack. Bob does grab it. So nice pick off there, but he's on the run.
Can he get away?
I mean, Mortimer Kiss is going to make that pretty dang difficult now, unless he can dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge, but it doesn't happen.
And that's a level 6 on the Snapfire already. Let's take a look at Paulos. He's 5. So these supports having incredible games on the side. Everyone's having a great game on Secret, really. Armel being slowed down a little bit, but they're putting attention onto it. Bob does get the kill. It was like a pretty necessary one for his team, just to try to get some space for the Monkey King.
Who is bottom, just... I imagine he might just start maxing Tree Dance here to actually farm.
Yeah.
Because I don't know how you can recover without Tree Dance at this point.
I'm surprised he hasn't just put in the point in it immediately right now. He's just scared to even farm. Look at that. He is terrified. I guess
he shows there and gets ruptured. Like, what happens?
I guess he wanted to stack for Bob. At this point now, he's just enabling the TA. I guess that's going to be the case.
Yeah. TA is definitely going to be the carry of this game for the side of Execration. Like you said, Bob has a lot of heavy lifting to do.
Yeah, unless...
They do have a Darkseer, which brings a lot of team fights. He hasn't had the best game either.
No, and he actually doesn't really have a great wall target either. Like, usually it's like a TB, really. A Morphling, you know, or these auras, these Beastmasters with all these... He doesn't have that this game. It's an offlane back. It's a Bloodseeker carry, so...
Yeah, this Darkseer not really enabled, for sure.
No.
And, you know, kind of one of the things Secret maybe have planned, letting it through the draft this time. And top lane, Pino is going to get found. There's the Rupture. Plenty of damage here for him. Useless claims up another. I mean, they've been making these early game rotations so many times.
Secret's early game has been, honestly, like, I think we can go back and look at both games, and Secret's early game has been, honestly, incredible. Their laning phase has been godly. Every game that we've seen, it's just been, you know, the mid-game decision-making of what they do. This game, they have a very, very clear advantage of how much they've shut down Paulos, and he's not a Void, where it's like, if he's able to get Mai to sit back farm, and he will be that super late-game carry, it's going to be way harder for Paulos. I think you maybe... I mean, you probably still have to just go the Echo Saber and stuff like that, but maybe some, like, Echo Diffusal or something and be, like, an enabling kind of Monkey King for your TA.
More utility.
Yeah.
I was thinking about it. Like, I actually really like the Diffusal Monkey King build, but you need a BKB so bad this game as well.
You do. You need a lot. And it's all going to come a lot slower than you ideally want when you're this far behind. But now he's getting a little bit of time to recover. Because the levels are going to be the toughest one besides anything. It's just he's level 6. How's every other core in the game looking? Probably like 9s, right? Yeah, 9, 9, 8.
Radiant's bottom tower.
I mean, all 3 cores on Secret are level 9.
Yeah. All right, well, looks. I mean, he's still stacking. So Paulos, he's going to be like, all right, I got a quad stack for my boy on the far right side.
He'll use the XP and gold from stacks. You know, that's his recovery.
That is. This is true. Very
You
slow.
get, what, 30% of the XP now?
I think it is 30, right? It got up. I think it is 30. Yeah.
An actual relevant amount.
It's a lot.
4 points Primal Spring, hits his level 7. Okay, I mean, he can cut waves. Like, this is one of the things that Monkey King is really annoying for. It's one of the reasons, like, support Monkey King was always viable. It's like, you just stand in trees, Primal Spring, clear the wave, and jump back into trees. It's really annoying. Chrysalis, however, is ready and waiting.
Will he get it off? Nah, he's not going to.
No, okay. It's he doesn't want to show.
And they're making the move down here with the pressure tower. DD rune on Bob.
Oh, this is nice. I like this.
Chris is gonna.
This
will
give a lot more space to the Monkey King to farm.
Needs the space, and it's gonna open up a bottom side for him to just Primal Spring around. EZ, I believe, has Octarine done already now.
Oh, lordy.
A lot of farm.
He's also got a triple stacked Ancient to play with, so he is getting a lot out of that one. When will the TA back to clear these stacks? It looks like he's gonna go now. He has the Ancient, stacks with the DD rune. It's time.
Bob getting enabled. He'll probably be almost top net worth off of this. And I'm sure the policy is like, nice, I'm getting extra gold XP.
He literally got a quarter level.
Yeah, actually quite a lot.
A quarter level of XP.
He is making the recovery, slowly but surely.
Okay. I mean, there's signs of life here. They're stabilizing, right? Like that. If you look at just the charts alone, it's like it was looking kind of rough. Secret, starting to pull ahead, but it's definitely stabilized. Stem the bleeding a little bit.
Yeah, Paulus hasn't died again. He is bottom of the chorus, but not by the biggest margin of how devastating it really was when he's level 4 not too long ago.
Yeah. We'll see. Bob will go back for his Desolator after the Blink Dragonlance. Unlike what we saw earlier, just ignoring the Deso entirely.
Yeah, that was weird. That was a bit strange, especially with their push lineup, but that was Entity, of course. Hey, Bob, you're 12.
Yeah. He's having a good time.
Yep.
So what's Secret waiting for, right? Because I feel like they're going to be the ones who want to try and make the first move here. The BKBs for Bloodseeker a little bit farther away.
Maybe that is it. The BKB Bloodseeker and a Blink on the bat, maybe feeling so they can force some stuff. I mean, right now they seem content with the farm, but I think Execration's also pretty content with being able to actually sit back and farm. Especially with how that early game went.
Yeah. And it looks like Execration's going to smoke top.
Yeah, they're going to
make moves. Any kill would be nice.
Nothing's happening on the map, so they're probably feeling like Secret's just all split up around. And they would definitely be right on that call.
Yamich is in a positioned really well for this, but he will get scouted. Ice Path not going to connect, but the blink comes out from Bob. Even the macro, huh? Shanks actually only steals Little Shredder, so that's a good heads-up play there, not to give up a good spell.
Good rotation. Now on the flip side, though, Palos.
He has a ward. Okay. He's out.
Right, he actually is able to get himself away just that easily. He's recovering.
Puppy's not done. Puppy is chasing. He knows he's got to be here somewhere. Does get some vision, but can he actually grab the blood grenade? No way. This guy, absolute big play. Nice Wukong's command. Holds Puppy in place. He gets the Jingu. Okay, wait a minute. Shanks is showing up now. Armel needs to be careful. He's going to steal the Chakram, but goodbye. Monkey King just evaporated by this Timber Saw. We'll be able to get away here. Doesn't look like there's going to be anyone else, and with FBZ showing up now, it's going to be a lot of damage. The lasso comes through. Shanks might end up dropping, and he will. Armel with a double kill on the Timber Saw.
Puppy persists. Really wants the kill. Ends up working out nice. Palos gets one trade kill, but yeah, they get the better trade.
I mean,
Chrysalis.
Blood Grenade at 16 minutes works out. Oh, Chrysalis? Ice Path will connect, but you got to get this damage out fast, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. You got to run on Bob. Well, they might just settle for the Jakiro instead. Okay, Rupture's over. He's got a haste, actually.
He'll cut the tree, Palos. Careful.
Oh, FBZ. Is he going to get this kill on the Palos? Puppy will go down. Palos needs to be careful. A nice Guardian Greaves there, but the Vacuum just pulls Yamich in for the Scatter Blast instead.
Here comes Chrysalis.
And Chrysalis is super fast. FBZ trying to get away. Looks like he will survive for the moment. Nice dual breath. Held Strike almost takes down Chrysalis. A super chaotic fight from both teams. How was Shanks trying to show up, but he almost took down the Timber Saw himself.
Palos respawned, jumped, got his tree cut, died. That's how he showed back up to the fight. That was sad. A nice little
Number
dance. Nice. That is one. That isn't. I mean, it's nice that the Excretion's able to actually get away with these heroes. That looked a little scary for a moment. The haste rune definitely massive for Bob that he's able to sneak himself out of there. Christos was going like 800 move speed. Wasn't able to finish up a couple kills. So, oh no, I think for Excretion that was pretty decent. For Palos, of course, miserable, but for Bob, the true carry.
Yeah, I'm gonna be curious if Palos like really tries to show up to any more fights. Like maybe he has to because he has to just make space for Bob at this point. But I feel like he just wants to be playing in the side lanes
until BKB. Yeah, it does feel like it's very difficult for him to turn up. It's just so much spell damage he has to worry about early game, and lots of kiting because we're seeing tons of ways to kite these fights out from Secret. But Bob, top net worth, he's almost got the Deso. He is being enabled.
This is gonna be a huge timing.
Yep. Do they have clicking supports? Rubik usually builds for himself, but definitely want to see maybe even like Solar on Abang. Maybe it's just Glimmer Solar Crest.
Radiant are scanning.
I could see that. Yep. Yeah, that would be pretty sick. Okay, that's pretty good. Gossamer Cape is probably one of the most annoying items to play against as TA.
Yes, definitely. Super good on back. Movement speed is always amazing. Boots of Travel finished up on him. No blink still.
He is fast. Yeah, Gossamer Cape, Windlace, bots. Guy's zooming.
Somehow,
nice ward here.
Somehow Palos is just not that far behind, though. It's only like 900 gold behind at least the Timber. Yeah, well, 1800 behind the Bloodseeker, which isn't phenomenal, but with the start that he had, you know, I'm impressed that he's made that recovery.
I mean, he's level 11, too. Like, he's okay. Like, his game isn't completely dumpstered. Lasso bottom will find the Darkseer. Trying to get away, Cookie will connect. Bob, there's the Gossamer Cape effect. That completely whiffs on the first Melt Strike. Tino drops the wall, trying to get away here. The Rupture will come through. Another dodged attack. Dude, he actually is just missing everything on the FPZ.
Stolen Rupture?
Counter Rupture? Okay, that's pretty big. But Chris was protected by the BKB, and the Mortimer Kiss is just getting a lot of damage done here. Paul's big Wukong's command. Bound strike onto 2. You don't miss this one. They just blow up that Batrider, and Armel needs to get out of here. They did buyback on the Rubik as well. Mr. Chain up onto the high ground.
They want more blood.
Bob is strong. He's got this shield rune. Palos jumps in, ends up getting the Jingu. Jump onto the high ground, gets the puppy, and he is gone. Armel will clean up Palos once again. Timber Chain after Timber Chain.
Oh, nice
one after the other, trying to chase after them, but is Rubik gonna keep going? He might. He has no more.
No more.
Nothing else.
Okay, and Yamich actually survives popping a smoke on the back lines there. He actually was dying to a melt hit and got the smoke out of range. But Bob, I mean, Palos continues to be, you know, just the supporting cast as this Monkey King, but Bob is getting a lot of cleanup kills. He's getting big, 15 now on this TA. And he's getting
shield rune was so nice.
He's getting all these runes too. Look at this, another. He's getting an Arcane now for the next fight too.
And he's queued up the Aghanim chart. You talked about this one, how you really like the TA Aghanim chart early. Yeah. I mean, instantly cancels Freezing Field.
It's super nice. I actually really, really like it. Versus Timber, even versus, I mean, versus the obviously the two supports, but the Timber and the Bat definitely falter quite a bit versus it. So I love that Bob's doing this. He knows he has to step it up and do so much for the team because Palos is struggling. So.
Sunfire does have a decent chunk of net worth, has the mech. Probably is Guardian
He's got Gravestone, yeah. He's got the Philly Stone kicked in too.
Oh no, he actually went out and bought a Ghost Scepter instead. So he's holding off on the Greaves for now.
Oh, okay, cool. This is just direct protection, of course, versus the TA. Wait for Monkey King too. Okay.
I like it. That's smart. Bob takes the Tormentor with ease, and Wisdom Rune will go on to the sports, both of them getting level 11.
Alright, Glimmer Cape soon to be done on Abang.
That will be nice.
Yeah, extra little form of save maybe to protect Palos.
Oh, Chrysalis will run right into Tino. He's trying to Rupture away. I don't know how you get out of this one. You don't. That's the answer. Armel with the cleanup.
A stolen... Oh, no, that wasn't Rupture, though. Stolen Blood, right? Tower will get snagged. Palos, I think he was going over here. He'll check for a Wisdom Rune, I believe it looks like.
Yeah. Tier 1's gone. Nicely played. Armel has the Kaya Sanj done on his way to his Aghanim Scepter, and without a Nullifier coming anytime soon, not that easy to deal with, right? Timbersaw becomes basically unkillable during reactive armor.
Kill the Nullifier, right?
Yeah, until the nullifier, which that's a little far away.
Yeah, probably BKB nullifier, I would say, on the TA, the next 2 items that he probably wants to go for. Love to see. Bob. Another power rune. Looking to continue playing around him. They're just following this TA.
Nice scan. There it is. Crystals will grab the Roche. Yep. And they're smoked up behind Bob here. FBZ would... Oh, he gets the jump away. Nice reaction there.
Likely to go down for sure if he doesn't get it off.
Yeah.
And they get away with the Roche for free. And they're going to be pretty much full health to fight. And Crystallis will heal up soon. They're actually going to make the move toward top to perhaps set up for somebody up here. Maybe get some vision. They have a ward. They don't. Palos hunting for FBZ. Maybe calling for a trap usage, but can't quite go for it.
Okay, Palos is actually the one going the nullifier. So has the BKB Echo. Use up the nullifier himself. I like it. Helps keep people inside the Wukong, but also, like we talked about, good at dealing with both Bloodseeker and Embersaw.
Yeah, their potential itemization. Nullifier just gone up more and more in value, it feels like.
All right.
Game state
Execration just stalling out the fighting, like they're just keeping these mid and bot waves pushed. Secret looks to take a tier 2 in the top side. Like they are putting a... I mean, they got a lot of heroes up here.
Not the easiest way to hit this tower, though.
Yeah. Puppy. Nah, he's fine. He's got...
His usual itemization, right?
Yeah. Good old Avis. And is it drums that just he finished up?
Yeah, he's got drums too. And okay, Execration smoking. Any timings that they had hit or anything in particular, or do they saw some information? I think they just saw stuff and they want to fight. They had the Deso and BKB, or the Deso and the Shard finished up from earlier.
All right. I mean, Secret read this really well. They backed off completely.
Yeah, they knew.
They're not even going to find Puppy here in the mid lane.
Good read.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Oh man, this is a lot of time wasted from Execration. They've got to get up here and try and stop this push. Great cut on the trees here. Armel just opening up everything behind the tower, knowing, okay, if they're not over here, they've got to be coming from the other side.
Execration's got the numbers here. They've got 5. Puppy, he's going to TP up toward... He's going to TP bottom to take the gate to his team. He just still for 2 minutes. Pipe finished for Tino. FBZ's hunting with Blink.
Ooh, that was close.
I guess he got a glimpse of Palos there for a second before that.
Yeah. All right, well. A little bit more time wasted on the Aegis. I mean, there's 2 minutes left on this. Does have the Mjolnir with the BKB done now.
Now they're all set up around here. Maybe now they'll be tempted to push forward here. Abang actually gets a sneaky ward down. They have some good information here.
I like that word a lot.
I imagine Tino queues up Blink next, right? If you're playing with Jakiro, usually that's like what you want to go for after your auras. So we'll see if he does opt to that. It's a nice path.
Okay, that's pretty good. The question is if they can keep him in there.
Here's FBZ.
Oh, the lasso from FBZ manages to find the Rubik, and he is just instantly dead. The back wall on to 3. Where's the follow-up, though? Palos not there. Ice Path was on cooldown.
Courier just killed Armel's entire Aghanims. Or, sorry, the Tower Glyph.
Radiant's middle tower.
Okay, well, that's pretty good.
And they fight off of that, though.
Palos? He's hiding in the trees here. Bob goes in, trying to get on top of the Bloodseeker. He gets him. That's the first life. Palos with the Wukong's command, looking for Puppy. The Boundless Strike is there. They're able to hold him down. Mortimer kisses. He's going to prop the Fusing Field to try and survive with the BKB response from Palos. They actually get the upper hand here as Crystallis BKB is about to expire. He needs some help and fast. It's just going to be Armel on the backside trying to do some work, but Bob, he's held his BKB the whole time. Palos, gotta be careful here. FBZ, he stacked up so many of these napalms, and Tino got his boys out of dodge, but it's going to cost him his own life. And FBZ, he's got a lasso again. Okay, Secret patient play paying off.
That was... I think Crystallis dies if Yamich doesn't cookie him there. That cookie pops him out, the vacuum ends up whiffing. I think Crystallis might die if not. Great play there from Secret backing up together. Execration come in. I mean, Palos in particular
not done.
A lot, but they're looking for another fight.
They get the silence. Metalstrike comes out, but again, he's got that Ghost Scepter looking for Chrysalis here on the Bloodseeker. I mean, it's a ton of damage. He needs help and fast. It's going to be there. Hollow snipes him. Bob is dead, though, as he gets ruptured up, burned down by FBZ on the Batrider, and it costs them a second death. Oh, no.
FBZ is popping off, honestly, on this Batrider.
Yeah, he is so far.
The switch up to put him off lane, it has been phenomenal for him. Does he have full BKB? He does. Holy crap.
He does. And that was stolen Rupture, right? That's the only reason this Bloodseeker died.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Great fight.
Oh,
I mean,
man.
Secret, they got a huge momentum swing, and FBZs are in a hunting again. He saw bottom. I think he saw Tino, but can't quite find him this time. Blink.
Well, see Shanks with Puppy, and that is a very quick kill.
And FBZ just zoning away the Darkseer by himself down bottom. That was cool.
Puppy knows. He's like, they've got to be here somewhere, guys. Like, what are they going to do? There's the Blink Lasso. Finds the Darkseer. No real follow-up quite yet as the back wall will come out. The Ice Path Macropyre. I mean, that's the combo, but where's the rest of the damage? Puppy just Glimmer Capes and walks away. Paulos is going to go in with a BKB. He's got Wukong's command, but he's just going to try and take down Puppy. Gets him finally. Yamich on the run. The what is that? The Harpoon. That's the item. He just TPs under a Glimmer Cape. Unreal.
He's actually alive. You're kidding me. Paulos wants to get as many kills as possible, but he gets out. Oh, man. FBZ, another insane kind of chase forward. Looks a little risky perhaps for a moment, but they get 2 kills. They only end up losing Puppy. Honestly, FBZ is running so damn well.
He really is. This Octarine Blink BKB, he's going for the Witchblade Shard as his next item. This allows the Batrider to scale actually really well.
Yeah, he can solo kill very easy once you get that, even onto something like TA. Very very solid game from him. And Yamich's choice to not finish up the Greaves has actually paid off kind of wonders. His Ghost Scepter and Glimmer plays have been really nice. Some excellent cookies to bail his teammates out too. Not only the one that I mentioned from earlier, but he even did it again afterwards too. Like, this is really good defensive plays from these snaps. NK lead now. Secret got themselves in a very comfortable spot now, and I mean, this Paulos continues to struggle. Bob is still having a good time, but they can put a lot of it. They can focus fire him. You know, Bob either he can just still get grabbed and lassoed and could just get burst down in a lot of situations too.
Yeah, we saw that in the top fight, right? The 2v2 or whatever, where they just rupture or lasso him, and he's just like, all right, I guess I'll die now.
Yep. And FBZ has now hit another spike, of course, too. Level 20 is hit, so he's got double flame break charges.
So good. This is one of the like the 20 to 25 is just so good. Flame break applying 2 sticky napalms.
Puppy.
They do manage to find Puppy.
Instant Ghost Scepter.
And Ghost protecting him. There's the lasso. Gets. Oh, he only steals napalm. Not great, but Yamich. Whatever Kiss is not doing a whole lot as the BKBs were spent, but now you got to get out of here. Armel, he gets the Ags off. That is not going to do anything to this Timbersaw. Paul's trying to stand his ground against Chrysalis, but no chance at all. TP out from Jakiro. He will make it. But they're looking for more. Batrider no lasso, but a 1-for-1 trade. I think you're pretty happy again on Secret, trading this Crystal Maiden for a core.
Every single time it feels like Paulos just has it out for Puppy, and Puppy's like, I'll take that all day of the week. That's pretty funny.